Chapter 1. Do not move. Whoever dares to move again shall meet their demise. Wise up and hand over your money obediently. I have warned you countless times to remain still. Yes, you, the most handsome Onito, you dare to glance around? Are there any here more handsome than you? On the street, a band of knife-wielding thugs cornered a group of civilians, their grotesque faces twisted into sinister grins, their eyes glimmering with malice. The one speaking, filled with resentment, was the leader, a man whose appearance was particularly hideous. Liu Chang cast a glance at that grotesque visage and deeply understood that such a countenance was not easily acquired. No wonder he harbored such bitterness. After all, being ugly was a lifelong affliction. Out of pity for his plight, Liu Chang chose to overlook the rudeness in his words. If the thug were to lower his weapon, he might even spare his life, albeit with some injuries. This was the world of One Piece, and Liu Chang had just traversed here a few days prior. Indeed, it was a realm teeming with pirates. Even a simple trip to the market could lead to encounters with brazen marauders. Look at your faces, and then take a good look at mine. Is a person of such striking beauty someone you can afford to provoke? These pirates were notorious for their lawlessness. Murder and arson were mere trifles to them. It was a simple matter for them to rob in such a small locale. However, upon seeing this extraordinarily handsome young man, their initial enthusiasm for robbery was swiftly extinguished. Moreover, how could this young man be so arrogant? Pirates were considered the freest souls upon the seas, and they would not tolerate a strikingly handsome individual exhibiting such hubris before them. Their eyes glowed with menace, and their faces bore wicked smiles. The surrounded youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18, with a well-proportioned physique, while a concerned bystander cautiously urged him to comply. Kid, just let it go. They are pirates, ruthless killers. If they demand money, just give it to them. Money? Liu Chang, having indulged in a bit of drink earlier, felt a sudden clarity wash over him upon hearing those words. How dare they attempt to rob me? What enmity could warrant such audacity? I have no money, Liu Chang proudly proclaimed, patting his chest. I just spent every last coin. What an absurd thing to take pride in. You little brat, are you mocking me? The scarred leader's face contorted with rage as he brandished a bounty notice before Liu Chang's eyes. Look closely, you fool. I am the notorious Garros, with a bounty of 8 million berries. I have dispatched no fewer than 100 like you. 8 million berries. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seizing the bounty notice from the bewildered expression of the scarred-faced man, he scrutinized it against the latter's grotesque visage, ultimately affirming, it appears to be the same person. Kid, do you think I'm jesting with you? The leader, a brutish man with a scarred face, seethed with fury. He pressed his massive blade against Liu Chang's neck, threatening, I could sever your head in a heartbeat without a flicker of hesitation. Do you truly believe I would joke with you? The sight of that painfully handsome face became increasingly irksome indeed. A swift strike would be the simplest solution. I do not believe you, yet I sense you are not jesting. After all, with such an unappealing appearance, it would be quite a challenge to impersonate you. Liu Chang declared earnestly, a hint of exhilaration creeping into his countenance. 8 million berries. It seemed this unsightly creature was rather valuable. It is worth noting that just yesterday he had toiled at the docks, laboring as hard as 10 men, earning scarcely 400 berries. To think, the other party had come specifically to bestow money upon him. His prior lack of respect now felt rather unwarranted. A silence enveloped the air for a fleeting moment before the man, known as Madman Gallows, erupted in rage, bellowing, You are doomed. Kid, there are two things I detest above all else. The first is when people say I was still drinking milk at the age of 4. And the second is when people say I am ugly. So you were still drinking milk at 4. Liu Chang mused, stroking his chin. I underestimated you. It seems you are still but a child. The scarred man glared with fury. You dare to mention that I was drinking milk at 4? You are finished. Wait, how do you know this? Liu Chang cast a look of incredulity. Though he was accustomed to such ignorance, it was not uncommon in the world of pirates, where intellect was often lacking. Just as he would inevitably encounter various grotesque figures in the future, he needed to remain composed. Boss, you said it yourself. You claimed you were drinking milk at 4. One of the pirates shouted. With a swift stroke, the loquacious subordinate's head was severed cleanly from his body. The scarred man glared with rage. Dare you speak of this matter? He turned his gaze back to Liu Chang. Are you frightened, kid? When I lose my mind, I can even slay my own men. Do you understand why I am called Madman? Ha ha! Boss is formidable. Boss is invincible. The other subordinates laughed until tears streamed down their faces, utterly unconcerned with the bloody corpse of their comrade. After a fit of mirth, they returned to their menacing demeanor. You impudent brat, do you comprehend the magnitude of the individual you have provoked? The The scar man's face twisted into a grimace. Because of you. I've changed my mind. He cast a glance at the others squatting on the street, clutching their heads, and a sinister grin spread across his face. I initially intended to spare your lives, but now I shall slay each and every one of you. Blame this fool for your demise. Ha 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 ha. His laughter, wild and unrestrained, drowned out the terrified screams of the crowd. Yet, he noticed that Liu Cheng remained utterly unperturbed, gazing at him as if he were a simpleton, clutching an odd box adorned with a dragon's head, containing several cards that resembled a child's toy. Surely, this fool doesn't intend to use that toy to crush me, does he? The scarred face laughed boisterously, reveling in his arrogance. The remaining pirates, upon seeing Liu Cheng's demeanor, joined in the raucous laughter. It was understandable. What use could a toy-like card box possibly have? Could one conjure a blade from mere cards to harm others? What combat prowess could a mere card box possess? Ordinary card boxes were indeed powerless, but Liu Cheng's was anything but ordinary on the surface. It appeared to be a card box, yet in reality, it was a belt. And Liu Cheng was no ordinary individual at this moment. He was merely an unassuming passerby, a masquerading hero of sorts. The scar man's massive blade came crashing down toward Liu Cheng's head. He could effortlessly cleave not just a human head, but the entirety of a person in two. However, Liu Cheng's countenance bore no trace of fear as he merely raised the card box and softly uttered, "Henshin." Transformation. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a mighty dragon's bellow, and Garros felt as if an enraged fire dragon had unleashed its fury upon him. Before his eyes, the young man transformed, or rather, he donned a peculiar suit of armor. Clad in a bizarre armor of red and black, Liu Cheng fastened a strange belt around his waist, with a previously seen card box prominently displayed upon it. His helmet, adorned with insect-like compound eyes, glowed ominously with a fierce red light, and on his left arm rested a summoner resembling a dragon's head. He exuded an aura of unparalleled coolness and invincibility. The masked hero, Kamen Rider Ryuki, had made his entrance. Garros' blade halted mid-swing as Liu Cheng grasped the long sword with one hand, effortlessly seizing the sharp weapon. "I heard you are worth 8 million berries." A deep voice emanated from beneath the helmet, the red compound eyes flickering beneath the striped headgear. Anyone could discern the teasing tone in his words. Although Garros was astonished by this bizarre transformation, he was equally incensed by the mockery woven into Liu Cheng's voice. Kamen Rider Ryuki employed a taunt that rendered his foe senseless. Garros' eyes blazed with fury as he exerted all his strength to wrench the blade from Liu Cheng's grasp, raising it high above his head before striking down with all his might. This was his most formidable blow of the day, and the razor-sharp edge gleamed with a perilous glint. With a mighty swing, the blade descended, capable of cleaving not just a man, but even a massive stone in twain. In that fervent moment, Garros harbored an unwavering conviction that his strike would undoubtedly sever his adversary in half. However, it is a well-known truth that a man's intuition often falters, particularly that of a less than handsome pirate. Liu Cheng leisurely withdrew a card from the holder his waist upon it. A resplendent red, dragon-slaying sword gleamed with brilliance. He inserted the card into the dragon reader in his left hand and gently nudged the dragon's head, causing the crimson eyes of the dragon to flash with a fierce glow. At that instant, an inexplicable, resonant voice echoed from the heavens. "Sword vent!" A thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the void as the magnificent crimson dragon, the unmatched dragon, soared through the air, inciting screams of terror from those below. "A monster! There's a monster!" The colossal red dragon unleashed a resounding roar, its tail radiating with dazzling light. Liu Cheng extended his hand, catching the falling dragon army sword with precision. "You little brat, are you a wielder of powers? What devil fruit is this? A mythical beast or a paramecia?" Even Galros, in his ignorance, recognized the peril his opponent appeared to be a formidable foe. With a swift flourish of the dragon army sword, Liu Cheng met Galros' great blade Hedon, effortlessly cleaving it in two. The severed blade, propelled by the immense force, flew through the air and struck one of Galros' onlookers with a sickening thud. A piercing scream erupted as the broken blade pierced the hapless subordinate, who, after a final cry of anguish, bled profusely and collapsed, struggling weakly before his body. Succumbed to the inevitable, lifeless. Thus, Galros found himself bereft of another subordinate. "I must say, if following your captain is this perilous, what madness compels you to remain by his side?" Liu Cheng callously taunted. It is a well-established fact that knights are expected to provoke their enemies, and, as a Kamen Rider, Liu Cheng wielded that right with ease, An enemy consumed by rage is the most easily vanquished. This is beyond dispute. In their fury, they may even charge recklessly, offering themselves up as easy prey, much like Galros before him. Galros' assault had yielded no fruit. His cherished great sword had been severed, a weapon that had claimed over 100 lives and established his fearsome reputation, now reduced to mere fragments. And what was the outcome? He had been unceremoniously bested in a single stroke. What infuriated him further was Liacheng's attempt to sow discord between him and his remaining subordinates, casting doubts in their fearful gazes that only fueled desire. Filthy brat, I shall end your life. Lu Cheng gazed at the reckless Gallows, who had rushed forward to meet his demise, and shook his head in resignation. Do people still know how to play these days? Instead of adopting a cautious approach in a losing battle, they recklessly charged forward to offer their heads. No wonder it was such a struggle to lead teammates in games before they were all a bunch of dimwits. How could I possibly guide them? However, there was no need for leadership now. Having arrived in this world, his cherished kingly account was lost, yet this was of little consequence. The formidable player he once was in the game now seemed poised to unleash his prowess in reality. With a swift strike from the back of his blade, Lu Cheng left a deep gash upon Galah's chest. He refrained from using the sharp edge, as carrying a severed head for a bounty felt ominously cursed. Nevertheless, his strength was overwhelming. Even with restraint, the frail form before him could not withstand the impact. Shaking his head, he lamented his own might, unable to engage in a fair fight. The heavy blow to Galah's chest left him breathless, likely fracturing several ribs. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed with a thud. Gallows, 8 million berries secured. The captain is down. The captain is down. What should we do? What should we do? The remaining pirates were thrown into a state of chaos. Lu Cheng turned to the frenzied pirates and waved his blade. Bind yourselves. Save me the trouble of doing it. Otherwise, do not blame me if I follow your captain's example and take you out one by one. After all, if I hand you over to the Marines, you will only lose your freedom. But should you disobey, you may very well lose your lives. Lu Cheng earnestly advised, adhering to the knightly code of benevolence, willing to grant them a chance for redemption. These minor pirates, while not as valuable as their captain, could still fetch a decent bounty at the Marine base. Clapping his hands, he nodded in satisfaction as he observed the pirates willingly binding themselves. All right, now lead me to your ship. I've long desired a vessel to set sail. The thought of securing 8 million berries simply by delivering them to the Marines invigorated Lu Cheng. Since arriving in this world, he felt perpetually hungry. The meager earnings from his labor at the docks barely sufficed for a few hearty meals. Indeed, the notion of working was utterly unappealing to him. Lu Cheng resolved to shift his perspective. From this moment onward, becoming a pirate hunter seemed a splendid idea. Dragging his captives, Lu Cheng prepared to seek out their pirate ship. This small town lacked a marine base, and he would need to venture out to sea to exchange his bounty, marking the primary reason he had been compelled to toil at the docks these past few days. He understood that hunting pirates could be lucrative, yet he faced a significant hurdle. He lacked a ship to embark on such ventures. And now, I express my gratitude to the kind-hearted individual who has bestowed upon me a wave of warmth. Not only has he provided financial assistance, but he has also offered a vessel. Indeed, the world is filled with benevolent souls. As he prepared to make his way towards the nearest naval base, timid voices emerged from behind him. Big brother, are you a pirate hunter? Lu Cheng glanced at the little girl, who was nestled in her mother's embrace, yet could not conceal her curiosity. He elegantly waved his hand, leaving her with only the sight of his retreating figure. My name is Lu Cheng, merely a passing masked knight. Congratulations on completing the task, a small test of skills. Task requirements. Engage in battle with an adversary whose bounty exceeds 1 million and emerge victorious. Task reward, 500 points of justice. Task status, completed. Would you like to claim your task reward? Of course, this is a rhetorical question, isn't it? While one must accumulate 1,000 points of justice to draw from the rewards, how else can one refresh new tasks without claiming the current task reward? It is well known that masked knights are emissaries of justice and peace, and the system's rewards are invariably tied to justice points. Accumulating 1,000 points allows for a single draw from the system's lottery. When Lu Cheng just arrived in this world, he received a super lottery grand prize. The card box of Kamen Rider Ryuki was the reward from that lottery. Moreover, because he drew the Kamen Rider Ryuki series card box, he successfully unlocked the lottery pool of the Kamen Rider Ryuki world, significantly increasing the probability of drawing items related to the Ryuki world from this pool. Ding! Esteemed knight, you have a daily task awaiting your acceptance. Would you like to accept it? The system issued a friendly greeting, appearing to be a very polite little fellow. Lu Cheng was not in a hurry to accept the task. He needed to first take a look at the task requirements. Task name, first bucket of gold. Task requirements, receive the first bounty of your life at the Navy branch. Task reward, 500 justice points. Task status, pending acceptance. Will you accept the task? This task is great. It's practically giving away points. Lu Cheng decisively chose yes. Soon, the task status changed to pending completion. System, Lu Cheng silently thought, open up. I want to check my personal information first. In the empty view ahead, a semi-transparent blue light curtain suddenly unfolded in the void, visible only to Lu Cheng, exuding a sci-fi feel while not affecting his line of sight at all. It was incredibly considerate. Name, Lu Cheng. Race, human. Occupation, Kamen Rider. Bounty Hunter. Rider belt, Kamen Rider. Ryoki. Health points, 100 stamina points, 90 hunger. Mild weakness, talent, none. Skills, none. Justice points, 500 money, 0. A simple, unadorned panel, and due to hunger in previous battles, his stamina had a slight decrease. If his stamina points dropped to 0, he would be unable to summon the Kamen Rider armor for battle. After all, combat consumed his own stamina. Without strength, how could he fight? The first task he accepted upon arriving in this world was a small trial, which he originally thought would take a long time to complete. But now, thanks to the kind-hearted pirates offering warmth, not only would they help him complete the task, but they also provided him with a ship. Once he delivered them to the Navy headquarters, he could earn a large sum of money and conveniently complete the next task. He was so moved that Lu Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears. As everyone knows, after Pirate King Roger sacrificed his life to ignite the great age of pirates, the number of pirates at sea became as numerous as fish, and he would never have to worry about food and drink again. In the future, he could easily catch a few pirates at sea and live quite well. He unceremoniously took out the food and fine wine stored by the pirates and began to eat heartily. He had been quite hungry and could never feel full. But this was actually a good thing. In the pirate world, those with immense physical potential often had astonishing appetites, much like super scions. A typical example would be the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, whose big belly could never be filled. Their physical condition was constantly improving, requiring energy from food. After Lu Cheng obtained the Kamen Rider Ryoki belt, his physical condition was also continuously strengthening. Of course, another side effect was that he was always hungry. After all, the little money he earned from working was simply not enough for him to eat. The pirate buddies were much more considerate. Lu Chengda swallowed a large piece of meat and then gulped down a huge barrel of rum, feeling a bit refreshed as he wiped the corners of his mouth. It was truly satisfying. It had been a long time since he had eaten so well. As he devoured the food, a warm current rose from his stomach, and he felt his physical condition improving at an astonishing rate, greedily absorbing the nutrients from the food. Soon, he had polished off all the food in the ship's hold. Is there more food? Bring it all to me, Lu Cheng shouted to the group of pirates. Their ISNT left, really. The group of pirates was on the verge of tears. It was precisely because they had limited food that they decided to go ashore to rob. But who would have thought they would encounter such a fierce person? Now their boss had been captured, their ship was taken, and with so many of them, they would be taken to claim the bounty. Although the food stored in the cabin wasn't much, it was enough for the entire crew for a week. And now it had all been devoured. Could it be that the other party was not a person at all, but some kind of sea monster? They were so hungry that they wouldn't actually eat them, would they? Such thoughts arose in their minds, and their gazes towards Lu Cheng were filled with fear. Ah, sir, please don't be anxious. We will soon reach the Navy branch, and you'll be able to claim your bounty right away. Then you will have money to buy food. So please don't act impulsively. They were worried that Lu Cheng would reveal his true form and eat them all in one bite. Originally, they were somewhat reluctant to deliver their heads to the Navy branch, but now they were all desperately rowing the boat, hoping to reach the Navy branch as soon as possible and separate from this monster. Lu Cheng watched with satisfaction as these pirates were tirelessly rowing the boat. It seemed that his teaching had indeed been effective. They had deeply realized their mistakes and were eager to turn over a new leaf and seek redemption with the Navy as soon as possible. At the same time, they were a group of grateful and loyal pirates. Didn't he see how hard they were rowing to help him get the bounty faster? What was originally a journey that would take several days was completed in just over a day. Lu Cheng dragged a large group of pirates into the Navy branch to claim the bounty. Wow, isn't this the 8 million bounty madman, Gallows? No doubt about it. Looking this ugly, it must be him. And this, all of them are from his ship. Did they all get taken down at once? How tragic, how tragic. Lu Cheng was bored while waiting for the Navy to settle his payment. After quite a while, when he was starting to feel a bit hungry, they finally cleared the accounts. The total was 8. 76 million berries. In addition to that gallows, there were actually 2 small henchmen who also had some bounty on them, along with several other unknown small pirates. So Chen ended up receiving a total of 8. 76 million berries. Finally, he had money. By the way, are you a bounty hunter too? The female Navy officer responsible for handing Lu Cheng his money blushed all over, wondering how someone could be so handsome. She didn't even dare to look directly at his face. Hee, what a shallow woman. Lu Cheng immediately labeled the other person as a crush. He waved his hand and struck a cool pose, which drew a chorus of screams. Don't ask me who I am. I'm just a passing mast rider. Task name, first bucket of gold. Task requirement, receive the first bounty of your life at the Navy Division. Task reward, 500 points of justice value. Task status, completed. Would you like to claim a task reward? Claim it. With a thought from Lu Cheng, the 500 points of justice value were credited. He looked at his justice value balance. 1,000 points. Hooray! He finally saved enough justice value to start the lottery. However, with so many people around and feeling quite hungry, it was obviously not a good time for a lottery. Lu Cheng planned to think about the lottery after finishing his meal. He declined the invitation from the reluctant female naval officer to have dinner together. Just by looking at that foolish woman's expression, he could tell what she was after. She must have noticed his wealth and wanted to take advantage of his meal. Not a chance. Lu Cheng firmly rejected the other party and quickly found a nearby restaurant to start eating, since it was close to the naval base. This restaurant was clearly prepared for some customers' large appetites. However, they were still shocked by Lu Cheng's astonishing amount of food. Lu Cheng finally had his first hearty meal after traveling through time, which was not easy at all, costing him nearly 1 million berries for just one meal. However, after eating to his heart's content this time, as long as there are no battles, the stored energy from this food should last him for quite a while, and he won't need to eat so much regularly. He also spent over 2 million berries to buy a variety of ingredients, filling his cabin to the brim. Yes, this ship has been renamed from the madman's ship to the knight's ship. He tore down the pirate flag, and now this ship has taken on the surname Lu. Sigh, spending money like water. Lu Cheng looked at his remaining over 5 million berries and deeply realized that money in the pirate world is truly worthless. It seems he needs to find another pirate to withdraw some funds. Otherwise, after a while, he might have trouble even affording meals. However, there's no rush right now. He washed his hands, sincerely prayed at the bow of the ship for a while, and then opened his eyes with a face full of determination. All right, it's time for the lottery system. Come out. I want to draw now. Ding. A crisp sound echoed in his mind as a huge wheel suddenly appeared in front of Lu Cheng. The wheel started to flash, revealing various rewards, most of which were specialties from the night world, but there were also some items from the pirate world. Clearly, the system was also improving in real time, updating its resource library. Wow, there are actually more items this time. All right, I'm going to draw. Lu Cheng stared at these items with wide eyes, casually grabbed a bottle of rum, took a swig, and smacked his lips. Confirm the lottery? Confirm. Whether he drew early or late, it was still a draw. Lu Cheng vigorously shook the wheel, which spun rapidly in front of him like a giant windmill. Stop, Lu Cheng shouted. After a while, the wheel finally stopped under his command, and the system prompted him with what he had drawn. Congratulations, you have received the item. Knight Motorcycle, Kamen Rider Ryuki's special motorcycle. Knight Motorcycle summons a knight motorcycle from the mirror world to reality, serving as a mount for riding. Item level, intermediate item category. Vehicle item effect. A motorcycle that can speed through any harsh environment, an essential tool for every Kamen Rider. After reading the item description, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. This was an awesome item. The motorcycle from the Kamen Rider world was an exclusive configuration for every rider, aside from the belt. He had drooled over those cool bikes while watching the Kamen Rider series and never expected to actually get one someday. He had never used such a motorcycle before and wondered how it would feel to ride it. Thinking of it, Lu Cheng immediately took out his belt and began to transform. After a flash of fiery red light, Kamen Rider Ryuki made his appearance once again. With a casual gesture, a fiery red jet ski appeared beside him. The jet ski's hatch opened, and he jumped onto it, securing himself with several buckles as the hatch closed again. He pressed the throttle. With a deep rumbling roar, the knight motorcycle soared into the sky. It leaped high from the boat and landed directly on the surface of the sea. Then, it split the waves and began to race wildly on the water. The sea was very clear, and he could see many little fish swimming beneath. As he passed by, they scattered in fear. Without any pause, the knight motorcycle was swift as the wind, much faster than a sailboat. He sped out for several dozen kilometers without slowing down, drifting across the vast ocean and splashing up huge waves. Refreshing. Liu Chang sped around the sea several times, then drove his night motorcycle back to his ship with a satisfied expression. This feeling of being free to go wherever he wanted was truly the most liberating aspect of being a Kamen Rider. He contentedly released his armor state and reached for a bounty notice beside him. Since he had decided to make a living as a bounty hunter, Liu Chang felt he should be a bit more professional and at least recognize what each bounty pirate looked like. Otherwise, if he couldn't even recognize someone in front of him, it would be a tragedy to let the bounty slip through his fingers. This one is so ugly. Damn, offering 1 million berries? Is this a way to get rid of a beggar? And so far away, no deal. Hey, you got lucky this time. 100 million, wow. Such a big pirate. I'll come back to deal with you in a few years, but for now, let us spare you for a few years. After flipping through the notices, Liu Chang didn't find a suitable target until he spotted a bounty notice fluttering at the edge of his vision. Wait, this bounty notice. He reached out and grabbed the flying notice in his hand. The image showed a cute little girl with dark green big eyes, long straight black hair, and beautiful bangs. Her eyes were filled with fear, exuding a sense of timid frailty. She looked nothing like a vicious pirate. Instead, she resembled a lost little sister from the neighbor's house, pitiful and helpless. And her bounty, 79 million berries. Ding! The system startled Liu Chang with perfect timing. The system finally presented him with a new task. The system's tasks refresh irregularly, provided he doesn't have other pending tasks. At this moment, he had just completed his previous task and even won a prize, so he didn't expect a new task to come up so quickly and with such a generous reward. You have a new task available. Task name, walking 79 million berries. Task requirement, as a bounty hunter, if you see a walking 79 million berries in front of you and don't capture her, are you even human? Task reward, 1,000 justice points. Task status, awaiting acceptance. Would you like to accept the task? With such a generous reward, Liu Chang thought for a moment and decisively accepted it. The task didn't seem too dangerous, maybe a little challenging, but if he couldn't complete it, giving up wouldn't cost him much, so he accepted it. Soon, the task status changed to awaiting completion. Liu Chang continued to read the information attached to the bounty notice and was surprised to find that one of the possible locations of the target was very close to his own location, just a 2 or 3 days journey away. No wonder the system assigned him this task. He got motivated, ready to work. If he didn't hustle to make money, he would be left with nothing to eat in a few days. First, he needed to catch this walking 79 million bounty. He maneuvered the ship and set sail towards the island where the target might be located. 2 days later, on the West Sea, at South Yago Island. When Liu Chang arrived at the location mentioned in the bounty notice where the demon child Nico Robin might appear, he found that the atmosphere had become somewhat tense. Many bounty hunters who had heard the news and some local underground organizations were already active, searching the island for traces of the demon child. Damn it, I hope I'm not too late. Liu Chang watched this scene with a bit of speechlessness. If he had known earlier, he would have ridden a motorcycle over instead of taking a boat. He would have arrived much sooner that way. However, he had half a month's worth of rations left on the boat, so he couldn't leisurely sail his ship here. He glanced at the surroundings. Although the atmosphere was somewhat tense, with local gang members and bounty hunters mixed together conducting a thorough search across the island, Liu Chang felt that such a large operation likely meant they hadn't caught anyone yet. Great. He looked unfavorably at those gang members searching the island, thinking, do you guys really want to snatch away the 79 million berries from me? Don't you know how to write the word death? However, there were indeed a lot of gang members, almost like a pirate crew. Wait a minute, among the pirate crews, there were quite a few with notable names who actually came from gang backgrounds. Liu Chang vaguely remembered that Supernova Becky was one of them. He also came from the West Sea and unified many gang forces in the West Sea when he was young. Later, feeling too bored, he set sail to start his pirate career and ultimately became a supernova. The sky had already darkened, and a light rain began to fall. In this kind of weather, on such a large island, finding the walking 79 million early wasn't an easy task. Liu Chang felt a bit of a headache when suddenly a hurried sound of footsteps came from beside him. The footsteps hurriedly passed by on the broken rain, accompanied by a few voices. However, they completely did not notice Liu Chang hiding under the big tree from the rain. Liu Chang turned his head and saw a group of strong men running in the rain, dressed in black suits and wearing black hats, without even opening an umbrella. They were the local gangsters. Although these men in black suits didn't have umbrellas, almost all of them were equipped with flintlock pistols at their waists. It was uncertain whether their guns would still fire after getting soaked, but considering this is the world of One Piece, it was likely that even if they were thrown underwater, their guns would still be able to shoot. Lu Cheng only took a glance and no longer paid attention to the guns in their hands, but he did notice the voices they were speaking. Are you sure? Is it that guy? No mistake, 79 million belly. Even if the brothers mistake their mother, they won't mistake the belly. 79 million belly. Lu Cheng clearly heard these words in his ears. What the hell do you want to do with my 79 million berries? His gaze flickered, and without caring whether the new clothes he bought would get wet in the rain, he hurriedly followed silently behind the curtain of rain. The rain got heavier. Robin in the alley was filled with fear. The whole city was searching for her. She had been hiding cautiously, and although she hadn't been discovered, she hadn't eaten anything for several days. Unable to bear the hunger any longer, she came out to steal some food, but unexpectedly, she was spotted. A group of people with guns chased after her, but little Robin was not the mature pirate she would later become. At that moment, she was just an ordinary child. She was able to escape so far only because she had eaten the Hana Nomi. Otherwise, as a little girl, she would have been slaughtered by the Navy along with her compatriots on the island. And Wu Ti had been able to run away to the West Sea and end up here. She heard shouts behind her, and some even shot at the sky. Robin was filled with terror. Was she really going to die here? Like those compatriots on the island, dying at the hands of the cruel Navy. But why? What wrong had they done? Why did everyone on the entire island have to be killed so cruelly? Robin still remembered the residents living on the island. Even if they called her a monster, at least they had given her a place to stay on that small island. And those historians had given her warmth and care that she hadn't felt in a long time. They were just a simple group of good people. Why did they have to be killed and labeled as demons? The Navy always touted itself as justice. But where was the true justice? The footsteps grew closer. How could her little short legs outrun a group of long legs? Just as she was about to be caught, Robin panicked and ran into an alley, but soon froze. It was a dead end. Run, you little brat. Why aren't you running? A group of men in black suits showed sinister smiles, looking at Robin with greed in their eyes. I'm not the son of a demon, I'm not. Tears streamed down Robin's cheeks as she leaned against the tall wall, trembling and uttering desperate pleas. Let me go. Don't hand me over to the Navy. I'll die, please, I beg you. I don't care if you're the son of a demon. The man in black spoke fiercely. All I know is that you're worth 79 million, and that is all that matters to me. Just obediently let me catch you and hand you over to the Navy, so you won't suffer any more pain. Hand over to the Navy. This phrase echoed in Robin's mind, and she suddenly jolted back to reality from extreme fear. She remembered the people who had died tragically on the island, all killed by the so-called just Navy. She absolutely did not want to end up like that. She could not fall into the hands of the Navy. Thinking of this, she found courage from somewhere. She reached out towards the tall wall and shouted, Hana no Mi, blew my arms. Arms sprouted from the tall wall. The arms pulled together to form a staircase. Robin gasped heavily. She hadn't eaten anything for several days and had been running for so long that she was already out of strength. Using the devil fruit's power consumed the last bit of her remaining energy. She felt like she was about to faint at any moment. But she held on and climbed up the staircase made of arms from the Hana no Mi. However, she really had no strength left. She felt herself swaying and could barely grasp the handrail. It's the devil fruit. It's definitely the power of that demon's child. Go. Don't hurt the little one. This is 79 million berries. Keep her alive, or you'll all pay for it. Voices called out from the crowd. A gunshot rang out. A bullet hit the staircase made of arms. Although the Hana no Mi could grow some organs by blooming, they shared sensory experiences. This meant that the pain felt by those organs would be returned to her without reservation. The bullet hit the arms of the staircase, and the pain felt no different from being shot directly in her own hand. Ah! Little Robin cried out in pain, unable to maintain the ability of the devil fruit any longer. The arms all disappeared, falling like withering petals, and Robin fell heavily to the ground. Woo-woo, am I going to die? Robin looked at the group of men in black suits rushing towards her, their unmasked greed in their eyes. Her heart turned to ashes. She was the last of O'Hara, and the hope that Dr. Clover, her mother, and everyone had fought to protect was about to be extinguished here. I'm sorry. A person like me will only disappoint you in the end. But at the last moment, she suddenly remembered a bedtime story her mother had told her long ago. A knight always appears at the most dangerous moment to save the princess and clear all obstacles for her. But now, the storyteller had also died, leaving her alone in this world. She was not a princess and had no knight to protect her. But could someone come to save her like in that fairy tale? The sparkle in Robin's eyes gradually faded as she weakly collapsed to the ground. The rain pouring down from the sky and the water on the ground flooded in her mouth, but she didn't even have the strength to lift her head. Her heart was filled with despair, and the dark green eyes, as bright as jade, slowly lost their luster. Maybe dying would be better. At least she could be with her parents again. The rain continued to pour down, but a strange tone seemed to come from the sky, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The dull sound of rain could not cover it at all. Advent. The contract descends. Who is it? But the only response was a resounding dragon roar. A giant dragon roared. A booming explosion came from the front, and a completely red giant dragon circled in the air, opening its mouth to spit out a scorching fireball. The fireball seemed to be the hottest thing in the world. The rainwater was evaporated by the intense heat, creating a rising white mist. What the hell is that? What monster is that? Is it a devil fruit user? Be careful, get away. The gang members screamed in terror, but it was of no use. The dragon continued to roar. Its flames seemed to swallow everything, leaving no way to escape. They struggled and screamed, but there was nothing they could do, and soon they were completely engulfed by the scorching breath of the Wushuang dragon. The base temperature of Wushuang dragon's flames reached as high as 6,000 degrees Celsius, not to mention that in this world of One Piece, it had become even more terrifying under the system's modification. A simple fireball left a charred ground with a diameter of over 10 meters. Buildings burned in the wind and rain, and the waterlogged ground was scorched black by the flames, while those in black suits turned to ashes under this fire. The Wushuang dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth before slowly disappearing into the void. Thank you, old buddy. Liu Cheng leaped from the rooftop, expressing his gratitude for the friendship of Wu Shuanglong. It was a bit embarrassing to say, but as it stands, he still couldn't fully unleash the power of the Kamen Rider Ryuki armor, resulting in Wu Shuanglong being much stronger than its true owner. He glanced at the ground scorched by Wu Shuanglong's flames, observing the black suits that had been burned to ashes, and could only shrug helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Unlike him, his good brother always acted without restraint. As soon as he arrived, he saw a group of people surrounding his 79 million, while his 79 million lay on the ground, unconscious. This really made Liu Cheng furious. His 79 million. If this group of scum took it away, wouldn't his long trip be in vain? In a state of urgency, he didn't hold back at all and directly summoned Wu Shuanglong to clear the battlefield. As expected, Wu Shuanglong's temper was as irritable as ever. It was very unhappy about being forced to work on a rainy day, and with a fiery dragon breath, it eliminated everyone present, then twisted its body and ran off to who knows where in the mirror world to enjoy itself. Liu Cheng turned around and met the gaze of a pair of bright emerald green eyes, his red eyes behind the mask smiling widely. Though nothing could be seen from a mask, the little girl with the emerald green eyes had beautiful long black hair, and her simple strap dress was covered in mud. Her pale face was resting in the accumulated water on the ground, and she stared in disbelief at the figure in strange red and black armor that had suddenly jumped down from the roof. Had someone really come to save her? She opened her mouth to speak, but was met with a mouthful of water. Struggling to lift her head, she coughed a couple of times. Are you my knight? Liu Cheng was stunned by what he heard. Could it be that this girl got her brain soaked from the rain? Thinking of this, a sense of wicked amusement rose in his heart. He laughed in a strange voice like any villain in a book. Haha, look what I've encountered. Isn't this a walking 79 million berries? His words reached Robin's ears, and with no strength left, Robin only felt darkness before her eyes. With a thud, she fell headfirst into the puddle, completely fainting. Damn it, I can't believe I scared this girl to death. Liu Cheng was taken aback and felt an immense pain in his heart. If he lost his 79 million because of this prank, he would regret it to death. Please don't let it be the end. Damn it. Liu Cheng stepped forward and picked the other person up from the ground, holding them in his arms. He finally realized just how frail they were. The other person was so thin that it seemed like there was nothing but skin and bones left. Liu Cheng then understood that their situation might be much worse than he had imagined. After all, they were just a child. No matter how intelligent they were still just a child. For them to have survived it all was already quite a feat, and it was impossible for them to live comfortably. With this thought, a surge of compassion rose in his heart. He let out a soft sigh and summoned his Kamen Rider Ryuki motorcycle, placing the other person on it with him. At least this way, they wouldn't have to get wet in the rain. Ding! The system always seemed to appear at the most critical moments to assert its presence. Liu Cheng felt a surge of joy. The mission was complete. He opened his system panel. Mission name: The Wandering 79 Million Berries. Mission requirement: as a pirate hunter, if you have the Wandering 79 Million Berries in front of you, are you still a person if you don't catch her? Mission reward: 1,000 points of justice. Mission status completed. Would you like to claim the mission reward? Yes, yes, yes. Ding, you have received 1,000 points of justice. With 1,000 points of justice, he had enough to draw again. Liu Cheng suppressed his overwhelming joy and activated his Kamen Rider motorcycle. The motorcycle emitted a dull roar, then broke through the thundering rain and quickly disappeared into the downpour. However, halfway through, Liu Cheng noticed shadows of black suits all over the city. Clearly, the news that he had stolen the 79 million had spread completely. After all, this world had telephone worms and all sorts of bizarre abilities. His news must have been transmitted everywhere, and now everyone was likely searching for his whereabouts. This time, he was lucky to have snatched the 79 million from a group of small minions. But that didn't mean there weren't other formidable people in the gang. And with many pirate hunters on the island as well, Liu Cheng realized he couldn't continue like this. He wasn't particularly afraid of fighting. It was just that he was carrying someone with him, making combat inconvenient. Moreover, he could feel the girl's scorching temperature in his arms. This was seriously burning up. He needed to let her rest properly. He couldn't keep running around blindly like this. If he didn't take a break, the wandering 79 million would turn into the dead 79 million. Although the motorcycle was fast, it was too obvious. He stopped the motorcycle in a concealed spot, set it to autopilot, and the motorcycle roared off into the distance. Liu Cheng canceled his transformation, took off his clothes, and carefully wrapped up the feverish 79 million before running toward nearby inn. A warm yellow light glowed at the entrance of the inn. Liu Cheng burst open the door and rushed in. The wind and rain instantly filled the entire hall. Hey, you messy jerk. Get out of here. I've just cleaned the floor. Don't you know how dirty you are? But the noise in the hotel suddenly stopped. Liu Cheng pulled out a large stack of berries from his pocket and slapped it onto the face of the middle-aged woman. The woman looked to be in her 30s, her face marked by the hardships and shrewdness of life that women of her age often bear, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the large stack of cash. I want an empty room, a big tub of hot water, and food, Liu Cheng said, casting a glance at the woman who had suddenly become submissive, and shouted, if I don't see these things in 10 minutes, forget about the berries. I'll just chop off your head. 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes will do. You blind fools, hurry up and prepare. This esteemed guest, please follow me. The room is just this way. Inside the inn, there were 2 large wooden tubs. The wooden table was filled with steaming hot food. Liu Cheng chased the middle-aged woman with a beaming smile out of the room and firmly shut the door. He hurriedly unbuttoned his coat, revealing a small figure wrapped beneath it. Little Robin's complexion was no longer pale. Instead, it was a bit flushed, almost burning hot. Liu Cheng reached out to touch her, and she felt as hot as an iron. Damn, she must be burning even more. He didn't delay any longer and quickly stripped her of her wet clothes, revealing a thin, emaciated body beneath. He had no other ill thoughts. In fact, she was as skinny as a little bean sprout, not much different from a boy, and not particularly attractive. He carefully wrung out the water from a hot towel and began to wipe her body inch by inch. His movements were gentle, afraid that if he pressed too hard, he might hurt this fragile body that resembled a porcelain doll. Wiping her body with hot water was the simplest way to drive away the chill. She had been caught in the rain for too long and was both hungry and frightened. If it weren't for the fact that this was a pirate world where the average person's physical fitness was extraordinary and she had consumed a devil fruit, making her body much stronger than that of children her age, she would have probably died a long time ago. Looking at her now, she seemed severely burned. But it was actually quite fortunate. At least she had survived. After wiping her completely clean, he laid little Robin down and covered her with a blanket. The little one lay there motionless, as if asleep, but murmuring something under her breath. Liu Cheng leaned over and faintly heard the other person calling for their mom. He fell silent for a moment, recalling the other person's experiences, and let out a silent sigh. Liu Cheng served a bowl of steaming, delicious, thick soup on the table, which included some medicinal herbs as per his request. This not only replenished nutrition and filled the stomach, but also helped alleviate the fever. Wow, it smells so good. Liu Cheng first cautiously took a sip of the thick soup, confirming that there was no problem, and then carefully walked to the bedside. He helped little Robin sit up, gently blew on the soup, and cautiously fed her spoonful by spoonful. Even in her unconscious state, her body seemed to instinctively feel hunger. And without Liu Cheng needing to put in much effort, she drank all the soup from the spoon bit by bit. Liu Cheng did not feed too much at once. Someone who is overly hungry cannot eat too much food in one go, and the other party's body was clearly too weak at the moment, needing a gradual recovery. Too much would be counterproductive. After feeding the other party and helping them drink the last sip, Liu Cheng gently assisted them to lie down slowly. The other party's complexion seemed to have improved slightly, which made Liu Cheng's heart feel a bit more at ease. He hoped that this little girl would recover soon. This place could not hold them for long, and they would likely have to continue fleeing tomorrow. If the other party's body did not recover quickly, it would be troublesome to escape. Just as Liu Cheng was worried about little Robin's condition on Nanjia Island in the underground gang's lair, several gang members were gathered in a room discussing the recent events. The gang history in the West Sea is long-standing. Many large gang forces are even tacitly approved by the authorities. Moreover, some small countries are quietly supported by one or more gang forces behind the scenes. This unique custom and culture in the West Sea are such that even the world government and various navies are powerless to intervene, maintaining a stance of turning a blind eye. The power of gangs in the West Sea is extremely strong. Under the dim yellow light, several items were laid out on the table. The most eye-catching among them was the bounty poster for Nico Robin, with a staggering bounty of 79 million berries. This number looked so enticing, especially considering that the target was just a little girl of a few years old, compared to other notorious pirates with similar bounties. She seemed so adorable, practically a walking 79 million. Anyone who encountered her could easily make a fortune. It was undoubtedly the most cost-effective business in the world. It is known that individuals with such high bounties are mostly notorious and extremely dangerous outlaws floating around what is called the Grand Line. As an underground gang organization in the West Sea, they usually wouldn't take the risk of crossing paths with such high-level pirates, as it would be akin to courting trouble. After all, it is a thankless task that is extremely dangerous and could end badly. Instead of wasting time and effort battling such dangerous outlaws, they might as well find ways to earn a bit more money from the civilians in the city. However, this time is different. The son of the devil, Nico Robin. She's not a dangerous monster from the Grand Line, nor is she a vicious criminal. She is merely a pitiful, weak little girl of only 8 years old, whose family has all died. Although they did not understand why the Navy would place such an outrageous bounty on such a harmless little girl, who would refuse free money. Who could resist such easy money when it was right in their territory? Yet, even such a walking 79 million could slip through their fingers. The table also held several other photos. One was of a strange person wearing red armor, and another showed a land turned to scorched earth, with houses and buildings burning in fierce flames. They had already discovered that the person claimed to be a passing masked rider. It seemed to be the name, as it was a bit awkward and too strange, so he wasn't sure if he had gotten it wrong. Whether it was a masked rider or a real one, the key was who this guy was. He killed our people and stole our 79 million. No matter who he is, he's dead, a burly man said fiercely, slamming his fist on the table, causing cracks to appear. The target should be a bounty hunter who recently took a bounty at a nearby naval base. It was from the Mad Pirate crew, whose captain, Mad Gallows, is a pirate worth 8 million berries, and the whole crew was taken out by him. Even their ship was stolen, the first black-clad man explained. Moreover, he seems to be a user of some kind of devil fruit that allows him to summon a crimson giant dragon to assist in battle. Our people were wiped out by that dragon's fire. After thinking for a moment, the black-clad man continued to explain. Based on the strength he has shown, he is roughly equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of around 10 million, and he clearly has his eyes on this 79 million berries. Then don't we make an extra 10 million? Damn, the first man was a bit speechless. How could his companion be so clueless, not understanding such a simple thing? He is just a bounty hunter, not a pirate, and he doesn't have a bounty. I just said he has strength equivalent to that of a 10 million bounty. So what if he has the strength of around a 10 million bounty? Damn it, he killed my people and stole my things. Am I going to let him walk out of Nanjia Island alive? Do we still want to save face? The burly man was filled with anger. Didn't you say you found their trail? Where the hell are they? Did you catch up? We found their trail. The other man said hesitantly. We did catch up to them, but we didn't find the people. What? After we caught up, we realized that there was no one in that vehicle. Just as we were about to stop that strange vehicle, it suddenly vanished, so we didn't bring anything back. Seeing the burly man about to explode, the black-clad man hurriedly explained, but we guarantee they definitely haven't left the city. We have sealed off all areas, and they absolutely can't escape. Just give a little time, and we will definitely find the two of them. The burly man slammed the table in anger, and the table finally couldn't withstand the force and cracked apart completely. Find them. Give me to find them. The son of the devil and that masked rider haven't left. They're still on this island. We must find them. Make several more copies of these images and send them to the other brothers. We must especially find the two of them, particularly Nico Robin. Also, pay attention to the port and dock area. Watch out for the new ships. And don't let those two slip away among the fleet. If we let them steal away right under our noses, it will be a huge joke. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find them, he commanded. Yes. Lu Cheng was unaware that the other party had dispatched all their forces to search for them on the island. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much at this moment because he was engaged in something critically important to him, drawing a lottery. After completing the task of walking for 75 million steps, the system rewarded him with 1,000 points of justice, just enough for him to draw again. After finishing his final prayer, Lu Cheng looked at the girl lying on the bed, hesitated for a moment, and reached out to touch her head. Lend me some luck, will you? Meeting someone like her at the last moment showed that she had quite a bit of luck, at least today. Otherwise, he might really have been facing a total defeat. He saved her life, so borrowing a bit of luck shouldn't be too much to ask. After preparing himself, he called out to the system, as usual, lottery system. Come out. I want to draw now. Ding. A familiar crisp sound echoed in his mind, and a huge roulette will suddenly appeared in front of Lu Cheng. Confirm lottery draw? Confirm. Lu Cheng vigorously spun the roulette, and it spun rapidly in front of him. Stop. Lu Cheng shouted. Congratulations. You have obtained the talent ability, Mirror World Traversal, a night-exclusive talent from the Kamen Rider Ryuki series. Mirror World Traversal. You can freely enter and exit the mirror world and the real world. Item level high. Item category, skill talent. Item effect. You can travel between the two worlds at will, with everything in the two worlds not interfering with each other. To have this ability, anyone familiar with the Kamen Rider Ryuki series knows that the enemies in the Ryuki series come from another world within mirrors. Only those who transform into knights and form contracts with their contract beasts can defeat those enemies in the mirror world. Although the plot mainly revolves around the war between knights, the monsters from the mirror world also play a significant role. How should I put it? In one word, it's a divine skill. Lu Cheng was previously worried about how to escape with this little girl, but now he suddenly realized that this tricky problem seemed to have been resolved in an instant. This world has a devil fruit called the Mirror Fruit. However, Kamen Rider Ryuki can enter the mirror world through any reflective surface, which is, to some extent, much stronger than the ability of the Mirror Fruit that can only rely on mirrors for entry and exit. From now on, when he encounters an enemy he can't defeat, he can just dive into a mirror. This move can only be described as invincible. From now on, no one can ever shout at him loudly. He will be the freest Kamen Rider over the ocean. From now on, he can boldly fight for justice. Just as Lu Cheng was happily thinking this, a small figure on the bed gently opened her eyes, looking blankly at the tall figure sitting by the table. Is it you? The knight that Mama talked about. Little Robin's knight. She stretched out her slender arms, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach that figure. Lu Cheng felt the movement behind him and turned around. He immediately revealed an incredibly bright smile. You're awake, my 79 million. The sky began to lighten. A night had already passed. The heavy rain gradually ceased, and the post-rain weather carried a hint of humidity. Inside the inn, a middle-aged woman suppressed her excitement in her voice. I definitely saw it clearly. The guy had someone wrapped inside his clothes, and it was a child. I wanted to see more, but I was kicked out. Beside her, a man who looked like her husband held a wanted poster in his hand. This wanted poster had spread throughout the entire South Chicago Island during this time. There was hardly anyone who hadn't seen this bounty notice. It was for the son of the devil, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries. You have to know, that's a whopping 79 million berries. They actually delivered themselves right to their doorstep. That's wealth they could never earn in their lifetime. No, it should be said they could never earn it in several lifetimes. Could they be mistaken? The man hesitated a bit. What if it's not her? What if it's just a mistake? I didn't even see the other person's face clearly. Impossible, the woman replied. At this time, bringing a child and hiding like that. How many are there? Didn't you see that everyone on the street is looking for them? It must be them. They definitely want to hide and not be found. They must have something to hide, no doubt about it. I'll go report it. You make sure they don't escape. That's 79 million. The man hesitated at her words, but ultimately nodded. Inside the room. Why are you still angry? Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. The little girl was fine when she just woke up, but once she realized it was Lu Cheng who helped her dry her body, she had been sulking ever since. Hey, can you not be so arrogant, little girl? I went through a lot to save you, okay? It's just a bean sprout. What's the big deal about seeing you naked? He reached out to tug at the corner of her mouth, saying, Can you, 79 million bounty, not be so arrogant? Robin shook her head vigorously, unable to speak, making strange sounds while staring at him with a puffed-up face. Mom said a girl's body shouldn't be shown to others casually, but this bad guy actually. Little Robin felt wronged. but the other party had just saved her. If it weren't for him, she would have definitely been caught by the Navy, right? All right, can I apologize to you? Lu Cheng really didn't know what to do with his 79 million. He spoke as if coaxing a child. In fact, he was just treating it like coaxing a child. I did it all to save you. You were soaked and had a fever. Do you want to become a dead 79 million? Little Robin stopped talking. She lowered her head and curled up in the corner, looking pitiful, as if she had been bullied by some big bad guy. After a long while, Lu Cheng finally heard her quietly say thank you. Her voice, so low it was almost like a mosquito's buzz. If it weren't for his enhanced hearing, he probably wouldn't have been able to catch it. It's under a girl who speaks one way, but means another. Lu Cheng thought silently that Robin did look quite cute as a child. Lu Cheng glanced at the other person twice, and little Robin cautiously wrapped the blanket a bit tighter, looking at him with a face full of vigilance. Damn, what does she think of herself? I'm the most righteous and free-masked rider. How could I have any thoughts about you, little girl? Maybe when you grow up. Wait, grow up. Lu Cheng thought for a moment. If he didn't care about the other party, it was uncertain whether the other party could survive to grow up. He remembered that in the comic storyline, the grown-up Robin seemed to have mixed with the crocodile. It seems that even if he didn't take action, this girl would most likely be fine in the end, but she probably wouldn't have a good life. Just then, little Robin's body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Lu Cheng sensed something was off. What happened? Little Robin looked panicked. We need to run. I heard the innkeeper say he was bringing people to catch us. If we don't run now, it will be too late. She was about to crawl out from under the blanket, but suddenly realized that she seemed to be still naked, which froze her movement. Did you hear that? Lu Cheng was slightly taken aback, and then realized that the other party must have used the ability of a devil fruit to listen in on the movements inside the inn. No wonder such a young person could hide until now. Their vigilance was indeed not to be underestimated. The innkeeper ran off to tip them off, which was also within his expectations. After all, he originally planned to run away the next day, carrying such a huge bounty of 79 million. It was almost impossible not to be discovered. If it were before, he might have felt a bit nervous. But now that he had the ability of mirror traversal, what was there to be afraid of? Even if a large group came to surround him, what a joke. He could directly enter their bodies. No, enter the mirror world. Who among you could do anything to him? At that time, he could swagger away right in front of them. And what could they do to him? Seeing the little girl looking anxious, Lu Cheng smiled and reassured her. It's okay. I'm here. They won't catch us. Robin's frail body trembled as she tightly clenched her fingers. For some reason, there was always a reassuring strength in the other party's calm words. It was like a mother. Just hearing it made her feel a bit safer and increasingly convinced. Those pursuers didn't seem so terrifying anymore. She had been living in fear all along, constantly worried about being found and killed. She had been hiding everywhere, only daring to find food in garbage heaps when hungry. But now, she had found some long-lost sense of security. It came from the person in front of her. Those people were still looking for me yesterday, her childlike, clear voice sounded a bit hoarse at this moment, probably because she hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time, causing her words to come out stutteringly. If she continued to hide for a few more years, she might even lose the ability to speak. If that were the case, it would truly be a tragedy in human evolutionary history. Of course, perhaps it could prove the theory of use it or lose it. A jumble of thoughts flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. Those gangsters will still come looking for you, and I have other enemies who want to catch me, not just them. You mean the Navy, right? Lu Cheng chuckled, raising the bounty notice in his hand. You don't need to remind me about this. Your bounty notice is all over the island. How can I not know about it? After all, you are a walking 79 million. Everyone wants a piece of you. The girl with long black straight hair tightened the blanket, as if that thin layer could bring her a sense of security. She bit her lower lip tightly and didn't speak. Then you can rest assured. I'm not a good person, Lu Cheng said with a grin. Do you know what a pirate hunter is? He suddenly wanted to tease her. Little Robin was indeed cute when she was small, so timid and shy. Completely different from the cold, aloof beauty she had become when she grew up. Robin naturally knew what a pirate hunter was, among those who had been pursuing her. There were quite a few pirate hunters, but what did that have to do with him being a pirate hunter? Lu Cheng's words quickly dispelled her doubts. At worst, I'll just hand you over when the time comes. With 79 million, wouldn't that be great? Little Robin's mouth fell open, her face blank. How could this be? The person who had clearly rescued her from despair, her knight, could turn out like this. Is there really no one in this world who wants to care for her? Are fairy tales all just lies? How could this happen? But soon she saw the tall boy in front of her break into a handsome smile. So charming. However, that would have to wait until I run out of money. After all, 79 million is just too much to carry around. But your little 79 million is much more convenient. I can grab it with one hand. Little Robin raised her head in confusion, looking into those clear eyes, tears uncontrollably spilling over. Although the little girl was crying loudly, she clearly seemed much more spirited. Lu Cheng reached out to touch her forehead, and seeing his action, little Robin instinctively wanted to dodge. But she managed to control her urge to pull away. Lu Cheng reached out to feel, and sure enough, it was much better, although there was still a slight fever. It was clearly much improved compared to last night when she could boil water. He really was an outstanding doctor. He could do without a doctor on his ship in the future. Of course, that was just a joke. His half-baked medical skills were of no real use. Little Robin was able to recover to normal because her original constitution was quite good, and after eating something and having a good sleep, she naturally felt much better. All right, put these on. He tossed over a set of clothes that were considerably larger. There were still some clothes left in the inn's room, which were probably kept for guests. The original dress was already dirty and torn beyond recognition, clearly unwearable. For now, she could make do with these clothes. As for the others, they could be discussed later. Little Robin stared at the obviously oversized clothes in a daze. Although they were big, it wasn't impossible to wear them, but did she really have to change in front of him? She glanced up at Lu Cheng, only to see that he had no reaction at all, making her feel both shy and angry. Could you turn around? The little girl gritted her teeth and said in embarrassment and annoyance. Lu Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. The little girl actually knew how to feel shy. Little Robin looked at the other person as she turned around, muttering things like, "What's there to see? I saw it all last night." And the little bean sprout actually knows how to be shy, feeling frustrated. "Don't turn around." I know, Lu Cheng replied. "Just call me when you're done." Seriously, the bean sprout should have a bit of self-awareness. Why does she always portray herself as the bad guy? I'm just here to play as the most free and just character. Can we have a little more trust? The little girl finally took her time to change her clothes, and when Lu Cheng turned around, he found that she had completely transformed. The loose clothing clearly didn't fit her, with the sleeves and pant legs rolled up several times. Lu Cheng laughed and picked up a hat nearby, placing it on her head, instantly covering half of her head. It looked somewhat comical, but it was obviously very different from yesterday. Lu Cheng looked at the wanted poster and compared it. Although the other person had changed their outfit, their long black straight hair was still too conspicuous. It was probably at a level where someone with a keen eye could recognize them with just one glance. Robin clearly realized this point as well. She tugged at her long hair, desperately trying to stuff it in her hat, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fit it all in. Lu Cheng laughed and reached out to stop the other person's actions. He played with the other person's long black hair. But what he said sent chills down Robin's spine. Let's not cut it off. After all, it's not easy to grow it this long. And a bald head would look too bad. Little Robin imagined herself with all her hair cut off and turned into a bald head, unable to suppress a shiver. However, she managed to keep her long hair after all. After all, her long black hair was what made Little Robin cute. And it would be too much of a pity to ruin it. Lu Cheng patted her shoulder. That should be enough. When the time comes, we'll change to another sea. And it won't be so easy to be recognized. In a few years, when you grow up, you'll naturally be different from now. Although he said that, it seemed that after Robin grew up, she transformed from a little beauty into a great beauty. Her appearance didn't really change much. But it wasn't a big deal if she was recognized. They could just run away to another place. The ocean is so vast. Could it not accommodate a free mast rider and a walking 79 million? Lu Cheng casually picked up a hat nearby and put on. Then, in the astonished gaze of Little Robin, he struck a cool pose. With a hen wet in transformation, a deep red suit covered his entire body, and Kamen Rider Ryuki made his appearance once again. Theoretically, he could transform with just a thought. But why does he always pose and shout lines? Of course, it's because that's the only way to look cool. He had done the same moves in front of the mirror countless times before. Now, although it felt a bit embarrassing to think about, it was only because he hadn't summoned the armor. Now, striking a cool pose could actually turn him into Kamen Rider. And he felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, he felt explosively cool. As for the onlookers, they naturally stood there with their mouths agape. Lu Cheng looked at the dazed Little Robin with her mouth wide open and chuckled. Isn't it cool? Little Robin nodded vigorously. Just like when the other party suddenly appeared to save her yesterday, this armor, although looking a bit strange, was really explosively cool, and she liked it at first sight. Humph, at such a young age to have such good taste, no wonder she's worth 79 million. She's definitely much more impressive than the average person. Lu Cheng confidently placed his hands on his hips and said, "When you grow up, I'll get you one too, and I promise it will be as handsome as can be." Little Robin's eyes lit up at these words, but just then, a noisy commotion outside was accompanied by several voices. "This is the place, this is the place." A man rushed in, holding something in his arms, and I was sure it was a little girl. "They definitely haven't left. I came early to warn you, and I had my husband keep an eye on this place. They haven't gone out at all." Little Robin's face turned pale, and she instinctively ran to the window, wanting to jump out and escape. But seeing Lu Cheng standing still, she hurried back and hugged his waist, desperately pushing him, wanting him to run away with her. However, as a transformed Dragon Knight, Lu Cheng was incredibly strong. And how could a little girl possibly move him? At her current ability, even if she used all her strength to activate the flower fruit to pull him, it would be impressive if she managed to make him budge. He effortlessly lifted the little girl with one hand and held her in his arms. The moment she was held, she stopped struggling. Instead, she looked at him with curiosity, wondering what he was going to do. Lu Cheng took 2 steps to the huge dressing mirror, and the bright mirror reflected the figures of 2 people. "What are you trying to do?" "Not running away at this time, but looking in the mirror. Are you trying to see how handsome you are? Didn't I already compliment you on being handsome?" Little Robin said, her face full of questions. Then she looked in shock as she got closer and closer to the mirror, pedaling her legs and desperately shouting no, no. But it was of no use. The mirror still moved closer to her face. Then Lu Cheng pushed her into the mirror. It doesn't hurt." Little Robin opened her eyes and realized she was still in the original room, but the room was empty, and she was all alone. "Where's my knight? Where did such a big masked knight go?" She suddenly looked up and saw the deep red armor quietly standing behind her in the mirror. She reached back to touch it, but there was nothing there. "What's going on? Am I in the mirror?" Lu Cheng stood still as the door burst open with a loud bang, and a group of men in black rushed in with knives and swords. They immediately spotted a figure in crimson armor standing in front of a mirror. They found him. The boss really wasn't lying. It really was the so-called Kamen Rider. If they found him, then the demon child must also be nearby. But as they looked around, they were somewhat dumbfounded. Where was the 79 million? Where did such a large sum of 79 million go? Wasn't it said that the 79 million was with that Kamen Rider? Where could it have run off to? Their angry gazes fell on Lu Cheng. "Where have you hidden the demon child? Be sensible and hand her over, or I will make you regret offending our gang." "A gang, huh?" Lu Cheng cracked his neck. Hearing that name in the West Sea is indeed quite frightening. "If you know fear, hand her over quickly, or else we'll chop you into meat paste with one knife." Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively and said, "Wow, so scary. But I remember I seem to have offended you guys, right? Yesterday, I think I killed a few of you, but I can't recall exactly. Have you forgotten so quickly?" It was impossible for them to forget, as the gang had already issued a kill order against them. However, at this moment, the whereabouts of the son of the demon were clearly more important. They suppressed their anger and asked again, "Where exactly is the son of the demon? If you don't tell us, once we take you down and chop off your hands and feet, we'll ask you slowly." Lu Cheng shrugged, resting his chin on his hand, and let out a cackling laugh like a villain. "Hee, the child of the devil has been devoured by me." He laughed wildly, "Not even bones left. Hee, 79 million. Truly a delicious taste. Ha. Having eaten it, everyone was taken aback. "What kind of monster are you?" But upon hearing the mocking laughter from the other party, they realized they had been played. How dare someone provoke their gang like this? It was truly unforgivable. But there was something even more infuriating. Lu Cheng raised his middle finger at them and said, "If you're not convinced, come and fight me, idiots." Then, under the furious gazes of the gang members, he plunged headfirst into the mirror and disappeared. Not far from the hotel room window, a flash of light glimmered on the glazed tile roof. A strangely dressed person in deep red armor suddenly appeared. Lu Cheng stepped out of the mirror world. He reached for a card from the card case at his waist and inserted it into the dragon head summoning device on his left hand. With a gentle push, a dangerous red light flashed in the eyes of the dragon head on the summoning device. Strike vent. Heavy strike descends. A loud broadcast echoed through the sky, and the people on the street looked up in confusion upon hearing the voice. As the saying goes, you can hear the sound but not see the person. Today, Lu Cheng was also here to make a surprise attack. Lu Cheng extended his right hand, automatically taking the shooting weapon dragon claw fire that descended from the sky. Resembling the head of the Wushuang dragon, the Wushuang dragon circled in the void behind him as he crouched down to gather strength. With a sudden thrust of his right fist, which carried the dragon claw fire, he pointed forward, and the Wushuang dragon simultaneously breathed out flames. A giant fireball bombarded the building ahead, resulting in a massive explosion that sent the inn flying into the air. What immense power! Seeing the scene, Lu Cheng couldn't help but be amazed. Indeed, the Dragon Claw fire was worthy of being used as a powerful move. Its power was no joke. Moreover, using this type of fire-based ranged weapon to attack enemies was incredibly satisfying, combining high concealment with formidable offensive capabilities. No wonder the Iron Soldiers loved using it to mediate conflicts. Getting hit with one of those before you even realize it is truly exhilarating. He wondered when he would be able to draw the Iron Soldier to his side. Before anyone else noticed, he quickly slipped into the mirror world, striking and running. It was so thrilling. Little Robin stared blankly at the outside of the mirror, dazed by the inn that was burning fiercely in the flames. Lu Cheng patted the other person's shoulder. How is it? Is your anger gone? If not, I can help you find more trouble with them. Robin looked up at Lu Cheng, knowing that he was specifically standing up for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to stir up so much trouble. He could have just walked away or taken her to claim a reward. It had been a long time since anyone treated her this well. Since that night, she had no one to care for her, and her life had been reduced to just surviving and escaping. Why? Lu Cheng lowered his head and saw Robin's serious expression. What does that mean? Why? Why are you being so nice to me? Lu Cheng was slightly taken aback, and he answered matter-of-factly, Of course, it's because you are my 79 million. Damn, they actually want to rob me of my money. And they want to take 79 million all at once. How can I tolerate that? He patted his chest, speaking confidently. No one can take my money. No one. The last person who tried to rob me is still in prison, and I sent him there. Robin reached out to wipe her tears, nodding repeatedly. She wanted to laugh, but the tears kept flowing like pearls strung on a broken thread, unable to stop. Damn it, my little ancestor, please don't cry. How did you end up crying all of a sudden? Come on. Lu Cheng hurriedly comforted the other party in a fluster. Was little Robin still a crybaby when he was young, or was there something inappropriate about what he said earlier? After thinking for a moment, he changed his words. Of course, it's not such a superficial reason. I have never been interested in money. He swung his arm vigorously, his voice firm and filled with inspiring power, reaching deep into little Robin's heart. Because I am a masked rider, the most just and free person on this vast sea. I do whatever I want. I save whoever I want, and I punch whoever I dislike. Damn it, if I can't bully an 8-year-old, how can they do such things? If I don't beat them up, who will I beat? Lu Cheng patted his chest and said, Don't worry. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I'll take care of them. If I can't beat them, then we'll just wait until I can. Little Robin wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, It's a promise. Okay, let's make a pinky swear. Don't cry anymore. You've hardly had any water and you're crying so much. The little girl wiped her tears and seriously linked her pinky with his. When I grow up, I will protect you too, and I won't let anyone bully you. That's really not necessary. Lu Cheng estimated that with his personality, he would have plenty of enemies in the future. Whether it's the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, the navy, or the celestial dragons. As long as they irritate him, he would take them on one by one. By then, his enemies would probably line up from here to Kinemon's Ernenwano, and finally extend to Laugh Tale and the ends of the world. At that time, just hope that this little girl won't be scared of tears. There is no need to trouble them anymore. I don't blame them, they just want money, and I know the reason. Lu Cheng fell silent for a moment. After all, the celestial dragons and the navy were the true reasons behind little Robin's current predicament. It was not easy for the other party to remain rational and kind, not completely blinded by hatred. His heart softened a little more, and he reached out to pat the other person's head. All right then. It could be considered as a mutual promise, and the two walked further away in the mirrored world. Soon, Lu Cheng led Robin to a restaurant further away. Observing from a mirrored world, it seemed safe here, with no sight of the black-suited figures. Their silhouettes suddenly appeared in the shadows without attracting anyone's attention. The little girl had only had a bowl of soup for several days, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Lu Cheng happened to be a bit hungry too. With his current abilities, it was impossible for anyone to catch him, so he decided to take the little girl out for a good meal first. Little Robin was dressed in oversized men's clothing and wore a hat that covered half of her face. If no one was paying attention, she wouldn't be discovered too quickly, at least giving the two enough time to eat in peace. Lu Cheng buried himself in eating. Although he wasn't too hungry, his body was such that he could enjoy food anytime. Little Robin felt a bit uneasy while eating. It had been a long time since she had dined in a crowded restaurant with so many people. She had always been sneaky, afraid of being discovered, and now, suddenly appearing so openly in front of everyone made her somewhat uncomfortable. However, when she realized that no one was paying attention to her, but rather to Lu Cheng, who had an insatiable appetite beside her, she finally relaxed. Robin took small bites. Such delicious food only existed in her dreams. And now that she finally got to eat it, she even hesitated to dig in too quickly, fearing that if she moved too much, she would open her eyes and find that she was just dreaming, lying in a dirty garbage pile, eating leftovers. What's wrong? Eat more. You're at the age of growing. Lu Cheng shoveled some food into his mouth, picked a big piece of meat from the plate for her, and filled his mouth again, unable to speak but giving her a wink. In the underground gang gathering place, a group of men in black gathered with grim expressions. Are we just going to let it go? They killed so many of us and took the son of the devil right in front of us. And we're just going to let it go? Yes, a big man in black chimed in. If this gets out, how can we hold our heads up in front of our peers in the future? Exactly. The noise below was chaotic, chattering endlessly, almost driving people mad. What do we do? Can you catch them? The burly man at the top finally couldn't hold back. He kicked over a table, and Robin's bounty notice and the image of the masked rider flew everywhere. Instantly, the crowd quieted down. Just the fact that they could enter the mirror is enough to get us all killed. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, no matter how strong they are. Just this ability makes them harder to deal with than a sea pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. He sat down weakly, informed the brothers not to provoke him anymore. 79 million is easy to get, but being followed by a sea pirate of the same bounty isn't something we can handle. We want to earn this money, otherwise, we don't know how many brothers will die. He sighed deeply. Let the brothers behave. Don't stir up trouble, or the Navy might send someone over. Lu Cheng didn't realize that the gang's attitude towards him had changed. He was still enjoying a feast with little Robin. The two were happily eating while listening to the other diners at the next table talking about various topics from all over the world. They discussed who had gotten into a fight again and where a great treasure had appeared at sea. Some also mentioned little Robin's bounty of 79 million, which scared little Robin so much that he could no longer enjoy his meal. Lu Cheng listened with great interest until some inappropriate fellows began to boast about their impressive achievements at the famous brothel, known as the Seaflower Boat. It sounded truly alluring, but he felt ashamed to be associated with them. Lu Cheng carefully covered Xiao Robin's ears to prevent her from hearing those foul words, so as not to disturb her pure little soul. The two finally had their fill, and since they weren't disturbed by the gang, they leisurely listened to some sea stories and gossip news in the restaurant for a while. It was only then that Lu Cheng took Robin out to leave. When they stepped outside, Robin hesitantly asked where they were going next. In the past, she only knew to hide in deserted places, but fortunately, she didn't have to worry about such things anymore. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and looked at little Robin's comical outfit. Next, Lu Cheng reached out to adjust Robin's hat and took her small hand. Maybe we should find a kind-hearted pirate to make some money? After all, I just became a pirate hunter, and you eat so much. Robin, you eat more than 100 of me, to be honest. First, let's buy you a few pretty outfits. A little girl should dress up nicely, Lu Cheng said, slapping his forehead to finalize the plan. Then we'll find an opportunity to set sail, catch a few big pirates, and earn some living expenses. Robin remained silent, but tightened her grip on Lu Cheng's hand a little more. How about this set? Do you like it? In a store? Lu Cheng was shopping for clothes with little Robin. Lu Cheng was holding a bag of clothes in one hand and a large purse in the other. Little Robin was trying on clothes one by one, while Lu Cheng sat nearby waiting, occasionally helping her pick up a piece to take a look, asking a few questions, and also inquiring about her opinions. Does it look good? Little Robin asked uncertainly as she stood in front of the mirror in a white dress. Turning her head to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng yawned and replied in a perfunctory manner. Looks good. So, are you picking that one? Little Robin hesitated, and seeing this, Lu Cheng decisively waved his hand. I'll take both of these. Wrap them up for me. Finally, they finished buying clothes for the other party, which was more exhausting than fighting with a gang. After spending several hours, the two finally bought clothes they had needed for years. Lu Cheng was somewhat surprised that the gang seemed to have completely abandoned the plan to capture 79 million. The two of them leisurely picked out clothes for several hours. Even when they encountered the men in black suits earlier, the other party actually lowered their heads and pretended not to see them. They just walked away. This nearly made Lu Cheng, who had just been itching for a fight, lose his composure. You guys are supposed to be the villains, right? Shouldn't you be the kind that doesn't give up until you achieve your goal, continuously sending people to their doom for the protagonist? After suffering such a huge loss, you can still swallow your pride and give up after a minor setback? This can still be called a gang? The West Sea should be ashamed of you. Little Robin also clearly noticed this change. No one was staring at her with greedy eyes anymore, making her feel a sense of relief. This was also why little Robin suddenly felt so good. She ran over to Lu Cheng and nodded at him. Are you sure there's nothing else to buy? It'll all be too late to buy more once we're at sea, Lu Cheng reminded again. Seeing the other party nodding seriously, Lu Cheng pushed little Robin, and the two vanished into the mirror world under the terrified gazes of the people in the clothing store. Not long after, a few figures in black suits popped their heads out, informed the boss. The other party should have bought their clothes and has completely left now. After wandering the streets for so long, in addition to clothes, they naturally bought some other items as well. For example, the cute mask that looked like a little character, which was currently on little Robin's face. Lu Cheng adjusted the mask for little Robin, nodded in satisfaction, and smiled. Very good. This is truly a seamless disguise technique. Now, absolutely no one will recognize you. Really? Robin looked at her reflection in the mirror, feeling that this disguise seemed quite unreliable. However, Lu Cheng found it very amusing. Now, they were a masked duo, one big mask paired with one small mask. A perfect match. Where are we going next? Little Robin asked again. They had already prepared all their items, and it was time to leave. Not sure yet, but we are sort of pirate hunters. Let's first find two pirates to grab a bite. Lu Cheng stroked his chin and thought carefully, but afterward, we should run around a bit. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and the Grand Line. We have to check them all out. After all, I've arrived in this grand age of pirates and have this seemingly impressive Kamen Rider system as a cheat. If I don't chase after the path of the strong and become the freest person on the vast sea, roaming the four seas, wouldn't that be a waste of this opportunity? Little Robin felt a bit confused upon hearing this, while Lu Cheng had already summoned his limited edition Kamen Rider motorcycle. Dragon Knight. The top cover of the motorcycle slowly opened, and Lu Cheng sat right in, waving at the astonished little Robin. She had fainted earlier and had no idea Lu Cheng had such a cool motorcycle. At this moment, she was somewhat mesmerized. After all, this high-tech style was a complete downgrade from the vintage cars commonly seen in the pirate world. Lu Cheng waved to her. There's no time to explain. Get in the car quickly. Little Robin looked confused, but obediently walked to his side and squeezed into the somewhat cramped motorcycle with him. The top cover of the motorcycle slowly closed, and intermittent voices could be heard from inside. Where are we driving to now? Back to my ship. You have a ship? Of course, I'm a bounty hunter, and it's essential for my work. There is still more than half a month's worth of food on the ship, so I need to go back. I see. It seems normal for a bounty hunter to have a ship. Does that mean I'll also be a bounty hunter in the future? Robin thought to herself. How did you get the ship? A friend gave it to me. Huh. On the night. That's a pirate ship, isn't it? Yeah, because that guy was trying to steal my berries. And he has quite a bounty on him. So the moment I knew about his bounty, I decided to become a bounty hunter. Lu Cheng patted his chest, feeling proud. He was very grateful for the opportunity one gave him to turn over a new leaf and start afresh. So he gifted me this ship as a token of thanks. Really? The genius girl who became a PhD in history at the age of 8 found it hard to believe that there could be such a foolish person. Lu Cheng could only nod in agreement, as the other party was indeed both ugly and stupid. Of course it's true. When I was about to leave, he was crying and clinging to my leg, saying he wanted to turn over a new leaf and never be a pirate again. Little Robin understood. It turned out that wasn't a friend, just another dreamer lost at sea. Little Robin thought for a moment. A pirate with such a big ship must be worth a lot, right? How much did you sell him for? 8 million berries? No, I didn't sell him. I just gave him a chance to reform and took a small fee in return. It was clear that their friendship was indeed strong. Little Robin blinked. I think he must have cried very loudly at that time. Yeah, saying goodbye to friends is always sad. Lu Cheng also felt a bit emotional. Little Robin didn't want to engage with him anymore, but then she remembered something. How much was he trying to rob you of? Well, I remember I had 400 berries at the time, bought some food and drink, and I probably had about 5 berries left. So he risked 800 million berries and his own life just to rob you of those 5 berries? Although she had never seen the other party, little Robin inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for him. That was truly tragic. Indeed, Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. I really am unfortunate. There are always people eyeing my little money. It drives me crazy. You tell me how I could endure it? I just knocked them all down on the spot, just for 5 berries, and they hold such a deep grudge against me, while I'm worth a full 79 million berries. If someone wants to rob me, wouldn't they be driven mad and want to destroy the world? Strangely, the walking 79 million lady suddenly felt her mood lighten immensely. Her body felt much more buoyant. She leaned on the ship's railing, gazing at the endless blue sea, her heart filled with sweetness, just like having eaten honey. No, even sweeter than that. This was the taste of freedom, brought to her by the knight. She would never forget. The knight seemed to always be short on money. Well, he did eat a lot, so he must be hard to support. But she ate very little and was easy to take care of. Little Robin thought about this as she walked to a nearby pile of scrap paper, carefully picking up wanted posters that were as big as half her body. examining each one seriously and stacking them neatly. The knight looked a little clumsy, so it must be hard for him to make money. She wanted to help him earn money. If he had money, definitely wouldn't he think of trading her for a bounty. But all these pirates looked fierce. What if the knight got hurt while trying to catch them? Little Robin fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng had already raised the anchor, hoisted the sails, and was ready to set sail. Set off, knight. Destination, wherever you want to go. I want to be the freest masked knight on the sea. Charge. The knight's ship gradually sailed away from the harbor, countless figures in black suits standing on the shore, watching the night ship set sail. Boss, that masked knight has finally left, and that 79 million is also on the ship with him. All right, got it. A deep voice came through the transponder snail. It's no longer our concern. The Navy is already on the way. No need to meddle. It has nothing to do with us anymore. Everyone come back. There are already quite a few people causing trouble on South Gago Island. It seems they think we're easy to bully. We should teach them a lesson and let them know the consequences of offending us. Yes, boss. The ship gradually receded, disappearing into the horizon of the vast sea. At the same time, a news report from the West Sea was transmitted via fax to the 4 major seas and even further to the place known as the Grand Line. The 8-year-old girl, known as the Son of the Devil, Nico Robin, was rescued by a mysterious person on South Gago Island. The individual claimed to be just a passing masked knight, but their purpose and true identity remained unclear. They were suspected to be part of a larger plot. This news spread through fax transponder snails to all parts of the world. Thousands of newspapers were quickly printed out. Training birds, each carrying small bags and wearing sailor hats, lined up in an orderly fashion to collect the freshly printed newspapers. Then, one by one, they flapped their wings, soared high, and rushed to all corners of the world. An invisible storm was brewing, and this news was about to spread throughout the entire world. Days passed one by one. On the endless sea, a lonely ship swayed on the waves. At the bow of the night ship, the silver gleam of berries sparkled under the sunlight, casting an intoxicating glow. Lu Cheng vigorously waved the Bailey in his hand, and a news bird high in the sky noticed his movement, or more precisely, the Bailey in his hand, and began to descend from the air. After taking the Bailey from Lu Cheng, it pulled out a stack of newspapers from the small bag on its back and threw them to Lu Cheng, then spread its wings and soared away, disappearing into the distance. What a fat bird. Lu Cheng licked his lips, but unfortunately, it was too clever to catch. Furthermore, it is said that all the news birds in the world share one brain, so once you provoke one, it becomes difficult to buy newspapers. Drifting on this vast sea for a long time without being able to buy newspapers would really be boring to death. Lu Cheng spread out the newspaper and flipped through a few pages until he saw a familiar photo. In the pouring rain, a figure in red armor, the masked rider, was holding a fainted little girl while riding a motorcycle with a dangerous red light flashing from the compound eyes beneath the helmet. Above it was a striking headline: Mysterious Armored Man Kidnaps 79 Million. What is his intention? Seeing this headline, Lu Cheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, there's really no place without these sensationalist headlines. Little Robin, curious, leaned over to see why Lu Cheng suddenly wanted to curse. She immediately recognized the striking photo, realizing it was the scene where she fainted and was rescued by him. She looked up at Lu Cheng, who was still chattering away, his face filled with frustration as he pounded on the deck, fuming. These wicked headline makers, they will stop at nothing for attention. Look at this, making it seem like I'm a criminal who abducts little girls. And what do they mean by armored man? I already said I'm a masked rider. Can't they understand human language? Watching Lu Cheng ramble on, little Robin felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Her bright eyes blinked, and she gently reached out to hold his hand. Little Robin's hand was small and soft, feeling very comfortable to hold. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness in the air. What was happening? Robin also sensed this change and looked around in confusion. So that's it. This group of Navy men is truly persistent. Lu Cheng jumped onto the mast of the ship, looking at a figure in the distance, sighing softly. Navy Admiral, the Ice Admiral Akiji. Of course, Lu Cheng recalled that at this time, he didn't seem to be an admiral yet. The sea surface was freezing over, continuously spreading from the distance. Lu Cheng jumped off the bow of the ship and patted Robin on the shoulder. Be careful, the Navy is coming, and there's a formidable opponent among them. Without Lu Cheng's reminder, Robin also saw the frost spreading from the distant sea, and an unmistakable fear appeared in her dark, jade-like eyes. She recognized who was coming. Her friend, Jaguar D. Saul, had died at their hands while protecting her. It was also thanks to Saul's help that she survived the buster call and managed to escape O'Hara. And now, Was that terrifying Navy pursuing her once again? Was she destined to bring misfortune to others? She had not forgotten the scene of Saul turning into an ice statue before her eyes. Was another person who cared for her about to die in front of her? Robin looked at Lu Cheng standing in front of her, and the image of him turning into an ice statue flashed through her mind. She felt an immense sorrow in her heart. Why? What had she done wrong this time? Why wouldn't they let her go? The wind stopped. The ship slowed down. The red armor once again clung to Lu Cheng's entire body. Lu Cheng quietly watched the scene before him. A path made of frost appeared on the sea's surface, and a tall man with black hair yawned lazily while riding an old-fashioned bicycle along that icy path, blocking the way of the two boats. He had already been prepared for trouble from the Navy, but the person who showed up was him, Akiji. What on earth was this guy up to? Lu Cheng was puzzled. In his impression, Qingji should be considered one of the lazier individuals in the Navy. Such things as chasing after children didn't seem like something he would do. It would be more in line with a Kaino. Was Qingji really this proactive about his work? Lu Chengma vaguely remembers that in the plot, Akiji shouldn't want to kill Robin. Otherwise, with him being an admiral, even if little Robin had 800 lives, she wouldn't be able to escape. In the original storyline, Robin managed to avoid disaster and ended up under Crocodile's command. There's no way Akiji didn't let her off the hook. But now that Akiji doesn't plan to capture the little girl, what does he want to do by showing up? Can't he just turn a blind eye and let me take the little loli away? Wait a minute. Lu Cheng furrowed his brows and said, "You perverted stalker. You wouldn't be worried about Nico, Robin, would you? That's why you came to test me." Lu Qingyue thought more and more that there was a possibility. This freezing bird was really meddlesome. You're not their parents. After all, you caused the death of little Robin's whole family. So why are you butting in? At that moment, a system task prompt suddenly sounded. Task name, the Free Mast Rider. As a Mast Rider, and one who prides himself on being the freest Mast Rider, how could he be limited by anyone? Task requirement, escape from Admiral Akiji's subordinates. Task reward, 500 points of justice. Task status, pending acceptance. Would you like to accept the task? Isn't this just handing out points? Lu Cheng took the task without hesitation. Lu Cheng stood at the bow of the ship without any courtesy, pretending not to recognize the other person, and shouted loudly, "Who are you? Are you that Kamen Rider?" Kazan didn't answer, but instead asked back, "Of course, you came looking for me. How could you not know who I am?" Lu Cheng had no good attitude towards this meddler, who he suspected was intentionally trying to cause trouble for him. "If you have something to say, spit it out. If you're here to snatch my 79 million, then get lost." Kazan looked at the guy whose entire body was hidden under a strange armor, not understanding where he got the confidence to talk to him like that. After thinking for a moment, he figured it was because the other party didn't know his identity. "I am Vice Admiral Kazan, and I remember you're a pirate hunter, right? So you're a Vice Admiral." Lu Cheng shrugged. "That's really impressive, but I'm not a pirate." "Are you really going to capture me?" "Whether you're a pirate or not is not for you to decide, kid," Kazan said, running his hand through his hair. "It's up to us, the Navy, to decide." Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. This statement was really reasonable, but it was also quite shameless. Kazan glanced at Lu Cheng, seemingly guessing what he was thinking. If you weren't a pirate, why would you want to be with the son of the devil? Lu Cheng glanced at Xiao Robin, seeing her cowering and terrified expression, and felt an inexplicable surge of anger. The son of a demon, she thought. Lu Cheng pointed at Xiao Robin, her tone filled with unabashed sarcasm. "An 8-year-old little girl. Are your Navy's eyes blind?" Kazan was left speechless by Lu Cheng's words. But the ice bird was much easier to talk to compared to the hot-tempered Akainu. If Akainu were here and heard Lu Cheng speak about the Navy like that, he would definitely throw a massive fireball over. "Kid, you can't just say whatever you want. The honor of the Navy is not something you can easily insult." Lu Cheng glanced at Kizaru, noticing that he wasn't wearing the iconic Navy Justice cloak behind him. Instead, he was dressed in a black suit, looking just like those gangsters. Lu Cheng also knew that discussing this topic with the other party was destined to be unproductive. As long as the celestial dragons remain high and mighty, the Navy's justice will always be a joke. Justice that only serves one group can never be called justice. Lu Cheng patted little Robin's head beside him, signaling her not to panic. He raised his head and shot a discontented glance at Kazan. "You ice-bird, why scare a kid for no reason? Look at how scared little Robin is. Your personality is really terrible." Unfortunately, his expression was hidden beneath the mask, making it impossible to see. He spoke to Kazan with annoyance. "Since you know I'm a bounty hunter, what does it matter to you if I catch bounties?" Kazan was not too angry at Lu Cheng's retort. "You're so impatient, kid. Since you're a bounty hunter and I'm the Navy, you can hand her over to me now. Get lost. Do you have any money?" Lu Cheng glanced at Kazan, who was dressed in simple clothes and riding a shabby bike. looking nothing like someone who could bring 79 million. The money can wait until later, Kazan said lightly. So you want to try to take my 79 million empty-handed? Lu Cheng almost laughed. Do you know what happened to the last person who tried to rob me? We in the Navy naturally have a reputation. You can come with me to the nearest Navy branch, and you'll naturally get your money then. No way. Lu Cheng resolutely refused. Are you kidding? If I wanted to take little Robin to claim a bounty, I wouldn't have waited so many days to chase after you personally. I'm not short on money right now. When I need it, I'll naturally go. Kazan raised an eyebrow slightly. He could see that the masked rider in front of him seemed rather confident and had no intention of handing over Robin. So you've made up your mind to be our enemy. Lu Cheng chuckled twice and said, What's the difference? Didn't you just say that whether I'm a pirate or not is up to you, the Navy? Does my attitude even matter to you? Kazan shook his head, realizing that he could not persuade the other party at all. He spoke one last time to advise, You can still hand over the person now. You haven't committed any evil deeds before. I guarantee, in the name of my rank as a Navy Vice Admiral, that you will not be held accountable for the past. Lu Cheng glanced at the worried expression on little Robin's face, patted her head, and gestured for her to stay back. He pulled a card from the card holder at his waist and inserted it into the dragon summoner in his left hand. I'll summon a big-headed ghost. Accompanied by his words, another loud voice resounded in the sky. Advent. The contract descends. The Wushuang dragon let out a mighty dragon roar and fiercely swung its tail at Akiji. Is that the dragon? It does look a bit strange. Your devil fruit ability is truly hard to comprehend. It's supposed to be hard to understand. Lu Cheng chuckled. Wushuang dragon, give him a tail whip. Little brat. You don't think that can hurt me, do you? You know nothing about power. The Wushuang dragon's tail whip was as fast as lightning, but Akiji was, after all, a Marine Vice Admiral with terrifying strength. His Kinbunchika Haki easily caught the tail of the red dragon, sweeping towards him. Upon closer inspection, the end of that red dragon's tail was actually a cold, gleaming long knife, exuding a dangerously ominous aura. He had initially underestimated Lu Cheng, as his Kinbunchiku perception indicated that Lu Cheng's own strength was not particularly strong. However, the dragon's power was quite impressive. Just as the giant dragon's tail was about to hit him, his Kinbunchika Haki triggered his instinctive warning, and he sensed danger. He frowned slightly, and his figure instantly vanished, leaving behind a massive ice block. Boom! The ice block shattered as Wushuang dragon's tail smashed it into pieces. However, Akiji's figure had already appeared not far away on the surface of the sea. Very impressive pet. No wonder you're so confident, Akiji sincerely praised. Even though Lu Cheng himself wasn't particularly strong, having this dragon made him a formidable character, not much inferior to those long-established notorious pirates. This is just the beginning. Lu Cheng chuckled. Wushuang dragon, let him feel our enthusiasm. After missing a hit, Wushuang dragon was quite upset. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, it opened its mouth and spat out a blazing fireball at Akiji. I am ice, you are fire. Interesting. Akiji's eyes brightened at the sight of the scorching fireball, reminding him of his old teammate, who was an expert with fire. So he stopped dodging. The sea surged and turned into ice walls, layer upon layer, firmly protecting him. The blazing fireball crashed against the ice walls, and with a thunderous explosion, white mist rose. The fireball broke through 2 layers of defense, but was completely stopped by the remaining 3 layers in front of Akiji. Akiji looked at Lu Cheng with great interest. He had initially thought Lu Cheng was just an inexperienced kid with mediocre strength, but unexpectedly, he brought him a little surprise. He was somewhat excited and wanted to see what other tricks Lu Cheng had up his sleeve. He smiled at Lu Cheng. I have a companion whose fire skills are far superior to yours. My defenses wouldn't be able to withstand even his casual attack. Lu Cheng knew he was referring to Akainu. As one of the future 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu's strength was undeniable. However, Lu Cheng was somewhat surprised that the other party would compare him to Akainu. It seemed that Articuno had some redeeming qualities after all, at least in terms of vision. Since the other party wanted to see, Lu Cheng also wanted to test how much difference there was between himself and these true powerhouses. He smiled at the other party. Since you think this fire isn't fierce enough, how about we bring out something stronger? He reached for a card from the card box at his waist. Oh, Kazan's eyes lit up. Do you have other interesting tricks? You'll know whether it's fun or not after you experience it. Lu Cheng inserted the card into the dragon summoner on his left hand. Strike vent. Heavy strike descends. A voice echoed from nowhere in the air, and Kazan listened to this sound that he couldn't quite place. Although he didn't fully understand the tactical significance of revealing one's intentions before an attack, he couldn't help but feel it was somewhat cool. especially when paired with Liu Cheng extending his right hand to receive the shooting weapon, dragon claw fire, that descended from the sky. The crimson, unparalleled dragon circled in the void behind him, roaring, and then the other party swung his fist violently. His right fist, with dragon claw fire, suddenly struck forward, and the unparalleled dragon simultaneously exhaled flames. The fusion of man and dragon was incredibly impressive. It was hard to say whether this kid was strong or not, but when it came to the flair of his moves, he was indeed one of a kind. Moreover, this time, the other party's attack was clearly much stronger than before. Kazan frowned slightly, discreetly increasing his defensive strength. Roar, accompanied by a loud dragon roar. The scorching dragon flame bullet, carrying a destructive heat, slammed fiercely toward Kazan, stirring up towering waves of fire on the sea, causing the ocean to burn fiercely. Not bad, kid. I admit I underestimated you a bit. Kazan's voice came from the burning sea, sounding rather relaxed. Then a chill swept over, and the raging flames on the sea were instantly extinguished. Is there something even more powerful? You made me move a bit. What a great act. Liu Cheng silently scoffed and rolled his eyes under the mask. However, he actually envied Akiji's calm and composed demeanor as a powerful figure. Having strength is great. One can act tough without making a sound. But with such a skilled opponent feeding him moves, Liu Cheng became increasingly interested in the fight. Since you're so strong, I bet you can easily handle the night kick, right? Night kick? Kazan showed a bit of interest. Is that your signature move? Yes. Liu Cheng nonchalantly continued to babble, Dragon Night Kick. The unique kicking technique I've painstakingly mastered over decades, where man and dragon unite, shattering mountains and rivers with a single kick. Kazan was somewhat speechless. Although the other party spoke earnestly, he felt something was off. After thinking for a moment, he said, "But you look like you're only in your teens. Where did you get those decades from?" "That's not the point." Liu Cheng reached into his belt and took out the finishing card from the Kamen Rider Ryuki card box, which is the most classic winning move among all the Rider series. Rider Kick. A Kamen Rider without a Rider Kick has no soul. As he inserted the card into the Dragon Summoner, a loud voice echoed in the sky once again. Final vent. As the card reading ended, Liu Cheng jumped high into the air, and the Crimson Dragon danced around him in the sky. Liu Cheng's body spun in a conical shape in the air, shooting straight into the sky. When he reached the highest point, he kicked his leg towards the direction of Akiji, while the mouth of the Wushuang dragon behind him simultaneously unleashed a fiery attack, merging with Liu Cheng. The blazing flames wrapped around Liu Cheng, and the Wushuang dragon circled around him, perfectly fusing their powers at this moment, reaching an unprecedented height. His figure descended like a burning lightning bolt, delivering a fierce Dragon Knight kick towards Akiji. Looking at the figure completely fused with flames, the incredible might indicated that this kick was anything but simple. So cool, yet so powerful. Akiji thought to himself that he wished he had a camera to capture this kick, so he could show it to Akainu when he returned, for him to learn well. Why is it that others can be so stylish when playing with fire? However, this kick was not easy to receive. Akiji frowned slightly, feeling a sense of danger. His observation haki provided him with an extremely keen awareness, and this strike was very dangerous. He absolutely could not let his guard down. It was worth noting that the opponent was previously an unknown rookie, while he was the renowned Marine Vice Admiral Akiji. There were not many people in the vast sea who were stronger than him, yet the fact that this opponent could make him feel danger was already quite impressive. The black armament haki wrapped around Akiji, and he no longer held back, a chilling cold forming a roaring ice dragon around him. He swung his fist with all his might. Absolute Zero Ice Dragon set sail. The blue and red figures collided violently in the air, and the shockwave from the explosion sent waves crashing dozens of meters high. The collision of extreme cold and extreme heat seemed like the hottest flame in the world meeting icy waters. For a moment, it was impossible to determine a winner, and they could only stalemate in the air, devouring each other. The night ship swayed amidst the waves. Nico Robin lay anxiously at the bow of the ship, completely submerged by the salty sea water, yet she held tightly onto the railing, watching the two colliding figures and desperately praying in her heart. No, please don't let anything happen, I beg you. The faces of those she had lost floated before her, and her tears fell along with the seawater. It was all her fault. She was the demon child who brought disaster to others. She recalled the moments spent with Liu Cheng during this time, and just before she was about to faint, he seemed to hear her call, suddenly appearing before her like a knight. The two figures fell from the sky. Akiji bracing himself on the frozen sea surface, moving his wrist, while the crimson armor crashed heavily into the cold seawater, disappearing without a trace. Akiji looked up at the crying little girl. Nico Robin, you know in your heart that being with him will only bring him harm, just like now. He is a devil fruit user and cannot swim. If this drags on, he will be completely lost. Stop hitting him. I will go with you. Please don't hurt him. Sobi. Little Robin's tears flowed uncontrollably. Please go save him, I beg you. Seeing her expression, Akiji's eyes flickered. But at that moment, the sea exploded with a roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. Lu Cheng lay on the back of Wushuang Long and cursed loudly. Damn you, Navy Admiral. You're such a big person, bullying a little girl. Do I need your help? Lu Cheng rolled over and fell off the back of the Wushuang dragon, landing beside Little Robin. Little Robin immediately leaped into his arms, holding on to him tightly and refusing to let go. Ooh, it's all my fault. Don't fight him. You can't win. You're my only friend. I don't want you to die. I'll go with him. Just don't fight anymore, woo. Seeing Little Robin cry like that made Lu Cheng feel both heartbroken and angry. Before he crossed over, he had chased the original story of One Piece for many years and naturally had a strong fondness for the character Robin. So when he saw that bounty notice, he almost immediately set sail to find her. He came to this pirate world yearning for the unrestrained freedom. Since he had the chance, he had to do everything he once thought but couldn't do. He was determined to ensure that she would not suffer like in the original story and to protect her well. But now she was crying so sorrowfully in front of him. Like an injured little beast, the smile that had just appeared a few days ago had vanished again. The Navy truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most powerful forces on the sea. The future Marine Admiral Akiji in front of him had now proven his strength with facts. His strongest strike had only left Lu Cheng a bit disheveled, while he was already running low on energy and could hardly deliver the same kick again. But so what? Did he think he could hand Little Robin over? Was he still dreaming? What a naive fantasy. He patted Little Robin's head. You are my 79 million, and no one could take my money from me, especially such a large sum. No one can, not the Navy, not the Celestial Dragons, and not even the King of Heaven. He looked at Little Robin, his tone incredibly firm. So, do you understand? MMHM. Little Robin didn't respond, just curled up in his arms, crying loudly. Lu Cheng looked up at Qingji and said slowly, there's no point in saying more. If it were you, and someone threatened your life, demanding that you hand over your companions, would you agree to it? Would you agree to it? Would you agree to it? Lu Chenglian asked 3 times, and by the end his voice sounded like a roar. Qingji fell silent for a moment. But you've only known each other for a little over 10 days. Lu Cheng looked up at the other person, not showing any signs of weakness as he reached out to stroke Little Robin's long hair. For her, they had only known each other for a little over 10 days, but for him, it was much more than that, just as several of them were in silence. A round of applause suddenly came from the surface of the sea. Well said, we pirates are like this. We will never abandon any companion. Even if we've only known each other for a few days. So what? Kazan, you're even worse than a child. Who? The sudden voice caught everyone's attention, and Lu Cheng and Kuzan turned to look. They saw a small boat slowly drifting over from not far away, and a figure was sitting on the boat, clapping their hands. Who is this? The tone sounds like a pirate. Lu Changzheng was puzzled, but suddenly he saw clearly the person sitting on the boat. The person was wearing an incredibly familiar straw hat, and a few strands of red hair were fluttering in the wind at the edge of the hat. Lu Cheng now knows who has come. Blocking the future is the red-haired Shanks with a severed arm. Of course, at this moment, the other party's hand is still intact, not sacrificed to the new era. If it's Shanks, it's no wonder he would say such things. In the original work, even when mountain bandits splashed wine and spat at him, this red-haired man could just laugh it off. But if anyone dared to insult his companions, he would strike with fury, making his enemies understand what regret truly means. He is indeed someone who values his companions immensely. Hello there. Shanks stood up on the small boat, waved at the two, and loudly said, that was an impressive fight, and your words were impressive too, kid. I have high hopes for you. You will definitely become a great pirate in the future. Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. I'm a bounty hunter, not a pirate. No difference. The red-haired Shanks yawned. Do you think that after having a scuffle with a Navy rear admiral, you could still comfortably be a pirate hunter? Lu Cheng glanced at Kazan, and seeing that the other party remained silent, it was evident that he had tacitly accepted his words, which left him somewhat speechless. This is definitely the Navy. There's no hope. Kazan stretched out his hand to move his wrist, feeling a bit numb from Lu Cheng's kick. He looked at Shanks and said coldly, you are the red-haired Shanks. When did you arrive? I came over when I heard the commotion while you were fighting. It seems you all took it very seriously and didn't notice me, so I didn't interrupt. Shanks laughed heartily, looking incredibly casual as he adjusted his straw hat. He didn't expect to see a Navy rear admiral bullying two little kids right upon his arrival. It was quite an eye-opener. Yes, yes, yes. Liu Chung chimed in from the side. Bullying even an 8-year-old child. How could you lay a hand on someone so cute? You're simply inhuman. Face brother. How about we team up and beat him together? Upon seeing Face brother, shouldn't he ask for some face? Kazan's tone remained icy. Why aren't you with your pirate crew on the Grand Line? What are you doing here? You Navy really want to meddle in everything. Huh? Are you planning to capture me here? Rear Admiral Kazan of the Navy headquarters? Shanks laughed heartily, his tone bold. Kazan fell silent. Although Shanks had only just begun to make a name for himself, countless clues pointed to his origins on the ship of a certain terrifying man, who might be a former crew member of the pirate King Roger. Given his age, it was conceivable that he could board a ship, indicating his potential was immense. He was a great pirate recognized for his potential even by the pirate King Roger. What'd you call me? Face brother? Shanks turned his head to look at Liu Chung, whose red armor looked quite interesting. Do you know me? Liu Chung shook his head. He realized that the current Shanks was not yet one of the famous 4 emperors of the future. Looking at the young man in front of him, it was really debatable whether he could defeat Akiji in a one-on-one fight. I just feel that you, Face brother, look just as handsome as I do. With such a handsome face, I imagine people would give you face wherever you go. Shanks was somewhat speechless. This person's armor was strange. And even the words he spoke were odd. Was he not thinking straight? Akiji appeared quite mature, already a man in his 20s nearing 30. And he held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. Liu Chung thought for a moment and felt that the opponent's strength might not have reached the complete form in the future, right? It should be at the level of a general-level combat power, as seen in the storyline, which probably wouldn't be too far off. As for Shanks, Liu Chung stroked his chin. He looked like he was just a bit older than himself and was likely still far from reaching his complete form, which would be the level of the future Yonko. However, the opponent had not yet bet an arm on the new era, so he might be stronger than anticipated. If these two fought, it was estimated that Akiji would have the upper hand. But taking down Shanks shouldn't be easy. After all, a future Yonko shouldn't be that easy to defeat. Liu Chung estimated the combat power of the two in his heart. But over there, Kazan and Shanks were both getting a bit restless. It was normal. A notorious pirate and a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters couldn't possibly meet and coexist peacefully. Kazan sighed lightly, a chilling aura spreading over the sea, freezing the surface inch by inch. The air became even more frigid, and his presence turned dangerous. No longer the casual demeanor he had when fighting Liu Chung, clearly starting to get serious and fully showcasing the power of a Navy vice admiral. Little Robin's body had just been drenched by the seawater, and now with the sudden drop in temperature, she began to shiver uncontrollably. Damn it, Liu Chung shouted at Kazan, ignoring Little Robin's tugging. If you're going to fight, then fight. Can you tone down your aura a bit? The little girl just got better. What if she gets frozen again because of you? Kazan's mouth twitched as he silently tried to control his cold aura, avoiding the direction of the two. The Wushuang dragon descended from the void, wrapping around Little Robin's body, and she instantly felt as warm as if she were by a fireplace. She gently patted the massive head of the Wushuang dragon. Thank you, big guy. The Wushuang dragon let out a deep roar, and hearing that sound, Little Robin reached out to stroke the crimson dragon's body, her heart filled with warmth. What's wrong, Shanks? A chilling cold emanated from Kazan, and his voice became icily cold. Are you, as a notorious pirate, starting to have a conscience today and want to meddle in affairs that don't concern you? A large portion of the sea surface had already been completely frozen, looking like a vast expanse of ice-covered land. You won't be able to save them, Kazan stated. That's not necessarily true. Shanks drew his sword from his waist with a smile. A vice admiral of the Navy? I also want to see just how powerful the famous Kazan is. He turned to Liu Chung. Kid, I've helped you this time, so you owe me a favor in the future. Liu Chung hesitated for a moment, thought for a while, and then said, Brother Mianzi, is there a possibility that I can leave today without anyone's help, and he can't keep me here at all? Upon hearing this, Kazan shot a cold glance at Liu Chung, while Shanks wore a delighted smile on his face. Oh, Shanks laughed heartily and looked at Liu Chung. You kid have quite the attitude. I understand why he's so fixated on you. You have personality, and I like that. How about joining my pirate crew? I can offer you the position of second mate. The prospect of being personally recruited by future Yonko, along with the offer of a second mate position, made Liu Chung slightly tempted. However, his long-standing goal was to become the freest person on the sea and not be tied down to a ship. He shook his head and declined. No thanks, I'm still a bounty hunter. If I go on your ship, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist capturing them for the bounty. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed upon hearing this, but did not extend another invitation. The tense atmosphere between him and Kazan eased slightly as he looked at Lu Cheng. If you have any skills, feel free to show them to this damn Navy Rear Admiral. I'm really looking forward to seeing his expression after you toy with him. Kazan also turned around, looking at Lu Cheng with an extremely cold gaze. Given the strength Lu Cheng had demonstrated so far, he could hardly imagine the possibility of Lu Cheng escaping from him. Moreover, he was also bringing a small robin along, which made it even less likely. Lu Cheng looked at Xiang Keisai and suddenly had an interesting thought. What if, when Face Brother's reputation was fully established in the future, he said to him, "Can you do me a favor, the thing you're best at?" If Face Brother had to give me face, that scene would definitely be very interesting. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said to Shanks, "You just said you helped me out, so I owe you a favor in the future. How about we make a bet?" "A bet? There's no pirate who doesn't gamble." Shanks said with interest. "What are we betting on?" However, Kazan unusually fell silent, not saying a word and quietly waiting for the two to chat. "If I can't slip away from the other party and still need your help, then I will owe you a favor in the future." Lu Cheng looked at Shanks and smiled slightly. "But if I can escape smoothly, I don't want you to owe me any favors in the future. Just give me a little face at a critical moment." Face? Shanks felt that this strange armored person seemed to have some issue with these two words, always mentioning them and staring at him, which was quite odd. However, there was no problem with this bet. If the other party really could open his eyes today, then giving him that face would be fine. "Have you all agreed?" Kazan said coldly, looking quite like an iceberg at that moment. Lu Cheng did not answer. He looked at Shanks and Akiji, pointing at the sea below the ship and the frozen pieces of ice. "What do you think this is?" The two thought to themselves. "The sea, ice blocks, what else could it be?" Lu Cheng looked at the puzzled expressions of the two and smiled slightly. "It's a mirror." Shanks lowered his head, and his shadow was reflected on the surface of the sea. Although there was a reflection, it was clearly not a mirror, right? Even if it were a mirror, the mirror fruit would be useless, not to mention that the mirror fruit already has an owner now. Lu Cheng looked at Kazan and said, "Thank you for the guidance, Vice Admiral Kazan, but if you can't catch me in the mirror from now on, it would be better not to waste your efforts trying to trouble me." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ship vanished into thin air on the sea, leaving only the water flowing quietly. Kazan raised his right hand, exhaling cold air as he spoke. "I see, you actually have such abilities. No wonder you are so fearless." The opponent possessed powers similar to the mirror fruit and could freely enter and exit reflective surfaces like seawater and ice. It was clear that he would never be able to catch the other party. After all, his ability was ice, and for the opponent, ice was merely a springboard to the mirror world. From this perspective, his ability was completely countered by the other. Moreover, with this ability, as long as the opponent did not wish to be caught, no one could truly capture him. What a pity. He originally had high hopes for the other. As a vice admiral in the Navy, he naturally knew that Nico Robin, although known as the child of the devil, was actually just an innocent little girl. The world government had a bounty on Nico Robin, yet they had never publicly disclosed the massacre of O'Hara. The true history and the blank 100 years were things the world government tried to cover up, and it was also the reason they would not let Nico Robin go. The opponent had the ability to decode this history, which was why she must die, because they were unwilling to let this history resurface in the world. Although Lu Cheng protected Nico Robin, Kazan actually believes that the other party hasn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he admires the other's courage and fearless fighting spirit, and can even see a heart of justice hidden beneath their solid armor. Although the other party is bold and willful, and seems to have some bias against the Navy, Kazan thinks these are minor issues. As long as they are properly guided, once he joins the Navy and is under Zephyr's mentorship, he will naturally be transformed. However, if left unchecked, given the other party's abilities and personality, this kid is not someone who will behave. Perhaps one day he will go astray and cause great trouble for the Navy and the world. But it's too late to say anything now. He can no longer catch the other party, and with their dangerous abilities and the connection to the son of the devil, the Navy will never let him go free. It is already a foregone conclusion that the other party will walk on the opposite side of justice in the future. But Kazan is still making one last effort. "Kid, if you walk away now, there will be no turning back. You will be wanted by the entire sea and will never know peace again." Lu Cheng's voice echoed from the reflection on the sea surface, clearly indicating that he had not left and was still waiting in place. "Would I care about this?" Kazan shook his head. "Kid, I can see you have a heart for justice. If you are willing to return to the Navy with me, I can let Nico Robin go and will not make things difficult for her. What you said is as ridiculous as farting. Lucheng rolled his eyes. You currently have no way to deal with the two in the mirror world. It sounds as if you can catch me. Or are you saying that your so-called letting go means canceling the bounty on Nico Robin? Not that I'm saying it, but if you could really do that, I would be willing to surrender. But can you really do it? Can your Navy's justice achieve that? Kazan knew that canceling the bounty on Nico Robin was absolutely impossible. It was an order from the world government, not something the Navy could decide. All he could do was quietly let things go when the other party tried to escape, preserving a little last spark for O'Hara. Lucheng looked at the future admiral, who was silent, and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing over the sea. Is this what the Navy calls justice? I won't even mention the massacre of O'Hara by you, but do you really need to bully an 8-year-old girl to demonstrate your justice? Nico Robin is different, Kazan said solemnly. What's different? Once something happens for the first time, there will be a second. Today it's Nico Robin. Tomorrow it might be Nico Luffy, and later, anyone you want to kill can be killed, and you won't even bother to find a reasonable excuse. In the mirror world, little Robin tightly grasped Lucheng's hand, biting her lower lip until it bled, looking at Lucheng with emotions that were hard to express. No one had ever spoken up for her like this. Lucheng seemed to be arguing with Kazan, but in reality, he was just seeking justice for her. The painful memories lingered in the depths of her mind like a nightmare, yet she dared not speak of them to anyone. She had never told Lucheng everything about O'Hara, but for some reason, he seemed to know everything and empathize with her situation. She didn't know why, but it didn't even matter anymore. She looked up at Lucheng, staring at him without blinking. Lucheng gently patted the other person's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, and continued, You compromised once, and you'll compromise a second time. When justice is not pure, it is no longer justice. You actively bring shame upon the justice behind you. Yet you dare to call yourselves justice in front of me? Is this even worthy of being called justice? At least in front of me. In front of this 8-year-old girl whose entire world you have slaughtered. Do you think you deserve to call yourselves justice? So self-righteous and indignant. Don't you feel ashamed? Lucheng had held these words in for a long time. Not to mention that Green Bull was one of the more reasonable admirals in the Navy. If he thought this way, what about the others? The banner of justice would ultimately be covered in dust. The empty sound echoed across the sea, and Shanks listened to this speech with great interest, a smirk forming on his lips. This kid was speaking passionately to his liking, but it was a pity he couldn't recruit him onto his ship. However, it was fine. Seeing the extremely ugly expression on the face of the admiral on the opposite side made this trip worthwhile. He chuckled and was about to leave when he noticed Akiji's cold gaze fixated on him. What's wrong? Can't argue with this kid. So you want to find trouble with me? Shanks smiled. You are a pirate, and I'm a Navy officer. Since you enjoy making a fuss so much, why don't you go stir some trouble in the Navy prison? Since he was already destined to not catch these two kids, Akiji felt a surge of unspoken anger within him. The world government had issued a bounty for Robin, but would not publicly disclose anything about O'Hara. Therefore, in the eyes of most people in the world, the Navy's decision to place such a high bounty on Nico Robin was utterly ridiculous. Not to mention those who, like Lucheng, knew some secrets, who scoffed at their Navy's sense of justice. More importantly, many Navy personnel were beginning to doubt whether their justice was correct. And Akiji felt the same way. The foolish things done by the world government and the celestial dragons had to be shouldered by the Navy. More and more people were saying that their Navy was merely the dogs raised by the celestial dragons, and such statements were impossible to refute after the O'Hara incident. Because it was indeed true. When they stained the flag of justice with filth by slaughtering the innocent residents of O'Hara, justice ceased to be glory and became a scar etched in their hearts, occasionally brought up, causing deep pain. Since you, Shanks, enjoy causing a ruckus, so much Akiji thought. Then let this be your chance. Yo, getting angry because you can't argue with a child. Shanks drew his long sword and smiled slightly. Are you preparing to vent your anger on me? But will that cover up the truth that kid spoke? Wrong is wrong. Even if you kill everyone who knows about this matter, justice has long ceased to be justice. Shanks's teasing words echoed in Akiji's heart, deepening his pain. He never expected that one day he would be mocked by a pirate and be powerless to retort. He coldly pulled an ice blade from the air. If I can't argue with you, then I'll use my sword to make you shut up. Haha. Shanks let out a long laugh. The Navy Admiral is indeed powerful. But have you forgotten where this place is? Goodbye, Admiral Akiji. Shanks chuckled, and the bright blade in his hand flashed as he struck down towards the frozen sea beneath their feet. Boom! The frozen sea shattered instantly, and seawater gushed out, engulfing the two on the ice. But more intense chill howled, and the rushing seawater was immediately frozen again, forming a flat surface. But Shanks laughed heartily. Useless. The shining sharp blade in his hand instantly turned pitch black, resembling a black sword. Armament hockey. Boom! The blade struck down, and the ice layer shattered again, neatly cut in half, with seawater gushing out like a fountain, shaking the earth. No wonder armament hockey has such tremendous power with every move. In the mirrored world, Lu Cheng and Little Robin watched the battle, secretly clicking their tongues. The impact on the mirrored world was evidently much smaller. However, the ship was still swaying in the rolling waves, and Lu Cheng quietly steered the ship a bit farther away. Fighting carries risks. Observing requires caution. Akiji jumped on the sea, and as his toes touched the surface, the seawater instantly turned into frozen blocks of ice, not affecting his movement at all, as if walking on solid ground. The two gripped their long swords tightly, both wrapped in a layer of black armament hockey, and suddenly swung at each other. Boom! A raging storm swirled around the two, with seawater turning into cold blades, whipping up towering waves. The sword energy crisscrossed, and the sea was thrown into chaos by their battle. After a long time, the two finally stopped their pointless fighting. Shanks's hard power was evidently weaker, but he wasn't afraid of water and specifically targeted the surface to strike. Akiji, however, was different. He was constantly busy repairing the ice beneath his feet. Very busy indeed, as Shanks destroyed the terrain too quickly. Moreover, he was a devil fruit user, and if he accidentally fell into the water, he would probably end up in serious trouble. For a while, neither could do anything to the other, and they both lost the interest to continue fighting. Let's stop, since we can't deal with your little tricks. It doesn't make sense to keep going. Akiji stepped aside, picked up his bicycle, sat on it, yawned, and looked like an ordinary person who was a bit tired after a fight and wanted to go fish for a nap. However, as he was pushing the bicycle away to leave, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked towards the empty sea. That armored kid, what's your name? The sea was silent, and after a long while, a voice echoed softly. It was as if it came from another world, which it indeed was. Remember, I'm just a passing mast rider. Upon hearing this, Akiji nodded and didn't he continue to ask. He pedaled the bicycle, which rolled towards the endless sea. As the front wheel touched the seawater, it immediately froze into ice blocks, creating a path out of thin air. That was how he had chased after Lu Cheng and their ship before, and Lu Cheng seriously suspected whether he had ridden all the way from the Navy headquarters to here. That was quite a distance. On the surface of the sea, the bicycle moved steadily forward, leaving behind a frozen path, and Akiji's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the sea. This future Marine Admiral finally gave up on continuing the pursuit of Lu Cheng and Little Robin. Although Lu Cheng seriously doubted that the other party had any intention of troubling Little Robin, thinking it was just a simple appearance. He couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of his own handsome image, which led him to take action. After watching his battle with Shanks, it was clear that the other party had no real desire to fight. Now that he had finally left, it was truly great. Being targeted by such a guy felt really unpleasant. The system's upgrade sound rang in his ears. Lu Cheng opened the panel, and as expected, it displayed that he had completed the task. Task name, the Free Kamen Rider. As a Kamen Rider, and one who prides himself on being the freest Kamen Rider, how could he be restricted by others? Task requirement, escape from Admiral Kazan's subordinates. Task reward, 500 justice points. Task status, completed. With the task completed and the reward received, Lu Cheng felt very pleased. However, he was surprised that the task was only considered complete now. He thought it should have been completed the moment he entered the mirror world. It turned out that it dragged on until now. Was it because the other party had not completely given up on capturing him before? So only after the other party left and completely gave up did the task end. Shanks lightly tapped the back of his sword against the surface of the sea and suddenly spoke. Kid, have you left? If not, come out and talk for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, a large sailing ship suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, as if it had abruptly emerged from a reflection in the water. Shanks looked up and down at the suddenly appeared ship, clicking his tongue in surprise. You got some skills, kid. Don't worry, I keep my word. I will definitely give you face in the future. Lu Cheng laughed heartily upon hearing this. It was indeed a delightful thing to have the face brother give him face. He waved at the other party, signaling them to come aboard. The other party was still standing on an ice block on the sea. And as for the small boat he had at the beginning, it had long been destroyed in the battle. Now, just a pile of wooden planks, about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Shanks was not polite either, jumping onto Lu Cheng's night ship. He glanced at Nico Robin and winked slightly. So this is the 79 million. Quite cute indeed. Nico Robin was somewhat scared of outsiders. She timidly shrank behind Lu Cheng, carefully observing Shanks. Indeed cute. So the celestial dragons are truly despicable. Lu Cheng directly removed his transformation state, revealing his true form, and introduced himself. I am Lu Cheng. Shanks laughed heartily, took off his straw hat, revealing his signature red hair. You look quite handsome. I am Shanks. Shanks was quite curious about how Lu Cheng ended up facing off against Kazan. There was nothing to hide, so Lu Cheng simply recounted the events. He was a pirate hunter, saved Robin from gangsters, knew she was innocent, did not want to claim the bounty on her, and then was pursued by Kazan at sea. After listening, Shanks sincerely suggested, I think if you become a pirate in the future, it's best to stay away from him. I don't plan to become a pirate for now. Being a pirate hunter is quite lucrative. Lu Cheng stretched lazily, feeling sore all over after the first intense battle. Indeed, takes a toll on the body, and he needed a good meal to recover. That won't do. Shanks laughed. I estimate your bounty will be coming down soon. And it shouldn't be low. The Navy loves this sort of thing. I know, Lu Cheng sighed, but it's fine. They can't catch me anyway. If pirates come to me to earn a bounty, that would be best. Wait, Lu Cheng suddenly realized this might be a good way to make money. However, he needed to plan carefully to ensure that the bounties delivered to him wouldn't scare away. That's true. Thinking of Lu Cheng's abilities, Shanks nodded in agreement, but quickly reminded him seriously. Although your abilities are strong, there are all sorts of strange people in these seas. You still need to be very careful. And that guy today seemed to lack any intent to fight, as if he deliberately wanted to let you go. Shanks added, otherwise, with that guy's devil fruit ability, he could completely freeze the seawater beneath us. It wouldn't be much different from land. If that were the case, I would have to run. Shanks stroked his chin. Maybe he was on holiday today? Wanting to slack off? Lu Cheng guessed that the other party didn't want to capture Robin, but these reasons didn't need to be made public. Shanks' appearance and his ability to traverse the mirror world conveniently gave the other party an excuse not to continue the pursuit, allowing him to leisurely return to the Navy to report. Speaking of which, your ship was destroyed. Lu Cheng stood at the bow of the ship and asked, You were supposed to be in the Grand Line. What urgent matter brought you to the West Sea? Shanks frowned at this. Indeed there is something, but my ship being destroyed is quite a headache. Lu Cheng chuckled and said, You don't have to worry about that. You've helped me, so of course, I'll help you. He patted his chest and continued, Wherever you want to go, I'll take you. My ship should be faster than your little boat. Shanks hesitated for a moment, but after glancing at Robin beside Lu Cheng, he quickly made up his mind. Although the person he needed to meet was very important and he couldn't easily disclose it, having Robin's connection made it different. The other party probably wouldn't mind. So Shanks smiled and asked, Aren't you in a hurry to go somewhere else? Lu Cheng casually replied, What's the rush? I'm just sitting here on the bow of the ship, calling Robin over to get me something to eat. It doesn't matter where we go. We're all just sailing in the sea. There are pirates everywhere, and no matter where you go, they're always too worth something. It won't delay me from making money. How about you help me catch 2 pirates for the fare? Shanks laughed and said, That fare is really expensive, but I can sit down too. I'm a laid-back person. Your carefree attitude makes me feel more in tune with you, and your handsome face is just as appealing as mine. I can't help but wonder if we might be long-lost brothers. After thinking for a moment, he patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder and said, Helping you catch pirates is impossible. I'm not a bounty hunter. What do you think this is? However, from now on, you're my little brother. In the future, when you're at sea, just call my name and say you're the little brother of the red-haired one. I'll take care of you. How about that? Not a bad deal, right? Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said, All right, it's a deal. He glanced at the straw hat casually placed on the deck by Shanks. It would be quite amusing to call himself brothers with the red-haired man and then meet Luffy later, but Luffy shouldn't still be nursing, right? Shanks looked at Lu Cheng's gaze and misunderstood his intention. I can't give you this. It was given to me by someone very important and means a lot to me. Lu Cheng yawned and said, I know your hat has a significant background. I'm just taking a look at you, seeing how nervous you are. It's fine, Shanks. Lu Cheng reached for a bottle of wine, and on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, arms grew one after another. Little Robin was struggling to use her devil fruit powers to bring food and drinks to the 2 of them. I think one day you might give it to someone. At that time, he will say the same words you're saying now. How is that possible? Red-haired Shanks smiled. Given the significance of this hat to him, how could he possibly give it to someone else? You little brat, you're just talking nonsense. Believe it or not, Lu Cheng took a sip of wine, thinking that this was exactly what he would do in the future, even at the cost of a hand. If I say what I'm about to say now, you would definitely think I'm crazy. He chewed a couple of bites and bit down hard on a large piece of meat to replenish his strength. It's like the inheritance ceremony of the Pirate King, where the successors take on the hopes left by their predecessors. Shanks was a bit stunned for a moment, but soon he smiled in understanding. In the salty sea breeze, he placed that straw hat on his head. That man had lived a splendid and heroic life, leaving this world with no regrets. But he had left many people lost at sea, unsure of the path ahead. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and decided not to remind the other party about the severed arm. Damn, a dignified Yonko. Having one arm bitten off by the Sea King is simply absurd. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a thing. Moreover, how could a small mountain bandit manage to snatch Luffy away right under the eyes of the entire red-haired pirates with just a smoke bomb? It seemed too fake. The water was almost turning into an ocean. The severed arm was later explained in the original work as, "I bet that arm on the new era." Forget it. The other party was determined to actively become a hero like the Condor hero, and Lu Cheng had no reason to stop him. After all, the other party had openly offered it, without even pretending. It couldn't be persuaded with just a few words. He might as well wait until the other party had lost his arm before enjoying the chance to mock him. There was really no way to save that heavy arm. Speaking of which, even with one arm severed, Shanks still looked so handsome, it really wasn't fair. Seeing Lu Cheng devouring his food, Shanks also took the food that Robin had handed him and started eating. Both of them were big eaters, and their eating speed was surprisingly similar. After sweeping through a large amount of ingredients, Lu Cheng finally stopped his actions. "Robin, are you hungry? Why aren't you eating a bit?" Little Robin shook her head. She wasn't hungry at all. In fact, just watching the two of them eat so ravenously made her feel somewhat full. Shanks also patted his belly, looking very satisfied. "Thank you for the hospitality." Although he could get plenty of food at sea, there were still many meats and fine wines that were hard to obtain. The food he got from the other party perfectly satisfied his cravings. It had been a long time since he had eaten so heartily. Big ships were indeed great, as they could carry so much food. Lu Cheng completely agreed. He couldn't let go of the warrior because it stored a large amount of his rations. Otherwise, he would have long been riding his motorcycle, taking little Robin as far as they could go. And how could he have been caught up by Akiji? "I didn't expect you to eat quite a bit," Shanks said, looking at Lu Cheng, who was still eating heartily, somewhat lost in thought. "You eat quite a lot too. Isn't that normal?" Lu Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. "In this world of One Piece, strong individuals tend to eat more. Isn't that just the most normal thing?" Though he said that, Shanks took another swig of his drink and said, "But not everyone can eat this much. Usually, those who eat a lot have some unexpected talent in certain aspects." "Oh really?" Lu Cheng's cheeks were stuffed as he asked, "In what aspect?" After the battle with Akiji, he had consumed a lot of his stamina, and his energy was greatly depleted. Even after eating so much, he still felt hungry, unable to stop eating. It was apparent that the food on the ship might soon run out, and despite having stored rations for a long time, they didn't seem to last. It seemed he needed to find a place to replenish supplies. Fortunately, he still had quite a bit of money, so there was no rush to hunt pirates all over the sea. Shanks took a sip of soup, smacked his lips, and smiled. Little Robin's cooking is quite good. Of course, Lu Cheng felt a sense of pride upon hearing this, as if his own child was being praised by outsiders. "Don't underestimate my little Robin. She may be young, but she could do a lot. Navigating, cooking, she's proficient in everything." Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated. After realizing that Lu Cheng was an unreliable bounty hunter, little Robin had started to work hard at learning how to be an assistant to a bounty hunter. And all this knowledge was just recently learned from books. However, because she had the Hana no Mi fruit and was extremely intelligent, she learned things quite quickly. For example, she could use the Hana no Mi to sprout multiple pairs of eyes to read several books at once, and simultaneously use it to sprout several pairs of arms to prepare multiple dishes. In short, Lu Cheng felt he had struck gold. It was as if he had found a little maid who took care of everything, and he ended up leaving all the work to her. But little Robin was very happy doing it, and considering this was also a way for her to train with her devil fruit, Lu Cheng accepted it without any qualms. No wonder she was his 79 million. She was practically a treasure all over. Shanks put down his soup bowl and sighed comfortably. After drifting at sea for so long, it was not easy to finally enjoy such a sumptuous meal. Shanks thought staying on Lu Cheng's ship for a while seemed quite nice. He looked at Lu Cheng and said, "I think you might have the potential to learn hockey." "Hockey?" Lu Cheng's heart stirred, but he pretended not to know. He swallowed the food in his mouth and took a moment to ask, "Is that what you used during your earlier battle, that black energy?" Shanks didn't answer, and Lu Cheng continued to eat while asking, "By the way, Shanks, why did your sword catch fire back then? Is that the so-called hockey?" Shanks tapped his fingers. as he was usually quite easygoing and had a good temper. These things weren't really secrets, so he smiled and raised his hand. A layer of black aura quickly covered his palm, and black flame-like energy swirled tightly around his hand, as if it were burning. This is called armament haki. Besides armament haki, there is also observation haki and a rarer type called conqueror's haki. So many? Liu Cheng immediately feigned surprise, saying, "Can I learn it?" This came from the heart. Coming to the world of One Piece, who wouldn't want to learn haki? Shanks laughed heartily. "If you were to be my crew member, I might have time to teach you, but you don't want that." Shanks shook his head regretfully. "After I finish my business here, I have to return to the Grand Line. So sorry, Liu Cheng, I probably won't have time to teach you how to learn haki." Liu Cheng felt a bit disappointed, but still said, "In that case, forget it. I'll learn it when I have the chance in the future." After all, he had the Kamen Rider system, which could slowly improve his strength. Although it was a pity that he couldn't learn haki from Shanks now, he didn't push too hard. Everyone on the sea had their own adventures and journeys. Besides being a companion on the ship, parting ways was the most common thing. Since he didn't want to be Shanks' crew member and wanted to go solo, parting was inevitable. But if you have time, teaching a little would be great, right? Seems like it. Shanks laughed. "Then let me tell you about it." Liu Cheng stopped eating, and little Robin quietly sat beside him, listening to the two talk. The kicking technique that surrounded the body with flames was actually very similar to armament haki. Both are techniques that use energy to enhance the body. If you want to master armament haki sooner, you can start from this aspect. Dragon Knight Kick. Liu Cheng recalled the process of using his ultimate move, surprised that people in this world found his Knight Kick and the use of armament haki so similar. "Speaking of which, you actually have such amazing kicking skills." Shanks exclaimed in surprise, "If you had my strength, with one kick, the opponent would probably lose half their life. Doesn't it kick to death? What are you thinking?" Shanks glared at him. "That's Akiji, the Ice Admiral. I'm not as strong as him. Are you not satisfied that your kick can almost take him down?" Well, Liu Cheng thought this was indeed the case, but the Knight Kick was originally a signature move of the Kamen Rider. Isn't it normal to kick any enemy to death? Seeing this, Shanks laughed heartily and said, "So, I think you're actually quite impressive. Haki is just a technique of using power. It's quite common on the Grand Line. Most great pirates can do it. I think your physical skills combined with your armor ability are already quite formidable." The Dragon Knight Kick, right? Shanks smacked his lips. This technique that perfectly merges your own power with that of the Red Dragon is already very impressive. 1 + 1 produces far greater than 2 in strength, which means unless someone is overwhelmingly stronger than you, it's basically hard for them to withstand your kick. After all, it's the signature move of Kamen Rider. Even one kick can exhaust me. It's normal for it to be strong. Shanks glanced at Liu Cheng and smiled slightly. "So I say you really don't need to be fixated on haki. For you, does it really matter whether you can use haki or not? As long as your strength is strong enough, even if you can't use haki, can they withstand your kick?" Liu Cheng thought for a moment and felt that what the other person said made a lot of sense, but "I want to learn." Shanks slapped his forehead. "I believe that a master of physical combat is not necessarily weaker than someone who can use haki. Haki, especially armament haki, is just a technique used to deal with specific enemies. But I feel that your power seems to inherently possess such abilities. So for you, it's not really a technique that you must master." Liu Cheng thought for a moment, and indeed, armed color haki does have a restraining effect on the abilities of natural-type devil fruits. But with the fire abilities that Wu Shuanglong possesses, he can also be considered half a natural fruit user. So I'm really curious, what is your devil fruit? Is that dragon also your ability? Yes. It's called Wu Shuanglong Shenhongzhe, and it is a partner with whom I have signed a contract to fight alongside. Shanks nodded. Partner. What a beautiful word. He didn't ask Liu Cheng about his abilities anymore and continued speaking. Armed color haki is essentially a way of utilizing the latent energy that flows within the human body. As long as you can perceive this energy and use it flexibly, wrapping it around various parts of your body, that is what is known as armed color haki. Observation haki is the same. It is a way to enhance one's reaction and observation abilities, and in some ways, it is not fundamentally different from armed color haki. One acts on the body, while the other acts on the external environment. Seeing Liu Cheng in deep thought, Shanks continued. The other type is called conqueror's haki, which is different from both armed color and observation haki. It is probably an innate ability that everyone possesses and cannot be taught. Luffy has conqueror's haki, which essentially means a natural kingly aura. It seems that in the original story, it also indicates that this cannot be learned. I understand. Liu Cheng nodded. So as long as I make myself strong enough to discover that energy and use it, I can naturally learn haki, right? Exactly. Shanks agreed, nodding. He added haki. In the end, is just a type of energy that everyone possesses. Through hard training, such as the Marine Six Styles, one can deepen their understanding of hockey and even grasp the essence of the return of life. So what is the Marine Six Styles? Iron block, finger gun, soro jeppo, shave, and paper drawing are the 6 techniques referred to as the 6 styles. The technique of hardening the body to defend against attacks is called iron block. Attacking with hardened fingers is called finger gun. The technique for enhancing speed and moving at high speed is called to. The technique of walking in the air is called jeppo. Transforming hands and feet into blades to slash out wind blades is called shave. And the ability to control every part of the body as if it were a piece of paper, bending and changing freely is called paper drawing. But fundamentally, they're just a way of utilizing the return of life. Return of life? Liu Cheng continued to ask, as he couldn't quite remember these small details. Return of life is the complete mastery of the human body. Those who are most proficient in the return of life can manipulate every part of their body at will, even perfectly controlling each hair. This concept of return of life sounds a bit frightening. Liu Cheng glanced at Robin, imagining her long black hair dancing like snakes, which was indeed quite scary. So ultimately, what matters most is one's own strength. Only with sufficient strength can one exert greater power. Shanks smiled and said, exactly, with enough physical strength. Learning the 6 styles will be easy. Conversely, if one's physical strength is insufficient, even if they learn it, they won't be able to exert sufficient power. Can't perform techniques like walking in the air and definitely can't harden their body like an iron block to withstand attacks from blades and guns. No wonder Luffy learns everything so quickly. That indestructible body is indeed the hallmark of a protagonist. Liu Cheng thought for a moment and said, in that case, if someone's physical condition is already weak, even if they cover their body with armament hockey, it probably won't have much power, right? Shanks replied yes. He no longer spoke, clearly indicating that he had said everything he wanted to say. Liu Cheng already knew what he wanted to know, and he nodded. Where are you going? Shanks took out a hand-drawn, messy map, which was mostly wet, but fortunately, the destination was still visible. However, it would be a bit difficult to navigate using this. Liu Cheng frowned. It's unlikely we can find it just based on this sketch. I only have the nautical charts for the recent sea areas here. Let's find the nearest island to dock at first, and then look for a more detailed navigation route. Liu Cheng murmured. Also, we need to replenish our food supplies. The remaining food probably isn't enough to last us. He looked at little Robin, who had a serious expression, and said, if we keep eating like this, it won't be enough for a single meal. No. Liu Cheng reassured her, if we don't exert ourselves, we won't eat that much. It should be enough for us to reach the next island. My navigator. Liu Cheng patted little Robin's head. Get ready to set sail for the next island. The ship drifted on the sea, crushing the starlight. Kid, wake up. Shanks' voice reached his ears. Liu Cheng opened his eyes. He had just fought a battle, and although he had a hearty meal, he still felt very tired. This skirmish with the Articuno, even though the opponent had let it go and he had only used a few moves, was indeed exhausting. What's wrong? He yawned as he sat up, and when he looked up, the sea was still pitch black with the starlight dim. Adrift on the boundless ocean, any unexpected situation could occur. Someone still needed to keep watch over the ship at night, and that person was obviously Liu Cheng. It wouldn't do to let little Robin keep watch on the deck at night, would it? She was just a little girl, not even as tall as the ship's railing. How could she be of any use? So Liu Cheng took on the task of watching the ship for the night, having always been used to sleeping on the deck. Red-haired Shanks reached out his hand and pulled the still sleepy Liu Cheng to his feet. After Liu Cheng woke up a bit, Shanks pointed towards the distant sea and said with a smile, a ship is coming towards us. So what if it is? Liu Cheng blinked hard, yawned, and suddenly realized something, becoming alert. A pirate ship? Yes, Shanks nodded gently, confirming his words. It turned out they were here to deliver money. Liu Cheng immediately perked up, his sleepiness gone. For such guests who came bearing gifts, they needed to be well received. He looked towards the distant sea, and sure enough, amidst the hazy night, a large dark shadow loomed like some giant beast, but the twinkling lights around it indicated that it wasn't some strange creature, but rather a sailing ship slowly approaching from afar. At the top of that massive ship's silhouette hung a flag, and Liu Cheng and Shanks, using the dim starlight, could vaguely make out the skull flag fluttering in the sea breeze at the top of the flagpole. It was confirmed. They were indeed here to deliver money. All those flying the skull flag on this sea were wealthy individuals. Even if they didn't have cash on them, they would have money at the Navy headquarters. As the pirate ship drew closer, Liu Cheng noticed that although the other side was silently approaching in the dark, the deck at the bow was filled with people. They must have spotted their ship long ago and were sneaking up to take them out directly. After all, their ship wasn't flying a skull flag, so the other side couldn't possibly see them as fellow pirates. Of course, even if they had a flag, it wouldn't matter much. Robbing fellow pirates and engaging in underhanded dealings was quite normal for pirates. However, what the other party probably didn't expect was that so late at night, not only was there someone awake on their ship, but that person was out on the deck enjoying the scenery. Wasn't that a bit odd? Two groups of people stared at each other across the water, seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Lu Cheng and Shanks waved vigorously from their ship, their voices cheerful as if they had encountered something joyful. Hey friends, good evening. What the hell, friends? Good evening? We're here to rob you pirates. Could you at least show a little respect and act a bit scared? Scared? How should Lu Cheng put it? He didn't want to cooperate with them. The key was that he just couldn't feel scared, and he was even somewhat happy. Late at night, although his sleep was interrupted, someone had come to deliver money. So of course, he was glad to accept it. As for whether they could win the fight, those formidable pirates were not so easily encountered. And even if luck was against them, he still had a face-saving brother beside him, right? At that time, he could just let the other party shout, "Please give Shank some face and come with me to the Navy headquarters to collect the bounty, okay?" Then wouldn't everything be resolved? But for now, he still felt that there was no need for the other side to make a move. Because as a mature Kamen Rider, he needed to earn his own meal money to eat well. He wasn't like the red-haired Shanks, who liked to freeload. It was already late at night, and they weren't sleeping. What bad luck. Well, two unlucky fellows. Encountering us means you're doomed. Let's kill them and take their ship. The pirate ship was getting closer and closer. Lu Cheng saw several seemingly drunk pirates by the ship's railing, one hand holding a tattered blade and the other a bottle of liquor, clinking it as they drank. Upon realizing they had been discovered, they no longer bothered to hide and began to curse loudly. One particularly drunk pirate even sprayed liquor as he urinated into the sea, shouting insults at the two men, shaking his privates, and casually throwing the nearly empty bottle at them. However, it was too far away, and the bottle went splash as it hit the water, making no further noise. You useless John, have you pissed away all your strength? With that little power, you can't even throw a bottle. You probably don't even have the strength to get with a woman, huh? Shut the hell up. That woman from last time was killed by me. It's not up to you useless ones. Don't argue. When the time comes to seize the ship, if there are women, you two can compete. Whoever loses has to drink foot water for the rest of their life. Exactly. Do you dare bet? Let's bet. Am I afraid of you? Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the ship opposite, mocking and filled with crude language, carried over by the sea breeze. Lu Cheng vaguely heard the other person's words and frowned. Damn it. Most pirates in this world are ruthless and wicked. There are too few adventure teams like the protagonist group, and more often than not, they're like the ones in front of him, crude, disgusting, cruel, and utterly malicious. They deserve to be hanged 1,000 times over. Damn it. Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes and silently estimated the distance between the two ships, preparing to jump over and attack when the distance was right. At this moment, in his eyes, the pirates on the other ship had transformed from pirates into shapes of banknotes. The tempting belly made him not even angry at their crude insults. I really have a good temper. Lu Cheng silently praised himself, truly worthy of being the most righteous and free Kamen Rider on this sea. Beside him, Shanks also showed no reaction, completely unconcerned about the pirates' insults and mockery, which is normal. In the comics, Shanks similarly did not get angry at insults from mountain bandits. Although the red-haired Shanks is young now, he wouldn't care about the filthy words of a group of ants. Do these ant-like things even deserve to make him angry? Do they even deserve to draw his sword? Moreover, these ants are about to become bounties. What happened? A timid voice came from the side. Lu Cheng turned his head to see that an ear and a mouth had somehow grown on the ship's railing, and that mouth was currently moving as it spoke. Even little Robin had been awakened by the noise. Lu Cheng inexplicably felt a bit angry as he looked at the noisy pirate ship across from him, flames flickering in his eyes. Why the hell are you making such a loud noise? Don't you know that children need sleep at night? If you disturb little Robin's rest, what will happen if she doesn't grow taller? It's okay. It's okay. Lu Cheng softly comforted, silently noting down the pirates across. Someone is coming with money. No need to worry. Sleep early. I can handle it. Seeing that little Robin still hadn't moved, he finally ordered a bit more sternly. Go to sleep. Little Robin, feeling wronged, cut off the connection. Her ears and mouth made from the Hana Nomi falling off the railing like petals wilting under the moonlight. It's all because of these bastards that little Robin couldn't sleep well, and it made him snap at her, truly deserving of death. He decided he couldn't let the other side off easily. He needed to give him a profound lesson first. Otherwise, his thoughts wouldn't be clear. Seriously, are you getting angry just because you were scolded a few times? Shanks noticed Lu Cheng's change and let out a slight sigh. Indeed, he was still too young, easily impulsive, and quick to get riled up. Aren't you angry? Although Lu Cheng felt a bit misunderstood by the other party, he wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he curiously asked, with a swarm of flies buzzing in his ear, "Don't you want to swat them?" Regarding Lu Cheng's question, Shanks chuckled and planned to teach him how to become a real man, what it means to conduct oneself as a true man. After all, the other party was too young, with too little experience, rash and immature. Compared to himself, there was too much of a gap. The immature Lu Cheng was rash, but the already mature Kamen Rider was ready to go. Life and death were taken lightly. If you don't agree, just fight. Moreover, against such obvious opponents, Lu Cheng felt completely unafraid. Lu Cheng tilted his neck and rubbed his hands eagerly. If you don't plan to take action, then they are all mine. I want to knock the brains out of those bastards who yelled the loudest and spit them on the ground, and teach them how to speak properly. The red-haired man was somewhat speechless, but considering that the other party was someone who could kick a Navy rear admiral without a second thought when angry, this behavior was quite normal. He was just a bit exhausted. He knew that his principles on how to become a cultured and magnanimous real man probably wouldn't help here. But he still made one last effort, preparing to talk to the other party about the demeanor of a strong person, when he heard Lu Cheng cursing. How dare they disturb little Robin's sleep? Don't they know that a child's sleep is the most important thing? I want them to see what their brains look like. This. The red-haired man suddenly thought that the other party's anger was not without reason. Nothing was more important than little Robin's sleep. He suddenly smiled. With the way the other was acting, it would probably not be so easy to get him to hand over little Robin. The world government would have a headache over this. However, he was a pirate, and the more the world government and the Navy were troubled, the better it was for him. He vaguely looked forward to how this sea would once again become magnificent and extraordinary in the future. Do you see it, Captain? Your sacrifice was worth it. After you left, there are still so many people pursuing freedom on this sea. This is probably what you most wanted to see, right? He looked up at the moon that had suddenly appeared in the sky, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The moonlight was bright and cool like water. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng had no idea what the other party was thinking. His fists were already itching with impatience. He stepped back a few paces, moved away from the edge of the ship's railing, squatted down, and prepared to jump. What does that silly kid over there want to do? A pirate on the opposite ship noticed Lu Cheng's movements and asked with confusion, "Is he planning to jump over? What a fool. It's so far away, and he's just a little brat. Does he think he's some great pirate?" Lu Cheng gathered his strength and leaped into the air, making a vigorous jump towards the pirate ship across from him. As he soared into the sky, a set of crimson armor suddenly appeared, firmly attaching itself to his body. What the hell is that? Be careful, this guy is trouble. The pirates by the ship's edge widened their eyes. There were many strange things and peculiar people in this sea, but the most well-known were naturally the devil fruits. They granted people abilities as extraordinary as those of demons. But at the same time, they were cursed by the sea, losing the ability to swim. At this moment, in their eyes, Lu Cheng, who had suddenly donned armor, was clearly someone who had consumed a devil fruit. Lu Cheng didn't care how the other party thought. When the armor reattached to his body, he felt his strength suddenly increase, and the downward trend that was supposed to happen was abruptly halted, allowing him to land steadily on the pirate ship. Boom! The entire ship seemed to tremble slightly, but the waves on the sea were already significant, so no one paid attention. On the contrary, the pirates, with red eyes, surrounded this strange person who had suddenly jumped over, feeling somewhat at a loss. Are you human or a ghost? Lu Cheng turned around and glanced at the pirate, who was trembling with fear. The other party probably couldn't figure out how he had managed to jump over so easily from such a distance. Lu Cheng smiled slightly, his voice transmitted through the mask. "I am a messenger of justice, and I also work part-time as a pirate hunter. If you want to know what to call me, you can call me Kamen Rider." Kamen Rider? What the hell is that? The pirates expressed their confusion. However, they clearly understood the first part. The other party was a pirate hunter, and they were a group of pirates. It is well known that pirate hunters see pirates as nothing more than bounty, so pirates naturally harbor no goodwill towards pirate hunters. Since the other party was a pirate hunter, there was nothing more to say. No one wished for the other to take their head for a reward. Kill him. He is all alone. Even if he is a devil fruit user, so what? We have so many people. Each of us can take a stab at him, and he'll be dead. The pirate captain, with a face full of viciousness, felt a surge of malice in his heart, revealing a hint of a fierce smile. He drew out his bloody large knife, laughing cruelly. I heard that when a devil fruit user dies, a devil fruit will appear in the nearby sea. Each fruit is worth several 100 million berries. His gaze was filled with ferocity. The other pirates, who were initially a bit scared, suddenly had their fear wiped away upon hearing several 100 million berries, replaced by greed and brutality. Several 100 million berries. They probably would never have the chance to see so much money in their lifetime. With so much money, how much fine wine could they buy? How many women could they sleep with? They couldn't even dare to imagine. How many ships would they need to rob? How many people would they need to kill? How many life and death situations would they have to experience to get that kind of money? And now, all they needed to do was kill this strange person in front of them. Cutting off his head with one stroke, what an easy task. They had done such things far too many times. They might not be good at anything else, but for these desperate pirates drifting on the sea, killing was a simple matter. It's just a head. Could your head be harder than anyone else's? If Lu Qing knew what they were thinking, he would definitely reply that it was. Isn't that obvious? I'm wearing full armor. My defense must be better than being naked. With such thick armor on my head, my defense is definitely not to be underestimated. Which knight can't take a hit? Flesh is the most basic thing. Okay? However, looking at the greedy gazes of these pirates, Lu Qing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Truly, these pirates who value money over life are all the same. Even when death is imminent, they're still thinking about killing me for the devil fruit. It can only be said that pirates are all the same under the heavens. Except for a few pirate crews with some principles, there are hardly any who don't deserve to die. If the other party seeks death, he would definitely fulfill their wish. However, based on his experience of submitting a bounty once, living ones are more valuable. He had come this far, and he only had a measly 2 million berries left. What could this amount do? If he let loose and ate, it wouldn't even be enough for 2 meals. Moreover, he was now responsible for a little girl's expenses. He couldn't let the child suffer. He had to take care of 2 people's meals. Although little Robin's appetite wasn't large right now, and raising her was completely pressure-free, what about in the future? What if little Robin's appetite grew? Food, drink, and other necessities all cost money, and she needed to be raised well. Otherwise, what if she got kidnapped? Although he felt that before the other party could kidnap little Robin, he would most likely blow their brains out directly. But the problem is, one must be cautious. So, catching pirates and collecting bounties, pirates equal berries. Boom. Lu Qing swung his fist, and everyone saw a pirate beside him being heavily smashed away, crashing through the ship's railing and splashing into the sea with a thud, clearly destined to be food for the Sea King. This was enough to demonstrate the power of that punch. The pirates were taken aback, watching the strange armored figure tilt its head. Gentlemen, I have 2 choices for you. He reached out and pulled out a card, waving it in front of the pirates. Either you continue to resist, and I'll chop you into twisted strands, bringing your rotten heads to claim the bounty, or you give me some face, obediently tie yourselves up, and accompany me to the Navy base. What do you think? Of course, the crimson eye beneath the mask flickered with a dangerous red light. You can also tell me that you're just small fry, worthless, with no bounty on you. He chuckled coldly, his voice as chilling as the harsh winds atop a snowy mountain, making hearts tremble. Then I'll save myself the trouble and just chop you up and toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Which option do you prefer? Lu Qing's arrogant words directly infuriated the group of pirates, making them feel like their lungs were about to explode. Who the hell is this? What nonsense is he talking about? Just listen to him. So arrogant. Is this how a person speaks? Giving you face. What a joke. Who the hell are you? What famous pirate are you? How much face do you have? And you expect me to surrender willingly, or else you'll chop us up and feed us to the fish. What a joke. You don't even have a knife. What are you going to use to chop people? I'll count to 3. Lu Qing ignored the pirate's anger, his voice calm as if he were speaking to a group of dead people. 1. He raised his first finger. 2. He raised his second finger. He was about to shout 3. Damn, where did this guy pop out from? Get him, kill him. The pirate captain shouted loudly, signaling the others to attack Lu Qing. How dare you not let me finish my threat? Lu Qing glanced at the other party, memorizing his appearance. I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish soon. He leisurely inserted the card in his hand into the dragon summoner. Sword vent, sword descends. A mechanical voice seemed to echo in the sky. What sound is that? A pirate shouted loudly, looking up at the sky. Under the bright moonlight in the dark night, a completely crimson dragon was coiling in the sky, its red light illuminating the terrified faces of every pirate. The giant dragon let out a deep howl, and the blade at its tail flashed with light. Lu Qing reached out to grab the dragon army blade that had fallen from the sky, his fingertips tracing the sharp edge. Who among you wants to be the first to test how fast my blade is? Crack! A fiercely intimidating pirate, his face twisted with malice, swiftly drew a soiled pistol from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed at Lu Cheng. Pretentious. I'll shoot you dead with one shot. The crimson-colored Wushuang dragon vanished into the horizon, and the silvery moonlight grew even brighter. The moonlight illuminated the deck, revealing every shadow upon it. The silver metal armor reflected a chilling gleam in the moonlight, and the silver sheen could not conceal the blood-red hue beneath the steel battle gear. That was the color of slaughter. Lu Cheng calmly watched the pirate with the gun, as well as the other pirates around him who were drawing their swords and had uncertain expressions. Go ahead and shoot, he said, getting closer with casual movements. Damn it, do you think this fierce pirate is afraid to pull the trigger? With a loud roar, the pirate fired a shot directly at Lu Cheng's head. The large lead bullet shot out from the flintlock, but Lu Cheng casually crossed his knife in front of him and made a gentle slash. The bullet was sliced in half. Given that he was wearing armor, cutting through the bullet was hardly a challenge. Even if he stood still, it would be almost a joke for the other side to think they could smash his armor with bullets. He actually cut through the bullet. How could that be possible for someone who was a great swordsman? Lu Cheng heard the terrified screams from the other side. This group of pirates naturally did not know what a true swordmaster was. However, it did not prevent them from knowing that a great swordmaster could easily cut through steel, and even bullets could be sliced with ease. At this moment, Lu Cheng was right in front of them, effortlessly slicing through a bullet. The fierce pirate holding the gun broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale, and his arm holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. It seemed that in the next second, he would no longer be able to grip the gun, losing all semblance of his previous ferocity. If you don't come any closer, his voice trembled, filled with fear as Lu Cheng approached. For these pirates, perhaps it was only when death was imminent that they would truly feel fear of dying. The fierce pirate with the gun shook all over. Watching the figure in armor slowly approach, casually raising the long knife, the bright blade reflecting the moonlight, and swinging it down horizontally. So you're the loudest, huh? Lu Cheng remembered that this thing was the loudest on the deck, waking up his 79 million. He had previously said he would smash the opponent's brain and splatter it on the ground. But now, giving the opponent a knife, he directly chopped off the opponent's head seemed to have, well, not been accomplished. Lu Cheng raised his foot and tapped the round, plump head a couple of times. But he ultimately had no interest in desecrating the corpse. He kicked out, sending the head soaring into the air like a ball. Off you go. The round head traced a graceful arc in the sky before plopping into the sea and disappearing from sight. Out of sight, out of mind, which saved him from the temptation of crushing it later. Although he didn't smash the brain into pieces, at least there was blood all over the place, which counts for half a victory. Rounding up, he could say he accomplished what he set out to do. There was no helping it. His math was taught by the PE teacher. The math teacher was unwell, so all the classes were taken by the PE teacher, which was completely normal. Everyone has gone through that. He didn't need to explain it a second time. Splash, splash, a sound of someone falling into the water. A few others rushed up, still with a bit of courage, drawing their swords against Lu Cheng, only for the bright blades to turn around. Lu Cheng struck out with a simple yet powerful blow. And under the absolute pressure of speed and strength, the outcome was not surprising. The pirates, charging at him, all fell to the ground, split in half by a single strike, their severed bodies sent flying into the sea by the tremendous force. You guys are quite loud. Lu Cheng shook his head with some regret. Damn it, you're looking for death. The burly pirate captain let out an angry roar, but in battle, it's not about how loud you can shout. Otherwise, Lu Cheng would definitely not be his opponent. Lu Cheng kicked the opponent to the ground with a swift motion, raising his long knife and swinging it down fiercely. It's over. The glinting blade shimmered with a cold light, and the pirate captain, with his face full of flesh, thought to himself that the opponent's strength was too overwhelming. In front of him, he and his crew felt as fragile as infants. A simple punch from the opponent was enough to send them flying over 10 meters, collapsing on the deck, unable to even get back up. The long knife was incredibly sharp. One strike would cut both man and weapon in half. How could they fight back? It was impossible to fight. Now, that long knife was aimed at his head, but as a pirate captain, he was not only stronger than other pirates, he was also more cunning than them. It was through strength and intelligence that he had become the captain among a group of outlaws. Suddenly, he remembered what the opponent had said earlier. He had thought the other person was extremely arrogant and domineering at the time. Now, however, that voice sounded like heavenly music to him. He shouted loudly, like a drowning person grasping tightly to the last straw of hope. I have a bounty. As the blade's aura surged, just as his voice fell. The glimmering blade stopped an inch from his forehead, just a second away from splitting his brain in half like a watermelon. Lu Cheng stopped the blade, and only then did he remember that he seemed to be here to make money. The pirate captain, with a face full of flesh, was gasping for breath, looking like he had narrowly escaped death. But soon, Lu Cheng kicked him over completely, and he felt a sudden dizziness, followed by a tremendous force pressing down on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ship. Lu Cheng stepped on the opponent's chest, the heavy pressure making it nearly impossible for the other to breathe. "How much is your head worth?" His voice was unceremonious. It seemed that if the answer didn't satisfy him, he would strike down with a blade. Hearing his tone, the pirate captain with a face full of flesh dared not delay any longer and hurriedly replied, "I'm very valuable. Don't kill me. I'm worth 3 million berries." Lu Cheng slapped the other person without any hesitation. "You're only worth 3 million. Why are you shouting so loud? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were worth 79 million. Yes, Lu Cheng had become a bit arrogant. A mere few million was no longer anything in his eyes. Now, any pirate with a bounty lower than 79 million berries was nothing in his view. However, the other party was still worth some money, so he decided to give the berries a bit of face. He lifted his foot slightly to ease the pressure, and the pirate captain he was stepping on gasped for air as if he had just been given a second chance at life. He seriously suspected that if he had taken a few seconds longer to respond, the other party would have been trampled to death. Lu Cheng stood up, his gaze sweeping over the other pirates. The sound of swords clattering to the ground echoed everywhere. The pirate who caught his eye couldn't help but drop the weapon in his hand, lowering his head and trembling, too scared to look at him. "Tie yourself up. Don't force me to take action. Otherwise, I won't be so gentle." Lu Cheng's voice was like a decree, causing the pirates to frantically take out ropes and bind themselves together, not daring to play any tricks. The other party was clearly a ruthless monster. If they angered him, their heads would probably be off their necks in the next second. It was better to go to the naval headquarters and serve time than to face the prospect of not eating in the next life. Soon, these pirates were tied up in groups, and Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction, thinking they were relatively obedient. "You guys, if you had just given me some face at the beginning, it would have been fine. Why did you have to see blood before calming down?" The pirates dared not express their anger and even thought to themselves that if they had known he was this terrifying, they should have surrendered obediently from the start. Seeing that everything on this side was done, Shanks leaped over from the night ship. "At first, I thought you were going to kill them all," Shanks teased. "How could that be?" Lu Cheng released his armor, revealing his handsome face underneath. He scratched his head and said, "How could that be? I am the most just and free masked knight, never killing without reason. It was them who didn't give face. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even moved. If you don't believe me, ask them if it's true." He pointed, and the group of pirates, tied up and huddled on the ship, quickly nodded in agreement, fearing they would lose the ability to nod forever in the next second. Shanks laughed heartily, accepting his explanation. Lu Cheng's words were all true. After all, these people were walking calamities, and he couldn't possibly just slaughter them over a disagreement. The main issue was that the other side wasn't giving him face, so he couldn't be blamed. The pirates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Although the other side looked somewhat terrifying, it seemed they had escaped a disaster and wouldn't have to die for the time being. "Hey, if we do this again, will you give me face?" Lu Cheng asked the pirates while pointing at himself. The pirates thought this kid was asking a super stupid question. Wasn't it obvious? The ones who wouldn't give you face had already been chopped up and fed to the fish. Who would dare to disrespect you? If we could take you on, we would definitely want to tear you apart. But the problem is, we can't fight you at all. The few bloody corpses nearby said it all. The ones still standing were just trying to give him face. Shanks looked at this scene speechlessly. Was this giving you face? This was about trying to save their own lives, okay? Lu Cheng, however, felt no remorse for his actions and remained silent, which was taken as an acknowledgement of his guilt. The numerous pirates thought that saying anything further would be futile, as the other party did not seem like someone who would reason with them. Nevertheless, they were just grateful to have survived. In this way, Lu Cheng quickly took full control of the pirate ship. Of course, the cabin was not without danger. There were still some pirates with issues, unable to comprehend the situation. But it didn't matter, as they quickly realized how terrifying it was to not give the other party face. All right, it's all settled. The last pirate was knocked out with a single punch, and only then did he begin to interrogate these pirates about their origins. After some questioning, the pirates were surprisingly cooperative, so Lu Cheng learned quite a bit. This was a group of second-rate pirates, most of whom had been pirates for less than a year. A year ago, they were just thugs and murderers roaming the nearby islands and had never even been out to sea. Some of them were even more peculiar, as they were originally ordinary civilians who had only heard of the legendary pirate King Roger and, lured by tales of the fabled treasure, had been tricked onto a pirate ship. In the end, they became pirates and gradually turned into ruthless villains. Liu Cheng found this motley crew somewhat speechless, estimating that they wouldn't fetch much money. Fortunately, he had stopped in time. Otherwise, if he had split the 3 million in half, the entire crew would probably be worth very little. Liu Cheng estimated that not all of them had bounties. Among those who did have bounties, the rewards might not be very high. It was almost a big loss. Fortunately, he was clever and stopped in time. Pirate Captain. Isn't it because of his cleverness that he saved his own life? Liu Cheng and Shanks rummaged through the various rooms on the ship, but unfortunately, they couldn't find a decent sea chart. The pirates, who mostly operated close to shore, were nearly all illiterate, and hoping that they would make an effort to learn or venture far out to sea was really wishful thinking. However, they did have an unexpected find, or perhaps it couldn't be considered a find at all. The few 100,000 berries they had amounted to their spoils. Collectively, the dozens of pirates had only this little spare change. There were also a few young girls who had been forcibly taken aboard by the pirates. These girls were all relatively pretty, which might have been the reason they survived, but this reason had turned into deeper suffering. This was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Looking at those girls, dressed in rags and covered in filth, they huddled in their cage, their eyes filled with fear, trembling as Liu Cheng and Shanks approached. Liu Cheng saw this and confirmed it again. When he approached to take a closer look, he found that they were covered in marks from being whipped. Liu Cheng sighed. That's why I hate pirates. Liu Cheng's voice reached Shanks' ears. Every time I see such misfortune, I become more certain of one thing. What is it? Shanks asked, a bit curious. There are too many people in this world who deserve to die. Far too many. To be honest, there's no end to it. Shanks was slightly taken aback. So you hate pirates, but you don't like the Navy either? What an arrogant little brat. Liu Cheng paused for a moment, then thought carefully before replying. It's true that I hate most pirates. As for the Navy, I can't say I like or dislike them. What I truly hate are those bad people who trample on the rights of others. As for who the bad people are, Liu Cheng didn't say anything, but he already had the answer in his heart. He stroked his chest, where a fiery heart was beating. As long as he held onto his beliefs and sense of justice, those who did evil would not escape his watchful eyes. He would teach them what true justice is. So what do you plan to do from now on? Are you going to be a bounty hunter forever? For the time being, let's be bounty hunters. I'll earn some money from me and Little Robin and avoid getting caught by the Navy. As for the future, Liu Cheng paused slightly and said, let's talk about the future later. Perhaps I will go to every corner of the world, to many places. Maybe I will seek justice as well. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips, but Shanks fell silent upon hearing this. What about you, Shanks? What do you plan to do? Liu Cheng asked. Shanks did not respond. He looked at the cages in the dark ship's hold, at the raggedly dressed girls and the fear in their eyes. He opened his mouth, but ultimately did not make a sound. He thought of his captain, who had ushered in such an era, but as the wheels of time began to roll forward, what happened was no longer within anyone's expectations. He said this was the tide of a new era, and the entire world would be turned upside down. The future of the world would be rewritten, and what they had failed to accomplish would be continued by others. Yet, when the tide of the era surged, how many people would struggle in this current, like floating weeds? Liu Cheng, what role will you play in that wave? And where will I go? Shanks looked at the cage in front of him, lost in thought. It wasn't just these few girls trapped in the cage, but an entire era and all the people yearning for freedom. He clenched his fists and silently made up his mind. Liu Cheng looked at Shanks, who suddenly fell silent and deep in thought, somewhat surprised. Even if he was unwilling to share, it shouldn't he come to pretending to be deaf and mute, right? However, he quickly pushed this thought aside. No matter what, he needed to focus on the task at hand first. He jumped over and smashed the wooden cage into pieces. I've already captured the pirates. You are free now, he said. But what responded to him were pairs of numb eyes, devoid of light in their hollow gaze. Liu Cheng fell silent. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Shanks. Stop daydreaming. Come over and lend a hand. Let's get them out first. The deck of the night was piled high with pirates, tightly bound by ropes. Their original pirate ship was slowly drifting away under the moonlight, the skull flag flapping in the sea breeze. Without a ship, pirates are no longer considered pirates. A thought suddenly surfaced in Liu Cheng's mind. He abruptly stood up, startling the few raggedly dressed girls beside him. He searched the entire pirate ship, but the pirates were disheveled, and he couldn't find a few suitable clothes. so he could only manage to find a few tattered garments for them to cover themselves. Although their eyes still lacked spirit, when they looked at Lu Cheng and Shanks, they were no longer filled with fear, especially when they gazed at the mast at the bow of the ship. Without that terrifying skull flag, they felt somewhat reassured. Yet, that pitiful and timid gaze seemed like a flame, burning in Lu Cheng's heart, just like the first time he saw little Robin. For as much pity as he felt, there was as much anger. Lu Cheng jumped to the top of the mast and stood firm, leaving everyone, including Shanks, momentarily stunned, unsure of what he intended to do. He took out the night card box and calmly completed his transformation. The crimson armor enveloped his entire body once again. The now deserted pirate ship slowly drifted away on the sea, and Lu Cheng quietly watched it fade into the distance, like sin lurking in the depths of the ocean. He drew a card from the card box at his waist and inserted it into the dragon summoner in his hand. Strike vent. Heavy strike descends. A loud mechanical sound echoed through the sky, and the Wushuang dragon appeared in the air, letting out a deep, muffled roar. Lu Cheng extended his right hand and automatically took the shooting weapon dragon claw fire, which resembled the head of the unmatched dragon as it descended from the sky. Putting it on his hand, the unmatched dragon roared and rolled in the void behind him, as if expressing the anger in his heart. He crouched down to gather strength, and with a sudden swing of his right fist, carrying the dragon claw fire, the unmatched dragon spewed out scorching flames, aiming to burn everything to ashes. A giant fireball bombarded the pirate ship, and amidst the astonished gazes of all the pirates and the few unfortunate girls, the entire pirate ship was ignited by the explosion, transforming into a blazing flame that illuminated the dark sea and reflected in everyone's hearts. The burning firelight was mirrored in the eyes of the few girls, who finally couldn't help but cry out, their sobs echoing over the sea, reaching far and wide. Little Robin rubbed her eyes and walked onto the deck in her pajamas. She looked at the deck piled high with tightly bound pirates, at the woman in tattered clothes huddled together in pain, at Shanks leaning silently against the railing with his hat pulled down, at the burning, receding flames on the distant sea, and at the familiar red figure standing high on the mast. In that instant, she understood what had happened, tugging at the hem of her clothes and opening her mouth, but unable to utter a word. Lu Cheng noticed the suddenly appearing little Robin and jumped down from the mast. Looking at the timid little Robin, he took off his armor and forced a smile. "What's wrong? Did I wake you up?" Little Robin didn't say anything, just suddenly buried his head into his embrace. The soft body in his arms made him feel his heart warm a little, because the sun had risen. From his arms came little Robin's intermittent replies. Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback and raised his head. On the horizon, the first rays of dawn had already pierced through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the small boat, and the sky revealed a fish belly white. The sea breeze rustled the sails, producing a delicate sound. Indeed, it was already dawn. The system's prompt broke the tranquility before him. "Ding, esteemed knight, you have a daily task awaiting acceptance. Will you accept it? Task name, The Lost One's Return. Task requirement, help several lost girls return to their hometown. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? Task reward, 200 justice points. Task status, awaiting acceptance. Will you accept the task?" Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. He hadn't seen a system task in a long time. The system didn't show up when he was rampaging last night. Now that everything was settled, it suddenly popped up. Really, the task didn't seem difficult, but the reward was scant. Only a mere 200 justice points. It was less than the big rampage-type tasks he received last night, which offered more rewards. However, the task content did align with his intentions. After thinking it over, he realized that a reward given for free shouldn't be expected to be too much. He waved his hand and accepted it. After finishing all this, he lowered his head, rubbed his stomach, and looked at Robin with a hint of embarrassment. "I'm hungry." The light brightened on the horizon. The night passed quickly. "Your cooking skills have improved, little Robin," Lu Cheng praised, making little Robin's face turn a rosy red. Lu Cheng devoured the food that little Robin had carefully prepared in the terrified eyes of a group of pirates. Only when a large stack of plates, taller than a person, piled up beside him did he pat his belly in satisfaction. It was true that he got hungry easily after a fight. Thankfully, little Robin was cooking for him, or he would probably have to eat raw food. However, the Hana Nomi was really useful, allowing him to cook dozens of dishes at the same time. Lu Cheng wondered whether he should send little Robin to a sea restaurant for further training. Maybe she could become a great chef at sea. If little Robin became a chef, wouldn't he be the one enjoying it? Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt that this idea was brilliant, a stroke of genius. He turned to little Robin, who was still lost in his praise. her cheeks flushed and looking adorably cute. "What's wrong?" little Robin asked, a bit confused as she touched her face and looked at Lu Cheng's gaze, asking timidly. "Nothing. I just thought of a place where you can learn how to cook. We can go check it out later. Learn how to make the dishes taste better?" Little Robin recalled how Lu Cheng ate like a starving ghost every time and couldn't help but chuckle. If she could make her cooking taste better, he would surely enjoy it even more. Hearing this made her suddenly quite looking forward to it. After finishing the meal, Lu Cheng began to exercise on the deck, working hard to convert the energy from his full stomach into an increase in strength. The pirates tied up on the ground exchanged glances when they saw Lu Cheng casually throwing punches that could create gusts of wind. Why were they thinking of robbing such a diligent and terrifying guy? Wouldn't it be better to just stay away from him? Of course, they had already been captured, and it was too late for regrets. Shanks yawned heavily, watching Lu Cheng train. With his observation hockey, he could keenly sense Lu Cheng's strength, which was subtly increasing at all times. What a terrifying talent. Shanks smiled slightly. In another 10 years, this little guy would definitely become a headache for the Navy. Of course, they might already be starting to have a headache now. After finishing his workout, Lu Cheng showed no signs of fatigue. He opened his panel to check his status. Name, Lu Cheng. Race, human. Occupation, Kamen Rider Bounty Hunter. Rider Belt, Kamen Rider Ryoki. Rider Items, Kamen Rider Ryoki Card. Motorcycle. HP, 100 Stamina, 100 Full. High Spirits, Talent, Mirror World. Traversal Skills, Navy 6 Styles, Beginner, Justice Points, 1,000 Money. 2. 5 million berries. After reviewing his attributes, Lu Cheng confirmed that he had barely learned the 6 styles. Shanks had said he wouldn't be able to learn hockey anytime soon, but he had directly taught him the Navy's 6 styles. Although he was puzzled as to why a pirate would learn the Navy's techniques, it was understandable since Shanks was a future Yonko, and the Navy's 6 styles weren't top secret. Many people knew them. He was eager to learn it, of course. The 6 techniques, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Suru, Jeppo, Ringe, and Shuriken, were not easy to learn, and at this moment he felt he had only grasped the basics. Using the Iron Block, he felt his body seemed to harden a bit, but unfortunately, the effect was too minimal, far less than the defense when he summoned armor. Learning this fast? Shank was a bit surprised. Of course. Lu Cheng nodded as if it was obvious. "I'm the most righteous knight. Such righteous techniques are easy to learn." Shanks said nothing, only sighed slightly. "Your physical talent is indeed impressive. Perhaps you might be able to master Life Return in the future." Life Return is a complete mastery over the human body, considered one of the most profound techniques in the pirate world. Of course, he was currently only scratching the surface. At this moment, a few ragged women approached Lu Cheng as he finally had some free time. "Thank you for saving us." They were still somewhat cautious, but after Lu Cheng burned down the pirate ship, they were much more at ease. When they saw little Robin, they fully let down their guard. Especially after learning about Robin's tragic past, they empathized with her. Their own even more tragic experiences made them quickly accept Robin's kindness. Lu Cheng was originally worried about how to complete the task. After all, the other party seemed to have serious psychological trauma and wouldn't say anything no matter what he asked, leaving him with no way to proceed. The pirates were ruthless, and they would directly cut to the chase. These few girls were already unfortunate enough, and he couldn't do anything if they didn't give him face. Unexpectedly, Nico Robin easily helped him resolve this issue. No wonder she was worth 79 million berries, the first mate, navigator, and chef of the Thousand Sunny. She was simply so capable. The salty sea breeze blew in waves, the sails billowed, and the Thousand Sunny continued to sail leisurely on the sea. Nico Robin was no longer on the deck. She had already started preparing lunch for Lu Cheng. The clean and tidy kitchen table was filled with food. Nico Robin was very fond of cleanliness and treated this ship as her home. Lu Cheng's ship was originally snatched from the hands of pirates, and he didn't care too much about it. Although he had tidied it up a bit before, as a knight, he didn't sweat the small stuff. It was quite normal for things to be a bit messy, right? After all, he was going to sleep on the deck. But little Robin was different. She carefully cleaned the knight's ship until it was spotless. Even with the help of the Hana no Mi, she still sweated profusely while tidying up the cabin. A child who has faced misfortune becomes more sensible. The person who brought her onto this ship told her that from now on, she would be his crew, his first mate, his navigator, his cook, and his 79 million. On this ship, without his orders, no one could take her away. He promised that, and he did. This was her home. Although the sea was vast, it was only on this small ship that she could feel warmth. Thinking of this, little Robin's lips curled up slightly as she hurriedly packed the food she had just cooked. Even with the help of the Hana no Mi, cooking 10 dishes at once was like multitasking with 10 different tasks, which was quite challenging. So Lu Cheng always thought little Robin was smarter than an average child. After all, she became a doctor at the age of 8, and if it came to an IQ showdown, he might just get rubbed into the ground by her. But it didn't matter. On this ship, he was the captain. No matter how smart she was still his 79 million, and she had to listen to him. Oomph. Arms sprouted from the ground, taking the plates filled with food and passing them up to the deck. Lu Cheng was wolfing down his food, his cheeks puffed up. The aroma of the food stimulated the pirates. Since they were captured alive last night, they hadn't eaten anything until now. They could overlook him having breakfast earlier. But now he was actually starting on lunch. How much could they endure? The smell was making their stomachs growl, and they stared longingly at Lu Cheng and the others who were feasting, their eyes full of pitiful longing. Just picture a group of burly men with watery eyes. Lu Cheng couldn't take it anymore. He quickly finished the meat, casually tossed a bone out, and it landed heavily on one of the pirates' heads. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out. The pirates looked aggrieved. If you weren't eating so heartily in front of us, will we be staring at you like this? You're hungry, and on top of that, you're enjoying your meal right in front of us. It's simply unbearable. Remembering how ruthless the other side was when it came to killing. Although these pirates were seething with resentment, they didn't dare say a word and lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. The 3 girls who had just been rescued from the pirate ship glanced fearfully at the bound pirates. Lu Cheng noticed their actions and comforted them, saying, "Don't be afraid. You all eat your food." He coldly glanced at the pirates and added, "Don't be fooled by their ugly and fierce looks. They're actually a bunch of useless trash. On this sea, the Navy doesn't dare to provoke them, and the pirates don't dare to challenge them. They only bully some innocent civilians on various islands and fantasize about finding great treasures at sea. Calling them pirates is an overstatement. They're just a mob of ruffians and thugs. Soon, I will send them all to the Navy and let the Navy teach them a lesson." Although he said this, the few young girls were still clearly scared. However, it was much better than before when they didn't even dare to eat. "Where are you all from?" Lu Cheng opened his mouth to ask. The 3 girls each mentioned the names of their hometowns, surprisingly all from the same place. He flipped through the nautical chart and took a look. The distance was quite far. The West Sea was vast and boundless. Although the normal sailing speed of ships wasn't slow, it was also normal for each voyage to take a considerable amount of time. The captives had been taken aboard the pirate ship for a long time and were already far away from their hometown. Lu Cheng estimated that it would take at least a month or 2. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll first take these pirates to the Navy base and ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. After that, if it's convenient, I can send you back home. Is that okay?" The several girls thanked him in a low voice. Lu Cheng then turned to look at Shanks. He actually wanted to send Shanks to his destination as soon as possible. But the problem was that Shanks, this unreliable guy, didn't even know where he was going. Shanks nodded. "It's okay. I have plenty of time. There's no rush." His original plan was to come here and search slowly. After all, such a mysterious gathering is really hard to find. If he had known earlier, he should have brought a few people who knew the way with him. Now, red-haired felt a bit reckless coming alone. Well, it's settled then. As the captain of a night ship, Lu Cheng's decisions are the supreme law on this vessel. "Where's my navigator, Robin?" After a hearty meal, Lu Cheng began calling for his navigator. Little Robin ran from the kitchen to the deck, her small face slightly flushed from running too fast. "Where's the nearest naval base to us? We're going to collect the bounty of justice. Set sail." Upon hearing this, Robin knew Lu Cheng was changing the course again. However, if they didn't go to the Navy to earn some money soon, it was likely that the entire crew of the night ship would soon be hungry. With someone coming to offer money, Robin was naturally full of enthusiasm. Although she didn't lift a finger while Lu Cheng, as a bounty hunter, captured pirates, she was sleeping at that time. It was still the other party's command, wasn't it? Otherwise, she would have definitely helped. She still had some involvement, right? This was the first batch of pirates they captured together. And it was also the first money she earned after becoming a bounty hunter. Robin was full of motivation. She carefully compared the nautical chart, looked at the compass in her hand, and then confirmed the direction. The compass began to spin, quickly determining a new course that led to a place she once dreaded in her dreams. But now, it was the path to earning berries. "Report to the captain," Robin said seriously and loudly. "The course has been corrected, and we will arrive at the designated location in a week." End of report. Well done. Lu Cheng stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze with his arms outstretched. With a flick of his cloak, the wide trench coat flapped in the wind. The night set sail. A week quickly passed, and a new ship arrived at the island where the naval division was located. As an island, there were many ships coming and going, so the arrival of an ordinary vessel was not unusual, and should not have attracted much attention. However, the problem was that this ship's actions were quite unusual. A line of ragged-dressed pirates was tied together with ropes, being dragged off the ship by a young boy. Those seemingly fearsome and brutal thieves now appear to be honest, clearly not daring to resist. The boy looked very young and wore a childlike mask, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, from the contours of his face and his fair skin, one could vaguely guess the extraordinarily handsome face hidden beneath the mask. Naval Division. Liu Chang dragged a large group of pirates into the Naval Division for the second time to collect their bounty, just like leading livestock. Although it was a different naval division, the process was largely the same. The naval staff carefully compared the pirates' appearances and calculated the bounty for Liu Chang. This one is worth 3 million. This guy, let me see, 200,000. And this one worth 100,000. No bounty for this one. But since we've caught him, has he killed anyone? 5,000. Liu Chang leaned against the wall, waiting idly for the Navy to settle his payment. Finally, the Navy cleared his accounts. The total was 5 million berries. Is that all? Liu Chang looked at the long string of candied hawthorn and found that the leading one was actually worth a bit of money. He now missed the madman, Gallows, immensely. That guy was worth 8 million by himself. He had resolved a request from the Navy girl who wanted to mooch a meal. Sigh, his handsome demeanor was innate, and even wearing a mask couldn't hide it. He often found himself troubled by strange women wanting to come up and mooch a meal. He originally had 2,500,000 berries, and now he had newly acquired 3,500,000 berries, bringing his total to 6 million berries. But the problem was that the food on the ship was nearly consumed. After all, while Little Robin didn't eat much, Shanks ate a lot. Now there were 2 big eaters on the ship, and food was being consumed rapidly. Shanks, this future emperor, actually had the audacity to eat and drink for free every day. The problem was that the other party couldn't dig out a single berry. And being this poor, he still dared to drift on the sea, relying on face to eat. However, the other party did say that if Liu Chang went to his ship in the future, he could eat however he wanted and would be guaranteed to be full. Liu Chang noted this down. He would consider this meal debt as something he owed, and he would eventually pay it back. These dishes looked pretty fresh. I'll take them all. Liu Chang held Little Robin's hand, and the 2 masked figures, one big and one small, wearing hats, began to bargain at the island market. Little Robin wore a hat that almost covered half her face and a small mask, happily holding Liu Chang's hand. No one could guess that she was Nico Robin, known as the Son of the Devil, worth 79 million berries. They just thought she was a little girl out playing with her brother. However, for safety's sake, the 2 naturally wouldn't stay here too long. But for now, it was relatively safe. They had been drifting at sea for a long time. Now that they were back on familiar ground, it was a rare opportunity to relax. As for the red-haired Shanks, he also wanted to come ashore to stroll around and breathe some fresh air. But the problem was that as a pirate who ate and lived for free, he really had no say in the matter and had been left by Liu Chang to watch the ship. After all, leaving the ship alone at the port was quite dangerous. Someone needed to keep an eye on it to prevent thieves or any unexpected situations. In many instances in the comics that Liu Chang remembers, after Luffy and the others arrive on an island, they are chased by pirates. Fortunately, since someone stayed on the ship, they were able to launch the Going Merry early and avoid being captured by the Navy all at once. This highlights how important it is to leave someone on the ship. It's also a sign of trust in Shanks that he entrusted this important task to him. With Shanks, a future emperor, watching over the ship, he can relax without worrying about wandering around the island and returning to find the ship gone. What else do we need to buy? The fruits are bought. The books are bought. Little Robin counted on her fingers, her small face under the mask furrowing in thought, trying to figure out what else they needed. How about buying a bit more meat? What do you think? Little Robin slightly tilted her head, raising her neck to look at Liu Chang. She remembered that the knight loved to eat meat. His stomach could never get full. To ensure that Liu Chang could eat with peace of mind, Little Robin put in a lot of effort every day. Sure. Liu Chang quickly nodded. It was fine to stock up a bit more since he eats quickly and doesn't have to worry about it going bad. Because they were in front of people on the island, Little Robin couldn't showcase her abilities. Liu Chang ran several trips before finally buying everything he needed. The cabin was once again filled to the brim, and Liu Chang estimated that it should last him about a month, provided there were no intense battles. Otherwise, with so much food, it wouldn't be enough for him to digest a few meals after the fighting. He'd spent another 2 million berries, and his expression turned sour. He was left with only 4 million berries. Money really wasn't enough. It's okay. Seeing Liu Chang like this, Robin knew exactly what he was thinking. She waved her small fist and said, We will catch a lot of bad guys and earn a lot of berries. I will work hard. Of course. I know you will work hard, Robin. In fact, the current Robin was already quite diligent, to the point that it made Liu Cheng feel ashamed. But the problem was, high bounty pirates seemed to be everywhere in comics. Yet after drifting at sea for so long, he hadn't encountered any. Can a couple of multi-million bounty pirates just drop right in front of me? After all, with red-haired helping him, he wasn't afraid of losing a fight. Liu Cheng had some unrealistic thoughts. Sister Cynthia, Sister Shasha, I bought you new clothes, Little Robin said while bouncing up the boat to the three girls. Thank you, Little Robin. After Little Robin hopped onto the boat, he started preparing dinner for Liu Cheng. Red-haired sat at the bow of the boat, watching the sunset gradually descend, the remaining twilight shining on his scruffy face. Here, rum, Liu Cheng said as he sat down next to Red-haired and casually tossed him a bottle of alcohol. Red-haired opened the bottle and took a delightful sip. Alcohol. It's as important as life itself. He looked at Liu Cheng, who gloomily opened another bottle of rum. Yeah, I told Little Robin the same thing. Drifting on this sea, eating meat, and drinking alcohol, isn't that the most basic thing? But that little girl just won't believe me. Red-haired was slightly taken aback, then noticed that Liu Cheng had bought so many things but seemed to have bought little alcohol. Why didn't you buy more alcohol? How can you survive at sea without it? Red-haired asked curiously. Alcohol is not cheap. Liu Cheng tried to cover it up. Is it? Red-haired scratched his head. Of course. How would someone like you, who just eats and drinks all day, know how expensive essentials are? How did you even become a captain? Liu Cheng couldn't help but retort. Oh, Shanks casually replied, not caring about Liu Cheng's words, as he smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the sweetness of the alcohol in his mouth. I don't handle this. My second mate takes care of these things. I just eat and drink. Liu Cheng thought it was truly absurd. No wonder you, without a penny on you, can still wander around the sea so freely. But soon, Red-haired's next sentence completely broke his defense. Unlike you, you can't even handle a little girl. Liu Cheng sighed softly, knowing he couldn't hide it from the other party. I don't know where she learned it from, saying that drinking too much is bad and not letting me buy too much. Clearly, I'm the captain. That little guy really likes you. In Shank's eyes, the afterglow of the setting sun was reflected. The fading sun was still a bit dazzling, so he slightly lowered the brim of his hat. The golden light shone on his straw hat, making it look as if it was forged from gold, sparkling brilliantly. Liu Cheng's gaze lingered for a moment on the golden brim of the hat before he nodded and replied matter-of-factly, I like her too. My crew member, my first mate. My navigator, my chef, my 79 million. Red-haired Shank smiled upon hearing this. I suddenly believe what you said. What? Liu Cheng was a bit confused, not understanding what the other meant. But Shanks just took a big gulp of his drink, finishing off the rum that was still more than half full. The last 2 drops of liquid slipped from the bottle's mouth, and he smacked his lips, tossing the empty bottle into the sea. Soon, a series of bubbling sounds emerged, and the empty bottle sank completely to the bottom. Save some, will you? I didn't buy too much alcohol this time. Liu Cheng looked at the other's carefree demeanor, feeling a bit overwhelmed. At this rate, they wouldn't have enough to drink for long. Do you know how much about the O'Hara incident from almost a year ago? Red-haired suddenly asked. I know a little here and a little there, Liu Cheng shrugged. I'm not clear on the specific details, but I do know why. That is why I say the Navy and the Celestial Dragons are not good people. But actually not all of them. There are still quite a few just individuals within the Navy. Hey, you're being biased. Shanks, as a pirate, is it appropriate to praise the Navy like this? I think the Navy is pretty good because I'm a bounty hunter making a living off the Navy's bounties. Liu Cheng stretched lazily. Shanks, why are you acting so strange? Is it related to what you're going to do this time? But Shanks didn't answer. He just watched the sunset slowly sink into the sea, as if asking Liu Cheng, or perhaps asking himself, what is justice? Liu Cheng looked confused. Shanks has a messed up mind. Liu Cheng really thinks so. You're a pirate, not a Navy. What do you care about justice? Is this something a pirate should be concerned with? Liu Cheng was puzzled, but at that moment, a strange series of calls suddenly came from the distant sea surface. The sound was deep, distant, and lingering. It resembled a long poem, or perhaps a lullaby. It floated gently into everyone's ears. Little Robin and the 3 women also heard the sound and took the opportunity to run up to the deck. Liu Cheng and Shanks also paused their conversation and turned to look in the direction of the sound. In the distance, they saw ripples on the sea surface, the water being parted by a black figure. A massive black whale, as large as a mountain, emerged from the water, followed by a second whale and then a third. In just a moment, over a dozen gigantic black whales surfaced, gracefully rolling in the ocean, their tails creating towering waves. The great whales emitted a series of distant calls, as if singing an ancient song. Huge water columns appeared on the sea surface, as these ocean spirits began to surface for air. After completing this breathing, they would dive back down to the depths for a longer journey. The high-spouting water columns refracted the setting sun, bending the light and creating dreamlike rainbows in the air. "How beautiful!" came a voice of admiration from little Robin beside them. Indeed, it was a rare sight. Shanks explained while gazing at the distant shadows. "These are island whales. Island whales are symbols of good fortune at sea. Encountering them often indicates a smooth voyage. It seems our journey this time should go smoothly." Cheers erupted from other boats at the dock, clearly recognizing these seldom-seen creatures. Lu Cheng was admiring the beautiful scenery, but suddenly a huge figure that had been stubbornly banging its head against a mountain flashed through his mind. That guy, is he still there, not giving up at all? And the person he is waiting for should still be out there on the sea of hope. Because the pursuit of dreams never stops, right? The sky quickly darkened. Lu Cheng watched as the starlight gradually climbed onto the surface of the sea, shaking his fishing rod. Soon, a big fish was pulled up onto the deck. In the world of One Piece, there are indeed so many and such large fish. Fishing is really effortless. However, it can be a bit dangerous. If an ordinary person goes fishing, they have to worry about being the fish themselves and getting pulled down instead. Of course, Lu Cheng didn't have to worry about that. It was nearly impossible to catch a sea king in these nearshore docks. Even if he did catch one, handling a near sea king was not a problem for him. As for the other fish, how could they compare in strength? But just then, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Lu Cheng turned slightly and recognized that the person was one of the three girls, whose names seemed to be Cynthia. She had changed into a blue dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her skin was fair, and her face was unbelievably beautiful. She looked like a completely different person from her previous disheveled appearance. Indeed, clothes make the man. "Captain," Cynthia approached him and politely nodded in greeting. Under the dim moonlight, her face was slightly flushed, making her look even more alluring. She seemed to want to say something, but after opening her mouth for a long time, no sound came out. She only gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Lu Cheng looked at her for a few seconds and asked, "Is there something you need?" The other party finally spoke, but her voice sounded a bit hoarse, yet not unpleasant, carrying a hint of allure. "Captain Lu, could you please help me with something?" Her voice was soft and sweet like a cotton candy, stirring the heart. "What do you need help with?" Lu Cheng's tone remained calm, showing no signs of unusualness. "Could you agree to help me first, and I'll tell you when we get to the cabin?" Cynthia's face turned even redder, seemingly very shy. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, wanting to refuse but ultimately didn't say it out loud. After all, the other party was a girl, and she didn't have much strength, so she really posed no threat to him. He had no need to fear or be on guard. Seeing him nod, Cynthia revealed an incredibly shy smile. She quickly turned her head and, with her head down, seemed to slip away as if trying to escape. "See, Captain, I'll be waiting for you in the cabin." Lu Cheng was somewhat puzzled. What kind of problems could arise on his own ship that would require his help? As he was thinking, he noticed Shanks grabbing the bottle of wine next to him and gulping down a big mouthful. Lu Cheng was instantly shocked. "What the hell, red-haired? Why are you stealing my wine? I still want to drink when I get back." "Never mind, you won't be coming back." Shanks didn't turn his head and continued to sit on the ship's railing fishing, his tone slightly meaningful. "Go on. Don't keep them waiting too long." "What do you mean?" Lu Cheng was confused, wondering what he was talking about. "I'm still coming back to drink later, and you stole my wine." "Stop thinking about the wine, little brat." Red-haired adjusted his hat, still not looking back. "Sigh, clearly I'm quite handsome too." Red-haired was indeed quite handsome, Lu Cheng admitted, and that scar made him look especially manly. Lu Cheng had been gesturing with a knife near his eye for a while, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. What if he messed it up and ended up disfiguring himself? That would be a huge loss, after all. He was still quite handsome. But what did it mean when the other party kept saying she couldn't come back? Did she want to trick me into the cabin and then plot against me? Lu Cheng frowned, his anger evident. I saved them. How could they be such people? The red-haired guy was somewhat speechless and tossed him a full bottle of alcohol. What are you thinking? He was frustrated. Drink this alcohol, calm down, and remember not to scare people. Just go. I'll keep an eye on the ship. You don't have to sleep on the deck tonight. If I don't sleep on the deck, where will I sleep? Red-haired guy, have you lost your mind? Lu Cheng chugged an entire bottle of rum and immediately felt a bit dizzy. It turned out that his red hair wasn't because his brain was fried, but because he had drunk too much. He burped. I'll be right back. Don't finish it all without me. Get lost. The red-haired person's temper seemed to be a bit off tonight. Lu Cheng's steps were slightly unsteady as he walked into the cabin. If the other party truly had ulterior motives and wanted to lure him into the cabin to ambush him, no matter how pitiful they appeared, he would definitely have to drive them off the ship. A righteous partner cannot share a room with an ungrateful person. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Lu Cheng asked instinctively as he entered the dark cabin. Suddenly, a small figure rushed over, grabbing his arm with two little hands, and soft lips moved closer to him. Lu Cheng instinctively wanted to break free, but as the other person pulled him, he felt a softness at his arm. Cynthia's lips pressed against him. Lu Cheng felt an inexplicable surge of wicked anger. Where did this bad woman come from? What does she want? I am the righteous masked knight, sworn to oppose gambling and drugs. But the effects of the rum were kicking in, and he was having a hard time controlling himself. His arm moved slightly, but the grip was too tight. The soft touch was disarming, leaving his arm weak. He could smash the head of a pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries with a single punch. But this treacherous woman used a vicious spell on him, and he couldn't break free. This woman was being too forward. Even if I am handsome, you can't act like this. Lu Cheng felt that he couldn't just submit. After all, he was the freest and most just Kamen Rider. How could he let the opponent do whatever they wanted? At the very least, he had to resist a little. Captain, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. I just want to thank you, she said softly, her voice even tinged with a hint of sobbing. So that's how it is. Lu Cheng sighed in relief. It turned out to be an upgraded version of being a beast of burden. Those who are good-looking offer themselves, while those who aren't have to work like beasts in their next life. It makes sense. With his face, he deserved such treatment. Just as he was about to say a few comforting words, he felt something was off the moment he opened his mouth. A pair of soft tongues came in, launching into a fierce battle. How could Lu Cheng endure this? As a Kamen Rider who had always been strong-willed, he had never backed down in a fight. He launched a counterattack. His tongue struck like a venomous snake, biting down hard on her tongue with the spiciness of rum, giving her a bloodthirsty sensation, while a large hand began to roam shamelessly. Cynthia trembled all over. She never expected Lu Cheng would counterattack so quickly. The spiciness of rum filled her mouth, a drink she had once hated the most at sea. But now this feeling wasn't so bad. With a hint of sweetness amid the spiciness, she couldn't help but close her eyes, allowing Lu Cheng to take the lead. Captain Lu, she said intermittently, please be a little gentler, and don't tell me what to do. He slapped down hard, producing a crisp sound. This wicked woman, let her experience the consequences of provoking a righteous knight. Let her know that some people cannot be trifled with. In the darkness, the sound of clothes tearing and a low scream echoed. Lu Cheng carried the other person to the bedside, but suddenly found something hidden in the blanket. This vicious woman actually had an ambush. Lu Cheng was furious. How dare this woman play tricks on him? This is outrageous. I will not let you off easily. He lowered his head, and Cynthia shrank into his embrace, no longer exuding the arrogance she had before. Her face was flushed, and she rested her chin on Lu Cheng's chest, wanting to bury herself in his body. What's going on? If you don't speak, I'm going to hit you. No, Captain. Cynthia let out a low plea, but Lu Cheng had her firmly under control. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. He slapped down hard and shouted, be honest with me. Tell me, what's going on? Cynthia's gaze was filled with a hint of mist, looking exceptionally alluring, and her full curves were particularly enchanting under the hazy moonlight. Lu Cheng slapped again, and with a crisp sound, Cynthia immediately fell silent. Her voice was very low. I'm sorry, Captain, you can see for yourself. The blanket trembled slightly, seemingly frightened by Lu Cheng's fierce tone, shivering. Let us see, I just want to see what tricks this malicious woman has left. Lu Cheng lifted it open, revealing a scene of pure white. Shasha and Lily were tightly embraced, eyes closed, trembling as if afraid of something. Lu Cheng looked at Cynthia with shock in his eyes. This woman, this vicious woman, actually did not follow the rules of combat. She set an ambush and found help. And she found too. How could such a thing happen? It seems she is indeed a thoroughly malicious woman. Speak quickly, what do you mean by this? The three of them trembled in fear, not daring to look up at him. It was still Cynthia who stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly, appearing to be quite frightened. I am sorry, Captain. We just wanted to thank you properly. Please spare us. How dare she still argue? A sinister smile appeared on Lu Cheng's face. Did she think that having more people could make the righteous masked knight yield? What a joke. Even if the enemy is numerous and I am few, I can still kill my way in and out among the enemy ranks, making you cry out in despair. It's too late. Let me teach you a good lesson. He laughed sinisterly and lunged forward. Shanks was right. He indeed didn't need to sleep on the deck tonight. In the cabin, while the battle raged on. Shanks wasn't idle either. He was fishing and drinking. 3:03, he thought, these young girls really have no sense. He felt the wine in his hand had lost its flavor. Could that stupid kid really be more handsome than me? Shanks touched the scar at the corner of his eye, falling into deep thought. Was it because of this scar that he was seen as a bad guy? Drip. A faint sound of water echoed in the darkness, like gentle waves lapping against the hull. The cold wind howled over the sea, and the waves churned endlessly. This faint sound shouldn't have drawn anyone's attention on the ocean. Shanks frowned slightly. Damn it, I didn't catch any fish, but a group of uninvited guests showed up. Thinking of someone still enjoying themselves in the cabin, Shanks felt even worse. Why is it that as soon as that brat leaves, someone comes looking for trouble? The other guy was having a good time all night, while I had to guard the ship. Both are battles, but one is in bed and the other is on a ship. A single word makes all the difference. Shanks was feeling terrible. He felt his hands itching. Crack! A pirate cautiously climbed onto the deck, moving very lightly. But he accidentally stepped on an empty wine bottle. Damn it. Who the hell has such a lack of public spirit to throw bottles around? He suddenly stopped, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, and looked at the figure in the center of the deck, leisurely putting away his fishing rod. It was a red-haired man wearing a straw hat. The man turned around, pressed down the brim of his hat, and his wide cloak fluttered slightly in the night wind. Shanks looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared on the deck and said lightly, "Let me see. Who are these reckless guys? Dare to come find trouble with me? Or why don't you do me a favor and leave now, and I'll pretend you never came." Just then, the pirate drew his knife, the gleaming blade reflecting the moonlight, trembling slightly, cold and sharp. Truly reckless. Shanks raised his arm and delivered a flying elbow, hitting a pirate who had sneakily pounced from behind squarely in the chest and abdomen, sending him flying. At that moment, the other pirates charged forward with cold smiles, raising their knives to strike down forcefully. Shanks suddenly vanished under the blades. He exerted force in his legs, causing the deck to almost crack, and instantly appeared behind the pirates, gently removing his hat. His dazzling red hair fluttered in the night wind. An invisible pressure radiated from Shanks, and the sounds of clattering swords and knives hitting the ground filled the air as the deck was instantly littered. The pirates collapsed to the ground, unable to even get up. They had no strength left, unable to hold onto their knives. Conqueror's Haki. The leading pirate's neck bulged with veins, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to utter the name. "You are Shanks the Red-Haired. How could you be here?" Clang! The knife in his hand fell, and he knelt down, fainting on the ground. Sigh. Shanks sighed. His battle was over, but that guy surely wouldn't be coming back tonight. Then don't even think about your wine. He took a swig from a nearby bottle and grabbed a rope to tie up the pirates. It was surprising that someone could recognize him, but it didn't matter. After all, he didn't know them. He thought indifferently. Shasha and Lily were sleeping soundly. After all, a fierce battle was exhausting, and the difference in quality couldn't just be compensated for by numbers. One, you could pass 5 gates and slay 6 generals. In terms of physical fitness alone, he didn't know how many times stronger he was than the opponent, so defeating 3 people was naturally no problem. Lu Chung leaned against the ship's board, holding a beauty in his arms, but his heart was calm. Cynthia glanced at the sleeping Lily and Sasha with a bit of heartache. The 2 young girls were slightly younger than her, and she had always regarded them as her little sisters. She gently tapped Lu Cheng's chest. "Captain, I told you to be a little gentler." Lu Chung applied slight pressure with his hand, causing the other party to involuntarily let out a low whimper of surrender. Lu Chung snorted. "Do you still dare to teach me how to do things?" "I don't dare. I really don't dare anymore." The pitiful look made Lu Chung even more interested. However, Cynthia seemed a bit troubled. She looked at the 2 girls who had fallen into a deep sleep and softly pleaded, "Captain Boat, Lily and Shasha are too tired. They have been having nightmares all night and haven't had a proper chance to rest. It will wake them up." Lu Qingzhong squeezed a couple of times and then withdrew his hand. He leaned against the headboard, pondering the serious question of whether he had slept or been slept with. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with an answer. Forget it. After all, it was himself who felt good. He shook his head. He instinctively felt a bit thirsty, but the small cabin only had a bed and a table, and of course there was no rum. "Captain, do you want this?" Cynthia asked cautiously. She fished out an iron box from the headboard, opened it, and saw that it contained several cigars. Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on her for a moment, and Cynthia blushed and lowered her head. Although they had become closer, being so openly exposed to each other's eyes still made her a bit shy. Moreover, the other party had rescued them from a desperate situation. Even though she knew she was unworthy, there was still a vague feeling of affection in her heart. Otherwise, Even if she felt deeply grateful, she would never express it in this way. With nothing to offer, they could only use this most humble method to show their gratitude and admiration for him, even if it meant being looked down upon. Where did you get this? Lu Qing asked, recalling that none of the things he bought when he got ashore included such items. He wasn't particularly fond of tobacco. It was from those pirates. They gave it to us. He understood that the pirates didn't give them these cigars for their own use, and he sighed slightly. Cynthia, Lily, and Sasha were not exceptionally beautiful, but they had their charms, and coupled with their youthful energy and efforts to serve him, he naturally enjoyed it immensely. Their skills were quite proficient, at least knowing how to better please a man. Cynthia painfully lowered her head. Yes, I'm sorry, Captain. Her voice was a bit choked, trying hard to control her tears. I know we are dirty, but I really have nothing to thank you with. Lily and Sasha feel the same way. We don't mean anything else. We just want to thank you properly. Seeing Lu Qing remain silent, she quietly put away the cigarette case. Captain, if you don't like it. Lu Qing sighed. I know, I didn't mean to look down on you. He can still distinguish between genuine feelings and false intentions. The other party serves him so eagerly, and there is a hint of affection in those hazy eyes, which he naturally cannot pretend not to see. He can only blame himself for being too handsome, saving the beauty and having no way to repay her. He can only offer himself in return. The ancients do not deceive me. Light it for me. Cynthia was slightly taken aback, but quickly tremblingly took out a cigar and handed it to Lu Qing's lips, carefully lighting it for him. Lu Qing took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of white mist. He moved his hands up and down for a while, the soft texture making it hard for him to let go. Indeed, sometimes men are creatures that think only with their lower half. Previously, he had been indifferent to the three young girls, acting out a sense of justice and momentary kindness, but more out of pity. It was a benevolent sympathy from a high vantage point, like someone standing on a cloud, giving charity to the unfortunate. But now, with a deeper relationship, he found himself unable to view them so calmly. After all, this was his first time in the pirate world, and he had been deceived like this by a trio of conspirators. He pondered for a long time, the faint scent of tobacco lingering, while Cynthia curled up in his arms, allowing his restless advances. The night was silent. In a few days, I can send you back to your hometown, and you will soon be able to live a peaceful life again. Lu Qing thought for a moment and realized he was too tongue-tied, and after holding back for a while, he could only manage this sentence. At his words, Cynthia shivered slightly. The two of them were pressed closely together, and this change naturally didn't escape Lu Qing's perception. What's wrong? He asked. Cynthia's body trembled slightly. She cautiously glanced at Lu Qing, whose calm face showed no signs of anger or joy. But looking into those tranquil eyes, her heart inexplicably settled. She slightly tucked her head, avoiding Lu Qing's hand, and after a moment, she finally lifted her head slightly. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Captain, we don't want to go back. Wasn't it agreed upon earlier? Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. This woman was truly fickle. Just a few days ago, she was still saying she wanted to send them home, and now she didn't want to go back? What the hell? It was really hard to figure out. At least my little Robin is straightforward. Whatever she says is what she means, much easier to understand than this group of little fairies. Cynthia cautiously glanced at Lu Qing's expression and, seeing the look of confusion on his face, couldn't help but chuckle softly. During this time, the captain she had seen was either a hero figure shouting about justice or had a stern face looking fierce, but this bewildered look was truly a rare sight. Speaking of which, he was actually about the same age as Sha and the others, even a little younger than her. Yet at such a young age, he was already the captain of a ship, drifting on this vast sea for his dreams. She looked at Lu Qing, her gaze as gentle as if she were looking at a younger brother who never grew up. Lu Qing thought for a moment. Staying on my boat would be dangerous. Someone would trouble me. Lu Qing frowned. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when they accept favors. He had taken help and enjoyed the benefits. And now he couldn't muster the courage to be harsh. After all, he couldn't really turn his back on those who had helped him, could he? That wasn't the behavior of a righteous knight. But on his ship, both he and little Robin were bound to attract the attention of the Navy. Despite appearing carefree and leisurely at the port, he didn't even dare to show his true face when going ashore to restock with little Robin, fearing that exposure would lead to a chaotic chase by the Navy, forcing him to flee in embarrassment. Even if the Navy couldn't do anything to him, being chased by a group of them would be incredibly annoying. The only reason he was still lingering at the port was that red-haired was on the ship, keeping things under control and not fearing trouble. Now, the ship had enough food and water. They were just waiting to set sail again into the sea for their next journey. Cynthia shook her head, her gaze becoming gentler. Captain, that's not what I meant. Lu Cheng wanted to ask the other party what they meant, but with the soft and warm beauty in his arms, he could only calm his mind and quietly listen to the other person explain. Captain, this island is quite nice, and there's a naval division here, so it's relatively safe. Lu Cheng understood the other person's meaning, and he hesitated before asking, do you want to disembark here? On this island? Cynthia softly nodded. Damn, Lu Cheng was a bit confused. If you don't want to go home, that's not my problem, but what about my mission? He opened his task panel and took another look. Task name, The Lost One's Return. Task requirement, help several lost girls return to their hometown. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? Damn it, I put everything into this, and now they don't want to go home. What am I supposed to do? Did I just sleep away my mission? What should I do? Am I supposed to forcibly carry them back? But isn't that something a righteous knight shouldn't do? Lu Cheng fell into contemplation. Women cause trouble. It's all my fault for not being able to hold myself back. These women are too cunning. Even a righteous knight can fall under schemes and plots. From now on, I will have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. Lu Cheng reflected on his behavior and promised himself that he would never make the same mistake again. Then he spoke up, trying to salvage the lost mission. Aren't you all supposed to go home? What about your families? A trace of pain flashed in Cynthia's eyes as she slightly lowered her head, her voice soft and slow. They're all gone, just like Lily and Sasha. Lu Cheng's hand on the other person paused for a moment. He sighed. All right, this mission seems hopeless. It was my fault. Although the task was simple enough that it just required hands, after thinking with the lower body, the hands are gone. To hell with this mission, just roll away. I don't care to do it anymore. And Cynthia's voice carried a hint of pain. We have no face to go back. As she closed her eyes, the scene of her relatives being slaughtered appeared before her, like the marks left by demons in her heart, fresh and deeply engraved in her soul. Each time she recalled it, it brought nothing but endless pain and torment. Lu Cheng could only nod, fine then. Starting anew in a different place might be a good thing for the three of them. Although the other party had tricked him out of his first time with schemes and deceit, and it was just a fleeting romance, he still hoped that the other party could live a stable life in the future. Just as he was thinking this, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Mission complete. What the hell? Lu Cheng was stunned. Is there such a thing? He looked at Cynthia, who was deeply asleep in his arms, her face showing a peaceful smile, and fell into deep thought. A new home is still a home. It seems all right. System, are you playing word games with me? Come out and take a beating. Where did the night go? At dawn, a faint morning light came from the distant sea, breaking the quiet night. The soft sunlight fell on the deck, and the air was filled with the salty scent of the sea. The red-haired one was lying on the deck, raising her head to see little Robin, who was standing in front of her with a straw hat, looking anxious. It's no wonder she was so worried. Waking up early and running to the deck, the knight she had been thinking about was missing, and a batch of unfamiliar pirates lay on the deck, tightly bound by ropes. But the question was, where did my big knight go? Little Robin looked down and saw the red-haired one lazily lying on the deck, sleeping. She immediately reacted, rushing in front of her and asking before the other party could open her eyes. The hat was taken away by little Robin, and the morning light shining on her face was a bit blinding. She couldn't sleep anymore. The red-haired one lazily stretched and replied slowly, who knows? Maybe he's enjoying himself somewhere. Not with you, little girl. Nonsense. How could the knight leave me behind? Little Robin was anxious. She looked around, but didn't see the familiar shadow appear, feeling a bit worried. It's a lie. If the knight was enjoying himself, how could he not be with me? He said he would always protect me, because the little girl lacked feminine charm. Being left behind was only natural. The red-haired one's voice was filled with resentment. Obviously, she was quite upset about guarding the deck alone last night. Shut up, red-haired one. Lu Cheng had just come out of the cabin when he heard the red-haired one corrupting the little girl. If I had come out a few seconds later, what would you have arranged for me? Knight! Little Robin exclaimed in surprise and suddenly threw herself into Lu Cheng's arms. I knew the knight wouldn't leave me behind. Sobi. What the hell? Why is she crying now? Lu Cheng glared fiercely at the red-haired instigator. The red-haired one glanced indifferently at the three women who had walked out behind Lu Cheng and casually said, I didn't say anything wrong, didn't you last night? Shut up, you bastard. Lu Cheng casually pulled out a wine bottle from the side and threw it over, forcefully making the red-haired man shut up. Little Robin stopped crying and looked up at the knight with some confusion. Why did the knight smell different today? Why did it smell so good? And where had the knight gone before? Little Robin was filled with questions, and before she could ask, Lu Cheng had already noticed the pirates lying all over the deck. What the hell? Why were there still some berries left unprocessed? Didn't I already take them all to the Navy branch yesterday to exchange for berries? He took a glance. Well, okay, I don't know them. Turns out they're fresh berries. What's going on? Lu Cheng asked the red-haired man, patting little Robin, feeling a bit embarrassed. Little Robin climbed out his arms and, under the amused gazes of Cynthia and the others, tried hard to look serious and stern. She was the knight's assistant and couldn't embarrass him. Nothing happened before. With this distraction, she forgot to dig into what had happened earlier. As long as the knight found it, that was enough. These? The red-haired man waved his hand casually. A bunch of little thieves. They probably sneaked up last night. Likely following you guys. They should be worth some money. It's normal to get targeted when spending money lavishly with a kid. As for how much these people were worth, Lu Cheng looked at them seriously, but didn't recognize any of them. Not a single one. Unfamiliar pirates meant they were small fries, not worth anything. Little Robin ran a few steps forward and grabbed one of the pirates by the face. That pirate looked fierce, and the red-haired man glanced at him. It was him who recognized the red-haired man last night. The pirate was a bit dazed, but when he saw that a little girl half his height dared to lay hands on him, he immediately got angry. I can't do anything about being bullied by the red-haired man, but you, a little squirt, dare to touch me, even if I'm tightly bound. It's not up to a small thing like you to lay hands on me. He glared fiercely at little Robin, his fierce gaze seeming like it would devour her whole. Hiss, so fierce, even fiercer than the night. Little Robin gasped, frightened, and letting go, causing the pirate to crash head first onto the deck. He raised his head, glaring fiercely at little Robin, that damn little brat, daring to treat me like this. I will definitely get my revenge. Little Robin took 2 steps back in fright and turned to see the knight looking at her in amusement, witnessing her awkwardness. So embarrassing. Little Robin, scared, felt she had lost face in front of the knight, and suddenly anger surged within her. How dare you be fierce? You'll make the knight look down on me. I'm going to be a pirate hunter in the future. How can I be so timid? She lifted her small foot and kicked the pirate in the face, then turned and ran back to Lu Cheng, jumping with joy. You little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. How dare you treat me like this? The pirate was utterly baffled, truly feeling what it meant for the times to have changed. 3 million. Little Robin exclaimed happily. She bounced and jumped, rummaging through a huge stack of bounty notices that were half her height, pulled one out, and handed it to Lu Cheng. Knight, look. Lu Cheng took a serious look at it, and well, it really is worth 3 million. There are simply too many bounty notices, and he had previously focused on pirates worth over 10 million berries, so he didn't even glance at these small characters worth just a few million and didn't recognize them. However, little Robin recognized it at a glance. But to think it was worth 3 million and still dare to swagger around near the naval base, Lu Cheng was speechless. What exactly are you Navy protecting? However, it seems he has 79 million on a ship and is also wandering around on land, so that's fine. I see. Little Robin is amazing, truly a partner of justice. He reached out and ruffled little Robin's hair. Little Robin smiled happily, not caring that Lu Cheng had messed up her hair again. Mr. Knight is really too good at spending money. He made some money again, so now there's no need to worry about Mr. Knight going hungry. However, little Robin still made some mistakes. Lu Cheng said softly, Little Robin looked up, her eyes full of confusion. As the saying goes, don't hit the face. This is especially true for us bounty hunters. Is there such a rule? I never knew. Little Robin recalled what she learned from books, and it seemed like it didn't mention this at all. Of course there is. Lu Cheng reached out to take the bounty notice from her hand. The Navy only recognizes faces. If you ruin his face and the Navy can't recognize him, won't we be unable to get any berries? So that's how it is. No wonder Mr. Knight is so thoughtful. So, Lu Cheng walked over, stepped on the opponent's chest, and the immense force made the opponent let out a painful scream. Got it like this, understand? It's okay to be a bit rough. If he dies, we can still get money. But if we ruin his looks, wouldn't that be for nothing? I see, I understand everything. Who educates children like this? You have a big problem, Mr. Knight. The pirate struggled painfully under Lu Cheng's foot. Lu Cheng only eased the pressure when the opponent was on the verge of passing out. How dare he face my 79 million bounty and not know how to write death? Lu Cheng glanced at the red-haired man, whose expression was as calm as ever, clearly viewing the millions of pirates as no different from ants. He chuckled, consider it not a waste of food and shelter. I just happened to come ashore to handle some matters, so I'll pay another visit to the Navy base. He took out a mask and put it on his face, reaching out to stop the little Robin who wanted to follow him. Take care of little Robin for me. The red-haired man looked at the 3 people behind Lu Cheng and nodded. Don't worry, just remember to bring me back some good wine. The people were captured by the red-haired man, and asking for more wine back didn't seem too unreasonable. Even little Robin obediently remained silent. She curiously glanced at the silent three behind Lu Cheng and spoke up, "Sister Cynthia, what are you all doing?" Understanding the sisters who, like her, had lost their loved ones, little Robin felt some sympathy for them. Cynthia smiled slightly and said gently, "Little Robin, thanks to your care during this time, we have already discussed with Captain and are preparing to disembark here." She looked at little Robin, who appeared reluctant, and smiled gently. "Captain is a bit foolish. So, little Robin, you must take good care of him in the future. I believe you will definitely become an excellent first mate." Little Robin nodded. Of course, she would take good care of Mr. Knight. However, she quickly added, "Mr. Knight is not foolish." It turned out that Mr. Knight had gone to find Sister Cynthia and the others early in the morning. Little Robin understood, but she looked up at the dawn that had just risen in the sky and thought, "I ascend it too early? Mr. Knight is working so hard and it's so early to start getting busy. I need to work hard too and share a little burden for him." Little Robin silently encouraged herself. "Goodbye, Mr. Red-Haired." The red-haired man nodded, watching Lu Cheng lead the three down the ship, followed by a large group of pirates. Would she not see Sister Cynthia and the others again? Little Robin thought for a moment and asked, "It's like this." The red-haired man took a sip of rum and said, "This is the sea. Here we meet, and here we part. The hardest to let go of is the companions on the same ship. Little girl, are you ready to follow your captain forever?" Little Robin looked at the suddenly serious red-haired man with some confusion and tilted her head. "Mr. Knight said he would always protect me." The red-haired man chuckled. "A man's promise, huh?" "No." Little Robin firmly clenched her fist. "It's a knight's vow." "How nice." The corner of the red-haired man's mouth curled into a smile. "Then you must hold on tight to your knight. Don't let other little fairies deceive you." Why does this uncle with red hair speak in such a strange way? Little Robin didn't understand. She leaned on the ship's railing, watching the few people gradually walk away, slowly disappearing from her sight. Navy base. "Hello, I'm back again." Lu Cheng greeted with ease, dragging a large group of pirates, and upon entering, he kicked them in front of several Navy officers. "The leader is worth 3 million. He smiled brightly and handed over the bounty notice. "Calculate the rest for me quickly. I'm in a hurry." Those pirates, tied together with ropes, were all bruised and unconscious. After all, compared to the renowned red-haired man who knocked them all down in one move. These pirates clearly were not afraid of the relatively younger Lu Cheng. They were a bit unruly as soon as they got off the ship, but it didn't matter. The righteous knight would intervene, and now these people had suddenly awakened, realizing their wrongs, crying and shouting to go to the Navy base to reform. The Navy glanced at the masked boy. There were many pirate hunters who concealed their identities, and the weak or trouble-averse ones usually hid their identities. They had seen such attire before. But no matter what, as long as they brought the pirates in, that was all that mattered to them. This was the gold standard. If they pursued every detail, few bounty hunters would come clean. However, one of the sailors was somewhat surprised. There are actually more people today than yesterday. "Why didn't you bring them all at once?" "Oh, they came to me last night." The sailor looked at Lu Cheng in surprise. Even though the other party was wearing a mask, it was not hard to judge that he was quite young, and such strength was a bit frightening. A total of 5 million berries. Lu Cheng sold all these pirates in one go. He proudly weighed the bounty in his hand, leaving without taking a single cloud with him, leaving a group of Navy officers speculating about his identity and background. A group of Navy officers curiously discussed this mysterious boy, wondering when such a bounty hunter had appeared nearby. While they were discussing, a large stack of bounty notices was slammed onto the table in front of them. The news bird brought the latest issue of the bounty notice, flapping its wings and flying away. Everyone lowered their heads, and the first bounty notice showed a fierce dragon soaring, its crimson armor shining brightly under the scorching sun. "Fake masked knight? What is this?" In front of a newly purchased residence, Lu Cheng looked at Cynthia and the others, hesitating about what to say. He handed over the backpack in his hand. "Take care." After a few days of acquaintance, with an additional layer of relationship, Lu Cheng felt both familiar and strange with the three. He had 1,000 words in his heart, but only this one sentence remained. Cynthia chuckled softly, understanding, and spoke up. "Captain seems a bit shy with words." "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." But Cynthia continued, "Captain, meeting you is the luckiest thing for us unfortunate ones. You are a noble knight, a distinguished captain. We feel warmth from you, but we dare not wish to follow you forever. We don't understand your future and aspirations. We are just ordinary people, and a little warmth is enough for us. We can only stop here. But no matter what, your justice, your courage, your dreams, and your little companions moving forward are what truly matter." The corners of Cynthia's eyes were a bit moist as she rushed into Lu Cheng's embrace. looking up, slightly lifting Lu Cheng's mask to see that familiar face, tears streaming down like rain. Lu Cheng was moved by Cynthia's words. He paused slightly and said, "Thank you, Miss Cynthia, but I'm not as good as you say." However, Cynthia remained silent, raising her head, and the moist sensation briefly touched Lu Cheng's cheek. Cynthia slowly took a few steps back, withdrawing from his embrace. Lu Cheng looked at the two more timid girls, thought for a moment, and opened his arms. Then, "How about a final farewell?" The two girls said nothing, only rushing into his embrace with red eyes. The other party was like a hero, breaking open their cage just like that. But while he was the knight, they were destined never to become princesses. Lu Cheng reached out to touch his cheek and nodded slightly. He slowly put the mask on his face, took one last look at the three people, and turned to leave. Lu Cheng took a few steps when suddenly a few trembling voices came from behind him. Captain, if one day you feel tired and need to rest, we will always be here waiting for you, forever and ever. You will always be our captain." Lu Cheng's footsteps paused for a moment, but he did not turn back. He raised his hand, turned his back to the other person, waved his hand to indicate that he had heard, and then walked away with firm steps. Yet, inexplicably, he felt that he had gained something. Someone had been waiting for him, and that feeling was not bad. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Cynthia and the others watched as Lu Cheng walked further away, feeling an emptiness in their hearts. The wind howled, and Cynthia reached up to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, only to see several bounty notices drifting in the wind. The bounty notices fluttered in the breeze and, coincidentally, landed next to Cynthia. She felt a stir in her heart and reached out to grasp the two bounty notices, unfolding them. On the first bounty notice, a crimson knight and dragon appeared before them. Masked Knight, bounty, 99 million berries, real name unknown. Suspected user of a devil fruit ability related to Superman, captain of a night ship, protecting criminal demon child Nico Robin, notorious for his crimes. Cynthia silently gazed at the bounty notice in her hand and flipped it over. Sure enough, there was another familiar face. However, the difference was that the tiny girl's pupils were filled with fear as she looked down at the bounty amount. Demon child Nico Robin, bounty, 79 million berries. Currently a crew member of the night ship, harbinger of misfortune and disaster. She was a loss for words, carefully putting away the two bounty notices. Sister Cynthia, this is slander. How could they possibly be bad people? Cynthia held the bounty notices close to her chest, her gaze having long lost sight of Lu Cheng. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. I know he will always be my captain. Lu Cheng was carrying 2 large boxes of rum, and under the eager gaze of little Robin, he returned to the knight. Mr. Knight, Lu Cheng nodded and casually threw a large box to the red-haired man. The red-haired man raised his hand, and a huge box came to a steady stop in his palm. Grateful, he laughed. Shanks winked at Lu Cheng. Is everything settled? It's settled, Lu Cheng replied, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. After all, she was his woman, and there would naturally be waves in his heart. The red-haired man took out a bottle of liquor, took a swig, and savored it. A real man might pause for a moment to enjoy the beauty of the scenery. But ultimately, he will return to this vast sea, and then you will realize that everywhere is a landscape. Boys will always grow into men. They must learn to mature. Just like I did. Truly shameless. It's the thickness of skin that a face guy should have. Lu Cheng glanced at the aloof, red-haired person and felt somewhat disinclined to engage. However, little Robin sensed Lu Cheng's emotions, leaned in with a tilted head, and whispered, Sir Knight, we will come back again in the future, right? Lu Cheng reached out and touched the other person's head, not answering, but feeling much lighter in his heart. He looked up at the port, then glanced at the flock of birds flying on the distant horizon, and spoke with determination. Little Robin, let's set off. This time, he even bought a few new nautical charts, but still couldn't find the island that Shanks was headed to. He didn't know how Shanks dared to venture out with just a rough sketch. It really seemed unreliable. Perhaps that's what it means to be one of the 4 emperors. Even if one drifts aimlessly at sea, they might still manage to reach their destination in the end. And there's no denying that kind of luck. The ship slowly sailed away from the port. In the sky, a newsbird flew by with a bag on its back. After circling in the air, it landed on his mast and tapped its wings against the bag at its waist. Lu Cheng immediately recognized that this was an old acquaintance, one he had brought news from many times before. He took out a few coins, and the newsbird pulled out a stack of newspapers and a wanted poster from its bag, throwing them to Lu Cheng before flapping its wings and flying away contentedly. Ah, Sir Knight, you see. Lu Cheng hadn't had a chance to look yet when a quick-tongued little Robin exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? No need to make such a fuss. A righteous partner should learn to remain calm and face all storms with composure, unflinching even when Mount Tai collapses before them. Little Robin, you have so much to learn. Then he saw the first page of the bounty notice. The soaring crimson dragon and the familiar dragon knight armor. What the hell? Lu Cheng exclaimed. How did I become a red-named monster so quickly? The red-named monster knight was saying some strange things again. Little Robin thought this might be the only flaw of the night. She glanced at the overly dramatic knight, stood on tiptoe, leaned forward, and peered at the contents of the bounty notice with Lu Cheng. Even the red-haired one put down his bottle and curiously leaned over. Masked Knight, bounty 99 million berry. TSK, TSK. The red-haired one smacked his lips. The Navy is really stingy, setting such a high price on you. Seriously, could it be that the frozen bird was thrown away by you, causing them to get angry and set this bounty? Because Lu Cheng had once let it slip in a conversation, casually mentioning the frozen bird, the red-haired one found it quite fitting. He couldn't get used to calling it anything else now, and saying frozen bird came naturally. But the crux of the matter wasn't here. The price was simply too high. Lu Cheng estimated that with his current strength, and considering he had basically done nothing wrong, he might be worth around 20 to 30 million berries at most. However, the result was 99 million berries. What the hell? Isn't the Navy's money supposed to be money? He remembered that in the original work, Sand Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he wouldn't be worth that much. This price is really too high. Is the Navy out of their minds? Lu Cheng looked at the red-haired person and asked, do I really look that valuable? The red-haired person stared at Lu Cheng as if he were a fool and suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting, really interesting. It's just too interesting. Ha ha ha. The red-haired person laughed so hard that he almost couldn't catch his breath. What's so funny, huh? Lu Cheng asked. Lu Cheng withdrew his gaze, feeling that the red-haired person was unreliable at this critical moment. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought while looking at the bounty notice in front of him. The knight is so impressive, with such a high bounty. Lu Cheng turned his head and saw the sparkle in Xiao Robin's eyes. Instantly, the gloom in his chest vanished, and he proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, I'm the most free and just Kamen Rider, and it's only natural that my bounty should reach the top. It goes without saying. Xiao Robin's eyes were filled with admiration. Indeed, he truly lived up to being Mr. Knight. How impressive. Moreover, Mr. Knight also has a bounty now. Although it might not seem like a good thing, still, even though this thought seemed a bit inappropriate, Xiao Robin couldn't help but feel a strange happiness in his heart. With a bounty on himself and Mr. Knight, it meant that he and Mr. Knight were really the same. Lu Cheng glanced at Nico Robin and could basically confirm why the Navy had set such a high bounty on him. The charge on his wanted poster was for harboring criminals, which meant he had sheltered Nico Robin and prevented the Navy from capturing her. This was simply a blatant warning. Clearly, the world government wanted to tell everyone in this world that if you want to be a hero, you have to pay the price. They wanted to capture Nico Robin, and no one should interfere. If anyone dared to protect Nico Robin and openly oppose the world government, then Lu Cheng's wanted poster would be their fate. Anyone who dared to help her would be treated as an accomplice. This was truly bullying little Robin, who had no friends. The world government's actions meant that even if someone truly wanted to help Robin out of sympathy, they would probably be too scared to act. After all, without enough strength, carrying such a high bounty made it nearly impossible to move in these waters. Little Robin's bounty of 79 million and his 99 million combined to nearly 180 million. Pirates and bounty hunters who receive the news would certainly not let them go. After all, where could you find such easy money compared to the horrifying murder charges under the wanted posters of other notorious pirates? His and Little Robin's crimes looked almost comical, highlighting their harmlessness. Finding them would be a windfall. Damn it, he had really become a walking 180 million. Wanted posters for pirates usually included the sea areas where they were active, making it easier for bounty hunters to locate them. Lu Cheng had previously determined Little Robin's range based on this, and now, looking at the location on the wanted poster, it was nearby, and he suddenly felt unwell. The Navy wasn't completely useless. Their positioning was quite accurate. Lu Cheng helplessly complained, holding his head and feeling a bit dazed. 99 million berries, that's really a lot. But now he only has a few million berries on him, still very short on money. If only. Lu Cheng turned his head to look at the red-haired one, his eyes sparkling. What are you doing? The red-haired one stepped back, feeling an ominous premonition. Something about that look seemed off. How about you take me to claim the reward, and then I'll sneak away later. We can split the money, okay? Are you out of your mind thinking about money like that? The red-haired one was a bit speechless. You really dare to think like this. You should avoid provoking the Navy too much. Some of those guys are quite formidable. If you push them too hard, you'll be the one suffering. Sigh. Lu Cheng sighed, feeling that another source of income was gone. Little Robin looked up in confusion. Is the knight short on money again? Didn't you just catch a batch of pirates? Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. He couldn't exactly say that he was secretly spending money on women outside. He didn't have much left, but he felt it would be bad to teach the child that. After thinking for a moment, he said tactfully, Cynthia and the others have moved to a new place and need a lot of berries, so I. Under Little Robin's clear gaze, Lu Cheng felt inexplicably guilty, but he quickly realized that he shouldn't feel guilty about an adventure. What does a child know? Oh, Little Robin understood. Her eyes filled with admiration. Just like when you helped me back then, the knight is really kind. You truly are the most upright knight. I like this kind of knight the most. Lu Cheng cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. The red-haired one, who already knew everything, chuckled beside him and closed his mouth under Lu Cheng's murderous gaze. Red-haired, don't ruin my scene when you're just freeloading. Little Robin, oblivious, continued talking to herself. Sister Cynthia and the others are so pitiful, just like me. She felt a bit lost, but after glancing at the knight, her heart was filled with warmth again. She had lost her family and homeland, but now she had a new home. However, those three sisters truly had nothing left. The knight had even considered this. He was really such a gentle person. It's so great that you can help them, knight. Lu Cheng looked at Little Robin's clear eyes and couldn't help but reach out to touch her hair. Little Robin, you too, you're really a kind child. It's so great to meet you, he said. All right, it's normal for the price to be a bit higher. The red-haired person smiled and adjusted the brim of their hat. You've even caused some minor trouble for the iceberg Kazan, plus your annoying life-saving ability. So it's reasonable to set this price for you. After all, if you really set your mind against the Navy, the trouble you'd cause wouldn't be much less than that of those big pirates. Lu Cheng agreed with this statement. Lu Cheng carefully went over the bounty notice again and discovered some details he had missed before. It turns out that even non-pirates can have bounties placed on them at will. The Navy really is something. Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. Well, at least they didn't put a pirate hat on me, so they still have a bit of face left. That's right. Although he and Nico Robin were treated as pirates by the Navy, the bounty notice didn't mention that they were pirates, which is a kind of awkward insistence on the little remaining justice regarding Nico Robin's situation. They didn't even publicly reveal his ability to traverse the mirror world, clearly hoping that more people who didn't know would come to trouble him. After all, if they knew early on that they couldn't catch him, no one would bother to trouble him. The world government really spared no effort in creating trouble for him and Nico Robin. 99 million. Lu Cheng stretched. They even refused to give me a whole number. A 10 million bounty just doesn't feel right. The Navy is really stingy. He concluded that the ships had long since left the port, and on the sea, only a few scattered boats were passing by. Fortunately, he ran fast. With the latest bounty notice arriving, the shore must be in chaos, but at least there is freedom at sea. Aren't you worried at all? Red-haired asked curiously. There are countless people eyeing your head now. Lu Cheng shook his head, but they have to be capable enough to come and take it. However, I really can't stay in the West Sea any longer. A bunch of flies and rats will probably come sniffing around. Just thinking about it is a bit annoying. He thought for a moment and turned to look at Shanks. Who are you actually looking for this time? Shanks smiled mysteriously and didn't answer directly. You'll know when the time comes, and if you want to leave here quickly without trouble, there should be a way to solve it. Hearing this, Lu Cheng really became curious about what Shanks was here for. But since Shanks wanted to be a riddle master, Lu Cheng considered that he probably couldn't take on Shanks right now, so it was almost impossible to get him to speak voluntarily. After thinking for a while, he stood up. Robin, where's my navigator? Reporting to Captain. I'm here. Little Robin stood up straight with a snap, performing a sailor salute. Captain, please give your orders. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction. This was his most capable subordinate, a partner who shared his journey towards freedom and dreams. Raise all the sails. We're setting off at full speed, traveling day and night, leaving this troublesome place behind. Let us go. One by one, the sails were hoisted again, and the sea breeze seemed to understand his intentions, growing stronger and stronger. With the wind at their backs, the ship sped up even more. It truly was a great day for a voyage. Shanks stood leisurely at the bow of the ship, a cigar in his mouth, puffing out clouds of smoke. The sea spirit lived up to its reputation. Encountering the island whale indeed brought good fortune. Lu Cheng looked at the busy little Robin and himself, then glanced at the laid-back redhead, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. Hey, redhead, stop slacking off and come over to take the helm. The redhead looked confused. What? You want me, the captain of the red-haired pirates, to take the helm for you? You little brat, he chuckled, exhaling the last bit of mist. I'm coming. Stop shouting, you little rascal. Do you know how many years it's been since I last took the helm? Are you expecting me to steer us up to the sky? Lu Cheng was controlling the sail, confirming the wind direction. Red-haired, if you can take me to the Sky Island, I'll admit you're impressive. Red-haired shook his head. That's really not possible. Meanwhile, the distant sky was a deep blue, clear as if washed. Lu Chengbin thought it would be easy to find a place with shanks, but he didn't expect that it would take several months just to determine a location before finally finding the corresponding map in the hands of the red-haired pirate. Given this situation, Lu Cheng seriously doubted whether the other party could find this place on their own. Fortunately, they finally found the location. Although it took such a long time, it was not without gains, with one of the future emperors of the sea teaching him hands on every day. Lu Cheng felt he was making rapid progress. Additionally, there were often many pirates coming to deliver berries, so his practical combat experience was also not lacking. With a bounty of 99 million, he felt a bit more confident. He couldn't just run away at the sight of a pirate. What would little Robin think of him? The night? Over the past few days, the wind has been very favorable. Perhaps even the wind was giving him face, as the final leg of the journey went surprisingly smoothly. After another month of continuous sailing, report, Captain. We will soon reach the target island. Little Robin earnestly reported, her eyes filled with excitement, clearly very satisfied with her role as a navigator and thrilled to be able to help the knight. Moreover, this journey had been too long. It was her first time spending so much time on a ship. In fact, she could even visibly see that she had grown a little taller. Lu Cheng turned his head and looked into the distance, where a cluster of islands seemed to appear, lush and green. Is that the place? Little Robin lowered his head to confirm the nautical chart once again. That's right, Captain. It's right there. Lu Cheng nodded and casually complimented Little Robin, then turned to shout at the red-haired person who was lazily sleeping. We've arrived, get up. The red-haired person lazily pushed their hat to the top of their head and sat up on the deck. Have we really arrived? How is it so fast? Lu Cheng didn't want to talk. Even the sea breeze was too much for the man to handle. In the end, the entire voyage turned out to be smooth sailing, which was simply unbelievable. The red-haired man casually walked over to Lu Cheng, gazing at the distant island and slightly squinting his eyes. It should be here. Should? Lu Cheng turned his head. Haven't you been here before? It was many years ago, and at that time I wasn't alone either. The red-haired man's voice grew softer as he fell into memories. Lu Cheng frowned and glanced at him, shaking his head and choosing not to speak further. Given his demeanor, he was probably thinking about his captain, which he had become somewhat accustomed to. The ship continued to sail toward the small island. Perhaps this was what they meant by the mountain looks close, but is far away. It seemed near, but it wasn't until noon, after several hours had passed, that they gradually began to see the scenery on the island. What met their eyes were tall trees, and it appeared to be deserted, just an ordinary island. Although beautiful, there were countless such islands at sea. The red-haired man came here, not knowing what made it special. The ship gradually stopped by the shore. The red-haired man stood up. You all come too. I think they wouldn't mind getting to know you. Lu Cheng was somewhat surprised and said, Is that okay? It seems that what you're about to do is very important. After all, Hongfa didn't give any hints beforehand, which clearly indicates that it's a very secret matter. It's fine. I'm already here. Hongfa glanced at Xiao Robin and said, It's okay. Lu Cheng nodded and decisively jumped off the bow of the ship, holding Robin. After working so hard for so long, he also wanted to know who the red-haired one was putting in so much effort to meet. The forest was dense with trees and plants. Lu Cheng shrugged. Where are we going? We arrived early. Could it be that the other party hasn't arrived yet? Although the red-haired person didn't say anything, it wasn't hard to guess that he came here to meet someone. The red-haired person shook his head, looked around, and seemed to have discovered something, patting Lu Cheng on the shoulder. It seemed that the other party had already arrived. Lu Cheng was a bit puzzled as he followed the red-haired man, soon arriving at a clearing. Upon seeing what was on the ground, his pupils slightly contracted. This was, on the open ground, there was a huge, shallow pit. From the shape, it was a bear paw print. Sir Knight, what is this? Robin leaned in curiously and asked. It looks like a bear paw print. Is there such a huge bear? Little Robin exaggeratedly spread her hand. She stretched out her hand to compare and found that one of her hands was not even as big as a bear's toe. She jumped down, curiously touching it. This bear paw print was really huge, bigger than herself, and also, she glanced at Lu Cheng, and it was even larger than the tall knight. Is there really such a big bear? Little Robin had never seen such a gigantic land monster. It may not be a bear, Lu Cheng thought for a moment, feeling a vague suspicion. If it were a bear, Lu Cheng stood up, looked around a few times, and shook his head. There should be just one footprint left behind. Little Robin blinked and said seriously, So this is not a bear, but something else, or a man-made mark. The thought of a devil fruit flashed through Little Robin's mind. Clap, clap, clap. The red-haired man gently clapped his hands. You guessed correctly. The red-haired man nodded. It is indeed not a bear. It seems the other party has long arrived. Well, seeing the red-haired man's reaction, Lu Cheng could probably guess who they would encounter. Is this the person you're looking for? Lu Cheng glanced at him. They wouldn't have left because you couldn't find them, right? The red-haired man chuckled and seemed not worried at all about the other party running away. Let's look around. They should be nearby. He looked around the jungle and said with a smile, I can help find them too. Little Robin raised her hand excitedly. But the red-haired man has observation hockey. You don't need to look for them, Lu Cheng replied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found this bare paw print from so far away. However, seeing little Robin so happy, Lu Cheng naturally wouldn't stop her from showing off. It would be like playing hide and seek with little Robin. The red-haired man seemed to share this thought, not speaking and smiling as he watched Lu Cheng and little Robin play. As the group walked through the forest, eyes and ears began to sprout on the surrounding trees as they moved. After eating well and training continuously, little Robin was becoming more skilled in using the abilities of the Hana no Mi. Of course, the main reason was the overall improvement in her physical quality, allowing her to use the abilities of the Hana no Mi for extended periods without the previous limitations. No matter how powerful a devil fruit's power is, it requires the user's physical quality to match. Understanding this principle, Lu Cheng naturally wouldn't forget to remind little Robin of this. This girl has great potential, the red-haired man praised. Lu Cheng glanced at the other person, thinking that this was obvious. How could you have a higher bounty than little Robin at your age? From this point, there aren't many people in this world stronger than little Robin. But personal strength is fundamental in the abilities of the devil fruit. Red-haired shook his head. It's useful, but you can't rely on it completely, unless you can truly develop it to its fullest potential. Otherwise, it will eventually become a burden. Lu Cheng nodded, but little Robin is still small. Even if it's just to train her fruit abilities, it would greatly benefit her growth, and there's no need for more. After all, too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. Both Lu Cheng and Red-haired understood this, so Red-haired didn't say anything more. As they walked, they crossed through the forest and arrived at the other side of the island. Lu Cheng casually knocked over a leaping leopard with a punch. How long has it been since anyone came to this forest? Suddenly, Lu Cheng heard Red-haired chuckle softly. Found it. Huh? Little Robin looked around, her eyes filled with confusion at the eyes growing on the tree trunks. Where is it? Why can't I see it? No matter how she looked, there was no sign of anyone within dozens of meters, and little Robin felt a wave of disappointment. Lu Cheng smiled and patted her. It's okay. Little Robin is still young. She will become very strong in the future. Little Robin nodded aggrievedly, retracting her fruit ability. She was also quite exhausted. Using the devil fruit ability all the way was a heavy burden for her. After spotting the target, Red-haired quickly dashed forward. Seeing the other party running far away, Lu Cheng picked up little Robin and leaped directly to catch up. Ahead, it suddenly opened up. The salty sea breeze blew in waves, and the tide crashed against the shore. In an instant, they had already reached the other side of the island. Giant! Little Robin exclaimed in surprise. Her best friend used to be a giant. Seeing a giant again brought back those memories, causing her body to tremble slightly. Don't be afraid, it's just a bit bigger. There's nothing to be scared of, Lu Cheng comforted. Little Robin was somewhat shy, and the giant did look a bit intimidating. I'm not afraid of the giant. I'm just afraid. Looking at Lu Cheng's smiling face, she firmly nodded. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Because with you, Mr. Knight, by my side, I'm not afraid anymore. Lu Cheng looked up ahead. He saw an extremely muscular man, who appeared to be at least 6 or 7 meters tall, standing by the sea. The man had his back to a few people, but they could still see that he seemed to be wearing a plush hat shaped like bear ears, and he was holding a large book in one hand, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind him. Lu Cheng's gaze shifted downward, and he noticed that there seemed to be a man and a woman sitting beside the giant, with the man seemingly holding a baby in his arms. The two of them appeared somewhat insignificant next to the towering giant, and Lu Cheng didn't even notice them at first glance. Red-haired walked over, and only then did the giant finally turn around. Lu Cheng was able to see the other person's appearance clearly. As expected, it was someone he was familiar with. Bartholomew Kuma, the man known as Tyrant Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma turned around, holding a thick book in his hand. Upon hearing Red-haired's voice, he followed the direction of his finger and looked towards Lu Cheng and Robin. On his somewhat rugged face, his pale eyes resembled a shallow sea. His gaze lingered briefly on little Robin before finally settling on the somewhat handsome black-haired man beside her. Lu Cheng suddenly felt as if he were being stared at by a fierce beast. He steadied his mind and walked over with little Robin. It was then that little Robin recognized that the giant was holding what seemed to be a Bible. The other man and woman looked at Lu Cheng and little Robin, their gaze lingering briefly on little Robin before returning to Lu Cheng. "You are the one who has been causing such a commotion recently as the fake Kamen Rider?" The man suddenly spoke. Lu Cheng turned his head, and the man seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall why at the moment. Before he could speak, the red-haired man had already opened his mouth, smiling slightly. "All right, Long, don't scare my new friend. They just came out not long ago, so don't bully the newcomer." Long? That name felt like a lightning bolt striking his heart, and Lu Cheng's gaze flickered subtly, his mind racing with various thoughts, but he still nodded. It turned out to be him. He didn't expect the red-haired man to know him so early, and they seemed quite familiar. "I am Lu Cheng, and I will become the freest and most just knight on this sea." It really sounded like something a second-rate teenager would say, just like what was reported in the newspapers. A masked knight representing justice? Da Xiong smiled slightly, his smile incredibly gentle. It's hard to imagine such a big guy could smile so warmly. Even the somewhat anxious little Robin felt a bit more at ease under such a smile. Lu Cheng laughed, a bit smugly. "Am I that famous?" Not everyone has the courage to uphold their own sense of justice before committing a crime. The bear lowered his head, this time looking at Robin, and said gently, "You must be Nico Robin." Little Robin nodded timidly. "Do you know me?" She glanced at Lu Cheng, feeling a bit more at ease, and said softly. The bear shook his head. "I haven't seen you, but I've heard your name." He paused, wanting to say something more, opened his mouth, and then fell silent again. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit heavy. Little Robin tilted her head, not understanding why this giant seemed a bit strange, but Lu Cheng realized something. All right. He finally figured out why Shanks would come to meet someone secretly, but didn't mind bringing him and little Robin along. Little Robin's mother seems to be a member of the Revolutionary Army, which makes them, in a sense, one of their own. No wonder he said it was fine for the two of them to come along. After all this time, it turns out you comrades are thinking about starting a revolution. But has the Revolutionary Army already begun secret operations this early? Lu Cheng couldn't quite remember the side stories in these original works, and many characters were also fuzzy in his mind. But fortunately, he still had an impression of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the rebel army, and, more importantly, Luffy's father. He looked at the baby in the other's arms and was almost certain of the person's identity. He thought he would have to wait until he got to Windmill Village to see the Straw Hat Kid, but he didn't expect to see him so soon. By the looks of it, was he just born? That seemed about right. It had been a long time since the O'Hara incident, and little Robin had grown quite a bit compared to her bounty poster. It seemed like it was indeed around this time. Lu Cheng shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. Lu Cheng's gaze caught the other's attention. Long smiled. "You seem to know who we are. I'm quite curious." "No way." Lu Cheng waved his hand. "I just want to uphold justice, but I have no intention of joining you. Who doesn't know that revolutionaries have to go hungry every day?" he said. "To say I know you is a bit of an exaggeration." Lu Cheng looked at De Xiong and smiled. "But the name Tyrant is well known. I've heard much about you." Upon hearing this, De Xiong fell silent. This was not at all how someone who had long admired his tyrant title should behave. He had grown accustomed to the fearful gazes of others, and those who knew him probably regarded him as a demon, right? This little guy didn't seem scared of him at all. The red-haired man chuckled. "So, are you a bit surprised? This kid is good. I actually want him to be my first mate. But this brat wants to be the captain himself, huh? I like this attitude." Long nodded slightly, and a short-haired woman beside him also nodded slightly, affirming the red-haired man's words. She reached out and waved to Xiao Robin, who hesitated for a moment. After seeing Lu Cheng nod slightly, she walked over. The woman gently touched Xiao Robin's head, her voice soft. "Poor child, you've suffered." Xiao Robin squirmed uneasily, and the woman, seeing this, withdrew her hand and took out a snake-shaped jade pendant from her bosom, gently hanging it around Xiao Robin's neck. Xiao Robin had never experienced such a situation and looked at Lu Cheng for help. Lu Cheng smiled. "It's a gift from an elder. It's okay, just accept it." Only then did Xiao Robin feel relieved, curiously examining the jade pendant from left to right, seeing that Xiao Robin had calmed down after just hearing a single sentence. The woman's eyes flickered subtly. She waved her hand gently, and Xiao Robin understood, quickly running back to Lu Cheng's side and tugging at his clothes. The woman smiled as she watched this scene, suddenly speaking to Lu Cheng. "This child seems to rely on you a lot. You must treat her well and not hurt her." Lu Cheng nodded and looked at the woman, unable to guess her specific identity. However, she must not be an ordinary person, otherwise, she wouldn't be here. That being said, Long withdrew his gaze from Xiao Robin and finally spoke. his voice incredibly calm, but carrying a hint of inexplicable power. There's no need for more people to know about our matters for now. The red-haired man chuckled. It's fine. It's fine. I just brought her over for you to recognize. I owe this kid a favor, and he seems to be quite trouble-prone. So if you run into him in the future, remember to take care of him. Moreover, I think this kid resembles you, Long. Even though he doesn't look like you at all, huh? Wow. The power of the face fruit activated, and Lu Cheng felt a sense of respect. The other party was giving him a chance to make a name for himself in front of the big shots. The few of them nodded, but didn't say anything further, clearly not wanting to engage in too much conversation in front of Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin. Shanks looked at the baby in Long's arms and curiously asked, "Who is this?" Long nodded and admitted, "My child." "Your child," the red-haired man frowned, knowing very well what the other party did, bringing a child along. Lu Cheng curiously leaned over and saw that Long didn't react, so he reached out and poked him. It wasn't that he wanted to take risks. It was just that such a small protagonist might not have another chance to mess with in the future. The child was sleeping lightly and was soon startled awake by the commotion. Little Luffy opened his eyes in a daze and saw a ridiculously handsome face curiously staring at him. He blinked and thought, "Who is this? Where's Dad?" Cough, cough. Lu Cheng cleared his throat, straightened his expression, and said seriously, "Come on, call me Brother Lu and let me hear it." Wow. Red-haired Shanks kicked Lu Cheng away, saying, "You can't even leave a child alone, and their dad is right here. Do you believe I can slap you to death?" Little Luffy was very rude. But fortunately, Long's temperament seemed okay, perhaps because of Red-haired's presence. He didn't get too angry. He just reached out and patted Luffy to calm him down. Cough, cough. Lu Cheng awkwardly coughed, trying to cover up the embarrassment. "The child is too cute, I couldn't help it." Red-haired shot Lu Cheng a glare and turned to Long. "What do you plan to do with this child?" Long's voice remained calm as he quietly looked at the baby in his arms, his gaze deep and seemingly lost in thought. But soon, his expression became determined, as if he had made a decision. He walked over to Bear and nodded slightly. "I'm counting on you." Bear didn't find it strange. Clearly, the two had discussed this beforehand and didn't exchange any unnecessary words. He took off his black leather gloves, revealing the soft pink pads on his palms. Hiss. Little Robin leaned over, curiously looking at Bear's palms. Wow, so cute, just like a puppy's fluffy pink pads. She never expected that such a huge, muscular guy would have something so adorable in his hands. But what was he planning to do? Little Robin thought, puzzled, and then she was horrified to see Bear lift the baby up and then smack his huge palm upwards. With a loud bang, little Luffy vanished, as if he had been launched by a rocket. Little Robin looked at Bear in terror, wondering what this guy was doing. So scary, he just sent that little child flying, and she couldn't even see him anymore. Seeing the terrified expression on little Robin's face, Bear fell silent for a moment. Perhaps because of her identity, he rarely explained, "I'm the ball man who ate the ball fruit." No one should do that to a child. Little Robin trembled. If Sir Knight wasn't here, she would have been scared enough to run away. "It's okay." Lu Cheng comforted her. "Bear is the best courier in the world. By the way, where are you sending him?" Bear didn't answer, but Long glanced at Lu Cheng and said, "EC, Windmill Town. There will be someone to take care of him there." Windmill Town. Shanks silently noted this location and nudged Lu Cheng, saying, "Aren't you looking to shake off the Navy's troubles?" "See, what did I tell you before?" Lu Cheng was speechless. "So this was the method you were talking about, Shanks. However, taking a courier seems pretty good too. It's quite fast and indeed a good idea." He thought for a moment and directly said, "Big Bear, could you do me a favor? Xiao Robin and I are currently being targeted by the Navy and want to change locations." Lu Cheng hadn't finished speaking when Bear nodded knowingly. It turned out he wanted to take a courier. Understood. He raised his palm. "Wait." Lu Cheng hurriedly reached out to stop him. "I have a ship on the other side of the island." Bear nodded, indicating he understood, and raised his palm again. "Thank you." Lu Cheng nodded, but when Bear was about to bring down his paw, he looked terrified and reached out to Shanks. "Red-haired. Help me. Red-haired. Safe travels. No need to see you off." Amidst Little Robin's shocked gaze, Bear silently slapped Lu Cheng away. "Knight." Little Robin was stunned and rushed towards Bear. "What did you do to the knight?" Bear turned around silently and gave the rushing Little Robin a slap. With a bang, Little Robin disappeared under the bear's paw. Bear lowered his head, looking at Shanks and the others. "I'll be back soon." The few nodded, and Bear casually slapped the air, instantly disappearing without a trace, leaving only a huge bear paw print on the ground. Red-haired shook his head helplessly. That brat. Always so theatrical. Goodbye, and good luck to you. In the sky, a package was speeding by, moving as fast as lightning. Inside the package, An oblivious little boy was sleeping sweetly, occasionally smiling as if he were dreaming of something wonderful. Under his head was a piece of paper, on which were written several big characters in a bold style. Monkey D. Luffy. Liu Chang felt like he had flown around in the air for a while, and before he could react, he had landed steadily on the ground, where a huge bear paw print had appeared beneath his feet. Wow, as expected. The big bear delivery service is really fast. Then he saw little Robin falling from the sky, landing precisely beside him. A little Robin fell from the sky. Mr. Knight, didn't I say that Big Bear is a really nice person, so there's no need to be afraid? Liu Chang comforted him a bit. How about it? Isn't this way fun and cool? He asked. Little Robin blinked, coming back to his senses from the initial panic, and nodded vigorously. It was indeed quite fun, he thought. Do you want to do it again? Huh. Bang. With a loud bang, Big Bear landed gracefully beside them, creating another giant bear paw print on the ground. Is that your ship? Liu Chang looked up at the huge ships docked in the port and smiled as he nodded. It's a partner of justice, the Knight. Do you want to come aboard and sit for a while? Big Bear. This strange guy didn't seem afraid of him at all. He glanced seriously at Liu Chang and shook his head. I have other things to do. That was a refusal. What a pity. Liu Chang still quite liked Big Bear, but since it was like this, he wouldn't force it. They would meet again if there was a chance. Where are you guys going? Big Bear asked, and this question left Liu Chang puzzled. According to his previous thoughts, he was just planning to wander around at sea and catch some bounties. Hearing Big Bear say this made him reconsider. Originally, the situation with Little Robin had already caused quite a stir in the West Sea, and now his bounty was even higher than Little Robin's. If he stayed in the West Sea, it would probably lead to a lot of trouble. So, no matter what, leaving the West Sea was a certainty. But where to next? The East Sea, the North Sea, or the Grand Line? Liu Chang felt a bit of headache. He really wanted to go to all of them, but it was so hard to choose. You want to go to all of them? De Xiong scratched his head, looking a bit cute with his honest demeanor. The world is so big, I really want to see it. How about you become my crew member, De Xiong? That way, we can travel wherever we want. Hearing this unexpected invitation, De Xiong was slightly taken aback, but quickly smiled gently. Shaking his head, he tightened his grip on the Bible. I have my own sense of justice, so I cannot accompany you. What a pity. Liu Chang couldn't help but think about De Xiong's fate afterward. Knowing he couldn't persuade him, he could only sigh. These ideals, this stubbornness, this persistence, this sense of justice, once upon a time, they were what deeply attracted him. Yet at this moment, in front of him and what he could see, he couldn't find more words to say. What a shame. De Xiong looked at this strange young man who seemed overly familiar despite it being their first meeting, feeling somewhat speechless. The way the other looked at him was like seeing an old friend he hadn't met in many years. De Xiong shook his head. He was sure he had never met this person before. Of that he was certain. But it had already taken too long, and it was time to send the other person on their way. Seeing this, Liu Chang picked up Little Robin and jumped to the bow of the ship. Since you haven't thought it through, let's take our time to think about it once we get there, De Xiong said in a low voice, raising his huge bear paw. Wait, where are you taking us? Let me think about it some more. But it was already too late. With a huge roar, the waves surged, and the night soared into the sky, disappearing at the edge of the horizon, leaving behind a giant bear paw print in its place. De Xiong, you are too impatient. Liu Chang hugged Little Robin, feeling the spaceship rapidly passing through the clouds. He had previously said that Shanks had the ability to fly the ship up into the sky, and now, that prophecy had come true. The knight was indeed transformed into a flying knight. Sir Knight, the ship is flying. I know, Little Robin. Red-haired Shanks looked up, hearing a loud noise coming from the other side of the island, and shook his head with a smile. That little brat, he left quite decisively. Dragon fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. I didn't expect that there would still be survivors from O'Hara. By the time I learned the news, the Navy's extermination order had already been issued. Yeah, Shanks said with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect to run into those two either. The woman spoke up. Shanks, why do you want to stop Dragon from taking Robin? You must know that she is now the only spark of O'Hara. Her significance to us is immense, and the world government won't let her go. She'll be safer with Dragon. There's no need for that, Snake Princess. Shanks lifted the brim of his hat, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. I've spent enough time with him to ensure he's a qualified choice. I can fully trust him with O'Hara's spark. I told you, he and Dragon are quite similar, don't you think? Dragon. Dragon remained silent for a moment before speaking. I've made up my mind. I want to form an army. I've been preparing for this for years and would like to invite you to join. Shanks frowned, recalling the earlier scene. Has Bartholomew Kuma already agreed to you? Dragon nodded, and Shanks looked into his eyes. Dragon, do you know that I am a captain? The ship sped through the air, crossing islands and oceans. Lu Cheng, holding the excited little Robin, walked to the bow of the night. Looking down through the dreamlike clouds, the sea was as blue and clear as a mirror, sparkling under the sunlight with a crystal-like brilliance. The islands looked like gems embedded in the mirror, creating a breathtaking scene. It's so beautiful. Listening to little Robin's voice, Lu Cheng silently nodded. It was indeed a different experience. This time, sending Shanks off was the right choice. After all, not everyone can enjoy the experience of being a courier, and such opportunities are rare. He mostly benefited from little Robin and Shanks' fame. How is it? Isn't the adventure quite interesting? Being with Sir Knight makes Robin really happy. Sir Knight is the best. Ha ha. Lu Cheng proudly placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. He looked up, and it seemed that a shadow flashed in the clouds. Little Robin also raised her head in confusion, looking up at the sky. Among the clouds, she seemed to see some vague shadows. It looked like an island, a city. It flashed through the clouds and was soon obscured by the thick clouds, disappearing completely. It made little Robin think she had seen an illusion. Sir Knight, I think I saw something. The wind suddenly became fierce, and Lu Cheng guessed it was due to leaving the windless zone. The wind choked little Robin so much that she couldn't speak clearly, and her long hair flew wildly in the wind. Lu Cheng hurriedly set little Robin down and reached out to smooth the other's messy hair. I feel like I see an island. Is it an illusion? Sir Knight? Little Robin leaned against the deck, feeling how Sir Knight blocked the wind and waves with his body, a happy smile forming on his lips. But he didn't forget to ask, I don't think it's an illusion. Sir Knight, did you see it too? Lu Cheng nodded. He had naturally seen it and already had an answer in his heart. The Sky Island, it was right there. Why is there an island in the sky? Little Robin asked curiously. I don't know, but how could a righteous knight say he didn't know in front of little Robin? Lu Cheng was thinking about what excuse he should come up with to brush this off when the ship began to plummet rapidly. With a loud crash, a massive splash erupted from the calm sea. Accompanied by a huge bear paw imprint, a sailing ship descended from the sky. Well, now there's no need for an explanation. Little Robin was curiously leaning over the ship's railing, looking left and right. Sir Knight, where have we arrived? How would I know? Big Bear sent them over without saying a word. I can only hope they are reliable. The sea charts they had originally bought in the West Sea were now useless. The urgent task was to first confirm where they were. With this in mind, Lu Cheng looked to the side of the ship, where there seemed to be an island. The ship changed direction and headed toward that side. Soon, they were getting closer to the island, and Lu Cheng noticed something was off. With his improved eyesight, he quickly spotted a towering cliff further away on the island. This cliff was entirely red, soaring into the clouds, and it was impossible to see where the peak was. Horizontally, it extended endlessly, resembling a massive red mountain or a wall laid out in the distance, seemingly unchanged for ages. No way. Lu Cheng thought of something, as distant memories surfaced in his mind. So, they had arrived here. Lu Cheng realized where they were. This was the Red Earth continent, the location of the upside-down mountain, the only entrance to the Grand Line, a convergence point of the four seas, in a sense. So that's it. Since they weren't sure where to send me, they simply sent me to a place that can access all major sea areas, right? Big Bear, you really took the easy way out. Sir Knight, that seems to be the entrance to the Grand Line, right? Little Robin hesitantly asked, recalling the knowledge she had learned from books. Machem. Lu Cheng nodded. Be careful. There might be powerful individuals near the Grand Line. Put on your mask. It's possible that many people will recognize Little Robin at a glance, so it's better to be cautious. Little Robin blinked, seemingly realizing the seriousness of the situation. She nodded thoughtfully and obediently put on her face mask and also don a hat. There's no need to be so nervous. Lu Cheng smiled, signaling her to relax. As long as no one knows we've come here, it won't be so easy to recognize us. Don't be afraid. It's fine. I'm here. Little Robin nodded. Let's go to the island and take a look. We still need the sea charts, and I think it will be quite difficult for us to get in. The Grand Line has very high requirements for sailing skills. If it's the Grand Line, then we need to be extremely cautious. After all, the Grand Line is not a peaceful and beautiful place. It's not somewhere you can just enter casually. He only knew a bit of basic sailing skills. At most just some steering techniques, enough to navigate a ship according to the sea charts. Although he had always referred to Little Robin as a navigator, well, knowledge learned from books always felt superficial. Little Robin had indeed supplemented a lot of sailing knowledge and was very clever. But casually entering the Grand Line was also not a simple task. After all, that was the Grand Line, a place that was a nightmare for countless people. The complexity of the weather and currents in the Grand Line was many times greater than that of the four seas. Even in the original story, The genius navigator Nami often found herself flustered during her first entry into the Grand Line. This shows the degree of danger. Little Robin said, "I can sail," but her voice grew softer, as if lacking confidence. Well, Little Robin compared her history doctorate to her sailing skills and seemed to realize that she really was somewhat unqualified. "Sir Knight, am I too useless?" Little Robin's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Lu Cheng recalled that his current clothing, food, housing, and transportation seemed to be entirely managed by Little Robin. If he were to say it was useless, wouldn't that be? What am I thinking? Is this something a righteous knight should be concerned about? It's fine. There will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Justice does not need to look back. It only needs to keep moving forward. All difficulties cannot defeat a righteous knight. Lu Cheng patted his chest and assured, "Is that so?" Little Robin was a bit confused. Although Sir Knight spoke so confidently, the problem was that this was the sea, so where would the road come from? Anyway, let's first find a place to rest. Lu Cheng patted his chest and, as the captain, directly decided on the next plan. It was indeed necessary to take a break. Although the speed of the Bear Express was very fast, Lu Cheng and Little Robin had been flying in the air for nearly half a day. Bruce. They had been rushing day and night to deliver the red fruit as soon as possible. Lu Cheng was fine. He had a robust physique, a standard knight's build, able to fight and endure, not afraid of fatigue. However, Little Robin, having drifted at sea for so long, was feeling a bit tired. Even though the devil fruit could significantly enhance her physical abilities, Robin was still too young to fully utilize the powers of the flower fruit. Although she was very sensible and didn't complain or express her fatigue, Lu Cheng could naturally see it. One could only say that Shanks was not loyal. Upon seeing an old friend, he couldn't wait to have them leave earlier. Moreover, at that time, the scene clearly indicated that the Revolutionary Army comrades wanted to stir things up. If not, at least it was a secret meeting among big shots. Lu Chengzhen didn't want to get involved, as it would only bring too much trouble, so he decided to leave early as the best plan. Now, they had moved to a peaceful place where they didn't have to worry about pirates or the Navy chasing after them. The two of them needed to rest for a while. Moreover, his physical condition was improving rapidly, and he wanted to find a place to train properly. The Grand Line was very dangerous, so it was better to prepare as early as possible. He remembered that there were still many essential things needed for heading to the Grand Line. On Lap Island, a bustling town, it was just an ordinary island close to the Grand Line. Due to its proximity, its geographical location was quite advantageous. The island was not large, but it had a lot of people. Pirates and adventurers passing through would often stop here for supplies. As a supply point, there were usually very few disturbances here. Lu Cheng arrived at the town on the island, where the streets were bustling with people. He was holding Little Robin's hand, striding confidently down the main street of the town. Little Robin was wearing her favorite face mask, curiously looking around. This town seemed quite different in style from the villages she had seen before, and it was completely unlike what she had witnessed in the West Sea. Passers-by from all corners of the world brushed past them, many of whom had peculiar appearances and a rough demeanor, suggesting they were not the most upstanding individuals. However, just because these people looked dubious did not necessarily mean they were pirates. There must be a naval base on this island. For important islands like this, the Navy's presence is sometimes ubiquitous. Clearly, those pirates who came to the island wouldn't be foolish enough to openly declare themselves as pirates, saying, "I'm a pirate, and I'm heading to the Grand Line. Come and catch me if you can." Just like Lu Cheng and Little Robin, who appear to be two ordinary people passing by. Who could imagine that they were actually wanted criminals worth nearly 200 million combined? The pirates arriving on this island generally tried to conceal their identities, quickly purchasing the necessary supplies in town before hastily returning to their secretly docked pirate ships to set sail and escape. Lu Cheng even skipped this point. After all, although he was wanted, he was not a pirate. At least there were no pirate flags hanging on the ship, and he could boldly sail the ship right in front of the Navy without any worries. That's great. Lu Cheng habitually bought a thick stack of newspapers from a newsboy on the roadside and casually flipped through them. The results he saw made him nod in satisfaction. Indeed, the bounties in different places varied, depending on the situation. He flipped down for quite a while before finally finding the bounty for himself and Little Robin in a small section. This was quite normal. After all, bounties were set up to facilitate the capture of pirates, so they were arranged in a way that was most convenient. Being tens of thousands of miles away from the West Sea, it was natural that they wouldn't be foolish enough to place Lu Cheng and Little Robin on the front page. Little Robin clearly understood this as well. Holding Lu Cheng's hand, she jumped up and down, realizing that it would likely be difficult for her to be recognized. and it was best if she caused less trouble for the knight, although the knight himself was currently a big trouble. Thinking of this, little Robin covered her mouth and giggled. Lu Cheng's gaze was drawn to the aroma from a nearby restaurant, and little Robin noticed his attention and pouted. Really, Sir Knight, you can eat so much, it's hard to support you. With that thought, little Robin tugged at Lu Cheng's hand. What's wrong? Sir Knight, I'm hungry, she said, pointing to the restaurant not far away. I see, Lu Cheng replied, gently pulling her along. Let's go. I'll take you to eat your fill. Let's see how the food here compares to my chef skills. Inside the restaurant, Lu Cheng asked the owner for an additional long table and ordered enough food to fill 2 tables, leaving the owner dumbfounded. Lu Cheng let loose and ate heartily, while little Robin's movements were much more graceful. Beneath the mask, a pair of clear eyes occasionally glanced up to observe the surroundings. The two chatted while eating when suddenly they heard a commotion coming from the restaurant. Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Lu Cheng's mouth was constantly moving, but his ears were quietly perked up. Even little Robin turned his head out of curiosity, his eating actions slowing down even more, at least relative to Lu Cheng's speed. Breaking news! Huge news! A boy of about 17 or 18 was waving a fresh newspaper in his hand. His expression excited, but mixed with a hint of fear as he shouted, Super big news! It's even more explosive than the previous Kamen Rider news. Hearing this, little Robin turned to look at Mr. Knight, only to find him engrossed in his meal, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. So he had to turn back and patiently wait for the other to continue. You absolutely can't imagine what happened. The myth has been shattered. The record of no one ever escaping from the underwater prison has been broken. The first escapee in history has been born. Pirate fleet Admiral Golden Lion Shiki successfully escaped from prison yesterday. This is indeed big news. The restaurant was in an uproar, with everyone chattering and discussing the matter. Lu Cheng casually grabbed a newspaper amidst the chaos and quickly skimmed through it during a meal break. Sure enough, it reported the news of the Golden Lion successfully escaping from the underwater prison, perhaps at the Navy's behest. The article boasted about the Golden Lion's power and also recounted the story from many years ago when the Golden Lion's fleet repelled the Roger pirates, seemingly trying to restore some face for the Navy. After all, the Navy had previously touted the underwater prison as escape-proof. Now, having let such a ruthless criminal escape, it inevitably became a big joke. TSK. Lu Cheng handed the newspaper to Robin, saying a powerful guy's come out. I guess the Navy will be busy now. It's good for them to be busy. With that time and energy, they should engage with those vicious pirates instead of wasting their days trying to capture a little girl and a righteous knight. Robin and I are just enjoying a steady journey, catching some pirates and earning some berries. We're not bad people. The Golden Lion really did a great job this time. Robin looked at it seriously, and after a while, she said with some concern, This seems like a very powerful pirate. If he escapes, won't it be dangerous? It's fine, Lu Cheng smiled. There are plenty of freaks in this sea. We're not missing out on one. There will always be such people on the sea. Whether in the past or now, there are many dangerous pirates like this. Speaking of which, whether it's Kaido, Big Mom, or so on, in terms of ruthlessness, none of them are any less than the Golden Lion. Lu Cheng recalled the plot of the original work. It seems that in the original, after the Golden Lion escaped, he didn't seem to do much. Just as he was about to make his move, he ran straight into the Straw Hat Pirates and naturally became an experience package on the protagonist's growth journey. Thinking about it, it's quite tragic. He will probably only cause a stir temporarily because of his prison escape, and after that, he won't attract much attention. After all, in this vast sea, there are too many strange occurrences happening every day, and as long as he doesn't stir up trouble, it's really easy to hide someone out here. This guy must have a very high bounty. Lu Cheng stroked his chin, accidentally falling into his professional habit again, seeing little Robin's worried gaze. Lu Cheng comforted her, just speaking casually, don't worry. Right now, all we need to do is catch some small pirates. Let's give him a break for now. When we're stronger in the future, we can catch him if we encounter him. As for now, who has the time to bother with him? Lu Cheng was also thinking about whether he should help little Robin find more friends. After all, the little girl seemed a bit too dependent on him. It wasn't that this was a bad thing. Being called Sir Knight every day by a cute girl with long black hair was quite enjoyable for Lu Cheng. However, he was a bit worried that if she only interacted with him, she might become too reliant. After all, in the original story, she was a pretty smart older sister-like character. From Lu Cheng's perspective now, she seemed a bit dull. The two wandered casually between various towns and small villages on the island, purchasing some necessary items. They gathered long-term storage food, plenty of fresh water, and basic emergency medicine. Do you want to buy anything? Lu Cheng asked casually as they walked. Little Robin curiously looked around, but showed no intention of buying anything. How about getting some books to read? Lu Cheng thought for a moment. Little Robin read quite quickly, and whenever she had free time, she was usually quietly reading. You must be almost done with those books, right? Little Robin shook her head and after thinking for a moment asked, Sir Knight, you probably don't have much money left, right? Lu Cheng checked his berry balance, which was still over 2 million berries. Not too much, but enough for now. I can still read those books for a while, he replied. Little Robin blinked her eyes. Lu Cheng was speechless. How much are books worth? Well, books in the pirate world aren't cheap, but as a bounty hunter, pirates are much more valuable than these books. Moreover, why does it seem like Little Robin is increasingly taking on the role of a housekeeper? Is that something a little girl should be considering? However, some books might not be encountered elsewhere, and if missed, they'll be gone for good. The world of One Piece is vast, and the circulation between islands is certainly not that convenient. Perhaps just neighboring islands have completely different customs and specialties, and cultural products go without saying. Maybe once you pass this village, you won't find the shop again. Hearing Lu Cheng say this, Little Robin fell into deep thought. Even with a mask on, Lu Cheng could guess that her expression behind the mask must be quite interesting. Sure enough, Little Robin gently nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng's lips curled up. Sure enough, the Little Robin from childhood was still easy to deal with. If he got a bit older, he probably wouldn't be so easy to understand. All right, no need to think too much. I plan to take a break here for a while and explore the surroundings. I'll buy things along the way. Eat some snacks, buy some books. Sir Knight, are you looking for something? Along the way, Robin suddenly asked while casually handing a few books he bought to Lu Cheng to carry. Huh, I noticed that Sir Knight seemed to be looking for something. The little girl is quite perceptive. Lu Cheng nodded. We need to make some preparations to enter the Grand Line. Are we really going to the Grand Line? I've heard it's very dangerous there. Robin asked. Although the knight was very powerful when she fought that Navy officer before, she was almost scared to death, and she thought she would have to taste loss again. In that place known as the Grand Line, filled with countless dangers and miracles, what even more formidable monsters would exist? Would the knight encounter danger? But there are also many beautiful landscapes. Lu Cheng smiled. Knowledge doesn't come only from books. What you see and experience can also be a huge treasure. I understand that, Little Robin pouted. Why does the knight always see me as a child? Because you really are still young, he smiled at Little Robin. Don't worry. I will protect you. I am your knight. It's because of that I'm worried. Little Robin lowered her head, feeling a bit lost. She really wanted to help the knight more. Lu Cheng was searching for something important, and it wasn't just aimless wandering. He was looking for a vital item, the record pointer, which is essential after entering the Grand Line. It's important to know that once you enter the Grand Line, ordinary sea charts or compasses become completely ineffective. Only the record pointer can correctly guide you to the next island. You can do without many things. But without a record pointer, it's nearly impossible to navigate the Grand Line. However, after wandering through several streets, Lu Cheng found that there were hardly any places selling record pointers. This was near the entrance to the Grand Line, yet he couldn't find many places that sold them, which was simply ridiculous. Although Lu Cheng knew that getting a record pointer outside the Grand Line wouldn't be easy, he didn't expect it to be this difficult. It seemed that only by entering the Grand Line could one easily obtain a record pointer. But then a bizarre dialogue popped into Lu Cheng's mind. Question: how can I get a record pointer? Answer: go to the Grand Line. Follow-up question: but how can I navigate smoothly in the Grand Line? Answer: get a record pointer. Damn it, what a perfect closed loop. World government, screw them. Lu Cheng was almost certain that this was the work of the world government, strictly controlling the circulation of record pointers within the seas. After all, for them, it was best if those mindless pirates who barged into the Grand Line had no record pointers. The more pirates that died, the better. I can't find it. After searching in vain, Lu Cheng glanced at the sky and decided to return to the ship to rest early. Unknowingly, he had spent the entire day playing with the little girl, and the sun was about to set. However, as he passed by a weapons shop, Lu Cheng thought for a moment and turned back to go inside. Upon entering the shop, he was immediately hit by the strong smell of iron, reminiscent of blood. The store was filled with all kinds of swords and weapons, as well as some other cold weapons. There were even a few firearms, making for a very rich variety. Lu Cheng casually picked up a long knife. Of course, in the world of One Piece, such a knife is referred to as a sword. Lu Cheng weighed the knife in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. This knife could serve as a weapon for everyday use. For now, it would suffice. After finally escaping the Navy's sight, he decided to lay low for a while and spend a few peaceful days with the little girl before anything else. The only problem was that after a spree of buying, it seemed his pockets were not very full anymore. Sigh. It was time to return to his old profession. It was time to randomly select a crew of pirates for some reopening services. Little Robin sat barefoot at the bow of the ship, her fair little feet gently swaying under the bright moonlight. The waves crashed against the hull of the Knight, causing the ship to rock slightly in the sea breeze. But little Robin was completely unaware. She sat steadily at the bow, her gaze fixed intently below, watching the figure training in the water. Mr. Knight is really working hard, she thought, resting her chin in her hand, and before she knew it, she was somewhat entranced. The 6 styles of the Navy are one of the most powerful martial arts in the world of One Piece. As a martial art, it is easy to learn but difficult to master. Shanks taught him these skills. However, how well he could utilize these skills would depend on his own abilities. Liu Cheng had previously been simply practicing his physical fitness. After acquiring the Navy 6 forms, most of his energy has been focused on mastering this skill. Among the 6 forms, the one Liu Cheng has mastered the fastest is the Iron Block, perhaps due to his high physical fitness. He finds the use of the Iron Block skill much easier. Currently, he should have the highest proficiency among all the skills. As for the remaining 5 forms, although each has its own advantages, overall, the one Liu Cheng most wants to learn is the Moonwalk. It is also the skill he has practiced the most. There is no other reason, just because it looks cool. Walking in the air, as if walking on flat ground, is enough to make anyone excited. Unlike now, if he wants to fly, he can only ride the Shuanglong. Liu Cheng jumped out of the sea, leaping into the air. His steps seemed to be floating in the void. From little Robin's perspective, the Knight suddenly emerged from the water, his 2 slippery feet kicking and flailing in the empty space. It looked very funny, like a duck paddling its legs. The focused little lowly couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing this scene. Liu Cheng, who was originally trying hard in the air, concentrating on executing the moonwalk, just felt a gust of wind beneath his feet, and his body seemed to become a bit lighter. Liu Cheng revealed a hint of joy. It was this feeling, as the red-haired person had said, the air under his feet seemed to solidify, not merely floating in emptiness, but rather, it felt as if the air beneath him had a tangible quality. He wanted to quietly savor this sensation when suddenly, a clear and crisp laughter rang in his ears. Oh no! Splash! Liu became distracted, and his whole being was like a kite with a broken string. No matter how he kicked his legs, it was of no use. As he plummeted into the sea like a free fall. Little girl, you've put me in a bind. Gulu gulu. Liu Cheng fell directly into the sea. And now little Robin knows that Liu Cheng can actually swim. Although he doesn't know the reason, it's quite normal for Sir Knight to do anything. Swimming is nothing difficult for Sir Knight. Liu Cheng was completely submerged in the seawater, hugging his arms tightly. He wasn't swimming. Instead, he was desperately kicking in the water. Splash, splash. The sound of swirling water echoed around him. Soon, he miraculously floated to the surface, his upper body completely still. If it weren't for his feet still kicking, it would have looked like he was standing on the sea. The waves surged endlessly, but never went beyond his knees. Liu Cheng wore a face of speechlessness as he looked up at the mischievous little girl. He had almost succeeded, and now this happened. He clearly wanted to perform a cool and stylish moonwalk, but now he could only walk on water. This was definitely not the moonwalk. I'm sorry, Mr. Knight. Little Robin's cheerful voice rang in Liu Cheng's ears. Liu Cheng smiled and shook his head upon seeing this. No wonder, little Robin. It's just that his foot strength isn't enough. After all, he has only been in the world of One Piece for a few months. Although his strength is constantly growing, it is still quite difficult to become a top expert all at once. Without relying on the Knight's armor, his strength still falls a bit short. But that's okay. He can continue to practice, now that he has a sense of it. As long as he practices repeatedly, mastering the moonwalk is just a matter of time. He didn't know how long he had been practicing in the water, but he suddenly felt a sense of lightness. The waves beneath his feet seemed to become solid. If before it felt like flowing water, now it felt like stepping on sand. He stopped, his feet no longer moving, yet he remained steadily standing on the water, no longer sinking. Little Robin noticed this change in Liu Cheng as well. Mr. Knight is amazing. Liu Cheng was still pondering whether his moonwalk had made significant progress when he heard these words and immediately raised his head with pride. Of course, it's just a moonwalk. It's no match for a righteous knight. He walked on the water, reached the side of the ship, and leaped onto the bow. Are you hungry, Sir Knight? Little Robin asked thoughtfully. After every training session, the Knight would consume a lot of energy, and she had become completely accustomed to it. Then I'll rely on you. Little Robin. Liu Cheng smiled. Little Robin was indeed very considerate. That freezing bird, Akiji, actually wanted to snatch away his 79 million. He really needed to be dealt with. Watching little Robin happily run into the cabin, Lu Chung smiled and got up to follow her. Speaking of which, there was still something he had been putting off. His justice value had long been yearning for action, and it was time for a lottery draw. However, before in the West Sea, with red-haired constantly following him, Lu Chung had suppressed his impulse to draw immediately, and this delay had lasted until now. While little Robin was busy preparing food for him, Lu Chung sat at the dining table in the cabin, using the dim light to open his system panel. Name: Lu Chung. Race: human. Occupation: Kamen Rider bounty hunter. Rider belt: Kamen Rider Ryuki Rider items: Kamen Rider Ryuki card. Motorcycle. Health: 100 stamina, 70 hungry, slight fatigue. Talents: mirror world traversal skills: iron block proficient, finger gun beginner, shave beginner, moonwalk beginner, gale foot beginner, paper drawing beginner. Justice value: 1200 money. 1000 berries. Lu Chung glanced at the skills he had mastered, feeling somewhat speechless. He originally thought his moonwalk had improved significantly, but what the hell? It was still at the beginner level. On the other hand, the iron block, which he had trained less, was already proficient. Lu Chung now just wants to switch these two proficiency levels. After all, no matter how you say it, the moon step is much cooler than using a block of iron. He doesn't have much belly left on him, but wealth can be regained even after being spent. Belly is something that can be used, and Lu Chung doesn't have any thoughts about saving it. If it's not enough, aren't there the moving sea pirates? The most important thing is that he currently has over 1,200 justice points, which means he can draw again. He hadn't drawn before because Shanks was always around. But now that he has completely separated from him and arrived at a small island near the East Sea, he feels a surge of security from the beginner village, and he can finally calm down and draw properly. What will he get? Lu Chung is a bit excited. So far, the items from the system have been very practical, and their effects have been slightly modified due to being in the pirate world, making them quite useful overall. Whether it's the Dragon Rider motorcycle or the ability to travel through mirrors, they have great utility. The Dragon Rider card box is a beginner's gift, and Lu Chung estimates that it won't be easy to draw a new card box. However, drawing other interesting items shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, although the channels for obtaining justice points are not many, they're not too challenging either. The current refreshed task difficulties are not too high, and with a few more draws, he will surely get what he wants. Lu Chung steadied his mind, took a deep breath, and pulled the lever for a single draw. 10 consecutive draws were out of the question. All right, I'm going to draw now. System, wake up. Business is here. Get ready to serve. Hurry up and show yourself. I want to draw now. A crisp sound echoed in his mind, and the system, called forth, made a dazzling appearance. A huge roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chung. He took a glance at the various rewards on the wheel, noticing that many items from the pirate world had been added, and he even spotted the frozen fruit. The speed of resource updates is not slow at all. Lu Chung murmured to himself, but it didn't matter. What he wanted most was the specialty of the night world. As for the devil fruit, although he also wanted it, the thought of not being able to swim after eating it immediately made him abandon that idea. Creating a weakness out of thin air was a bit ridiculous. Little Robin couldn't swim anymore. What if he couldn't swim either? Two landlubbers drifting at sea was a scene Lu Chung didn't even dare to imagine. System, I want to draw things from the night world, do you understand? Lu Chung casually complained, and naturally, the system did not respond. The system was quite dull, and Lu Chung was just habitually talking nonsense. He casually picked up a bottle of rum, took a swig, smacked his lips, and suddenly felt incredibly clear-headed. Confirm the lottery? Confirm. Lu Chung vigorously spun the roulette, and the huge wheel in front of him turned rapidly like a windmill. Stop! Lu Chung shouted. Soon, the wheel came to a halt, and Lu Chung saw that the pointer seemed to be pointing at a card. The system also chimed, indicating what he had drawn. Congratulations! You have obtained the item, Blank Seal Card. Blank Seal Card can be used to contract with the mirror beasts of the mirror world or to seal other items into the card. Item level, advanced item category, prop card item effect. A powerful card with the abilities of space and contract. Can I still draw this thing? Lu Chung was a bit confused. He thought to himself, could it be that he would be able to summon some small monsters from within the mirror beasts and then sign a contract? But the problem was, the sealing card seemed to be bound to the knight's armor, right? He already had the Wuxuan dragon, so getting another contract beast didn't seem necessary. However, in the original story of Dragon Knight, Uncle Snake also had several contract beasts, so having a few more pets wouldn't hurt. But after thinking it over, he realized that the current sealing card had been influenced by the pirate world. As a high-level item, it possessed space and contract powers, greatly enhancing its practicality. Lu Cheng had a bold idea on how to make good use of it. He put away the card and kicked the now useless system back. The aroma of food filled the cabin, and little Robin had happily prepared a late-night snack for him. It's a pity there's no news from the Sea restaurant at all. Lu Cheng had previously gathered some information about the seaside restaurant on the island, but he found nothing useful. It was probably still too early, and the seaside restaurant hadn't opened yet, so Xiao Robin's desire to improve her culinary skills was dashed. Of course, Xiao Robin's current skills weren't bad either. Lu Cheng thought as he opened his mouth and ate without reservation. Ao's Island. This is an island not far from Lap Island, and with full sail, it would only take a day's journey. Pirate Captain Ross looked at the boxes of treasure placed before him and nodded in satisfaction to several of his pirates. He called out to his crew, preparing to have them carry the treasure chests and leave the island. The wealth of this island had been completely plundered, and there was no longer any value in staying. However, before they could take a few steps, they suddenly noticed at the end of the street, a man and a woman wearing masks had appeared without them noticing. It was a young man and a little girl. Both were cloaked and masked. The young man had a long knife at his waist, and in his left hand, he held a somewhat yellowed bounty notice soaked in seawater, while his right hand was holding the little girl, who looked to be only 8 or 9 years old, wearing a cute face mask. Seeing the two of them, the fierce pirates actually showed signs of fear. It was a masked ghost duo. The masked ghost duo. Lu Cheng felt somewhat speechless, not knowing how he had ended up with such a strange nickname. It had been over half a year since he and Robin arrived at Lap Island. Strength was the foundation of everything, so during this half year, without the threat of the Navy and pirates, he had peacefully spent some relaxed time with Robin. Every day, he trained to improve his strength, and when they got tired, they would go shopping on the island, trying to make up for Robin's complete childhood. Of course, there were times when they ran low on berries. At those times, Lu Cheng would wear a mask and go out with Robin to seek justice. They captured quite a few powerful pirates, and due to their mysterious nature and reluctance to reveal their names while wearing masks, they gained such a peculiar nickname. The so-called ghosts refer to the way they appeared and disappeared mysteriously, making them as tricky as ghosts. They became one of the most feared pirate hunters in the region. The young man calmly lifted his head. Although his expression was unclear beneath the mask, Ross felt that the other party seemed to be smiling. He wasn't wrong. Lu Cheng was in a very good mood at the moment, having landed a big deal. Lu Cheng looked at the pirate Captain Ross and asked with a smile, "The bounty is 15 million berry, right? Big Shark Ross?" Lu Cheng shook the bounty notice in his hand, although the face on the notice looked a bit younger. It was quite similar to the pirate captain in front of him. Ross slightly raised his chin, revealing a hint of pride. For pirates, a high bounty is a capital to boast about. In the Grand Line, he is nothing, but here his bounty of 16 million berry is not low, and it is also what he is most proud of. However, despite this, he is still extremely wary of this recently notorious bounty hunter. After all, he had heard that there were already over 10 million berry bounties that had fallen to this person. Naturally, it would be best not to engage with him. "Don't you hurry up and get lost," he shouted at Lu Cheng. "I knew I didn't recognize the wrong person." Lu Cheng chuckled and wasn't angry. He tossed the bounty notice aside and said, "So, the one with the 15 million berry bounty. Could you accompany me to the naval base?" "Ha ha!" Ross laughed wildly, his gaze fierce. "You want me to surrender?" "Yes." Lu Cheng nodded seriously because I hit hard. Ross felt a rush of blood to his head. The calm demeanor of the other person suddenly made his blood pressure rise. "Do you think I'm one of those small-time pirates you've encountered before? I've been to Grand Line. You little brat probably haven't even heard of the Grand Line, have you?" This was also his greatest pride, even though he had only brushed against it before retreating in disgrace. But being able to return alive from the Grand Line is his biggest capital. Although he has a bounty of 15 million, his strength definitely exceeds that amount. He glanced at Lu Cheng holding hands with little Robin. "You're even bringing a child. Do you think the sea is a vacation spot? Someone like you should just go home and take care of kids." Since the other party couldn't back down, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Although the other party is a recently notorious bounty hunter, his previous record was just a fluke of catching a useless pirate with a bounty close to 10 million. How could such a person compare to him? Originally planning to quickly rob the treasure and leave, since the other side is looking for death, then he would send them to their demise. Having returned from the Grand Line, Lu Cheng glanced at him. He didn't see much strength, but his verbal sparring was not weak at all. "Wait." He returned from the Grand Line. Lu Cheng's gaze scrutinized the other person, making Ross feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. It was as if he were being stared at by some terrifying sea creature, but soon that feeling completely vanished. Lu Cheng's face behind the mask revealed a happy smile. "The great route is back. That's really great." I've been looking for pirates like you for a long time. Damn little brat. Kill him for me. Bang. Bang. Several gunshots rang out instantly, almost as soon as the pirate leader's words fell. The restless pirates quickly pulled the triggers. A hint of crazy laughter spread across their lips, as if they were envisioning their opponent being completely torn apart by bullets. But once the smoke cleared, the opponent still stood there unfazed with a knife that had somehow appeared in hand. The bullets fired at him were effortlessly blocked by Lu Cheng with his long knife. It is well known that guns can't kill. A real man must rely on the bayonet in the end. Ross, seeing the opponent's relaxed demeanor, naturally realized that the situation seemed a bit troublesome for him. You damn little brat, you really deserve to die. Ross roared, swinging his big knife as he charged at Lu Cheng. The group of pirates under him, seeing their boss rush in, all howled, as if they could already see their boss splitting the opponent in half with a single strike. Lu Cheng lowered his head slowly and calmly. Those little minions are up to you, little Robin. Hey, hey. Little Robin tilted her head, looking surprised. Is the knight going to do it himself? Just practicing isn't enough. Practical experience is also necessary. Come on, little Robin. After more than half a year of continuous training from Lu Cheng, little Robin has basically mastered the power of the devil fruit. But to see how effective it is, it still needs to be tested in practice. Little Robin nodded. The knight and she were ready to set sail again, and there was no longer any need to worry about identity exposure. Don't worry, knight. Little Robin bit her lip. I will definitely catch up to you soon. Looking at the knight's back, little Robin's eyes sparkled. She slightly squinted. Her expression under the mask was more serious than ever. The flower fruit blooming everywhere, like a shower of white flowers in full bloom. A circle of arms spread out like a peacock fanning its tail, with a faint floral fragrance wafting through the air. Lu Cheng's nose was surrounded by the fragrance of flowers as he smiled slightly, looking at the ferocious blade in front of him, his eyes turning as cold as water. Kill! The huge cleaver came crashing down, and Ross shouted loudly, his long knife slicing down with a momentum that seemed to swallow mountains and rivers. This strike was indeed formidable. The opponent was truly a pirate worth 15 million, possessing some skill. Just the fierce knife wind gave a sense of being unable to resist, as if one would be split in half by a single blow. Perhaps half a year ago, this strike would have posed some difficulty for him, but times had changed. Facing Ross's blow, Lu Cheng's expression remained unchanged. He lightly stepped back a few paces, and his whole body flew into the air as if walking in the sky, effortlessly dodging the attack. Didn't expect it, huh? I've mastered my skills. The Navy's Rokushiki, Soru. After 6 months of hard training, he had finally fully grasped it. He was flying. The inexperienced pirates were left dumbfounded, but soon found their throats locked by arms that seemed to sprout from nowhere. The pirates panicked, but quickly figured out where the attack was coming from. Be careful. That kid is a devil fruit user. Kill her. The noisy voices reached Lu Cheng's ears, but he did not turn back to check on Robin's situation. In this scenario, he believed Robin could handle things well. Although after following him, Robin no longer faced the pressure of survival like in the original story. He could see her efforts. He could also vaguely guess what she was thinking. Since she wanted to shine brightly by his side, he naturally wished to prepare a grand stage for her. The memories of the past would be forever buried deep in one's heart. Killing cannot cover the true truth. It only makes those with justice in their hearts even more fervent. The flower of sin from O'Hara blooms once again on this day, looking for death. Ross sneered at the sight. Do you think with some martial arts and a little girl who ate a devil fruit, you can do as you please? How naive. He suddenly pushed off the ground with his legs, dust flying, as if the earth itself was trembling. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, and he used the recoil to leap high, swinging out an even more ferocious and fierce strike toward Lu Cheng. With this strike, the opponent would undoubtedly die. However, facing the dazzling sunlight, at the moment he raised his knife, Ross's expression changed, because he discovered that the figure, originally flying in the air, slightly obscured by the sunlight, had become incredibly radiant. A never-before-seen armor, bright red and brilliant, as if reflecting all the light of the world, gradually appeared on the figure, like a true blazing sun. A blood-red dragon emerged from the void, roaring fiercely. Golden flames fell like meteorites. Ah! Ross let out an earth-shattering scream. Just before fainting, he suddenly remembered the news and bounties he had seen a long time ago. He even fantasized about capturing the person who had completely disappeared from the public eye. 99 million. That person who claimed to be a passing masked rider. But how could he be here? Shouldn't he be hiding in the West Sea, afraid to show his face? Lu Cheng stepped forward, sweeping his knife horizontally, and a head flew into the sky along with blood. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Liu Chang's ears. Million bounty mission completed. Mission requirement: kill no fewer than 3 pirates worth over 10 million. Mission reward: 300 points of justice. Mission status: completed. Liu Chang revealed a faint smile on his face. This task was extremely difficult, very, very difficult. The challenge lay in the fact that there were hardly any pirates in this nearby sea area at a suitable price. There were many pirates worth millions, but those worth tens of millions were hard to find. Not to mention that these pirates were basically just passing through. Liu Chang would rush overexcitedly upon receiving the news, only to find that they had already disappeared without a trace. Either they had gone off to commit crimes elsewhere, or they had dived into the Grand Line, making it hard for him to track them down. Finally, the task was completed. Damn it. A task had held him up for several months, running back and forth, making little Robin almost worn out. System, can you give me some easier tasks? Can't you treat me like a father? The system remained silent, with new tasks waiting to be refreshed. Liu Chang looked up and saw that Robin had already dealt with all the minions. The ground was covered with fallen petals, and the enticing fragrance of flowers filled the air. The pirates lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. The exhausted girl knelt on the ground, her soft gasps drifting into Liu Chang's ears. It seemed like the most enchanting melody in the world, resonating in his heart. Well done, Robin. Robin lifted her head and looked at the long unseen red armor, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Her eyes suddenly turned a bit red as memories returned to that rainy night when the armor stood quietly before her like a true knight. She had always worried that the other person would disappear from her world like a shooting star, or that she would wake up to find everything was just a dream. But now, she finally felt that she could reach the figure's back. Mr. Knight, I've caught up with your steps. Finally, Liu Chang was slightly taken aback as he looked at the kneeling little Robin. He smiled and walked forward, gently removing the mask from her face. Beneath the mask was a cute face covered in tears. He lowered his head, gazing into her misty, tear-filled eyes, his own eyes full of tenderness. What nonsense are you talking about? Haven't I been here all along? The sunset slowly descended. However, in front of the bounty department of the naval base, it was extremely lively. A black-haired boy wearing a trench coat and a mask was holding a head in one hand, while behind him, he dragged a long line of unconscious pirates, tied up like knots with ropes. Beside him stood a long-haired little girl who looked quite young, quietly. Masquerade Demon. Upon seeing the two, the Navy soldiers immediately shivered. This duo had been appearing frequently over the past 6 months, and each time they came, they brought a notorious pirate or the corpse of their opponent. Nice to see you again. How are you? This time it's the Great Shark Ross. Liu Chang grinned. I told you I would take him down. Hiss, a 15 million bounty pirate? Is it that great shark? The Navy soldiers exclaimed in disbelief. Liu Chang nodded, raised the head in his hand, and casually pointed to a nearly charred headless corpse behind him. I even brought his corpse along. Worried that the Navy wouldn't recognize it, Liu Chang simply dragged the headless corpse over. After all, it was 15 million. Better to avoid the Navy denying it. Due to the huge commotion caused by the Marines' shout, even the patrolling Marines at the base gathered around. No way. Did this guy really take down this pirate? How could a 15 million bounty pirate be? I've heard some things about the Great Shark Ross. It's rumored that he was a pirate who survived returning from the Grand Line. Very formidable. The Marines were discussing among themselves. It was truly hard to believe that someone who had been a notorious pirate in this area for over 10 years could be easily dealt with by this seemingly not-so-large young man. Moreover, everyone looked at Liu Chang, who appeared remarkably clean, showing no signs of having fought. This is too terrifying. This is too terrifying. One Marine muttered unconsciously, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. However, the other Marines were equally too astonished to mock him for overreacting, simply nodding in agreement. Who would dare believe that such a young bounty hunter could take down a pirate of this caliber? If a few more years pass and he grows further, what heights will he reach? It's unimaginable. Thud. Liu Chang threw the head of Ross at the feet of the Marines. The Marines looked down to confirm and finally determined that they were indeed correct. It was Ross from the Great Shark Pirates. He really had been killed. That was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. Truly unbelievable. The Marines couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Gentlemen of the Navy, I've been drifting at sea for several days to deal with this guy, Liu Chang said lazily, shrugging his shoulders. Can you hurry up with the payment so I can take my money and leave? My time is precious. Indeed, he was prepared to leave for good this time. This would probably be his last visit to this naval base for a reward. At this moment, a higher-ranking Navy officer came to his senses, looked at the large group of bound pirates behind Liu Chang, and shouted loudly. Hurry up and bring over the bounty notices for the great shark pirates. We need to verify the identities of these corpses. Yes. The Marines jumped in surprise at the shout, standing at attention and hurriedly moving around in a flurry. Soon, a Marine brought over a thick book that looked like a compilation of bounty notices. Carefully comparing the faces of the unconscious pirates on the ground with the photos in the bounty notices one by one. Great Shark Pirates, Leonard, confirmation complete. Bounty 5 million berries. Great Shark Pirates, Wayne, confirmation complete. Bounty 2. 5 million berries. Great Shark Pirates, Matthew, confirmation complete. Bounty 3. 2 million berries. Great Shark Pirates, Bert Wynn, confirmation complete. Bounty 1. 6 million berries. One after another, fearsome pirates were identified, and the Marines were so excited that their hands trembled. These were extremely dangerous pirates, and they had been captured all at once. While the Navy was counting, one of them curiously asked, "Can I ask how you managed to take them down?" "This is incredible." No, Lu Chung smiled. "It wasn't all me. Besides Ross, who I killed, the rest were all thanks to Little Robin." The Navy officer frowned upon hearing Lu Chung say this, not believing it at all. He knew that although the opponent was part of a group called the Masked Ghosts, the one who had actually taken action was only this big ghost, Lu Chung. That little ghost seemed to be just an ordinary person. He couldn't understand why the two had been inseparable and acted together. However, Little Robin, was that the name of that little ghost? It sounded somewhat familiar. He seemed to have heard this name before. As he pondered, the Navy had finished tallying the bounty amounts of the pirates. The total bounty for these pirates added up to 27 million berries. Lu Chung whistled and happily high-fived Little Robin. For Little Robin, these berries had a special significance. This was her first time earning a bounty alongside Mr. Knight in the true sense. It was extraordinary. The same was true for Lu Chung. Although he had earned quite a bit of berries as a bounty hunter over the past 6 months, most of it had been spent. Now, he had very few berries left. These berries were just enough to serve as an emergency fund for his upcoming journey. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about money and could adventure freely for a while. It was like his last score before setting out. The sun was setting in the west, blood red against the sky. The day was getting late. Lu Chung smiled as he took the huge box filled with berries from the Navy's hands. The box was packed to the brim, almost as tall as Little Robin. "Do you need help getting this on your ship?" the Navy officer kindly asked, as they had actually interacted many times over the past 6 months and had become somewhat familiar with each other. Lu Chung smiled and shook his head. "Well then, goodbye, gentlemen of the Navy." Lu Chung smiled and said, "I probably won't come here to collect rewards anymore." "Are you leaving?" the Navy officer asked curiously. In fact, that's exactly the case. Whether it's pirates or bounty hunters, they usually don't stay in one place for too long. After a short rest, they will set sail again. "Yes. Are you planning to go?" "Yes, to the Grand Line." Lu Chung spread his arms, his smile growing even brighter, the place filled with dreams and belly. "But it's very dangerous there with your strength." The Navy officer hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. He had high hopes for these two promising young bounty hunters and didn't want them to meet an early end. After all, the Grand Line is too dangerous, with too many monsters. Although they weren't in the Navy, they had been capturing those ruthless pirates and were partners of justice. They had thought about how wonderful it would be if such outstanding kids could join the Navy. But the two always smiled and refused, leaving them with no other options. Some people are destined to be unbound. They're the kind of people who yearn for the clouds and the sea soaring above the clouds, never to be confined to one city or place. Even when they stop somewhere, it's just a brief rest, preparing for their next flight. And now, they were ready to spread their wings and soar again. "It may be a little dangerous, but their bounties are high," Lu Chung replied with a smile. "Don't worry, kind Navy officers." The Navy officer wanted to say something else when suddenly there was a commotion in the base. He furrowed his brow and heard a Navy officer shouting, "Not good, not good. Something big has happened. We have a super dangerous pirate here, or rather two. The Devil's Son with a bounty of 79 million and the Masked Rider with a bounty of 99 million have appeared. The townspeople on OSI Island have confirmed it. It really is the Flower Fruit and Masked Rider's dragon. Those two long-lost pirates have truly reappeared." Lu Chung yawned and wondered when he and Little Robin had become pirates. Really, the Navy was just unreliable. What nonsense! The Navy officer was taken aback. A flash of realization suddenly struck him, and his whole body shuddered. He finally understood why the name Robin sounded so familiar. It was because he had heard that name half a year ago. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million. He suddenly looked up at Lu Chung and Little Robin, his face filled with disbelief. Lu Chung smiled and nodded, seemingly affirming his guess. "Hiss! Such a dangerous pirate. is actually so close to them. Over the past 6 months, he has repeatedly entered and exited their naval base, behaving like a proper pirate hunter and earning bounties. And he has even thought more than once about having the other party join the Navy. How have I survived until now? No, the real question is, what kind of conspiracy does the other party have? I'm sorry, Navy officer, please forgive my concealment from you. After all, I need to support my family, and it's not easy to make a living by hunting pirates. I'm sure you, as a father, can understand how difficult it is to raise a child, even if the child is quite sensible. Lu Cheng looked at the Navy members, who were shocked and trembling with fear, and smiled slightly as he began to explain. For these Navy soldiers, who struggled to deal with pirates at the level of tens of millions, a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million was almost unimaginable. With thousands of mountains and rivers separating them from O'Hara, these ordinary low-ranking sailors naturally did not understand the complexities hidden behind this. They only knew that a bounty represented the ferocity of a pirate. For Lu Cheng and Little Robin, who had such a high bounty, they were undoubtedly seen as true demons. What kind of conspiracy do you have, or what ulterior motive do you possess? There is no conspiracy. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and replied, if you want to talk about a purpose, then pursuing justice counts, right? Pursuing justice? The Navy's voice trembled. For them, hearing such a noble word come from a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million was undeniably ironic. Yes, Lu Cheng said, suddenly waving his hand with a serious expression. Although our paths are different, we are all partners in the pursuit of justice. The Navy felt as if they had been slapped in the face. When they first interacted with Lu Cheng, they thought his ideas about justice were inherently suitable for someone in the Navy. But now, hearing such words from a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million felt awkward. But you're a pirate. Is it appropriate for you to say such things? Is it? Lu Cheng glanced at the somewhat familiar bounty notice and calmly said, the bounty notice doesn't say I'm a pirate. And the pursuit of justice is unrelated to identity. It only pertains to one's stance. The Navy lowered their heads. The bounty notice did indeed specify the amount, but they also noticed for the first time that the notice did not mention that he was a pirate. They had simply assumed that anyone with a bounty was a heinous pirate. Lu Cheng looked at the surrounding Navy, with one hand crossed over his chest, slightly bowing to these sailors, like a dancer on stage. It was as if he was leading a curtain call on stage, or reciting a final poem. As a righteous knight, he thanked everyone for their support of the cause of justice over the past 6 months. It was precisely because of this that more justice could be upheld. After all, even the most righteous knight needs to eat while walking the path of chivalry. Although there are many treasures in the sea, they ultimately need to be taken to the Navy base for redemption. The Navy members looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. After all, hearing such words from a notorious pirate raised doubts about his intentions. Moreover, it was absurd to give money to a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million, but they didn't need to think too much about it. A set of crimson armor, identical to that on the bounty notice, appeared around Lu Cheng, solidifying his identity as a masked knight. Lu Cheng's voice passed through the mask, reaching the ears of every Navy officer present. Gentlemen of the Navy, you need not worry too much, nor spend effort to trouble me again. Trust me, it would be a waste of effort. Your sense of justice might as well be directed towards those who need it more. I believe there are many people who need your justice. He reached out and patted Little Robin. Little Robin understood and bowed. Thank you, uncles of the Navy, for your concern. Goodbye, uncles. She was no longer the girl who once feared the Navy immensely. She also understood that good and evil can only be directed at individuals, not groups. Even judging a single person's goodness or badness is a difficult matter. Although the nightmare of O'Hara still lingers in Little Robin's dreams, at least hatred has not tainted her heart. Whether in the original story or now, Little Robin still treats this somewhat cruel world with kindness. This is also what Lu Cheng has always admired about Little Robin. There are always some people who, though situated in darkness, are willing to be a light that illuminates. Lu Cheng looked at the Marines who had surrounded the base but were too intimidated to take action, and a faint smile appeared on his face beneath his mask. He held Robin's hand, ignoring the group of Navy officers, and headed towards the reflective metal surface nearby. It was originally a plaque engraved with the slogan of Navy Justice. Now, it was the place where he could come and go freely. Goodbye, Navy gentlemen. With that, he and Little Robin's figures vanished into the mirror. Disappeared. What was going on? How could they suddenly disappear? Where did they go? The Marines were thrown into chaos. The fact that the enemy had vanished right before their eyes left everyone somewhat flustered. However, the naval commander let out a small sigh. Perhaps this was the terrifying aspect of a great pirate with a bounty as high as 99 million berries. For them, the entire naval base was likely completely unguarded. He sighed again and instructed, "Report this to headquarters. The Kamen Rider and the son of the devil have appeared again." A Marine foolishly asked, "Commander, is it just a report? Shouldn't we do something?" Before he could finish, he saw his commander and colleagues looking at him as if he were an idiot. He instantly realized that the other party was a great pirate with a bounty close to 100 million. If they truly went mad, the entire base's Marines would not be able to handle even one of them. Not to mention the other party's ghostly abilities, which were completely beyond their reach. There was no need to do anything reckless. Just notify headquarters that the Kamen Rider and the son of the devil have been hiding here for the past 6 months with unclear intentions. And according to the information they revealed, they probably plan to enter the Grand Line. He paused, recalling scenes from the past 6 months. Every time the other party visited the naval base, they would bring along those infamous pirates, often claiming it was for justice. They really didn't seem like pirates at all, he murmured softly. "Commander?" A nearby Marine didn't hear clearly and asked with some confusion. "It's nothing. Just that today's pirates are becoming increasingly cunning. As Marines fighting for justice, we must never let our guard down." He glanced at the fallen pirates of the Shark pirate crew on the ground. "Lock them all up." "Yes, Commander." The Marines perked up, straightened their backs, and shouted loudly. But in the distance, the last rays of the setting sun were gradually fading away. The surface of the sea sparkled with bioluminescence. Tiny plankton wriggled in the water, blending with the starlight reflecting down from the sky, making the starlight on the sea even more dazzling than the stars above. As the sky darkened, a fog had mysteriously arisen over the sea, shrouding the surface in a layer of hazy mist. The outline of a lonely island appeared faintly through the fog. Suddenly, the calm sea was pierced by the roar of a motor. A silver light seemed to burst forth from the beautifully mirrored surface of the sea, shattering the starlight and leaving a shining silver trail as it sped towards the distant island. The top cover of the motorcycle slowly lifted, and Little Robin happily jumped out of the motorcycle. "Kamen Rider, we found so much money." Little Robin was still lost in her joy. Lu Ching nodded, got off the motorcycle, and as he left, the motorcycle gradually vanished into the night sky like a shattered mirror. Lu Qingyang waved the box in his hand and looked at the distant silhouette of the anchored ship. So, great pirates are really valuable, but they're just a bit hard to find. However, it's okay. There are plenty of such pirates in the Grand Line. Little Robin nodded, glancing around with a hint of nostalgia. Originally, this was just a deserted island commonly found at sea. Aside from a few trees, there were hardly any wild beasts. But now, the island had changed its appearance. Not only had they built a house, but the yard was also filled with her favorite flowers. Over the past 6 months, a significant portion of the bounty they earned had been spent on this island. Aside from a night, this was their second new home. Lu Cheng could see what Little Robin was thinking. The reluctance was almost written on her face. However, he secretly smiled and didn't say much, preparing to give her a surprise. After all, even after half a year of getting along, he still appreciated the serious admiration on Little Robin's face. The two walked into the room, and Lu Cheng casually tossed a box filled with berries to the side. There were already many such boxes in the room, and even the specially built warehouse was piled high with several of them. The supplies needed for their voyage had long been replenished by the two of them. Little Robin frowned slightly, looking adorably serious. "Sir Knight, have we prepared too much? We can't take all these things with us." "Who says we can't take them?" Lu Cheng chuckled, not answering her, but instead asking about something else. "What about that thing?" Oh. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's question, Little Robin took a pointer out of her pocket and handed it to him. "Sir Knight, this should be the one." Lu Cheng flicked his wrist, and a device that resembled a watch appeared in his hand. However, unlike a watch, the center of the pointer was not a dial, but a sphere and a needle. "Is this it, Mr. Knight?" Little Robin asked again. Lu Cheng observed for a moment and nodded. Indeed, this should be the thing that replaces maps and compasses on the Grand Line. This was something scavenged from the Shark pirate crew, who had been to the Grand Line, and they indeed had this item. Although it looked a bit old, it didn't affect its usability. Lu Cheng handed the recording pointer to Little Robin. Such things were naturally best kept by his navigator. As the captain, he only needed to give orders. Finally, they were ready. Lu Cheng chuckled. On one hand, it was to enhance their strength, and on the other, to make good preparations. Over the past 6 months, their preparations had been nothing short of thorough. Little Robin had read countless books on navigation techniques. "Sir Knight, will we get to see that island in the sky this time?" Little Robin suddenly asked, clearly still impressed by the glimpse they had caught in the air back then. "Maybe there will be a chance," Lu Cheng nodded. He looked around and patted little Robin on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go." Little Robin was slightly taken aback. Were they leaving just like that? What about all the things? But seeing Lu Cheng turn and walk out of the room without saying a word, she obediently followed him. The Sir Knight must have his own plans. They reached the seaside, looking at the distant silhouette of the ship. Lu Cheng glanced at the still bewildered little Robin and smiled. "How about I perform a magic trick for you?" "Magic?" Little Robin's face was filled with question marks. Lu Cheng didn't explain, flipping his palm to take out a blank card. With a thought, the card in his hand emitted an incredibly bright white light, illuminating the originally pitch-black night as if it were daytime. The island beneath them was enveloped in white brilliance, seemingly melting away like snow. Under little Robin's astonished gaze, it gradually disappeared, leaving her with nothing beneath her feet, nearly causing her to fall. However, Lu Cheng, who was prepared, caught her in time. He stepped lightly, floating in midair as he observed the scene below. Suddenly, a massive void appeared above the sea, and the entire island along with the night ship vanished without a trace. The sea was engulfed in a wild rush, forming a gigantic whirlpool, which took a long time to settle down. The light gradually faded away, and the night returned to tranquility, but the island beneath them had completely vanished, leaving only a dark expanse of sea reflecting the starlight above. "Where's my island? Such a big island. Where did it go?" Little Robin curiously looked at the card in Lu Cheng's hand, which now had something on it, an island resembling a crescent moon quietly situated in the azure sea. Little Robin instantly recognized it as the shape of Night Island. "Sir Knight, what is this?" Little Robin asked curiously. Lu Cheng nodded. "That's right. Using the sealing card to summon an extra contract beast was too wasteful." After thinking it over, Lu Cheng decided to use it as a space ring instead. He raised the island card in his hand, and a large sailing ship suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The two of them landed on the ship. "The Knight is setting sail." "Yes, Captain," Little Robin replied loudly. This familiar exchange reminded her of those past memories. With Lu Cheng's command, the Knight untied the mooring ropes and set sail once again, heading straight for the direction of Reverse Mountain. The sea waves gradually became turbulent, with swirling undercurrents everywhere. As the Knight approached the Grand Line, the weather and sea currents began to become unpredictable and difficult to forecast, making it one of the most dangerous areas of the Grand Line. Only the most skilled navigators could possess the ability to sail here. Lu Cheng arrived on the deck and looked ahead with Little Robin. In the distance was the endless grandeur of the Red Wall, seemingly stretching to the horizon, which was the Red Earth continent. Little Robin stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the Red Earth continent. "Sir Knight, what a magnificent sight!" Lu Cheng gazed far into the land that left an indelible impression in his memory, feeling a surge of emotions. What he saw with his own eyes was ultimately different from the images in his memories. He looked into the distance. The upside-down mountain was quite special. It was both the starting point of the first half of the Grand Line and the end point of the second half. The island, known as the final island, Laugh Tale, was mostly hidden in that deep mist. Lu Cheng retracted his gaze. As he got closer to the upside-down mountain, the sea currents became increasingly turbulent. He did not directly maneuver the ship into the opposing currents canal. Instead, he stopped the vessel. He slapped the deck lightly, and the entire night ship vanished with that slight motion. He turned his palm over, and a card depicting an island disappeared from his hand. Lu Cheng held Little Robin. Floating in the air with the moon step, beneath him was an incredibly turbulent water flow. The closer they got to the Red Earth continent, the more ferocious the waves became, and now, the upside-down mountain was just within sight. The surging sea waves rose up, but the highest splashes only touched Lu Cheng and Little Robin's feet before being forcefully knocked down by the next wave. The moon step was truly useful and looked very cool. A set of crimson armor silently climbed onto Lu Cheng's body, and he looked at Little Robin and smiled. "Shall we experience the joy of surfing, Mr. Knight?" If Lu Cheng had to say, the experience of racing here in the entire One Piece world was the best. Riding a boat couldn't compare to the thrill of racing. A streamlined motorcycle appeared on the surface of the sea, and as the surging waves approached the motorcycle, they quietly calmed down. The jet ski quietly opened its hatch, and Lu Cheng, holding Little Robin, skillfully sat inside. "Hold on tight." The engine let out a low rumble, transforming into a silver light, like an arrow leaving the bow, slicing through the waves and instantly shooting forward. Only Little Robin's clear laughter lingered in the wind. The Red Earth continent, upside-down mountain. A silver motorcycle sped across the surface of the sea, its rapidly spinning wheels kicking up columns of water as it raced from afar. The motorcycle speed was much faster than that of the slow, sailing ships. Lu Cheng had already put away the motorcycle's windscreen, and the howling wind and turbulent waves rushed towards him. Lu Cheng twisted the throttle. Accompanied by a loud roar, the motorcycle's speed increased once again, plunging into the surging waves ahead. Like a real dragon assaulting, it completely pierced through the walls formed by the sea waves. The seawater soaked Little Robin's clothes. But at this moment, Little Robin didn't notice this at all, only happily shouting, accompanied by Little Robin's laughter. The masked motorcycle safely broke through the waves and arrived at the entrance of Upside Down Mountain. It really defies science. It's even less scientific than racing on the sea. Lu Cheng looked ahead at the entrance of the inverted mountain, which was so close. There, a wide and rushing canal flowed upstream, heading straight for the peak of the Red Earth continent. There really was an upstream canal. It truly lived up to its name, and the Great Route was indeed fascinating. Lu Cheng sighed softly and shouted, Little Robin, hold on tight, I'm going for it. The masked motorcycle plunged into the canal of the inverted mountain's countercurrent, climbing upward along the reverse flow of water without losing speed. Little Robin lost her balance and fell back into Lu Cheng's arms. Mr. Knight, you're still so clumsy. You haven't changed at all. Feeling the solid chest behind her, Little Robin couldn't help but smile. It was really a bit absurdly high. The jet ski continued to surge upward, flanked by towering deep red stone walls that resembled barriers. Sitting in Lu Cheng's embrace, Little Robin curiously observed the sides of the jet ski, marveling at the magnificent mountain that stood tall like a miracle, renowned throughout the world. A wall that had existed for countless years, stretching on for an unknown duration, perpetually shrouded in thick fog, the Red Earth continent. The Great Route and the Red Earth continent divided this world into 4 seas: east, west, south, and north. The currents of the 4 seas converged here, ultimately flowing into the Great Route. Is this the starting point of the Great Route? Lu Cheng looked at this magnificent scene and murmured to himself, the world has been divided into 4 oceans. Little Robin also stopped laughing, gazing at the spectacular sight, and murmured, is this the Red Earth continent mentioned in the book? It's even more magnificent than that. What is written on paper feels shallow. The descriptions in books are completely inadequate to convey the grandeur of this place. Only by truly standing here, just a short distance away, and looking up at it, can one feel that shock. Charge, great voyage, I'm here. Lu Cheng let out a loud roar, his emotions surging. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. It extinguished all the passion that Lu Cheng had worked so hard to build up. Damn it, system, are you messing with me? Lu Cheng found a little time amidst his busy schedule to check the system's notification. Oh, it turned out to be a task. Ding. Dear Knight, please accept the task. Task name, the first island. Task requirements, enter the Great Sea Route and successfully reach the first island. Task reward, 500 points of justice. Task status, pending acceptance. Would you like to accept the task? The probability of refreshing this kind of passing task is quite high. Lu Cheng casually clicked to accept. He checked his panel. He had over 800 points of justice, just 200 points short of being able to draw a lottery, so this task came at just the right time. The rushing canal flowed endlessly, and Little Robin noticed that the upward current was not only swift but also mixed with irregular undercurrents. If they sailed on this river, one careless move could easily be swept by the turbulent undercurrents and crash into the sides of the Red Earth continent. This was the first danger of the Great Sea Route. Without a skilled navigator, one wouldn't even qualify to enter the Great Sea Route. The canal's water flowed like an inverted waterfall toward the peak of the upside-down mountain. The swift current did not affect the motorcycle in the slightest, which continued to race straight upward. Indeed, the night's things were all rather unusual. Little Robin thought silently to herself. Previously, the books she read were mostly about archaeology and ancient literature. After following the night, those strange and bizarre maritime knowledge became one of her greatest joys. However, the more she learned, the more she understood how abnormal the night was. Nevertheless, Little Robin did not care about these things. As long as she knew he was the knight, that was enough. As for what the knight thought, it didn't matter. Lu Cheng did not notice the other person's thoughts. He slightly twisted the throttle, and the masked motorcycle roared up towards the mountain peak. He glanced at the towering, inverted mountain range, and his heart stirred. Xiao Robin, do you want to go up and take a look? The top of the inverted mountain? Xiao Robin was slightly taken aback and quickly nodded while snuggling in Lu Cheng's embrace. At the top of the canal's ocean current, currents from the 4 major oceans converge here, forming a tumultuous heavenly pool at the peak. Lu made a handsome water drift, and the masked motorcycle drew a brilliant arc in the Tianqi, steadily stopping at the convergence of the 4 major ocean currents. Lu Cheng exhaled, lowered his head, and looked at the sea surface. The clear seawater reflected the azure sky, and the floating clouds gathered, making the sea and sky almost merge into one. A completely crimson dragon surged in the sea of clouds, and the corners of Lu Cheng's mouth curled slightly as he snapped his fingers with a loud pop. A resounding dragon roar seemed to echo from another world. In the reflection of the seawater, the red dragon above the clouds swooped down like a red shuttle, rushing towards Lu Cheng with great speed. With a loud crash, the waves exploded. Accompanied by a long dragon roar, the unparalleled dragon broke through the sea surface, soaring straight up amidst the raging waves, circling around the sky before quietly hovering beside the two. Why does the dragon look a bit bigger? Little Robin asked curiously. Lu Cheng took a look and seemed to have indeed become a bit sturdier. Although it wasn't very obvious if one looked closely and quietly, some subtle differences could still be noticed. Perhaps it was because the food had improved? Lu Cheng replied, uncertainly. The marine life in the world of One Piece is incredibly rich. Even fish smaller than a person are embarrassed to claim they live in the sea. Not to mention the large creatures like sea kings, highlighting the abundance of resources. The Wushuang Long has always been in a free-range state, completely self-sufficient when it comes to food, and since it spends most of its time hidden in the mirror world, there's no need to worry about causing any trouble. It could be considered a model pet. Hey, you didn't eat anyone, did you? Lu Cheng knocked on it, and Wushuang Long let out a dissatisfied roar, indicating that it wasn't he going to take the blame for that. With that, Lu Cheng believed it. After all, it was a righteous companion, and he felt quite reassured. Come up. He extended his hand towards Little Robin. Wushuang Long let out a resounding dragon roar, carrying the two of them straight up into the sky, heading directly towards the top of Reverse Mountain. Lu Cheng lowered his head, where 4 rivers flowing against the current from all directions converged into a sea. Then, from the other side, the river leading to the Great Maritime Route rushed down at high speed. We can ride the water slide later, Lu Cheng casually said, and Xiao Robin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. After all, he was just a child. Even though he usually appeared to be a serious little adult, with just a slight push, Lu Cheng could easily break through the other's disguise and reveal the child's true nature. Those sudden bursts of cuteness from Little Robin were the most adorable. You worked hard. Wushuang Long. Lu Cheng leaped off Wushuang Long's back and landed steadily on a mountaintop, spreading his arms to securely catch Little Robin, who jumped down afterward. Lu Cheng put down Xiao Robin and looked around, as if standing at the top of the world, with a vast sea beneath his feet. All that remained was a wide expanse of ocean and an endless sky. Great voyage, here I come, ha. Xiao Robin tilted his head and watched the knight, who was beginning to act silly again, and couldn't help but smile. But when he saw the knight leaning over with ill intentions, he immediately stepped back in fright, sitting down on the ground with his palms open, repeatedly refusing. No, I don't want this. It won't do even if it's just a knight who sees. Seeing that Xiao Robin couldn't appreciate this joy, Lu Cheng helplessly pouted. If he didn't shout a few times, wouldn't the fun of climbing the mountain be reduced by a large part? The unparalleled dragon howled in the void and gave a thumbs up. Lu Cheng lowered his head to look at the vast scenery, his heart surging with emotion. There probably aren't many people who can see such beautiful sights, right? He thought for a moment, drew out his long knife, and on a protruding rock wall beside him, he let the knife dance like a dragon, leaving behind a line of bold characters. Lu Cheng was here. Little Robin curiously looked at the unfamiliar characters Lu Cheng had written. They were square and block-like, not belonging to any script she knew, yet they possessed a unique beauty and charm. Sir Knight, what is this? Little Robin asked with curiosity. It's the writing from my hometown. Lu Cheng's excitement slightly diminished, and his tone softened, like the gentle breeze passing by. I'm sorry, Sir Knight. There's no need to apologize. Adventure always means leaving home. Lu Cheng opened his arms nonchalantly, as if to embrace the whole world, and what a wonderful world it is. Little Robin tilted her head. Although she didn't fully understand, she noticed that the knight's mood seemed to improve again, and she felt her own heart lighten unconsciously. Lu Cheng walked to the side for a while, then circled to another direction, standing at the edge of the red earth cliff, looking down. The sea area below, if nothing unexpected happened, should be the endpoint of the second half of the Grand Line, right? Robin thought for a moment, recalling the newspapers and books she had read. That night is the final island where the Pirate King and his crew arrived down there. I don't know, but it shouldn't be that simple. Lu Cheng replied with a smile. If it were that simple, the Navy would have already taken full control of the final island. Little Robin thought seriously for a moment and nodded. Below, Lu Cheng recalled the original work. It should be Mercury Island. It seems that this was the destination where the Roger pirates first arrived during their voyage. After the two of them enjoyed the view and took a break at the top of Reverse Mountain, they leisurely began to walk downwards. Below, it should be the true starting point of the Grand Line, the Twin Cape, right? The Twin Cape is the starting point of 7 different routes in the first half of the Grand Line. Here, 2 towering lighthouses stand year-round, guiding every traveler entering the Grand Line. As they were walking, they suddenly saw a huge shadow pass by in front of them, disappearing instantly into the sea. Sir Knight, what was that? Was it an island whale? Little Robin asked with some confusion. Lu Cheng did not answer, but quietly looked at the sea below. After a brief pause, he stepped down again. Lab, you really are still here. The upside-down mountain, the Twin Gorges. The white lighthouse stood tall. Below the lighthouse, an elderly man with a hairstyle resembling half a flower petal was leisurely lying on a beach chair, reading a newspaper. He was dressed in an extremely flashy short-sleeved shirt, looking as relaxed as if he were on a beach vacation, and beside him was a huge sun umbrella. However, considering his previous identity and now his role as the lighthouse keeper, it indeed seemed like a retirement life, and this leisurely lifestyle was quite normal. Lu Cheng was holding Little Robin, following the light of the lighthouse. As he walked down from the upside-down mountain, he saw such a scene that he couldn't help but pause for a moment and instinctively look up at the sky. Although the weather wasn't exactly overcast, the mist swirled among the mountains of the upside-down mountain. In such weather, using a sunshade seemed to indicate that this former pirate king's ship doctor was not quite up to par with his pretentiousness, at least not as good as himself. An old man, sitting on a deck chair at Twin Cape, reading a newspaper, turned his head and saw a big person and a small person walking down from the Red Earth continent with great swagger. One of them was wearing an unusual, impenetrable crimson armor, while the little girl he was holding had slightly darker skin, a delicate face, and long black hair cascading down to her waist, looking shiny and incredibly smooth. This combination, Colokas was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. After guarding Twin Cape for so many years, I have seen people glide down smoothly from the sea route, and I've also seen ships wrecked and people shattered, but it's rare to see someone walk down like you two. Actually, I originally intended to go down the water slide. You wouldn't believe it. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes and silently complained. Anyway, having transformed, the other party couldn't see his expression. Colokas had no idea what Lu Cheng was thinking and smiled as he greeted the two. Lu Cheng was leading Little Robin, walking slowly to stand in front of the other person, and smiled as he said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Colokas. You know me?" Colokas raised an eyebrow, folding the World Economic News in his hand and setting it aside. He then curiously examined the 2 unusual figures before him. The guardian of Twin Gorges. "I've heard much about you." Lu Cheng smiled slightly and responded, "Based on your reaction, it seems you've recognized who we are." After all, he and Little Robin had a bounty totaling nearly 200 million. Although they had kept a low profile for 6 months, they still had a reputation. Colokas opened his mouth, just as he was about to say something, when suddenly, a shout echoed from the nearby sea. The group turned to look and saw a massive sailing pirate ship spinning in the water, swaying left and right as if it were drunk, before finally crashing into the Red Earth cliffs on both sides with a loud bang, breaking into pieces. It seemed the ship had lost control due to underwater currents. Lu Cheng nodded and looked at Kuroka's. "Old man, now I've also seen ships destroyed and lives lost, directly smashed to pieces." Kuroka's. However, although that pirate ship was wrecked beyond recognition, those pirates did not all die from it. They were still struggling. Lu Cheng watched as many surviving pirates clung to broken planks and barrels, desperately struggling in the seawater, swimming towards the direction of the Twin Gorges. They seemed to have a strong desire to survive. Lu Cheng was cheering for them while wondering if he could luck out and find a few with bounties, when suddenly he heard a loud bang. It sounded like a drumbeat. The Red Earth continent seemed to tremble slightly, followed by a deep rumbling sound. In the turbulent waters of the channel, waves surged, and the pirates clinging to broken ship planks desperately swimming towards this side let out a scream, only to be swept away by the chaotic currents of the sea and disappear beneath the waves. Seeing this scene, Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. My belly. Gone. It seems he wasn't lucky enough. Of course, that group of pirates had just run into bad luck. Little Robin glanced at the knight with some exasperation, guessing his thoughts. After all, the knight had always been dedicated to making every pirate lose their dreams, and she was already aware of this. The fact that those pirates appeared here today was already unfortunate enough, since he still had quite a bit of belly recently. Losing a windfall was a little regrettable, but Lu Cheng didn't take it too much to heart. The dull sounds of thudding continued to echo. Kalokas stood up, looked up and down at the strange armored figure before him, and smiled. I am Kalokas, the keeper of this Twin Cape lighthouse. Of course, you already know that. As for you two, if the news reported in the newspapers is correct, you are the Devil's Child Nico Robin and the Masked Rider? Very good. Lu Cheng gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Grandpa, you are absolutely right. Lu Cheng added with a smile, I didn't expect you, old man, to have read the news from half a year ago. Ku Luokas was stunned for a moment and looked around. Aside from the sea, there was nothing but the barren red Earth continent, and the only other things were two lonely lighthouses. How was he supposed to answer this question? Should he say that he was so bored staying here that he could only pass the time by reading newspapers? The old man couldn't possibly be so bored that he could only read newspapers, could he? Little Robin's innocent and cute voice chimed in from the side. You said I'm too bored. Ku Luokas vos angry. He tilted his head and saw the pure and adorable little Robin, and in an instant his anger dissipated. How could this child be so cute? Forget it. I won't argue with a child. The dull sound of thumping continued to echo. Little Robin looked around in confusion. Since just now, I've been hearing strange sounds from the sea. Is something crashing here, guardian old man? Don't we really need to worry about it? I'm not old. I'm just over 50. Ku Luokas weakly defended himself. But you're already retired, Lu Cheng interjected. Over 50 means you're an old man. The innocent little Robin delivered the final blow, and her naive appearance made Ku Luokas feel incredibly hurt. Today's children may be cute, but they shouldn't be speaking such harsh truths in broad daylight. Where did this bad habit come from? Lu Cheng walked to the edge of the shore and looked down. Through the undulating surface of a sea, he could vaguely see a huge black shadow lurking underwater, repeatedly crashing towards the red clay continent beneath their feet. Robin also leaned forward a bit surprised and said, Is it an island whale? With such a massive size and outline, the black shadow we saw when we came down must have been it. Lu Cheng nodded, affirming little Robin's words. It was called Labu, a black island whale. Kalokas walked over and introduced, just like you, it came from the West Sea. He had seen news about Kamen Rider and the son of the devil in the newspaper. Half a year ago, they had caused a commotion in the West Sea, so he naturally understood where Lu Cheng and the others had entered the reverse mountain. However, he probably didn't guess that Big Bear had bounced the two of them directly to the starting point of the Grand Line, leisurely enjoying more than half a year of lazing around. Island whales, we encountered one before. They say it brings good luck to voyages. Little Robin recalled the knowledge in her mind. They're social whales, but apart from the West Sea, they should only occasionally appear in the latter half of the Grand Line. This is the first half of the Grand Line. How could it appear here? The island whale groups mainly live in the West Sea, and they might roam in the waters of the New World in the latter half of the Grand Line. But they shouldn't be able to break through the Red Line's barrier and come to this first half of the Grand Line. Little girl, you are right. But Labu is special. It is different from any other island whale. Kalokas slowly began to speak. Lu Cheng nodded non-committally, acknowledging that it was indeed rare. We had only encountered an island whale once during our voyage in the West Sea, and that was in the evening. It quickly dove into the depths and disappeared. After that, the voyage went smoothly, and we were fortunate to encounter a giant bear, escaping the entanglement of the Navy and pirates. It truly was a lucky sea spirit. Soon, a massive water sphere suddenly rose from the distant sea surface. Then, a gigantic black whale abruptly burst out of the water, revealing its scarred head, and fiercely charged towards the red earth cliff. Lu Cheng and little Robin silently observed the actions of the island whale Labu, and they guessed the origin of the scars on its head. In a world of One Piece, many animals possess unusually high levels of intelligence, especially those giant sea kings hidden in the depths of the Grand Line, which have extremely long lifespans and even possess wisdom comparable to that of humans. When Lu Cheng received the sealing card, he considered whether to contract a highly intelligent sea king as a contract beast, but sadly, he quickly thought of another use for the sealing card, and this idea was soon thrown out of his mind. After all, he already had the unmatched dragon. The temptation of carrying around a large spatial ring was greater than that of having a docile pet. He had thought about Labu at that time. After all, as Kurokas said, Labu is special. It must be said that as the ship's doctor on the former pirate king's ship, Kurokas is indeed quite extraordinary. To treat Labu's forehead injury, he actually performed a full-scale internal transformation on it. Anyone who didn't know might think he was modifying a ship rather than a whale. He made holes in its body, installed doors in its stomach, didn't even skip the sewage system, and even placed a ship inside Labu's body. Such medical skills are not scientific at all. Lu Cheng always felt that although the other party was doing this to treat Labu's forehead injury, it might actually cause even greater harm to Labu. But the problem is, this world is just not scientific. Labo has been transformed like this, yet is still fine. Healthier than ever. Lu Cheng was too exhausted to complain. Moreover, to be honest, it's hard to say how good Labu is as an island whale. But as a mobile base, it's truly amazing. However, he has now turned Night Island into a portable logistics base for himself and Little Robin, so naturally. He is no longer interested in Labu. And to be frank, he feels a bit sorry for Labu. The loud crashing sounds kept coming bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled slightly. The impact underfoot showed no signs of stopping. Labu tirelessly continued to crash its body against the unbreakable red Earth continent again and again. Although its body was already quite large, in front of the endless red Earth continent, it was like the gap between an ant and a giant. Not to mention that the other party could crash for a day, even if it persisted here for 1,000 years or 10,000 years. It would be of no use at all. Ultimately, it would be nothing but futile effort. However, just like the knight who swims upstream and never backs down for justice, Labu's foolish behavior, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, ignited Lu Cheng's knightly spirit. Confirmed, you two are a qualified whale. Why is it doing this? If it continues like this, will it be okay? Little Robin blinked, feeling a bit reluctant. Because its companion has not returned. Kuroka said lightly, it has waited too long and can wait no longer. It believes that as long as it crashes through the mountain, the one it is waiting for will come back. It is so stubborn that no one can change its mind. I used many methods just to barely control its actions, but I still couldn't completely stop it from hurting itself. And because of its large size, it couldn't leave this place to search for its companion. So knocking down this mountain is the only thing it can do. Kuroka sighed softly. The one it is waiting for must be very important to it, right? Little Robin stared blankly at the huge shadow in the sea below and asked cautiously, tilting her head to glance at Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight's face was hidden behind a mask, making it unclear. Only the crimson eyes on the mask seemed to be burning. Just like Mr. Knight's determination. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and gently tugged at Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng came back to his senses, rubbed Little Robin's hair, and nodded with a smile, signaling Little Robin not to be nervous. Haven't you thought about calming it down? Lu Cheng looked at Kalokas and asked. Kalokas smiled wryly and said, I've been administering sedatives to it on time, but it seems to have realized my actions. So clever. Lu Cheng sincerely admired. Lu Cheng recalled how the Straw Hat Kid managed to calm Laba down in the original work. It seemed like he just gave him a beating, and that was it. Lu Cheng lowered his head to look at the shadow on the sea surface below, and his gaze became subtle. It didn't seem that difficult, did it? Lu Cheng was somewhat eager to try, while Little Robin tilted her head to glance at Mr. Knight. Intuitively, she felt that Mr. Knight seemed to have suddenly become a bit excited. He was always like this, sometimes very serious. But he could suddenly become unserious, as if he had thought of something, sometimes appearing somewhat foolish. This was a bit unfair to Lu Cheng. It was just that sometimes when he recalled those familiar original plot lines, he inexplicably felt a bit excited. It was like the feeling of encountering a big star from the television right in front of him, arriving in such a place and encountering familiar scenes. It was hard for him not to be moved. In any case, it was best to let calm down first. Lu Cheng cracked his knuckles, feeling somewhat eager to try. The shadows underwater continued to collide, but Kalokas already felt something was off. What was this guy trying to do? He shook his head. It's useless. As I said, it won't calm down until its companion returns. I've tried many times, and it hasn't worked. Maybe your approach is wrong. Lu Cheng smiled mysteriously, but the smile was hidden behind his mask, and one could only barely hear the laughter in his voice. Perhaps you should adopt a more violent treatment plan. Violent? Kalokas was somewhat puzzled, but quickly shook his head, seeming not to realize the teasing in Lu Cheng's words, and answered seriously. This situation cannot be solved with violence. It would only worsen the injuries. It wouldn't help in treating it, believe me. When I was young, I was a qualified doctor and have some confidence in my medical skills. Hearing this, Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. Who wanted to discuss medical skills with you? After all, in the original story, the other party was the ship's doctor on the Pirate King's ship who had kept the dying Pirate King Roger alive for several years, supporting him until they reached Raftel. He should be one of the top doctors on this sea. Lu Cheng shook his head, smiling as he said, I happen to know something about a traveler who met his end but still drifts on the sea. The name of that person, Mr. Kalokas should be very clear about. Kalokas frowned at these words, completely unable to understand what Lu Cheng meant. You mean, wait, how do you know? I just know. Lu Cheng raised his head, looking at the boundless sea ahead. Brooke is still alive, still floating on the sea of hope. You actually know about Brooke. Hearing this, Kalokas was completely shocked. He had thought Lu Chang was talking nonsense, but it seemed the other party really knew something. Being able to mention this name meant he wasn't just talking out of his hat. Of course. Lu Chang nodded. A righteous knight never lies. Coloca's directly ignored the somewhat strange title. Anyway, the other party's attire was already strange enough. Where did you get this information? Well, Lu Chang smiled and shook his head, pointing one hand to the sky. This is the noble guidance of justice. Courage and justice give us inspiration, foretelling the path ahead. Coloca has thought the other party must be quite ill, wondering if he should give him a shot to wake him up. But he hadn't treated anyone in years, he sighed. However, with that tone of the other party, a prophecy? He speculated in silence. After thinking for a moment, Coloca's nodded. He believed it. No way, you really believe it? Little Robin was full of question marks. Could this kind of nonsense be believed? She looked at Coloca's expression. It didn't seem like he was just going along with it. So, he really believed Mr. Knight's nonsense? Why did these people suddenly become strange after meeting Mr. Knight? That red-haired guy too, and this old gentleman, was there something wrong with her, or was there something wrong with them? Wasn't he, Mr. Knight, clearly talking nonsense? Little Robin's young heart was greatly shaken. Little Robin didn't understand. But Lu Chang happened to know one thing. Coloca's was not an ordinary person, although he now appeared to be just an ordinary lighthouse keeper. How could someone who leisurely enjoyed life on the Grand Line be simple? His hidden identity was actually the former ship doctor of the Roger Pirates. He had witnessed the emergence of a prophecy. At the final island, Raftel, the prophecy foretold that in 12 years' time, there would be a grand war that would affect the entire world and a new generation of Joy Boy would appear once again. It was because he saw this prophecy that Pirate King Roger believed he had come too early. Silver's Rayleigh thought that the people of O'Hara were too anxious and shouldn't have exposed the true history so early. And Kazuki Odin, also because of the prophecy, chose to sacrifice himself to leave hope for the land of Wano in response to that war. This prophecy had affected countless people, and even little Robin's current plight was intricately connected to all of this. Coloca's was naturally among them. Coloca's sighed. Here, how many people had lost important ones, not just La Boon? If only his medical skills could let the captain live another 20 years. In such a grand and turbulent sea, he must want to see it, right? I remember Brooke is a pirate with an afro and also a musician. Lu Chang spoke. That's right. Coloca's nodded, finally confirming that Lu Chang was telling the truth. La Boon indeed came from the West Sea. It followed that group of pirate companions and crossed Reverse Mountain to come here. But he looked at Lu Chang, his face serious. Perhaps you have indeed heard some things, but not everything is correct. I've long received reliable information that the Rumbar pirates have already escaped from the Grand Line. They betrayed their promise with this whale. And only La Boon is still foolishly waiting here, believing they will return. Coloca's looked down at the huge black shadow in the seawater below, through the somewhat deep water. He could vaguely see the deep scars on La Boon's head, all marks left from continuous collisions with the sea surface. To make it easier to treat La Boon's injuries, he had even installed a door in its stomach, so he could conveniently inject sedatives to calm it down during each collision. That old gentleman. Your information might be a bit outdated. Lu Chang smiled. That is why I said, old sir, you've been out of the game for too long. I'm not old. Coloca's was somewhat speechless. These two kids really had their own ways, couldn't listen to others. And no wonder they had the guts to directly confront the world government. But this kind of character was indeed quite likable. Coloca's recalled the companions he once had on a ship, but now, with the collapse of the flag, everyone had already fallen apart. He shook his head, somewhat amused, and began to uncontrollably reminisce about the past. Perhaps he really was getting old. The information I received is that the Rumbar pirates have indeed perished. But Brooke is still alive. Because he ate the Yomi Yomi no Mi, his soul did not disappear after death, so he is still alive. The devil fruit. Yomi Yomi no Mi, Kurakasa murmured, furrowing his brow and trying hard to recall those memories. It really seemed like there was such a thing. The companions of the other party mocked Brooke for eating a completely useless devil fruit. Aside from making him lose his ability to swim and turning him into a landlubber, it was completely useless. While others who ate devil fruits became cooler and enhanced their abilities to some extent, Brooke did not gain any abilities at all, and instead, he gained a fatal weakness, becoming a thorough landlubber. Of course, since he is a musician, as long as he can still play music, these things don't matter at all. The Yomi Yomi no Mi, how did I not think of that? Kurakasu now believes that what Lu Chang said is true, and he eagerly asked, if what you said is true, then where is Brooke now? Lu Chang thought for a moment. The other party seemed to not even be considered a person now, just a skeleton frame, the kind that would be treated as a monster to be fought upon encounter. At this moment, he should still be drifting alone on the ghost ship. He must still be trapped on the ghost ship, lonely for 20 or 30 years. Lu Cheng sighed. If he knew that Labu was still here waiting for him, he would probably be even more tormented. Sir Knight. Lu Cheng felt his hand being tugged, and when he turned around, he saw little Robin with tear-filled eyes. Mr. Knight, they are so poor. Can you help them, please? Little Robin's watery eyes were really quite adorable, so Lu Cheng reluctantly nodded, although he had intended to do so from the beginning. Now he thought, it would be fine to fulfill some small requests from little Robin. Mr. Kalokas, Lu Cheng said, I have some things I would like to ask you later. But for now, let's calm Labuin down. You can drop the old part. What do you want to do? How about I give the other party a little sedative first? Lu Qingdao, there's no need to be so complicated. A knight of justice communicates with their fists. Labu will surely feel my passionate intentions. Lu Cheng rubbed his fists together, disregarding everything else. He was determined to land a punch on that straw hat kid. His hands were itching. Labuin, take my righteous punch. He looked at the massive dark shadow churning below and shouted as he plunged from the sky. The sea splashed everywhere as Labuin let out a furious roar, seemingly scolding Lu Cheng for his underhanded attack. Kurokas watched the two figures in the water below, momentarily confused. How could the other party's devil fruit not be afraid of the seawater? Was it because the armor blocked the seawater protecting the user? That devil fruit seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined, although he was a bit surprised. Many people had managed to avoid the risks of seawater with the abilities of their devil fruits, so he quickly dismissed it. He turned his head to look at Nico Robin, wanting to ask, is your knight always this unreliable? If he had asked, Robin would have seriously shaken her head. After all, her knight was the most reliable. However, since he didn't speak up, Robin wasn't in the mood to observe his expression. She was worriedly watching the tumultuous battle below, where her knight's figure had disappeared into the water. All she could hear was Labuin's roar and the churning sea, indicating that the fight was still ongoing. Her knight was indeed powerful, but fighting underwater against a giant creature like the island whale was worrisome. Yet, she thought she could hear Labuin's roars becoming increasingly pitiful, which seemed to indicate that her knight was gaining the upper hand. Although it was sad to see Labuin getting beaten up by her knight, Robin thought carefully, it was still better for Labuin to take the hits than for her knight to get hurt. Listening to Labuin's miserable cries, Robin blinked. Her knight should know how to control his strength, right? Lu Cheng certainly understood control. This was clearly not the time to think about such things. After all, with Kurokas around, as long as he didn't kill anyone, everything could be settled, right? Moreover, fighting underwater didn't seem easy. Aside from the challenges of fighting while swimming, there was one crucial reason: lack of leverage. The resistance of the seawater would reduce a significant portion of his power, making his attacks on Labuin less effective. Furthermore, underwater, if the island whale turned and swung its tail, the resulting waves would resemble a landslide or tsunami. If they were on the surface, Lu Cheng thought Labuin would be like a large punching bag. But underwater, he couldn't go all out. Lu Cheng suddenly realized that winning didn't seem to be that easy. He dodged Labu's tail swipe with a quick move, but he couldn't avoid the subsequent wave, which knocked him back hard. Just as he managed to steady himself, he saw a battered head, already turned in the water, charging towards him. Lu Cheng instinctively pushed off with his foot, using the technique of the moonwalk. Suddenly, the feeling of having no leverage in the water disappeared by more than half. He tilted his neck, originally planning to communicate with you in a normal way, but Labu, you really play well. Lu Cheng silently gave the other person a thumbs up. Since you're so impressive, I want to hold back. Let me show you that I have mastered the peak of the 6 styles of the Navy. He kicked out, and a ripple silently spread through the sea, quickly dissipating without a trace. But Lu Cheng's body had already shot out like an arrow, delivering a heavy punch to the side of Labo. Now let us see how you handle my fist that's as big as a cooking pot. Although his fist wasn't actually that big, its power was much greater. Labo cried out in pain with a miserable howl. Lu Cheng's figure flickered slightly in the sea, effortlessly dodging Labu's counterattack. This time, he aimed for Labu's large head. With such a big head, a punch would surely hurt for a long time, right? However, Labu's strongest skill should be his iron head technique, right? The sea gradually calmed down. Little Robin blinked and fixed her gaze on the suddenly tranquil sea surface. With a loud bang, the water exploded and Labu's massive head burst out of the surface. Little Robin immediately spotted a figure standing on Labu's scarred head. Lu Cheng patted the large head beneath him. Big guy, my fist is bigger than yours, so you can listen to me talk now, right? Labu finally quieted down. There was no way to avoid being quiet, as it simply couldn't fight back. However, due to its innate animal instincts, it sensed that the other party didn't have much malicious intent. Thus, it gave up on continuing to be beaten, floated to the surface, and waited to see what the other wanted to say. Of course, it was impossible to give up like that foolish old man wanted. As long as it could break through this red soil continent, it would be able to see its companions again. Giving up was not an option. Lu Cheng looked at the other person's large eyes and slowly sat down beside him in a cross-legged position. As he gazed into the reflection of the figure in those eyes, which were larger than the lighthouse in the Twin Straits, he gradually removed his armor. He began to speak softly, his voice resonating in Lab's ears like thunder. Lab, I want to advise you to give up. Promises and companions are the most precious things in this world. Lab remained silent, his vigilance still evident, his large eyes fixed on Lu Cheng without blinking. But Lab, don't you want to see your companions again? Lu Cheng continued, I know Brook is not completely gone, and I know where he is now. The reason he hasn't fulfilled his promise and hasn't come to see you isn't because he forgot or went back on his word, but simply because he can't. He has been trapped in one place for a long time. If he knew you still remembered this promise, he would surely be very happy. Lab suddenly lifted his head and let out a roar. Lu Cheng exerted a little force and used Moonwalk, preventing Lab from throwing him off his back. Seeing Lab, who was overwhelmed with emotion and howling to the sky, Lu Cheng smiled. So as a price, you promise me not to hurt yourself anymore, and I will tell you Brook's location, so you can find him. How about that? Tears welled up in Lab's eyes, pouring down like a torrential rain. His wailing grew louder, echoing like the chilling wind in a storm, resonating in the Twin Straits, never calming down. Lu Cheng covered his ears, and after a long time, Lab finally quieted down completely. Lu Cheng then put his hands down and, looking at the excited Labu, said firmly, a knight of justice never lies. I believe you can feel my intentions in my fiery fist. Labu, indeed I felt it. Not only fiery, but also very painful. Lu Cheng leaped up and jumped over the strait, landing beside Little Robin and Coloccus. Brook was trapped in the Devil's Sea, unable to escape due to the fog. But he always remembered the promise he made with you, and I can assure you of that. Tears flowed more and more from Labu's eyes, emitting mournful cries, and a deep sadness filled the entire Twin Straits. But he finally gave up the act of crashing against the cliff and quietly submerged into the water, leaving only a large shadow behind. Then it's settled, everyone. Come to find me when I set off, and I'll take you into the Grand Line. That's another promise, so don't go back on your word. He smiled and clapped his hands, looking at the huge shadow beneath the sea. Although the other party did not respond, Lu Cheng felt that they should have agreed. It's resolved. Lu Cheng looked at Little Robin, who was full of admiration and proudly put his hands on his hips. Easy peasy, right? Little Robin nodded repeatedly, while Coloccus looked at Lu Cheng with a complicated expression. Lu Cheng, who had removed his armor, looked very young. To him, he seemed just like a big kid, but in the other party, he seemed to see the shadows of many people. You really are getting old. Coloccus chuckled self-deprecatingly. Did you just run off with my Labu? Shouldn't you thank me for helping the old man solve a big problem? Lu Cheng asked. He wasn't lying. In the future, Coloccus wouldn't have to worry about Labu's body as much, which indeed saved a lot of trouble. Coloccus turned to look around. It was empty, an island with nothing but 2 lighthouses, feeling somewhat speechless, though he said that one less thing to pass the time with in the future. But that's fine too. He pointed to the lighthouse. Let's go inside and sit for a while. Didn't you say you had something to ask me? From the looks of you, you should know quite a bit, so you probably also know my identity, right? Lu Cheng nodded, and Little Robin blinked her eyes curiously. However, in front of Coloccus, she suppressed her curiosity and thought she could ask the knight later. Coloccus looked at Lu Cheng and led the 2 of them towards the lighthouse. A few days ago, when Shanks passed by here, he mentioned you too. It seems he wasn't wrong. Did he speak ill of me? Lu Cheng laughed. That face-saving guy really has no sense of face. He said he would look out for me, yet he just tarnished my reputation out of thin air. The quirky, red-haired Little Robin pouted. Even though she was eating and drinking for free on her own ship, she still spoke ill of the knight. Little Robin silently made a note of it against the red-haired one. Haha, that's just how Shanks is. However, he did say that if we met, he could give you a little lesson. He mentioned that you tend to get a bit too full of yourself, and he rarely says such things about others. Haha, it seems his evaluation of you is quite high. I didn't expect to see you so soon. If you had come half a month earlier, you might have encountered him. Oh, Lu Cheng was a bit curious. What was Shanks doing here? I remember he was in the West Sea before. Where did he go this time? He went to the East Sea, mysteriously, and I don't know what he's up to. Coloccus muttered. All right. Lu Cheng figured out what the red-haired one was planning. It turned out he wanted to play at becoming the Pirate King. Forget it, forget it. It seems that arm of his probably won't be saved. As they spoke, Coloccus pushed open the door of the lighthouse. Inside, it was empty, just a simple room. Apart from some newspapers and books, there were hardly any other decorations. Little Robin looked around and blinked. Grandpa, you really are quite boring. No wonder you only read newspapers. Little Robin, don't say that, Lu Cheng said, looking at the embarrassed Coloccus, and gently tapped Little Robin on the head. Kids shouldn't always speak the truth. Little Robin chuckled and stopped talking, while Coloccus was completely speechless. How could he teach a good child like this? What a pity. She used to be such a cute little girl. Little Robin was noticeably much brighter compared to before, thanks to Lu Cheng's guidance over the past 6 months. Lu Cheng was quite satisfied. Kurakasu invited the two to sit at the table, and, seeing Little Robin curiously examining the bookshelf, smiled and nodded. If you want to see, feel free to take a look. Thank you, Grandpa. Little Robin sweetly thanked him and eagerly got up to walk towards the bookshelf. Wow, all medical books. Little Robin picked one out, opened it, and quickly became absorbed in it, observing Little Robin quietly reading and soon becoming immersed. Kurakasu turned his head and looked at Lu Cheng. What do you want to ask? It's nothing much. Lu Cheng thought for a moment. I just want someone to guide me on the 6 styles and hockey. Also, I want to learn some medical skills with Little Robin. Yes. He felt that his Navy 6 styles seemed to have hit a bottleneck, and he still couldn't sense hockey, which was also the reason why he was eager to go out to sea. Passive training no longer yielded experience points. It was time to go out and fight monsters. As for Little Robin's medical skills, that was something he thought of on the spur of the moment. Having a doctor at sea is quite necessary. He hadn't considered this before, but since he encountered a big shot like Kurakasu, there was no reason not to take advantage of him a bit. After all, Shanks had at least taught him the 6 styles, so Kurakasu, you old ship doctor, should at least offer something in return, right? After all, he had put in quite a bit of effort to defeat Laboon. Kurakasu fell into deep thought, sizing Lu Cheng up for a while, shook his head, turned to look at Little Robin, who was seriously reading, and then finally revealed a slight smile. Before they knew it, it was already dark. Under the bright moonlight, the lighthouse at Twin Cape, as usual, still rotated its beam, guiding the ships that had just entered the Grand Line. Inside the lighthouse, Kurakasu got up to brew a pot of tea for Lu Cheng and Little Robin. Lu Cheng unceremoniously swallowed a mouthful of steaming hot tea, smacking his lips. The taste is okay, but it's too. Rum is better. Drinking too much is harmful to the body, Coloccus replied, but didn't say anything more. He had said similar things to his former companions, but no one paid attention. With the constitution of these monsters, drinking more wouldn't be a problem. It's no big deal. Lu Cheng took out a bottle of rum and threw it over. This stuff is a treasure at sea. You can't set sail without it. Coloccus caught it with his hand, smiled, opened the bottle, and took a small sip. Don't ask me about. I'm just a small ship's doctor, not strong at all. Cough, cough. Seeing Lu Cheng's gaze, Coloccus stopped talking, awkwardly clearing his throat. Lu Cheng looked at Coloccus, who was putting on a face of I don't know anything. Don't ask me, and fell a bit speechless. Who are you trying to fool? You ran the entire length of the Grand Line and leisurely returned to the starting point, guarding the lighthouse for many years without any issues. You should know that anyone, regardless of strength, has to pass through here to enter the Grand Line. No one has caused you trouble, and you say you have no strength at all. Who believes this nonsense? Do you believe it? I certainly don't. Coloccus said he believed it. It was just like that, and Lu Cheng had no way to argue. If the other party was unwilling, he couldn't just angrily attack the old gentleman and force him to guide him, could he? That would be unreasonable, really unreasonable. Actually, it wasn't impossible. But the problem was that if he made a move, he would definitely be the one getting beaten up. He shook his head, thought for a moment, and decided to take an indirect approach. That guy Shanks really isn't considerate. Lu Cheng said angrily to Coloccus, this guy went to the West Sea, ate and drank for free on my ship for over half a year, and then kicked me away after he was done, telling me to learn hockey and only teaching me the 6 powers of the Navy, saying that practicing would naturally bring out hockey. Isn't that just pure deception? I actually believed it back then. Coloccus was a bit speechless. It really sounded like something red-haired would do. Your current strength is already quite good. Coloccus glanced at Lu Cheng. Being eager for quick success is not a good thing. You just need to take your time now. It's still not enough. Lu Cheng sighed. My strength is still insufficient. After all, there are many powerful figures on the sea, and I've now attracted the Navy's attention. If Akiji comes to trouble me again next time, I really want to beat him up. You're really thinking too much. How old are you? How old is that guy Kazan? He's a well-known admiral in the Navy. If you were to be casually beaten up by a young punk like you, would the Navy still have any face left? Would Kazan still have any face left? And where did that nickname Akiji come from? Kuroka's recalled the shock he felt a few days ago when he heard Shanks mention the term Akiji. He felt that if this nickname spread, the Ice Admiral would probably be furious. It would be strange if he didn't find a way to make things difficult for you. I can only say that young people really like to court disaster. So, you two came to the Grand Line to become stronger? The old ship doctor shook his head, but you two recklessly entering the Grand Line is not a good thing. I think you may be underestimating the Grand Line too much. Lu Cheng smiled faintly and did not refute. After all, only by encountering strong people can one become stronger. And although the Grand Line is dangerous, it is also very interesting. I certainly did not underestimate the Grand Line. I prepared for a whole 6 months before coming here. Lu Cheng didn't feel there was much danger. With the ability to traverse the mirror world, to be honest, there are very few people in the world who can cause him trouble. He has always kept a low profile. So what if the Navy finds trouble with him? He can go wherever he wants. Can they really block him? Even if they set up a net to catch him, he can just change locations. The other party would only be able to follow behind him, inhaling his exhaust fumes. So far, he hasn't seen any ships that can outrun his motorcycle. So he isn't worried at all. After all, the world is vast, and he can go anywhere. Kalokas looked at Lu Cheng, who was completely unafraid, and nodded. Since the other party had made up his mind, it was naturally not his place to say much. He shook his head, and Lu Cheng felt a bit disappointed at this. But soon Kalokas spoke up, making Lu Cheng's eyes light up. Although I can't teach you hockey, there is someone who can teach you, one of my former companions who is very skilled at it. Lu Cheng quickly figured out who the other person was referring to. Is it the Dark King Rayleigh? Karaskas nodded. However, meeting him is not an easy task. Karaskas smiled and said, I don't know where he is now. You'll have to rely on luck to find him. No problem, I'll find him, Lu Cheng said, thumping his chest confidently. The Sabeti Archipelago, right? I know he is living there. It's a piece of cake. Karaskas was puzzled by Lu Cheng's confidence and shook his head, looking at Robin beside him. But I can teach you a bit about medicine. However, you should be eager to set sail, right? If you wait too long, Labu probably won't hold up. He couldn't help with matters related to hockey or other troublesome issues. After all, he was just an ordinary, somewhat knowledgeable lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape. Teaching medicine was something he was still willing to help with. Lu Cheng nodded, acknowledging that there wasn't much to stay for in the Twin Straits. Aside from the 2 lighthouses, there was nothing else. It was a wonder that Kurokas could stay here for decades. If he was smart, a few days would be enough to teach some basic medical skills. Kurokas pondered, saying that generally at sea, mastering these basics was sufficient. Little Robin was very clever. Lu Cheng was confident that Little Robin was only a bit less clever than himself, standing out as exceptionally smart. Kurokas nodded, confirming that she indeed seemed much smarter than you. Lu Cheng had a face full of question marks. Is this even human language? The two casually chatted for a while, and Lu Cheng teased Shanks a bit. When Kurokas heard this, he was a bit surprised and asked, Are you saying Shanks want to take care of kids? Lu Cheng thought about it. Training the future Pirate King is just taking care of kids, so what I said makes sense. That's right. Lu Cheng nodded and answered affirmatively. Ha! Kurokas laughed wildly. No wonder when I asked him what he was doing, he was always reluctant to say. So that's it. No wonder he went to the East Sea. Whose child is it? Shanks has a kid now. It's the grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Lu Cheng smacked his lips. Shanks is too wild. Wanting a kid is probably very difficult. Kurokas directly ignored Lu Cheng's latter comment and asked with some confusion, What does Garp's grandson have to do with him? How did he end up mixed up with the Marines? This guy, won't Garp beat him to death when he finds out? It's fine, it's fine. Lu Cheng waved his hand. The Pirate King's son is being raised by Garp too, so there's nothing to worry about. What? The Pirate King's son? Kurokas, who had just relaxed, was suddenly shocked by Lu Cheng's latter statement. He stood up abruptly, appearing right in front of Lu Cheng, grabbing his collar. What did you say? The Pirate King's son? Is it Captain Roger's son? You're not joking, are you? Little Robin was startled by the commotion and looked over with some concern. Lu Cheng waved his hand to signal her not to worry and to continue reading. He was also a bit speechless. Kurokas's quick movements caught him off guard. This guy still claims to be an old ship doctor who can't even handle a chicken. Who is he trying to fool? Another old schemer. I'm sorry. I got too excited. Realizing he might have overreacted, Kurokas withdrew his hand and, a bit excited, asked, Is what you said true? Understandable, understandable. Considering that the other party taught Little Robin medicine, Lu Cheng decided not to hold it against him and nodded. Of course. He glanced at the incredibly shocked Kurokas and teased. You guys from the Roger Pirates actually don't know that Roger got married and had a child in the last year of his life. I say your information is outdated. Kuroka's mood at this moment was like when they successfully reached Raftel, and Captain Roger suddenly disbanded the pirate crew. It was simply unbelievable. Looking at Kuroka's, who was holding his head and doubting his life, Lu Cheng cheerfully said, Captain Roger's wife is named Port Gasti, Rouge, and her child is named Ace. He is currently under the care of Marine Hero Garp and is very safe. Kuroka's, in pain, grabbed his head, unable to accept the reality for a moment. How could the deceased captain suddenly have son? What kind of situation is this? Is what you said true? Kuroka's felt like this was all he could say at the moment. The news was just too outrageous. Absolutely true. Lu Cheng nodded. You can confirm it. Kuroka's took a few steps in place and shook his head. I trust my judgment of people, and I also trust the judgment of the red-haired guy. I believe you wouldn't say such things just to trick this old man. You're not that kind of person. This sounded really nice. Lu Cheng laughed heartily and didn't keep him in suspense, revealing the information he knew. These things weren't really important intelligence. Of course, it was indeed a secret, but because Kuroka's was the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger, he was willing to explain. Madame Rouge was a great mother, Lu Cheng praised. She used medicine to extend the time for the fetus to be born to evade the marine search. Lu Cheng calculated the time, and Ace had spent a full 15 months in his mother's body, which was simply a miracle. Mr. Kuroka's, as a doctor, you must understand how incredible this is, right? Kuroka's nodded solemnly, downed the rum in his hand in one gulp, and reached out his hand towards Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng thoughtfully handed over a few bottles to the other person. Kuroka's downed 2 bottles in one go, and only then did he calm down, letting out a burp. I see. Thank you for telling me this news, Kamen Rider. He paused, suddenly realizing he didn't even know the other person's name. My name is Lu Cheng, Lu Cheng said. Mr. Kuroka's, you don't have to be so polite. It's just some information, nothing much. I will teach little Robin medicine well, don't worry. Kuroka's said in a deep voice. Lu Cheng smiled. Indeed, casual guidance and sincere guidance are 2 different things. It's rare for little Robin to have such a good opportunity to learn medicine. So he naturally had to help the other party fight for it. This is the expectation of Sir Knight. Little Robin must work even harder. Kuroka's thought for a moment and felt that as an old senior, he shouldn't always take advantage of newcomers. If the other party wanted to learn domineering and he didn't teach it, he could only teach a bit of medicine, and the other party had even shared such important news with him. He pondered for a moment and asked, This is your first time on the Grand Line, right? Do you have a log pose? Yes, Lu Cheng nodded. A few days ago, I got one from a pirate. So, you couldn't wait to come to the Grand Line after getting the log pose, right? You still have a nerve to say you prepared for half a year. You spent that half a year looking for the log pose, didn't you? You really are a complete novice. Kuroka's shook his head. The Grand Line is very dangerous. Without a log pose, you will completely lose your direction at sea, and the log pose can be damaged. At the very least, you should have a spare log pose. Otherwise, if the log pose gets damaged, you'll be doomed at sea. Lu Cheng had thought about this issue as well, but considering that once he entered the Grand Line, obtaining a log pose wouldn't be that difficult. So he only pondered for a moment before deciding to enter first. He was quite confident in his ability to stay alive. However, if the other party said so. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Kuroka's, when I first came in, I was indeed not well prepared. Do you happen to have any spare log poses? A log pose is one of the essential items for navigating the Grand Line. In the world of One Piece, there are many types of log poses. In the 4 seas, a regular sea log pose is sufficient for smooth sailing. When Lu Cheng first set out, he knew nothing but still managed to sail safely. However, the Grand Line is different. The Grand Line is a very special place where the islands within the sea lanes have different magnetic fields, leading to chaotic navigation. Not only is the weather complex and unpredictable, but the magnetic fields can severely affect the operation of ordinary compasses, making them ineffective. At this time, more advanced log poses are needed to find the right direction in the vast ocean. Even in the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, even individual log poses cannot work effectively. To navigate safely in the New World, a different type of more special log pose must be used. This is a special log pose that has 3 different needles on its dial, relying on the 3 needles to jointly confirm the direction of the next island. Above the log pose, there is an even more special kind of needle known as the permanent log pose. Unlike ordinary log poses, the permanent log pose will always point to a fixed island and will not be affected by any other magnetic fields. As long as it is not damaged, the permanent log pose will never change direction. Lu Cheng wondered what kind of log pose Kuroka's would give him, feeling that the other party shouldn't be that stingy. Having helped solve Labu's problem and provided such important information, Lu Cheng thought he should at least receive a permanent log pose in return. Sure enough, Kurokas took a sip of his drink and smiled, saying, "You know about the permanent log pose, right?" Lu Cheng nodded. "I have 2 permanent pointers here that I no longer need, so I'll give them to you." Lu Cheng's expression brightened. Permanent pointers are extremely precious, and receiving 2 at once is quite generous of the other party. "Thank you, Mr. Kurokas. This is exactly what I need." Lu Cheng thought for a moment and continued to ask, "I wonder where these 2 permanent pointers lead to?" Kurokas scratched his head, a look of recollection flashing in his eyes, and said, "These 2 pointers, one leads to the Kingdom of Drum, and the other to the Sabeti Archipelago." He was also very familiar with these 2 names. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and confirmed, "Is it the Medical Kingdom and the Bubble Islands?" Kurokas was a bit surprised. He nodded and said, "It seems you have indeed done your homework. You really didn't come in without a brain." Lu Cheng. Kurokas added, "If you want this little girl to learn more medical skills, I have a friend in the Medical Kingdom. You can go find her to learn. She's quite skilled." "A friend? An old acquaintance?" Lu Cheng was a bit curious, but didn't ask further. Kurokas continued, "As for Sabeti, that's the end of paradise. The last stop of the first half of the Grand Line. If you go there, you can take a look. There might be surprises." This implied that Kurokas likely knew that the Dark King Rayleigh was hiding in the Sabeti Archipelago. Indeed, companions on the same ship, even if separated, are still connected. Just like how Shanks had been here before. Being on the same ship makes them like family. Lu Cheng turned to look at Robin, and little Robin was perked up, carefully eavesdropping. Suddenly seeing Sir Knight's gaze turn towards her, her face flushed red, but when she saw Lu Cheng quickly turn his gaze away, she breathed a sigh of relief. Little Robin pouted, somewhat unhappy. "Really, Sir Knight just liked to tease her. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurokas." Lu Cheng sincerely expressed his gratitude. Kurokas nodded. "It's getting late. You should rest early. You can stay in the other lighthouse. And as for the medical skills, let us start tomorrow." Lu Cheng nodded, and little Robin also put down the book in his hands, stood up, and took his leave. The 2 walked outside, where the sky was dark and heavy. It seemed that an ancient wind was blowing in from the deepest part of the navigation route, bringing with it a sense of adventure and antiquity. Outside the lighthouse at Twin Cape, the silver moon shone brightly, casting a cold light. Lu Cheng held little Robin's hand. Stepping on the silver flowers and basking in the sea breeze, they sat down by the shore. Below them was a vast expanse of ocean, the waves crashing against the red earth beneath their feet, making a thunderous sound. "What big waves! This is really not a good place to sleep." Lu Cheng smirked, wondering how Kurokas managed to nest here for over a decade. "Sir Knight, were your words true before?" Little Robin leaned against Lu Cheng, gazing at the starry sea surface, and asked, "Which one?" "All of them. Of course they were true. When has the Sir Knight ever deceived anyone?" Little Robin looked at Lu Cheng with a skeptical gaze, and Lu Cheng shrugged. "It doesn't count as deception. I just didn't reveal my true identity back at the naval headquarters." Lu Cheng whistled, the sound carrying far. "Besides, I would never deceive my lovely little Robin, right? Sir Knight." Little Robin's cheeks turned red. The Sir Knight just knew how to treat her like a child. Although she thought this way, a sweet feeling surged in her heart. Like a rushing tide, wave after wave, it filled little Robin's heart. The 2 quietly watched the waves crashing against the shore. Lu Cheng gazed at the distant sea. "Is Labu asleep? I wonder where it is sleeping." Little Robin yawned gently, retorting, "Sir Knight, whales have 2 halves of a brain. Even if they are asleep, they will keep swimming. They want to completely fall asleep." Lu Cheng coughed. "Of course I know that. I just wanted to test you." Little Robin chuckled, not caring about the prideful Sir Knight, and asked, "Does Sir Knight plan to stay here?" Lu Cheng nodded. "There aren't many skilled ship doctors, Mr. Kurokas is one of the best. It's necessary for us to stay here for a while. The ship still needs a qualified doctor, and it can only be entrusted to Little Robin." Little Robin raised her face slightly. "Little Robin will do her best, but don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lu Cheng smiled. "Just go with the flow, Little Robin. You're already very outstanding." Just as they were talking, the seawater beneath their feet surged up. Lu Cheng looked down. A huge black shadow broke the surface. "Good evening, Labu." Lu Cheng waved his hand. Not knowing if the other party heard them talking or just happened to come up for air, it was quite a coincidence. Labu let out a long whale call. Lu Cheng didn't understand whale language, but that didn't stop him from guessing the other S meaning. He looked at Labu's scarred head and smiled. "Labu, we still need to stay here for a few more days. Could you please wait a bit longer?" Labu let out a low growl. Spraying seawater from the top of his head, and then dove back under the water. Should be understood now, right? A week flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time to set sail. Lu Cheng and Robin were preparing to set off again. Little Robin gently lowered her head and said, "Goodbye, Teacher Kurokas." In the past few days, she had truly felt the seriousness of his teachings. It was as if she had returned to the beautiful time of learning archaeology, fulfilling and carefree. Kuroka smiled and nodded. "I can't really be called a teacher. I've only taught some of the most basic parts. But you are also a teacher to little Robin. That title is still deserved." Lu Cheng chimed in, as establishing a good relationship with the top doctor was quite beneficial. Seeing Kuroka's expression, it was clear he didn't reject little Robin's title. So Lu Cheng naturally took the opportunity to strengthen their relationship. Kuroka shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, "The Grand Line is not easy to navigate. Although the permanent log pose I gave you can directly guide you to the final destination of paradise, the Seas archipelago, which route are you planning to choose before that? Is there any difference?" Lu Cheng asked. "Adventure is about moving forward without hesitation. As long as you keep going, no matter what enemies you face, just charge through." Kuroka's was somewhat speechless, but considering the information provided, he still offered a warning. "You need to be careful because the magnetic forces of the 7 different routes affect each other. The route before reaching the first island has the most chaotic weather and currents. Don't capsize in the gutter. Since you call me teacher, you must take good care of my disciple. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable." Lu Cheng nodded. "It's okay. I trust little Robin's sailing skills." Upon hearing this, Kuroka wanted to slap Lu Cheng to death, thinking that little Robin does everything. So what do you need to do? But he knew that even if he said it, Lu Cheng would probably just stand tall with a face full of confidence, saying, "Because I'm the captain." Instantly, he lost all desire to speak. Kuroka thought for a moment and continued, "As I mentioned before, when you get to the Seas archipelago, make sure to look around carefully. I guess really should be hiding somewhere in that archipelago." Lu Cheng nodded slightly. He could probably guess this, but the other party hadn't mentioned it before, and now speaking so directly was clearly due to Xiao Robin's influence. The other party had indeed accepted Xiao Robin as a student, and their relationship had become much closer. Xiao Robin was a bit surprised. The Chambord Islands? St. Mary Joie and the Navy headquarters are there. Why would he hide there? It seems strange to think of a pirate hiding in such a place, because the most dangerous place is actually the safest place. Lu Cheng spoke firmly. With conviction, Mr. Rayleigh must have considered this point. "I see. It's really impressive that Sir Knight can understand this." Xiao Robin's eyes sparkled, and Lu Cheng held his head higher. But it didn't last long. Kuroka smiled slightly and interrupted. "It's not like that. I just heard that they're the most beautiful girls in that place. Mr. Rayleigh would probably like such a place." "Lu Cheng, you should let me finish. Can't you see how Xiao Robin's gaze toward me has changed?" Ignoring Lu Cheng's resentful look, Kurosaka smiled. The reason he speculated this way naturally had other reasons. If one were to witness the prophecy about the Great War, there would be no place more suitable than the Seas archipelago. After all, it is the end of paradise, the intersection of the 7 seas, and the other party would definitely wait there for the appearance of the prophesied person. But these reasons did not need to be explained to the two of them. In any case, I'll just casually pick a route first, with a permanent pointer. It's no problem to change the route later. Lu Cheng waved his hand and quickly set the sailing plan. Xiao Robin nodded repeatedly beside him. The knight was right. The first half of the Grand Line is jokingly referred to as paradise, consisting of 7 different routes. For an ordinary pirate crew, once a route is chosen, it is basically impossible to change it later. This is where the importance of the permanent pointer comes into play. With a permanent pointer, one can reach fixed islands, and changing routes later becomes very easy, highlighting the freedom to do as one wishes. Kurosaka took out a large box from behind and handed it to Xiao Robin. Lu Cheng reached out to catch it. Xiao Robin blinked and opened the box. Inside were medical books, exactly the one she saw on the bookshelf. "This is for you. The knowledge has already been imparted to you. Although time is short, it should be enough. You can take a good look at these books, and when you understand all of them, you will be ready to set out on your own." Xiao Robin hesitated, remembering that Kurosaka only had 1 copy of these books, many of which were filled with his annotations, showing the effort he had put into them. "But teacher Kurosaka, if I take these books, you..." Kurosaka smiled and interrupted Xiao Robin. "These are of no use to me anymore, just a keepsake. They're just right for you." Xiao Robin hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Actually, I've always wanted to ask, where's your ship?" Kurosaka glanced at the sea, which was empty and devoid of any boats. "You can't be planning to walk to the next island like this, right? I remember the newspaper mentioned that you have a ship. And how exactly do you plan to take Labu away from here? Its current size can't fit into the route." "Indeed," Lu Cheng nodded. Next, it was time to showcase a miracle. He snapped his fingers, and a card appeared in his palm, depicting a vast ocean with a crescent-shaped island sitting in the water. He reached out, and the box filled with medical books vanished from his hand. What is this? Kurosaka's opened his mouth slightly. He had never seen such a thing in his life. Is it filled with a piece of sea? Lu Cheng looked down at the sea water in the strait, where a huge shadow was faintly visible. Rab, move aside a little, Lu Cheng shouted. The shadow seemed to understand his words and quickly moved to the side. Knight, set off. Lu Cheng waved his hand, and a huge sailboat suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Lu Cheng smiled at Colokas and said, Mr. Colokas, my ship isn't bad, right? Colokas had nothing to say. He could only nod. He somewhat understood what the red-haired person meant by always surprising you in unexpected ways. Indeed, he had been caught off guard. Fortunately, he had seen many storms and nodded at Little Robin. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Colokas. If we have the chance, we will come back to see you. Lu Cheng laughed heartily. Are you planning to run a full circle? Not necessarily. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll decide to run backward. Colokas shook his head as he saw the two leap onto the deck. Lab, we're leaving, setting off to find Brook. The island whale let out a long, resonant whale call, as if responding to him. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and received the unresisting Labu into the card of Night Island. He shouted loudly, What a beautiful day it is today. A perfect day for sailing. My navigator, are you ready? Let's set off. Accompanied by Little Robin's crisp response, the ship once again raised its sails and sailed towards the great route in the distance. Colokas watched the sails disappear into the horizon, remaining silent for a long time before slowly revealing a smile. What an interesting little guy. I wonder what kind of trouble he will cause and what role he will play in the upcoming Grand War. Lu Cheng now just wants to slap his own face hard. The Grand Line is the most magical and dangerous sea route in the world of One Piece, where nothing can be predicted by common sense. It's completely normal for anything to happen and for strange monsters to appear. Therefore, the unpredictable weather is also a headache. Maybe 1 second it's clear skies, and the next second it will pour rain. 1 second it's sunny and pleasant, and the next it will be snowing heavily. Lu Cheng was fortunate to witness this scene, but of course he would have preferred not to see it. This damn weather really can change in an instant. Lu Cheng cursed under his breath. Everything was fine when they set off, but less than half a day into their voyage, they suddenly encountered a storm with no warning. Catching everyone off guard, the wind howled and the rain poured down like torrents, crashing down like waves from the sea. The surface of the sea was periodically stirred up by giant waves, and the night was rocking up and down in the storm. Lu Cheng lowered most of the sails, barely managing to maintain a stable course. Lab, are you okay? Lu Cheng shouted toward the water, and after hearing Lab's echo, he finally felt relieved. It seemed that the impact on the seabed was much lighter than on the surface. Lab appeared to be fine. He turned to look at Little Robin. How long until we reached the first island? Little Robin, dressed in a windbreaker with a waterproof hood, wrapped herself tightly. She stood steady against the wind and waves, rain soaking her face as droplets dripped from her hair. Hearing Lu Cheng's question, she lowered her head to check the compass and sea chart, confirming their course. At the same time, small, delicate arms emerged from the sailboat's mast, constantly adjusting the direction of the sails, which was why the Knight could still barely control its course in the storm and was continuing to move forward. Little Robin stood with a serious expression amidst the wind and waves, remarkably calm despite the tumult around her. Even at a young age, she already possessed an otherworldly demeanor. Mr. Knight, I can't be sure. There should still be several days of sailing left, but I didn't expect the weather and currents to change so quickly. Currently, we have slightly deviated from our course, and I can't confirm the exact time. So we have gone off course? It's not like that, Mr. Knight. As the Knight rocked up and down with the waves, and the heavy rain continued to pour, Little Robin looked up at the figure standing firmly at the bow of the Knight and said, It's just a slight deviation, and besides, the Great Route doesn't have a fixed path. As long as we continue to sail in the direction indicated by the compass, we will definitely reach one of the islands. Lu Cheng nodded. There are 7 initial routes on the Grand Line, and neither of them could be sure which island they would reach. After all, they were just following the compass casually. He looked at the turbulent waves ahead, his expression serious. Boom! A flash of lightning split the sky. Little Robin's pupils constricted as a towering wave, about 10 meters high, suddenly surged up like a city wall, crashing down towards the Knight's ship, almost ready to engulf the figure standing at the bow. Watch out! Little Robin exclaimed. If that wave crashed down, it would not only destroy the ship and take lives, but at least half of it would sink, and Mr. Knight was still at the bow. Roar! At the critical moment, It seemed as if a dragon's roar echoed. A set of crimson armor enveloped Lu Cheng's entire body, and a crimson dragon appeared alongside him. Lu Cheng calmly completed the card swipe and reached out to catch the falling dragon's claw fire. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, a massive fireball, over 5 meters in diameter, shot out, unstoppable as it surged towards the crashing waves. The towering wave, nearly 30 meters high, was violently split open at the center, and the scorching flames effortlessly broke through the wave wall, creating a huge void. The seawater and rainwater were evaporated by the intense flames, rising into a misty white fog, enveloping the sea surface in swirling clouds. Meanwhile, the night ship had safely passed through the waves. The bizarre weather on the Grand Line was indeed troublesome. However, it was not so easy to stop Lu Cheng now. His current strength, with the assistance of the night armor, truly matched his worth. Such small waves didn't even qualify to hinder his steps. Most of those who would be overwhelmed by such weather were small-time pirate crews. The first obstacle on the Grand Line, with its chaotic currents and weather, was already a deterrent to these weak pirates. If they couldn't handle these waves, it would be safer to leave the Grand Line as soon as possible. Mr. Knight is amazing. Little Robin smiled, looking at the unyielding figure in the distance, and praised him. Mr. Knight is getting stronger and stronger. This is no small matter, Lu Cheng hummed lightly. But deep down he felt quite pleased. Little Robin's sincere praise made him a bit elated, but soon his pupils constricted slightly. After the night ship passed through the waves, the scene before them suddenly changed. In the pouring rain, a small shadow faintly emerged, bobbing in the waves. It was a large, 3-masted sailboat. This 3-masted sailboat was even larger than Lu Cheng's night ship, especially since it seemed to have been modified. The wooden hull was covered with a layer of thick black metal plates, like armor, making it appear quite formidable from a distance, exuding a hint of danger. Such a structure would naturally have advantages in cannon battles. However, conversely, it would also be more dangerous in the waves. For instance, the ship was deeply submerged in the waves, looking as if it was about to sink at any moment. Barrels and heavy objects were being thrown off the ship, trying to combat the wind and waves by lightening the load. And with chilling screams, several figures were also thrown overboard, perishing in the vast waves. On the main mast of this 3-masted sailboat, a terrifying black skull flag was flying high. Mr. Knight, an unknown pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Little Robin quickly recognized the shadow appearing in the rain and immediately reported to Lu Cheng. Mr. Knight, what should we do? The waves are too high. Should we temporarily avoid them? No need. Just keep sailing, don't mind them. If they dare to provoke us, we could just take them on. Just then, the undercurrent surged violently, and the waves grew even more intense, throwing the night ship up and down, causing Little Robin to scream. But she quickly realized that she was securely held in Mr. Knight's arms. Thank you, Mr. Knight. It's fine. Keep going, maintain course, and don't worry about anything else. Little Robin nodded, being held in Lu Cheng's arms, allowing her to focus entirely on controlling the waves. She opened her mind and fully manipulated the flower fruit, with arms blooming like flowers all over the deck and mast, steering the helm and sails, allowing the night ship to continue steadily through the storm. Meanwhile, the armored sailboat seemed to be affected by the fierce wind and waves, bobbing in the sea. After a surging tide passed, it even showed signs of capsizing. Mr. Knight, it looks like they're about to sink. Lu Cheng replied lightly. Don't mind them. They're too far away. In such heavy rain and wind, it would be difficult to collect a bounty. Indeed, these pirates looked like mere berries in Lu Cheng's eyes. Little Robin tilted her head, but suddenly realized that the other ship's speed had slowed down and was slightly turning towards their course. At this rate, if the night ship continued forward a bit longer, the chances of encountering them would be very high. Little Robin instantly guessed their intentions, and a hint of anger appeared on her cute little face. Mr. Knight, these bastards want to steal our ship. It was obvious. The other ship was about to sink, and now they were approaching. Their intentions were clear. After spending so much time with Mr. Knight, Little Robin had become a competent pirate hunter. Seeing pirates in such rough weather, it would have been kind enough to let them go, yet they still dared to have designs on them. Little Robin felt she couldn't tolerate it, let alone the hot-tempered Mr. Knight. Could Mr. Knight endure such nonsense? Little Robin looked up, and even through the visor, she could guess that Mr. Knight's expression must be quite spectacular. Lu Cheng sighed softly. He originally thought that the weather would be bad today, allowing him to slack off, but it turned out to be another busy day at work. It had been many days since he had caught a pirate, and he was almost forgetting that he was a pirate hunter. The first business deal on the Grand Line. Lu Cheng gently put down Little Robin, and the storm continued. However, the wind and waves had calmed down a bit. arms grew from the deck, securely holding little Robin in place, and she waved her tiny fists cutely. "Mr. Knight, be careful." Lu Cheng made an okay gesture, signaling to Robin not to worry. In this kind of weather, one could easily be overwhelmed by the waves. The devil fruit users had considerable limitations, and since Robin was still young, it was better to let the other party handle the sailing. Such a good opportunity to deal with enemies should be left to her knight. The course of the night remained unchanged, steadily sailing forward. Although it was likely that if they just slightly avoided it, they would be fine given the condition of the other ship. But was it really necessary? A delivery right to their door, why not take it? The storm raged on, and that ironclad warship struggled through the wind and rain, gradually blocking Lu Cheng's path. The attitude was quite clear. What surprised Robin, however, was that the opposing pirate crew did not initiate an attack first, but she quickly realized that since their goal was to seize the ship, they would not easily fire their cannons. After all, if they destroyed Lu Cheng's knight, they would still meet a watery grave even if they managed to capture the ship. However, their inaction did not mean that Lu Cheng would be so easygoing. Before the enemy showed their heads, Lu Cheng looked at their ship, walked to the bow's cannon, and the dragon claw fired a flicker of flame, igniting the cannonball. Boom! The ship shook violently. Firing the cannon itself didn't make much noise. If it were sailing normally, it wouldn't have much of an effect on the ship. But in this storm, the impact was particularly significant. The ship was already swaying in the storm, and this made it seem as if it were about to capsize. But it didn't matter. The enemy would only suffer worse. A round steel cannonball was fired from the cannon, heading straight for the armored three-masted sailboat. "Hello," Lu Cheng shouted while waving to the enemy. "Do you like the welcome gift from the Grand Line?" The other party, being on the verge of sinking in this storm, clearly should be newcomers to the Grand Line. At least it should be their first time entering the Grand Line. It was time to give them a proper welcome. Boom! Boom! The cannonball struck directly against their steel hull. Even with a layer of iron, the direct hits at this distance created large holes. The pirate ship tilted completely, seawater flooding into the cabin, waves crashing against the deck, and the sounds of pirate screams echoed through the smoke. Clearly some unlucky souls had met the cannonball head-on, losing hands and feet in an instant. Now the enemy ship was sure to sink. Lu Cheng nodded, quite satisfied with the results of his first cannon fire. He had thought the enemy would retaliate, but they still did not fire back. Lu Cheng noticed that the pirates on the enemy ship seemed to be lowering a small boat. It appeared they intended to abandon their original ship and use the small boat to engage in a boarding battle. Since that was the case, Lu Cheng would not hold back. He leisurely loaded another cannonball, preparing to fire again. Boom! The knight's hull trembled again, and another steel cannonball was shot out, flying towards the pirate ship that was about to sink. Just as Lu Cheng was waiting to see the explosion, a huge black shadow suddenly flew out from that pirate ship, directly smashing into the cannonball in midair. It was a massive meteor hammer, securely locked by a long chain, and the iron hammer struck the cannonball, causing it to explode prematurely with a loud bang. "Oh!" Lu Cheng let out a slight gasp, and through the smoke, a huge figure slowly emerged on the deck of the sinking pirate ship. The figure was about 4 to 5 meters tall, slightly smaller than the bear Lu Cheng had seen before. With a pull of his arm, the iron chain rattled as he quickly retracted the meteor hammer, his pair of fierce big eyes glaring intensely at Lu Cheng. As the dust gradually settled, Lu Cheng finally saw the appearance of the opponent. The figure was burly, muscles as knotted as steel. But what was even more surprising was that a massive bull's head was on top of his body. A bull-headed man. No, it should be a devil fruit, some kind of zoan-type devil fruit. Interesting, Lu Cheng suddenly felt a surge of interest. Usually, those who possess a devil fruit could be worth quite a bit, and he didn't expect to encounter such a big fish. Lu Cheng squinted his eyes and set down the cannonball in his hand. He tilted his neck and, amidst the shocked gazes of a group of pirates across from him, jumped directly off the bow of the knight. He took a few steps in the air as if walking and flew straight toward the opposite side. Someone actually jumped off the ship. How can that guy fly in the air? Am I blind? Fool, that's called moonwalk, a technique of the Navy. Many pirates on that pirate ship were instantly dumbfounded at this scene. To enter the Grand Line, they had to have some knowledge. The ability to walk in the air is most commonly known as moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles. They never expected to be so unlucky to encounter such a flying powerhouse in this situation, although they had no choice, as their ship could not withstand the waves for much longer. Therefore, when a large ship suddenly appeared behind them, a ship that did not fly the Jolly Roger, their surprise was understandable. Those infamous pirate crews all had their own flags, and a ship without a flag was either not a pirate or so trashy that it was insignificant. But regardless of which, It practically had easy to bully written all over it. Thus, the moment the other side showed up, they decided to seize the other ship. This was their first time entering the Grand Line, and they had heard that it was incredibly dangerous. However, since so many pirates went, they felt somewhat unconcerned. After all, they were a well-known pirate crew in the West Sea, but they did not expect the weather in the Grand Line to change so suddenly and violently with such a fierce storm. The heavy iron armor that originally covered their ship provided strong defense. But now, this greatest advantage had turned into a disadvantage, nearly sending them to the fish's belly. Yet, they never imagined that in such an ordinary ship, one without a flag, there would be such a powerful warrior. Of course, they were shocked, but the expressions of these ferocious pirates became even more fierce. In a situation where the ship was about to sink and they were about to be buried at the bottom of the sea, they could only charge forward, regardless of whether the opponent was a flying powerhouse or even a Navy admiral. The momentum was good, and their courage was commendable. Liu Cheng slightly opened his mouth, looking at the ferocity in the eyes of those pirates, feeling not anger but joy. At first glance, these were not the typical pirates. It's safe to say that there are far too few pirates who, like the main character group, can be called adventure teams. Liu Cheng had been in the world of One Piece for about 8 or 9 months, and along the way, he had encountered dozens of pirate crews, big and small. Although there were some poor souls who were forced to join the pirates, most of the pirates he met were not good people. He moved his fists in the air. Since they were ruthless pirates, there was no code of honor to speak of, and he naturally had no qualms about using lethal force. Before Liu Cheng could reach the front of the opposing ship, a shadow shot up from the ship's hull, and a massive iron ball, about half a person's size, was dragged by a chain and smashed toward him. The iron ball glowed red from the flames, carrying a momentum of destruction. Even the storm was swept along with it as it hurtled toward Liu Cheng. The force was decent. Indeed, it was worthy of a devil fruit user's power. Half a year ago, this opponent would have been someone he needed to take seriously, but now, it seemed somewhat lacking. He suddenly threw a punch, directly smashing the iron ball back. Using the force from this impact, he flipped several times in the air, leaping high, spinning around as flames enveloped his figure. The storm around him was completely scorched and evaporated by this wave of heat, creating a circular area devoid of rain. The Minotaur staggered back a few steps, barely stabilizing himself. He suddenly exerted force, and the iron chain rattled as he retrieved his hammer. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his hammer and was shocked. A clear fist imprint was stamped on the massive hammer, a weapon he had used for many years. He knew all too well how sturdy it was. He couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of monster is this? Just when he thought he was about to sink, he encountered this opponent. It seemed like fortune had come after bad luck, but this was no fortune. This was death knocking at the door. How could he be so unfortunate to meet such a monster? Liu Cheng ignored what the other party was saying, gathering power in the air. Suddenly, like a falling star, he transformed into a blazing fireball and, under the astonished gaze of the pirates, delivered a powerful kick downwards. The scorching flames seemed to burn the sky, and in the next moment, Liu Cheng's figure had already fallen onto the steel-covered deck of the pirate ship. A look of fear appeared on the face of the bull-headed man who had consumed a devil fruit. However, as a devil fruit user, it was impossible for him to abandon the ship, even if he wanted to. On ordinary days, he could not fight away from the ship, let alone in such a storm. For him, leaving the ship and heading directly to death were no different since he couldn't swim. He raised his iron hammer in front of him, hoping to block this strike, while some pirates, realizing the dire situation, jumped into the sea in panic. Boom! The moment Liu Cheng's figure landed on the deck, flames surged outward like tidal waves from his point of impact. The steel deck cracked under that terrifying force, spreading fissures in all directions. Finally, accompanied by a loud explosion, a towering fire ignited in the storm, and a massive pirate ship suddenly erupted, transforming into a piece of burning wooden wreckage, echoing with the wails of the pirates in the air. Liu Cheng slowly straightened up in the flames, reaching out as if to catch a little chick, lifting the pirate who had returned to his normal state with one hand. The fact that the opponent didn't die from this kick was already quite impressive. Although the power of this kick was far inferior to the ultimate move, the Dragon Knight kick, which could only be used with a card, it was still a killer move he had developed by mimicking the Knight kick. And it could be considered a weakened version of the Dragon Knight kick. Redhair had once said that his technique for the Dragon Knight kick was, in a sense, akin to the armament hockey. Therefore, he had been trying hard to explore the essence of this ability, discovering hidden power, utilizing it, and integrating it with his body was the approach he was currently researching. He hoped to gain insight into the key to armament hockey through this. But although he had made some progress with this technique, it still relied more on the power of the knight armor itself. Meanwhile, the power that was said to be armament haki, hidden within him, remained elusive. Could it be that red-haired was just fooling him? Lu Cheng frowned, wondering if it was because his own strength was still somewhat lacking, not reaching the level to unleash his dominance. Lu Cheng thought for a moment, and felt that the possibility was very high. After all, his current strength still had a significant gap between wearing armor and his true form, although the armor was part of his strength. The knight's armor was more like a power amplifier, magnifying the strength he already possessed. As for haki, which is the power system in the world of One Piece, mastering it requires the physical body's hard power. Perhaps when he no longer needed to rely on the knight's armor to unleash the same kick as before, he would truly master the power of haki. Having figured out the key to the problem, Lu Cheng suddenly felt relaxed, and even the raging storm around him seemed to weaken considerably. He did not pay attention to the pirates struggling to survive in the sea. Those people would soon disappear in the storm without needing his concern. He never had a good impression of those wicked pirates. If it were convenient at other times, he might not mind taking them down for some berries. But at this moment, in the midst of the storm, not knowing when he would reach the next island, he had no leisure to capture them one by one. In any case, Lu Cheng felt that the most valuable goods should already be in his hands. As for the other pirates, let them fend for themselves on the sea. If they could survive under such circumstances, they could consider themselves lucky. Of course. Lu Cheng waved his hand casually, shattering the surging waves. He felt that with such weather, the other party should not be so lucky. After all, since he first saw them, it was clear that the luck of this pirate crew was far from good. You are the Kamen Rider. The Kamen Rider with a bounty of 99 million? A faint voice came from his hand. Lu Cheng looked down and found that the other party had actually woken up from their coma. It seemed that the physical quality of the Zoan-type Devil Fruit user was indeed impressive. From the West Sea? Lu Cheng asked casually. Although he had been gone for so long, with such a high bounty in this iconic armor, it was not surprising to be recognized. However, the fact that they recognized him so quickly indicated that the other party was likely from the West Sea. After all, he and Little Robin were most famous in the West Sea, and there were probably still many bounty hunters searching for him and Little Robin throughout the West Sea. The pirate did not respond, and he was only barely holding on, wanting to see who could wipe out his entire pirate crew with just one move. But after recognizing the identity of the other party, he could no longer hold on and fainted again. Lu Cheng took a few strides in the air and returned to his ship, casually tossing the opponent onto the deck. Soon, arms suddenly sprouted from the deck, tightly binding the opponent with ropes. Easy to handle, Lu Cheng smiled and nodded at Robin. This guy has a devil fruit, looks like a big catch. Robin, how much do you think he's worth? Robin carefully examined the opponent's face, then ran to the side cabin and rummaged through it. Soon, she took out a bounty notice. 24 million, Mr. Knight, he's a big catch. Just as I thought, Lu Cheng took the bounty notice and glanced at it casually. East Sea, Captain of the Ironclad Pirates. Bullman Akuli. The bull fruit, sounds like a weak fruit, and the Minotaur must die. Lu Cheng weakly complained, causing the nearby Little Robin, who didn't quite understand, to roll her eyes. Sir Knight is talking nonsense again. Isn't it better to stay in the West Sea, running out to look for death? Who knows if there's a naval base on the next island, or if we can exchange for a bounty? Lu Cheng pondered. It's hard to say, Sir Knight. I've heard that on certain islands in the Grand Line, naval bases are not that common. Whether we encounter one probably depends on luck. Lu Cheng nodded, looked at the sky, and asked, we haven't drifted too far off course, have we? No, we're still on the route. I've been keeping an eye on it, Sir Knight. So don't worry. Little Robin was still so reliable. Lu Cheng, satisfied, stretched lazily. The battlefield behind him had completely disappeared from view, and by the time he spoke, the night had already sailed far away. Suddenly, the sea ahead began to clear up gradually, a completely different world from the previous storm. Lu Cheng frowned and looked back. The sea behind was still turbulent, with waves surging, resembling a doomsday scene. This damn weather, the Grand Line is really quite interesting. Lu Cheng muttered casually, looking ahead. Steady the course, let's continue. All right, Sir Knight. However, after sailing for a while, the weather began to change again, and it even started to snow and hail. Fortunately, Little Robin's physical fitness had improved significantly, so there was no need to worry about adding clothes or catching a cold. There was no need to keep fleeing. There was time to train the devil fruit, and Robin's strength was much stronger than in the original at the same stage. After being unconscious for several days, the pirate soon woke up. Although he was still considered useless due to his severe injuries, at least he didn't have to worry about dying suddenly. In fact, to protect his 24 million berries, Lu Cheng even gave him some food to prevent him from starving. Only a righteous knight like him would do such a virtuous act of repaying malice with kindness, truly a model among pirate hunters. Upon learning that he was to be sent to the naval base for a reward, the pirate became quite obedient after realizing the vast disparity in strength between them. After all, he was the only one left on the ship. Being detained by the Navy was certainly better than being killed on the spot. However, Lu Cheng was quite curious about what the situation in the West Sea was like now. Hey! Lu Cheng casually kicked the pirate on the ground. Stop pretending to be dead. I know you're awake. Akuli silently lifted his head, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. In the storm, the appearance of Lu Cheng had brought him hope. But that hope quickly turned into deeper despair. His companions had met a nightmarish end much earlier. In such a storm, they had no chance of survival. Now, he had become a captive, uncertain whether it was lucky or unlucky. How could you be so strong? Lu Cheng kicked the opponent in the stomach, causing his face to contort in pain. Are you the prisoner, or am I the prisoner? Do you understand what I'm asking? Seeing the other person nodding in pain, Lu Cheng finally stopped his actions. There's no other way. Pirates are a bunch of people who take advantage of others. If you don't show them some strength, they won't understand why the flowers are so red. Do you know me from the West Sea? The opponent silently nodded. Why did you come to the Grand Line to seek death? We just didn't expect the Grand Line to be so dangerous. Lu Cheng shook his head, and his reasoning was quite similar to those pirates who recklessly plunged into the Grand Line. What is the situation in the West Sea now? Are they still capturing us? He curiously asked, as before he and Nico Robin were sent away by Bartholomew Kuma. The sea surface in the West Sea was quite turbulent, and it was certainly not peaceful. Now half a year has passed, and he wondered how things were. Yes, everyone thought you were hiding somewhere in the West Sea, but they didn't expect you to come to the Grand Line. Truly relentless, just so fond of wasting effort. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded at Nico Robin. Akuri was somewhat speechless. What do you mean by wasting effort? You should know that the combined bounty for the two of you is nearly 200 million, and the intelligence indicates that your strength is not that strong. How could that not drive people crazy? Of course. Akuri felt that those intelligence agents were all fools at that moment. What do you mean by the biggest fat sheep in the West Sea? What do you mean by writing 99 million and 79 million, but reading it as 990,000 and 790,000? Your 990,000 bounty pirate is so outrageous. The pressure from that opponent's attack reminded him of the scene when he had once seen a warlord in action, a scene he had fortunately witnessed. And it was also one of the reasons that drove him to leave the West Sea. What? The newly appointed warlord? Are you saying Gecko Moria appeared in the West Sea? Lu Cheng touched his chin and said, Go on, I'm very interested in this news. What else do you know? Akuri gave a wry smile, feeling like a fish on the chopping board, and could only obediently continue. Previously, the Moonlight Moria mysteriously disappeared for a period of time, and then suddenly reappeared, accepting the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea from the world government in front of everyone, becoming one of the newly appointed 7 Warlords of the Navy. Lu Cheng frowned. The 7 Warlords of the Sea were a new tactic used by the Navy to curb pirates, essentially managing pirates with pirates. In simple terms, it meant recruiting a portion of powerful pirates to deal with other pirates, creating a cycle of mutual destruction. However, the outcome was completely different from what the Navy expected. Pirates with legitimate power only caused greater destruction. Referring to the subsequent crocodile, it became clear that while pirates could only destroy one island at a time, he could easily annihilate an entire country. Of course, perhaps the world government had considered this but didn't take care. What did he do? Lu Cheng asked curiously. Akuri let out a bitter laugh. The other party just became a newly appointed warlord of the sea and immediately began appearing all over the seas, helping to deal with pirates. Many pirates have been hunted down by him, and the news is widely reporting on it. We came to the Grand Line to avoid him. Lu Cheng shook his head. The world government was indeed going all out to whitewash the 7 warlords. But how could pirates be tamed? A dog can't change its nature. Can pretending to be good change one as true self? They would realize how foolish they were when the world government got bitten back. The weather along the route remained unpredictable, sometimes sunny and sometimes stormy. The night sailed through the waves, braving the wind and snow. And after 2 whole weeks, the weather suddenly turned clear. It had been sunny for 2 days now. Lu Cheng looked at the sky. We should be close now, right? As they approached the island, the chaotic weather along the route would quickly calm down, which was one of the important indicators to determine whether an island was nearby. Little Robin nodded, and Lu Cheng looked up into the distance. Where it seemed an island was faintly visible through the sea mist. It looked like they had truly arrived. The first island on the Grand Line. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction, finally able to complete his task. After finishing this task, he could enter the lottery, which made him feel a surge of anticipation. Labu, then goodbye. Lu Chang shouted towards the sea. We need to rest on this island for a while and record the magnetic force of the pointer. On the Grand Line, after reaching an island, a short stop is required to wait for the recording pointer to log the magnetic force. Only after that can it point to another island. A low growl came from the sea, and it was clear that Labu understood and responded. A huge shadow in the water swam off into the distance. Labu, already accustomed to the currents of the Grand Line, couldn't wait to leave and search for Brook. Mr. Knight, can it find him? I don't know, but there is gravity in this world. Gravity? It means that some people are destined to meet. Just like me and Robin. Lu Chang snapped his fingers, and at that moment, little Robin completely understood, nodding in agreement repeatedly. Lu Chang then maneuvered the ship towards the distant island, Lutiki Island. It was a name he had never heard of before. This was the first island on Lu Chang's route, but it was not the first island reached by the main characters. After all, with 7 routes to choose from, randomly picking one meant only a 1 in 7 chance of encountering it, so not finding it was normal. The island appeared to be small in scale, and it did not seem chaotic. Everything looked orderly. It was very different from the image he had in mind of a place filled with pirates. When Lu Chang arrived, it only caused a minor stir. It seemed the people on the island were already accustomed to outsiders from the Grand Line. Lu Chang held little Robin's hand as they stepped down from the knight's ship, while behind them, a rope was tied to the obedient Bolakuri. He could easily snap the thin rope, but wisely chose not to, as the opponent's strength was truly terrifying. He didn't dare to play any tricks. Is this the Grand Line? Once on the island, little Robin curiously looked around, cautiously glancing at her surroundings through her mask. Why does it feel like there's nothing special here? After all, this is just the first island. Lu Chang smiled, his gaze calmly sweeping the area. Let's stay on the island for a few days. The recording pointer also needs some time to accumulate magnetic force, and it's necessary to replenish some supplies. Although he carried an island with him, with plenty of supplies, it was still essential to add some fresh fruits and vegetables. After all, while Night Island had a lot of flowers, it almost had no fruit trees. Little Robin looked down at the recording pointer in her hand. The pointer had stopped spinning and was fixed in one direction, shaking continuously. She gently nodded. Let's go and see if there are any local specialties, and also inquire if there's a naval base around. As he said this, Lu Chang noticed that someone seemed to be watching the 3 of them. He frowned. A thin figure had already disappeared from his sight, slipping into an alley. And this was not the first person he had seen like that. It seemed that this island was not as peaceful as he had imagined. After all, the Grand Line is not exactly a paradise. He held little Robin's hand and casually walked into a restaurant, ordering a large table of dishes. Tasting food from different islands had become a habit for the 2 over the years. Akuri stood at the door, hungry, watching the 2 feast, a bitter smile on his face. He had noticed that ever since they arrived on the island, someone had been secretly monitoring them, and he didn't believe that the masked knight hadn't noticed. If it were him, he would definitely be cautious, fearing an ambush. But the other party seemed completely unconcerned, as if they were unaware of anything, which was akin to courting death. Yet, thinking of the other party's terrifying strength, Akuri's heart remained icy. That terrifying blow was like a nightmare. If he had known the Grand Line was this frightening, he wouldn't have come to such a place. Even if he stayed in the West Sea and didn't become a pirate. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Little Robin ate her food slowly, feeling a long-lost sensation of being watched with malice wherever she went. What is wrong, little Robin? Not tasty? Seeing little Robin not eating, Lu Chang, mouth full of food, asked with a stammer. It's nothing, Mr. Knight, just thinking about some things. Little Robin smiled sweetly, lowered her head, and continued to eat slowly. In the restaurant, the customers quietly left one by one. Soon, the large restaurant was left with only Lu Chang and little Robin and Akuri, who was tied up beside them. In a dark room, many people lay scattered about, the room filled with the smell of alcohol, with drunk men and women sprawled on the floor, creating a chaotic scene. A thin figure suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in, the lights turning on to illuminate the messy hall. Everyone get up, guys, there's a big fish. The people lying on the floor heard the commotion, rubbing their hangover-stricken heads and slowly opening their sleepy eyes, taking a while to adapt to the familiar brightness. What is happening? What big fish? Why the urgency? It really is a big fish. I haven't seen one this big in ages. Seeing that his companions were unhurried, the thin man grew anxious, jumping onto a table and shouting at the others lying around until he got everyone up, then shouted loudly. A big fish, an absolutely big fish. One with a bounty of 24 million. Most importantly, there's another with 79 million and 99 million. A collective gasp filled the air. 24 million was one thing, but 79 million and 99 million. What pirates at that level weren't notorious, ruthless, and killers? How could so many pirates of this caliber appear at once? You must be drunk and mistaken. Someone questioned, finding the news too exaggerated. Mistaken? You are the one who got the wrong woman. I wouldn't mistake that. The thin man pulled out two slightly worn bounty posters from his pocket and tossed them onto the table. The amounts on those posters were clearly 79 million and 99 million berries, with the names printed on them undoubtedly belonging to the masked knight and the demon child. How long have they been here? Over 2 hours. They're currently eating on the island. It seems they haven't noticed anything, acting like two rookies. No way. How could it be so long without notifying anyone that pirates came in? Someone frowned and asked. When they arrived, there was no pirate flag on their ship, and only one man and a little girl came down, both wearing masks. They even tied up a person and asked about the naval base along the way, which drew attention to them being a bit off. They said they were going to the naval base to claim a bounty, and that's when I took a closer look and noticed something was wrong. The thin man took a few gulps of rum from the table, plopped down on the table, and said, "Do you know who that tied-up person is?" "Who is it?" The onlookers, now serious, asked. Akuri the Bull, a pirate from the West Sea with a bounty of 24 million, the captain of the ironclad pirates. Such a big pirate is being tied up like a dog. I can hardly believe my eyes. After finishing his drink, the man tossed the bottle aside, his mouth fragrant. Damn it, I haven't seen anything like this in years. A big pirate being treated like this made me curious, so I took a closer look at the man and the girl. And that's when I realized something was off. He pointed at the bounty poster with Nico Robin's photo on it. It's definitely her. Although she looks a bit taller and is wearing a mask, with that long hair and body shape, it's definitely her, the demon child Robin. What are you sure about that? Someone frowned and asked, "Don't get it wrong." "I can't be wrong. Do you know what that man calls that little girl?" He had spoken too much and felt his throat dry. But fortunately, a companion handed him a freshly opened bottle of rum, and he unceremoniously downed half of it. Steadying his trembling voice, he called her Little Robin. I heard it clearly. If this isn't the demon child Nico Robin, I'll eat shit. This. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Coincidences wouldn't keep happening, and now they believe the thin man's words to a large extent. The thin man continued, although we can't be sure of the man's identity. The only person who could be so close to the demon child is that legendary masked knight, whom no one has seen the true face of. With bounties of 79 million and 99 million, what do you think we should do? Are we in or out? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Those who could settle on the first island of the Grand Line were certainly not ordinary folks. They were all bounty hunters, banding together here to capture those unfortunate rookie pirates who had just entered the Grand Line, unaware of its dangers. Countless unfortunate pirates had perished at their hands, traded in for bounties. 79 million and 99 million. Damn, how is that possible? The bounty hunters, who had been a bit drowsy, were now fully awake. Being a bounty hunter is a high-risk profession. The identities of hunter and prey are often relative. Having been in this line of work for so long, they understood this principle deeply. One must act according to their capabilities. Encountering truly terrifying pirates and seeking them out would be a death wish. Not every pirate could be captured. Although they had hunted plenty of pirates, the highest bounty among those was only around 30 to 40 million berries. A pirate with a 99 million berry bounty was simply beyond their imagination of a terrifying pirate. Such pirates would only appear deep in the Grand Line and would never show up here, nor were they on their hunting list. 79 million and 99 million. What the hell? Are you looking for death? Can we deal with pirates of this level? Don't drag us into it. A few pirates glared at the two bounty posters and cursed. Upon hearing this, the skinny man immediately grinned, filled with confidence. These two guys are different. They're not like ordinary pirates at all. Haven't you seen the newspapers from half a year ago in the West Sea? This Nico Robin was just an 8 or 9-year-old little girl back then, with no real strength. But for some unknown reason, the Navy went crazy and set such a high bounty on her. The entire West Sea was searching for this little girl. As for this masked knight, there were no reports of any achievements. He was only wanted by the Navy for saving Nico Robin from gangsters, which is why he was given such a high bounty. The skinny man's eyes were filled with greed. So what you mean is, everyone realized something and hesitantly asked. That's right. The skinny man snapped his fingers. It's not what you think. These two are not vicious pirates. Their strength is far from their bounty. They are genuine, fat sheep. They must have escaped from the West Sea to here, too naive, thinking the Grand Line is a place for children to play house. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and quickly began to chatter excitedly. Migratory bird, Locke? Suddenly someone asked the two nearby. Weren't you in the West Sea before? Is what the skinny guy said true? The ones called migratory bird, and Locke hesitated for a moment before speaking. That Nico Robin indeed has no abilities. Ordinary people were capturing her back then. That shouldn't be wrong. As for that masked knight, it is said he only dealt with a few gangsters. His strength should be around a 10 million bounty at most. That's information from half a year ago. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Such good fortune still exists in the world. Really, going out to pick up money. No, money is being delivered to their doorstep. The skinny man grinned. I specifically checked. The West Sea is still wanted for these two. But they probably didn't expect these two to run to the Grand Line. If those pirates with bounties of 99 million berries deep in the Grand Line were involved, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to seek death. But these two are different. While bounties generally represent strength and are the government's recognition of a pirate's capability and threat level, the bounty for these two is clearly inflated, almost to the point of being ridiculous. I found a newspaper from half a year ago. Indeed, it stated that the masked knight and the son of the devil do not have strong abilities. As everyone pondered, someone nearby had already begun to search for newspapers and information from half a year ago to verify the truth of these words. 99 million plus 79 million, plus an extra 24 million for a phone recharge. That's nearly 200 million berries. Even if they worked hard for years, risking their lives hunting pirates, they wouldn't have that much money. Someone thought for a moment, and although they were tempted, they hesitated to speak. But even though they have bounties, and the bounties are high, they shouldn't be considered pirates, right? We are bounty hunters. Before he could finish speaking, the others looked at him with strange eyes. What does it matter if they are pirates or not? What does it matter if they have done bad things? We are bounty hunters. They have bounties, which means they are our prey. Isn't that what we do? Hearing this, he remained silent. Looking at the bounty poster of the ragged little girl, his eyes filled with fear and despair, feeling a struggle in his heart. What's wrong? After being a bounty hunter for so many years and killing so many people, is he soft-hearted now and wants to be a good person? Everyone laughed heartily. It sounded like a joke. The skinny man continued. We're not the only ones eyeing them. I can recognize them, and others can too. Once they know, they won't let these fat sheep go either. If we are slow to act with such a large bounty, don't even think about tasting the meat. You won't even catch a whiff of the scraps. There was a stir among the crowd, and upon hearing that other bounty hunter groups might have already targeted these fat sheep, a few people's eyes turned red. The competition among bounty hunters had always been fierce. After so many years, there were definitely plenty of conflicts among them. After exchanging glances, a few stood up, pounding the table and making a decision. Let's do it. Damn it, what are we afraid of? It's just licking blood on the blade. What have we not encountered? Besides, if we don't take action, others will. Let's go. Over 200 million berries. How many years of carefree living can we get from this? Of course, some bounty hunters remained silent. Although tempted, they still held on to a shred of basic principles. Seeing that a few were hesitant, others grew impatient, and, at that moment, a tall figure slowly stood up from the shadows. Brothers from all over gathered together to hunt pirates more conveniently. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone just work alone? He smiled, his voice deep like thunder, echoing in the hall. Every group has its own rules. The more effort you put in, the more you get a share. That's how it has always been. Whether or not you want to take this job is entirely voluntary, but let me be clear. If you're not willing to take action, just sit quietly and don't play any tricks. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and disregarding brotherhood. The boss is right. It should be like this. After this man spoke, the bounty hunters quieted down. A few exchanged glances, and in the end, it was the first bounty hunter who had spoken who stepped forward, softly saying, Sorry, brothers, I have a daughter too about the same age as that girl, so I withdraw. He stood up and walked out of the hall, and one after another, several bounty hunters rose and exited as well. Soon, the hall doors closed tightly again, and the sound of detailed planning and arrangements occasionally echoed. After all, he was a notorious pirate, and they naturally could not let their guard down. The fact that he had not been caught by the Navy for so long clearly indicated that he had some skills. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding in various locations across the island, like sharks sensing blood, revealing their menacing dorsal fins. The storm at sea had just calmed down, while the storm on the island was just beginning to rise. There weren't many books or historical artifacts left on this island. Little Robin and Lu Chung strolled around the island, but quickly lost interest. After all, This was one of the starting islands of the Grand Line. Even if such things did exist, they would likely have been destroyed by pirates. Mr. Knight, let's head back, little Robin said, glancing around. The hidden gazes made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Cheng nodded. I heard there's a Navy base not far from here. We can check it out later. The climate near the island was calm, and some isolated islands held little value. However, there would be navies stationed for renovations, and that was the information he had gathered. The two walked back at a leisurely pace, not forgetting to buy some fruits and fresh water along the way. The ropes of the bull, Akuli, had already been untied, and at that moment, he was obediently carrying fresh water and food like a deckhand on the ship. In this way, anyone who didn't know him would never guess that he was a pirate with a bounty of 24 million. It seemed that Lu Cheng noticed an increase in the number of people suddenly appearing around them. They did not take action, but cautiously watched the two of them, following behind. Lu Cheng originally thought that this island was a pirate den, but after observing for a while, he felt that it was more likely to be a gathering of pirate hunters. However, it didn't make much difference since he was already being targeted. The two walked leisurely, even intentionally slowing their pace. When they noticed little Robin glancing over, Lu Cheng smiled and said, well, if the ship gets dirty, it won't be easy to clean. Little Robin blinked and obediently slowed her pace as well. Akuri, carrying heavy loads, remained silent, resembling a hard-working laborer, silently following the two with fruits and supplies on his back. When they reached an open space near the port, it seemed that the other side was almost ready. As soon several groups of pirate hunters emerged menacingly from various corners of the dock. Soon the second and third groups appeared, each consisting of dozens of people, armed with sharp weapons and firearms, exuding a chilling aura. Lu Cheng stopped in his tracks, while little Robin stood quietly beside him. Akuri remained silent, still carrying the enormous box, showing no intention of putting it down. The others at the dock quickly vanished, leaving only three groups of people tightly surrounding Lu Cheng and his companions, blocking their way. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and greeted, hello everyone. Could you please move aside? You're blocking my way. Haha. The pirate hunters burst into laughter, causing quite a commotion. The leader of the group spoke up. He was a rugged man accompanied by a thin, wiry boy. Lu Cheng recalled that the other party seemed to have been secretly observing him and little Robin earlier. You two are the masked rider and the son of the demon, right? Lu Cheng nodded. What's wrong? Is there something going on? The big man smiled. It's nothing. Just that my brothers have been a bit tight on funds recently and want to borrow your brains for a while. Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment. After all, bounty hunters were somewhat different from pirates, even if some of them weren't much better. However, there were also many who were simply trying to make a living or who hated pirates. Are you bounty hunters? He shook his head and said, but I'm not a pirate. Are you sure you want to cause trouble for me? The big man smiled and replied, brother, you can blame it on your high bounty. If you two only had a few million on your heads, maybe I would let you go today. Well, thank you for that. Lu Cheng smiled. After all, for him, facing a few million bounty pirates, he had never let anyone go. Just for that sentence, if you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Cut the nonsense. The second group spoke impatiently, same old rules. Since we've all set our sights on you, let's do it the old way. Take them out first, then we'll talk about the bounty. Several bounty hunters silently nodded, quickly reaching a tacit agreement and surrounding them quietly. Lu Cheng sighed. The pirate hunters were not really bad people, and unlike pirates, they didn't have bounties on their heads. Fighting them would only lead to losses. So Lu Cheng thought about slipping away. However, the Grand Line was a cruel place. If he couldn't intimidate others, a continuous stream of trouble was to be expected. Since he planned to accompany Robin on a legitimate voyage, he had naturally made preparations. He snapped his fingers, and a set of crimson armor enveloped him with the sound. Indeed, he was a masked rider. The pirate hunters were taken aback for a moment, but soon their faces showed madness. With 90 million and 70 million so close at hand, how could they not go crazy? Bang! Bang! Almost at the moment Lu Cheng transformed, everyone present reacted, aiming their guns at him and firing in unison. A series of gunshots rang out. Lu Cheng stood firm and unflinching in place. There seemed to be no change in his armor, but his body inside had already used iron blocks. Under the double defense, those bullets hitting Lu Cheng felt like mere tickles, having no effect at all. After the gunfire echoed for a while, everyone's serious gazes turned towards the armored figure, a sense of unease rising in their hearts. This guy, is he completely unafraid of firearms? Such terrifying defensive power? Don't worry, it's because of his armor. He ate a devil fruit, so there's no need to be afraid. According to the plan, use blunt weapons to attack him. He won't be able to withstand it. In the Grand Line, devil fruit users are quite common. However, having seen many, their deterrent power is far less than in the four seas. After all, there are too many monsters in the Grand Line. Liu Cheng suddenly waved his hand, and a scorching gust of wind howled, easily knocking down the incoming projectiles. He calmly pulled out a card from the holster at his waist. On the card's surface, a crimson dragon roared. Advent. Contract arrival. A strange voice seemed to come from the heavens, and the space in front of the pirate hunters distorted. Just as everyone was still trying to comprehend what was happening, a deafening roar erupted. The unmatched dragon let out a dragon's cry, its massive body charging straight at the pirate hunters, blocking its path. These pirate hunters, seasoned in battle, could be considered experts. Yet, under the impact of the unmatched dragon, they appeared as fragile as infants, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Those pirate hunters who were directly struck did not even show a trace of life. They simply died on the spot. The unmatched dragon swiftly swung its tail, sending the pirate hunters flying, circling in the air, and hovering around Liu Cheng, roaring in fury. Liu Cheng stepped forward, with the wuxuang long swirling around him as he moved ahead. Upon seeing this, the pirates couldn't help but take a step back. In just one round of attacks, a third of these pirate hunters had already fallen. The remaining ones lost their fighting spirit as well. They finally understood that the opponent was not some sheep, but a thoroughly dangerous individual with a bounty of 99 million. With a loud clang, the sound of weapons dropping echoed as someone trembled in fear, unable to even hold onto their weapon. Wuxuang Long, attack! Liu Cheng's calm voice rang out, like a command from the Grim Reaper. The Wuxuang Long raised its head, brewing red flames in its mouth, and shot out a massive fireball straight ahead. With a deafening explosion, the dock was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The fierce fire blazed, surrounding the area in an inferno. Liu Cheng reached out his hand to Little Robin, who hurriedly ran to his side. The flames parted in front of Liu Cheng, forming a burning path. He held Little Robin's hand and stepped through. Behind them were cries of pain and wails. But no one dared to block his way anymore. The path ahead was clear. Akuli silently carried the box and followed. He had anticipated this outcome, and because of that, he hadn't even thought of escaping earlier. He was almost certain that the enemy's strength matched their worth. They were truly a big pirate worth nearly 100 million. A powerful monster had emerged on the Grand Line. On the night, Liu Cheng looked at the dock nearby that was urgently trying to put out the fire. His gaze profound. After this battle, the entire world would likely know that he and Little Robin had arrived on the Grand Line. If anyone came looking for trouble, they would probably come with confidence. However, there were pros and cons to this. In a way, it was a good thing, as it meant there wouldn't be so many annoying little pests. What is Mr. Knight thinking about? Little Robin curiously asked. I was wondering if I'll get a bounty, Liu Cheng said, yawning. At this rate, I might really be treated as a pirate. He had gone all out. After all, bounty hunters weren't as ruthless as pirates. In fact, to some extent, the presence of these bounty hunters had weakened the pirates' rampage. Even if they themselves weren't exactly good people, they couldn't compare to how much worse the pirates were. Indeed, once things reach a point of chaos, they can become absurd. However, his current strength was formidable. Summoning armor and the unmatched dragon was already serious business. Even his casual attacks had caused significant losses for those bounty hunters. Every route in the Grand Line's initial islands was almost a gathering place for bounty hunters. Liu Cheng recalled that in the original work, the main characters had also faced attacks from bounty hunters shortly after entering the Grand Line. This was the second nightmare for all novice pirates. After enduring the ravages of a storm, the first island they reached was filled with bounty hunters lying in wait. However, this time, they had kicked a hard iron plate. Liu Cheng's pupils reflected the flames, and after watching for a while, he suddenly felt a bit disinterested. Little Robin? Little Robin, who was busy sorting the food they had bought, turned her head in confusion. What's wrong, Knight? Let's set sail. It's a bit boring here, with pointless killings and fights. I don't want to stay here any longer. Little Robin blinked her eyes, noticing Liu Cheng's lack of enthusiasm. She ran to his side, wrapped her arms around him, and rested her head against his waist. It's not your fault, Knight. You didn't do anything wrong. Liu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. He was just feeling a bit emotional, but this little girl actually turned around to comfort him, truly. He shook his head, stroking Little Robin's soft hair. Realizing she had grown up, the memory of that little girl shivering in the rain was becoming increasingly blurry, replaced by this obedient and understanding cute girl in front of him. Suddenly, his heart felt wide open, as if the sea was vast and the sky was clear. Perhaps his knightly justice wasn't that great after all, but at least it was enough to warm the people he wanted to protect. Thank you, my 79 million. Hearing this somewhat familiar nickname, Little Robin felt a bit dazed. It had been a long time since she heard the Knights call her that. Sir Knight, there's nothing good here, and I don't like it either, Little Robin replied sulkily. But Sir Knight, our recording pointer's magnetism isn't fully stored yet. Then we don't have to wait for it to be full. Lu Cheng looked out at the distant sea. Don't we have 2 permanent pointers? Let's set the next target there. Little Robin nodded, leaving the Knight's embrace and starting to prepare for departure. Lu Cheng's gaze turned to Akuri, who was silently starting to clean the deck, and he frowned. You actually didn't think about escaping? Earlier, when he was fighting, if the opponent had thought about escaping, there would still have been a tiny chance to get away. Akuri shook his head. I am your captive, Captain. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. However, this big fool didn't seem too bright, as evidenced by his nickname Brawn Bull. After all, there are wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. The ship slowly began to set sail, and Lu Cheng's lips curled up slightly. Although it was a bit late, it was still good weather for sailing. You were in the West Sea before, so why did you become a pirate? What were you wanted for? Lu Cheng asked casually. Akuri fell silent for a moment. I killed our king. He made it impossible for everyone to live. Later, with the help of the citizens, I left the country and became a pirate. Afterward, I ate a devil fruit and gradually became a great pirate. What an inspiring story. Lu Cheng looked into the distance, and after a while, he spoke. I originally planned to hand you over for the bounty, but I'm not in a good mood right now and have no interest in dealing with the Navy. His voice was calm, but it made Akuri's hair stand on end, so you better behave. If you make me feel uncomfortable, I'll chop you up and feed you to the whales. Akuri lowered his head and cautiously continued cleaning the deck, but he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. At the Navy headquarters, that masked rider has appeared on the initial island and clashed with the bounty hunters there, ultimately killing a dozen bounty hunters before leaving. How terrifying. Borsellino tapped the transponder snail and looked at the telegram in his hand, clicking his tongue in amazement. How terrifying. He repelled so many pirate hunters with one move. This little guy has quite the strength. Kazan, didn't you encounter him before? Anything to say? Kazan shot him a cold glance. Don't call me that. After warning Borsellino, he finally spoke. It should be that the other's strength has improved. In less than a year, he has progressed this quickly. He shook his head. I thought at that time that this little guy would be a big trouble in the future. I wanted to capture him and let Zifa-sensei teach him properly. But then Shanks came to stir things up, and coupled with this little guy's troublesome ability, he got away. Were you deliberately letting him go? Akainu's voice rang out from the side. Do you know? The world government is very dissatisfied with us for not being able to catch Nico Robin. Then let them be dissatisfied. Kazan was unconcerned. Since they're in a hurry, let them catch her themselves. Why should we bother? We're the Navy. We don't have time to play hide and seek with kids all day. Kazan, don't let the death of Saul make you so intent on protecting Nico Robin. Don't forget, we are the Navy, and we must act for justice. Don't use public office for personal gain. If they are pirates, they should be killed without leaving a single one behind. Akainu frowned, his tone growing heavier. Justice? Kazan's voice finally lost its previous lethargy. I know whether what I do is justice or not. The rest of the Navy may not know, but you can't be unaware. Can you? Are they pirates? Cough, cough. Borsellino coughed a couple of times, interrupting their argument. All right, let's not argue about this. It will hurt our feelings. Carp, don't you think so? After a long time without a response, he turned his head and saw Carp sleeping, instantly feeling exhausted. There wasn't a single person in the entire office who didn't give him a headache. Carp, huh? Navy hero Carp opened his eyes groggily. Is it time to eat? Borsellino took a deep breath. We're discussing the masked rider and the son of the devil. Oh, not time to eat. Carp muttered and fell silent again. When Borsellino looked again, he was so angry he could jump. You fell asleep again. How do you manage that? Seeing Carp was unreliable, he could only turn back to look at Kazan and Akainu. He understood why Kazan was like this, and Akainu was too radical in his actions. After the O'Hara incident, this kind of dispute had occurred many times. He sighed. Anyway, the orders of the world government still need to be followed. Since the other party has appeared so brazenly, there is no reason to let them off easily. Kazan, how about you go again? Not interested. Kazan stood up and put on his hat. He can enter the mirror. It's practically impossible for me to catch him. Now that pirates on the Grand Line are getting increasingly restless, I have no interest in playing hide and seek with 2 kids. He walked out of the office and slammed the door. The red-haired pirates have been acting suspiciously lately. I'm going to investigate whether they're preparing some conspiracy. Sigh. Borsellino sighed, looking at Akainu, and said, I'll take responsibility. It's just that the other party's whereabouts are currently unknown. They didn't stop, but left directly. They probably have a permanent pointer. We'll wait until they show up again. although the first half of the Grand Line has many islands. Navigating with record pointers requires staying on each island for several days to gather magnetic force, making it easy to determine the course. But with a permanent pointer, it's different. They can change their course at any time, making it more flexible and variable. As for the world government, let's leave it at that for now. If we can't catch anyone, there's nothing we can do. After all, there's so many pirates on the sea that we haven't caught. It doesn't matter if we miss these two. Those two little guys won't stir up much trouble. They naturally had this confidence because they were the Navy. In this sea, they were the strongest force. This period marked the peak of the Navy's power. The 4 emperors of the New World, the 7 warlords of the sea, were no match for the Navy's strength at this moment. Navy hero Carp had not yet retired, and Zifa had not yet lost an arm. The old generation of strong figures was still at their peak, and the new generation of strong figures like Kazan, Akainu, and Borsellino had already begun to make a name for themselves. This was the golden age of the Navy, the true maritime overlord. Inside the cabin of the night, Lu Cheng leaned back in his chair. In front of him was a huge circular roulette. After successfully reaching the first island, he completed the task smoothly and finally accumulated enough justice points to participate in the lottery. Lottery. Lu Cheng rubbed his palms together, eager to try. Do you confirm the lottery? The system promptly sent a notification sound. Confirm. Lu Cheng extended his finger and spun the roulette, which whirled rapidly in front of him. Stop. The roulette came to a halt at his command, and the system's notification sound reached his ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the item. Copy arrival. All special cards of Kamen Rider Scallop. Copy arrival can be activated by inserting into the summoner. Copies an ability that has been touched for personal use. Item level. Advanced item category. Special card item effect. A surprise copying ability. The key to a knight's unexpected victory. Copy arrival. Lu Cheng played with the card in his hand, feeling delighted. Just like the last time he drew the contract seal card, the copy arrival also belonged to the special card category. In the world of Kamen Rider Ryuki, many riders possess numerous special cards, which have powerful effects that can compensate for many shortcomings. In fact, for Lu Cheng, a special card provides a greater enhancement than new card box. After all, no matter how many armors one has, only one can be worn at a time, and the data of the Ryuki armor is among the highest in the Kamen Rider Ryuki series. Of course, there are exceptions like certain time-stopping characters. However, special cards are much more convenient to use, and when paired with Ryuki's high stats, they're far more effective than other armors. Of course, he would still be quite interested in long-range special-type armors like the Iron Soldier. This round of draws was definitely worth it. Lu Chengshi gleefully placed the card into the Dragon Knight's card box, walked onto the deck, and prepared to test its effects. From the description of the card, it seemed that after the system's magical modification, the effects had also become much more powerful. Now he was about to see how it worked. Lu Chengda strode onto the deck, where Akuri was bowing his head to clean. With an extra hand on board, Little Robin's daily tasks became much easier. Because they had just left the island not long ago, the current course was still relatively stable, allowing Little Robin to relax. Most of the time, he was curled up in the cabin, diligently studying medical books. Captain, did you call for me? Akuri stood awkwardly to the side. Although it seemed that he had found a little fortune under the other's command, it would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid of facing Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded. Is there anything going on during the voyage? No, we are currently following the route. Everything is fine, Akuri explained. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he spoke up. Captain, the latest issue of the newspaper has arrived. Even on the Great Sea route, there were news birds delivering newspapers. One could only say that this group of birds was quite extraordinary. Lu Cheng reached out to pick up the newspaper and was surprised to see himself on the front page again. Kamen Rider and the son of the demon reappear. Were their intentions? This clickbait title is really something. Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless as he opened the newspaper. Sure enough, it was about his previous victories over those pirate hunters, and it also boasted once again about the bounty on him and Little Robin. Finally, it mocked the Navy's incompetence, saying they couldn't even capture 2 kids who were still at large. With a Navy like this, how could anyone believe they could protect the safety of the citizens in front of ruthless pirates? Lu Cheng has now realized that all media outlets are the same. As long as there is big news, they will say anything and treat it as a source of entertainment, which is quite interesting. However, if this news gets out, many people will probably know that he and Xiao Robin have come to the Great Route, right? But this has long been anticipated. Lu Cheng steadied his mind and prepared to try out the new card. He looked at Akuri and nodded. I recently developed a new move and wanted to try out with you. Akuri's face visibly turned pale. Captain, if you find me unsatisfactory, just say it directly. Lu Cheng saw this and comforted. It's okay, you shouldn't die. The way you say that makes me even more worried. Akuri opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Liu Cheng took out the card box to complete his transformation, slowly drawing out the newly acquired card from the box at his waist and inserting it into the dragon summoning machine in his hand. Copy vent echoed with a mechanical sound in the air, and Liu Cheng immediately felt the effect of this new card. This card could replicate the special abilities of enemies. And once an ability had been copied, it would be permanently retained, allowing for direct use in future encounters without the need to replicate it again. You could just call it the Hand of God instead of Copy Vent. Of course, while this ability was powerful, it wasn't without its drawbacks. The main downside was that it could only be used once within a certain period of time. Just like his Dragon Knight's ultimate move, once the card was read, it would enter a cooldown state and require some time to recover. So, although he could copy and store multiple abilities, he could only use one of the stored abilities at a time. But this wasn't a big problem. Liu Cheng thought for a moment. This was basically a no-side-effect ability that he could exploit, and combined with his own combat skills, it was more than enough. Moreover, Liu Cheng recalled that the special card copy arrival seemed to have more than just one copy. The one he had was a unique special card for Kamen Rider Kaijin. But in the Kamen Rider series, there seemed to be another rider who possessed the same card. He remembered Kamen Rider Yojui, the chameleon-themed rider, who only appeared as a villain in the movie, and his card box also contained a copy arrival. This meant he had the chance to possess two copy arrival cards at the same time. In other words, two special cards with two different special abilities. Suddenly, he really wanted to draw again. Liu Cheng recalled his somewhat excited thoughts and looked at the Akuri in front of him. He activated the ability of Copy Arrival and copied the opponent's ability. The opponent indeed had a special ability granted by Devil Fruit, specifically the ability of the Zoan-type fruit, the Bison Fruit. Although ordinary Zoan-type fruits are generally not very powerful, Liu Cheng has never been particularly interested in these Devil Fruits, let alone one that isn't considered strong. However, the ability copied through Copy Arrival has no side effects. No side effects, no side effects. It's important to repeat it 3 times. This means he can freely use the abilities of the Devil Fruit without worrying about being restrained by seawater or sea prism stone. In a word, invincible. Liu Cheng's gaze turned towards Akuri, filled with a hint of fervor. No matter how weak an animal-type Devil Fruit might be, it could at least significantly enhance physical attributes. His knight armor had the same effect, and when the two were combined, the boost to his strength was terrifying. Seeing Liu Cheng's fervent gaze that couldn't be concealed even through the armor, Akuri shivered all over. Why was the captain looking at him like that? Did he have some special kink? Should he sacrifice himself to save his life? Fortunately, Liu Cheng had no idea what this fool was thinking. Otherwise, he would have certainly twisted the guy's head off and thrown it into the sea to feed the fish. He moved his body a bit, feeling the marvelous changes occurring within. A ferocious and wildly powerful force seemed to explode from within him, and in that moment, he felt his strength had increased by at least 3 or 4 times. This was still in a state where he hadn't fully activated the Bull Devil Fruit's abilities. So this is what it means to be a Devil Fruit user? Indeed, it's a power that allows one to ascend to great heights in an instant. No wonder there are so many side effects. It's still enough to make people flock to it. Liu Cheng tightened his fists and let out a roar, as if he had mastered it without any guidance. The power of the Bull Fruit erupted with full force. His physical attributes were far superior to Akuri's, and even though he had just obtained this fruit, he could unleash much greater strength than his opponent. Liu Cheng now increasingly understands what Hong Fa meant by saying that one's own abilities are the most important. His own ability enhancement, whether it is the armor's capabilities or skills like the Navy's 6 styles, will double with the improvement of his basic physical abilities. This is also why his strength becomes so powerful the moment he summons the armor, because what he enhances is the most fundamental base. Just a small increase can lead to exponential growth in the armor's abilities. His body began to swell rapidly, and in an instant he grew more than twice his size, reaching nearly 5 meters tall. He could be considered a little giant. Liu Cheng lowered his head and looked at his body, letting out a sigh of relief. Although his body had grown a full circle larger, the armor had not changed much. It had simply scaled up proportionally without any horns or similar features sprouting from it. It seemed that the priority of the armor was much higher, and it made sense as the ability to replicate the descent itself was inherent to the armor, naturally needing to adhere to the armor's own capabilities. This form, Liu Cheng thought for a moment, realizing that the mania form didn't seem quite suitable. After all, it didn't have horns on its head, so he decided to call it the giant form. He drew another card from the card box and inserted it into the summoning machine. Advent. With a deafening roar, a massively enlarged Wushuang dragon emerged from the void, swirling and flying around the air above the knight's ship. It seemed to sense the surge of power and roared excitedly. The abilities of this Maniou fruit seemed to have considerable development value as well. Lu Cheng thought to himself, and then he saw a clear eye growing on the mast of the deck, staring at him in shock. How did my knight become so big? Little Robin hurriedly ran up to the deck. She raised her head, her gaze blank as she looked at the knight who had grown several times larger, as well as the now even more gigantic Wushuang dragon, joyfully flying around. What happened? What happened? What happened? It was as if a magical voice was echoing in her mind. She had only read for a little while. How did the knight change like this in the blink of an eye? If it weren't for that familiar armor, Little Robin would have thought she was mistaken. However, soon, Lu Cheng's voice came from above, and he looked down at Little Robin, who seemed to have shrunk again, and smiled. Don't worry, I gained a new ability. Just try it out. After saying that, his body began to slowly shrink, returning to his original form. Lu Cheng removed his armor and waved his hand, signaling Ah Cooley to do whatever he needed to do. He took the bewildered Little Robin back into the cabin. Wow, Little Robin's eyes widened. Is this such a powerful ability? Are you serious, Knight? Of course, Lu Cheng said proudly, placing his hands on his hips. Would I lie to you? Then does that mean my flower fruit ability can also be copied by you, Knight? Shouldn't be a problem. Let's try it out tomorrow. Little Robin nodded excitedly. The next day, Lu Cheng successfully copied Little Robin's flower fruit ability. With a thought, he extended his hand, and immediately, a steel arm grew from his palm wrapped in armor, extending like flowers blooming, reaching out into the sea, and then retracting in segments, firmly grasping a big fish over a meter long. With a casual wave of his hand, the big fish fell onto the deck. Extra meal tonight. Lu Cheng stretched out his fist, and from the mast not far away, arms began to grow. He was eager to try, performing a series of tense and exciting left-right combat techniques, which finally made him breathe a sigh of relief. The flower fruit was much more interesting than the bull fruit. Both its potential and operational difficulty far surpassed that of the bull fruit, at least for the time being. The enhancement of strength was nowhere near as straightforward and blunt as the bull fruit, but it still counted as a considerable improvement to his abilities. He moved around a bit, and 2 more pairs of arms grew from his back, giving him a total of 6 arms. Watching the playful Mr. Knight, Little Robin curled her lips. Indeed, sometimes Mr. Knight seemed more like a child than she did. With a new ability, Lu Cheng's daily training tasks increased in intensity. In addition to the usual physical exercises, he now had 2 more training tasks to familiarize himself with the devil fruit abilities. At the same time, many strange thoughts filled his mind. There were so many devil fruits in this world. It would surely be quite interesting to replicate some more devil fruit abilities. Moreover, with many abilities, any enemy facing him would feel a headache, because every additional ability meant 1 less weakness. Lu Cheng thought to himself that perhaps he should pay more attention to the matter of devil fruits in the future. Time passed day by day in training. Apart from occasionally teasing Little Robin, Lu Cheng spent most of his time on cultivation. Of course, he also fought against various storms, and one could only say that the weather in the Grand Line was indeed quite harsh. However, as everyone became accustomed to such weather, they could easily cope with these storms without needing to exert much effort. 2 months later, on the Grand Line, a flagless sailboat quietly sailed across the undulating sea surface. The deck of the pirate ship was empty, except for a tall man busy cleaning the deck. Inside the cabin, a wooden table held a permanent record pointer, engraved with the words Magnadrum. Little Robin looked at the increasingly stable pointer and smiled at the man beside her, who was enjoying a large meal. Mr. Knight, the pointer has stabilized. I think we might be nearing our destination. I can feel it, Lu Cheng said as he swallowed the food in his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. We are finally arriving. The food is almost gone. That's because Mr. Knight ate too much. Mr. Knight, lower your head first. Lu Cheng lowered his head upon hearing this, and Little Robin came over, extending his hand to carefully wipe the food residue from the corner of Lu Cheng's mouth with a handkerchief. All right, Sir Knight, you can lift your head now. Because this journey was made using a permanent pointer, the route was much longer than a normal voyage. Now that they had been sailing for so long, it was finally time to arrive. Lu Cheng walked to the edge of the cabin, carefully opening the window. The moment the window opened, a biting cold wind mixed with ice and snow rushed in eagerly. He tightened his clothes and looked into the distance. After the fierce storm, the weather gradually cleared, but it became even colder. This place is so damn cold. Little Robin also poked her head out, and as soon as the snowy wind blew, she immediately shivered and quickly shrank back in fright. As they approached the coastline, light snowflakes began to fall. The Drum Kingdom is a winter island, and such weather was expected by the two of them. But it really was a bit cold. Due to the special magnetic field, the islands on the Grand Line almost all have their own unique climate conditions. They are divided into spring islands, summer islands, autumn islands, and winter islands that remain unchanged throughout the year, plus the other naturally cycling seasonal islands. In total, there are 16 types of seasons on the Grand Line. It can only be said that each island offers a different scenery, and Lu Chung and Little Robin's sailing target, the destination pointed to by the permanent compass. The Drum Kingdom is a typical winter island surrounded by ice and snow all year round. Lu Chung took out 2 sets of down cotton jackets, along with matching fleece-lined cotton pants and thick boots, and quickly dressed Little Robin without further ado. These were the clothes Lu Chung and Little Robin specifically purchased before their departure. The two soon put on their upper and lower garments and boots, and then headed towards the deck. Is it still cold? Do you need another piece of clothing? Lu Chung, bundled up tightly, asked Little Robin as they walked. Little Robin looked down at herself, wrapped up into a round shape, and decisively shook her head. If she added more clothes, she would really turn into a ball, and she didn't want to be unable to walk at all. Of course, if she couldn't walk, being carried by the night would still be quite nice. The weather gradually stabilized. On the deck, amidst the biting sea wind, snowflakes fell like crystals, and this snowy weather had been stable for quite some time. They were really close to reaching Magnetic Drum Island. Lu Chung and Little Robin stood at the bow of the ship. After the night set sail for a while, they could see in the distance, through the wind and snow, an island that appeared to be full of chimney-like peaks. Those cylindrical mountains looked as if they had been frozen, glistening in the light. This was Magnetic Drum Island. In the original story, after Chopper and Dr. Kureha fulfilled Dr. Hiluluk's wish, the island was renamed the Sakura Kingdom. Of course, Lu Chung thought for a moment, the king of this island should still be Wapple, right? He seemed to be a devil fruit user, and his fruit was called the Munch Munch fruit, if he recalled correctly. Lu Chung remembered Wapple only vaguely. He seemed to be a bad person, someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing the invasion of the Blackbeard pirates, he abandoned his citizens and fled with his army. He was also extremely cruel to the unarmed citizens and ended up receiving a good beating from the main characters. Lu Chung recalled the plot and immediately felt more assured. Since the other party was such a person, there was no need for further consideration. He was a bad guy, and all it took was the righteous iron fist. Kamen Rider, targeting evil. The island was getting closer bit by bit. We finally arrived. The boat slowly approached the island ahead. Magnetic Drum Island was dressed in silver, with snow and wind swirling everywhere. The boat smoothly docked by the coast without any trouble. This was quite normal. It wasn't flying a pirate flag. Lu Chung and Little Robin could safely dock at any island without issues. Similarly, due to the lack of distinct markings, it was also hard for others to track their whereabouts in the vast sea. Therefore, being low-key was very important. Little Robin jumped down from the deck and smiled, saying, "So this is Winter Island. Just as described in the book, it's indeed windy and snowy all year round. It's beautiful. It's also very cold," Lu Chung added, following him off the boat. Akuri carefully positioned the boat before joining the two as they walked onto the island. Lu Chung glanced at the other party and casually took out a thick coat from the Night Island card and threw it to them. He originally thought the other person was a notorious pirate, but over time, he realized that while the other wasn't exactly a good person, they also weren't truly irredeemable. The group dressed warmly, trudging through the snow with uneven steps. The snow on the island was deep, and as they walked, it crunched underfoot, making a creak sound as they began to head deeper into the island, searching for a place where people lived. Creak. Lu Chung stepped on a dry branch with a snap and occasionally reached down to help Little Robin, who was stuck in the snow. The snow was indeed a bit excessive, and Little Robin struggled to walk through it. The cold wind was biting as Lu Chung and Little Robin walked through the woods, admiring the snowy scenery while heading deeper into the island. In the distance, they spotted a strange white bear approaching them. Although it was a polar bear, it walked toward them like a person, leaning on a walking stick. Lu Chung licked his slightly dry lips, clenched his fists, and got ready. He had plenty of experience dealing with large carnivorous animals, and this was a new species, perfect for testing its flavor. "Sir Knight, wait. Little Robin, who was familiar with Lu Chung, hurriedly reached out to stop the hungry Sir Knight. She recognized what kind of creature this was. She had read about them in books. It should be a hiking bear, which poses no danger. She quickly added, if pedestrians encounter them, all they need to do is bow to each other. After saying that, Little Robin slightly bowed, and the white bear, leaning on its hiking stick, politely returned the bow. Little Robin straightened up and noticed that Lu Cheng hadn't moved, and the white hiking bear also seemed to ignore Lu Cheng, leisurely walking away with its hiking stick. Lu Cheng was full of disappointment as he looked at Little Robin. I didn't bow, but why didn't it attack me? Sir Knight, could you please not make your intentions so obvious? Little Robin said, somewhat speechless, in a gentle tone as if comforting a child. All right, Sir Knight, we'll soon reach the town. Then we can have a good feast, so stop thinking about harming them. I wasn't thinking about harming them, right? Just a righteous counterattack from Sir Knight. The two chatted and laughed as they walked further away. Akuri silently followed behind. The group soon climbed over the top and began to descend. Down the mountain, they could vaguely see some flickering lights in the distance. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared far away, running quickly toward the two. With the wind and snow swirling around, as it got closer, Little Robin finally saw its appearance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ah, Sir Knight, is that a Zoan-type devil fruit user? It's no wonder Little Robin thought so. The figure was tall, humanoid, covered in white fur, and the most striking feature was its prominent big nose, a blue big nose. What an image! Lu Cheng chuckled. What a coincidence. He had already recognized the identity of the other party, a certain unnamed ship's doctor, pet, and reserve food of the Straw Hat Pirates. The tall stranger ran closer and then saw Lu Cheng and the others blocking the way, instantly taken aback. Lu Cheng's sharp eyes noticed the blood flowing from him and the deep scars beneath his fur. This big nose guy didn't have a good childhood. Little Robin looked at the fear in the other person's eyes, as if seeing her former self. She tightened her grip on Lu Cheng's hand. Lu Cheng stopped in the snow, glanced at the panicked chopper, thought for a moment, and pulled Robin to the side. Akuri also stood beside them, leaving a narrow path. The blue-nosed creature hesitated for a moment, let out a low growl like an animal, seemingly warning them, then quickly ran past the group with its head down. Lu Cheng noticed its tense body and trembling legs as it passed by, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This big-nosed creature really had a tough time, clearly possessing the power of a devil fruit, but lacking the heart of a strong person. It was no wonder it was in such a miserable state. However, this thing was originally meant for medical personnel and pets, each excelling in their own field, so it was all quite normal. As he watched Chopper's figure disappear from view, Lu Cheng turned his gaze back and found Robin curiously staring at him, which made him a bit puzzled. What's wrong? He asked. Robin blinked, her lively eyes sparkling. It just felt like Sir Knight's smile had a deeper meaning. Just say my smile is strange. Lu Cheng blinked. I just thought of some interesting things. Robin pouted. Then Sir Knight must have a lot of interesting thoughts. That's a secret for now. Lu Cheng leaned down and kissed Robin's smooth cheek, seeing her face turn red and steam rising from it. He nodded in satisfaction. Kids can be mischievous and need some discipline. Let us see if you still have so many strange questions. The two strolled leisurely down the mountain and soon spotted a human town appearing in the distance. A few villagers dressed like hunters approached them warily and asked, Where are you from? Have you seen the snow monster? Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. We are adventurers, traveling here and looking for a place to buy a bottle of wine. The villagers exchanged glances and looked at Little Robin beside Lu Cheng. Although somewhat skeptical, they quietly put down their weapons. In Frozen Snow Village, after Lu Cheng took out a few universal berries, along with Little Robin's gentle calls of uncle, the villagers quickly fully believed Lu Cheng's words. So, it can be said that the villagers in the One Piece world are truly simple-hearted. Lu Cheng brushed off the snow on Xiao Robin and walked into Frozen Snow Village with the villagers, perhaps because they had arrived in a crowded place. The swirling snow seemed to lessen a bit, filled with a warmer, homely atmosphere. Had that terrifying snow monster been driven away? Where did these two come from? Villagers greeted them along the way, curiously looking at the unfamiliar Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin, surprised by Lu Cheng's handsomeness and Xiao Robin's beauty. Now, that some time had passed, Xiao Robin had grown much taller, almost reaching Lu Cheng's chest, and she had gradually lost some of her cuteness, gaining more of a beautiful appearance. She had become a qualified little beauty. Adventurers from outside, here to travel. The villagers exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Outsider travelers were not uncommon in the former Magnetic Drum Kingdom, but now they had become increasingly rare. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom was once renowned as a great medical power at sea, attracting many visitors. However, with the new king's ascension now, the villagers sighed, hoping that they wouldn't leave in disappointment in the end. Lu Cheng nodded with a smile, acknowledging the greeting. He turned his head and looked around, noticing a bar with its door closed, and the tile roof was covered in snow. However, from the sounds and lights coming from inside, it was clear that it was open for business. He walked over, pushed the door open and stepped inside, shutting out the sound of the wind and snow. Watching Lu Cheng and the others enter the bar, some villagers curiously asked, "Are they from the mountains?" "Yes. I heard their boat is on the other side of the mountain." They walked over. It's not easy to travel in such weather, with such heavy snow. The villagers found it a bit strange. The hunters who had brought Lu Cheng and the others back nodded again. "Yes, we also find it strange. But they're really generous, giving us a lot of berries, and that little girl is very polite. She doesn't seem like a bad person." "Do you know their names?" "I think I heard one called Sir Knight, and another called Little Robin, which is quite odd. As for the last one, he seems to be a bodyguard. After all, the sea is unstable right now." After sitting down in the bar, Lu Cheng ordered some steaming hot food and drinks. After giving a little extra tip, hot food and drinks were quickly brought to him. However, he originally wanted to order a bit more, but was politely informed that there was no extra food, and each person could only order one portion, even if they offered more money. This left Lu Cheng momentarily taken aback. But seeing the other person's demeanor, didn't he seem like they were trying to take advantage of them as outsiders? He nodded. Little Robin took small sips of hot milk and felt a bit warmer, hearing the villagers discussing the snow monster. They seemed to be talking about how terrifying the snow monster was, with its ugly appearance, immense strength, strange temperament, and how it liked to run up to people to scare them, being tough and hard to kill, always appearing near their town. Little Robin tasted the milk, and in her mind, the strange face with fear and helplessness in its eyes reappeared. "Sir Knight, is it really the snow monster? What the villagers are saying?" Little Robin suddenly asked. "I don't know." Lu Cheng smiled. "You've seen it too, what do you think?" Little Robin lowered her head, not answering. The thing she had seen and the villagers' voices echoed in her mind. She shook her head and firmly said, "Sir Knight, I don't think that's the case. And even if it is a snow monster, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad person." Little Robin raised her head, her eyes bright. "I haven't heard the villagers say it harmed anyone." Lu Cheng's mouth curled up slightly, feeling quite pleased. What people say is not necessarily the truth, and our intuition may not always be reliable. Only by understanding clearly can we recognize the truth of the matter. If we have the chance, let's investigate a bit. It's just right that we need to rest on this island for a while. Little Robin nodded firmly in response. Lu Cheng swallowed the food in his mouth and reached out to call over a nearby maid. "Hello, I have some questions I'd like to ask." The maid walked over and, upon seeing Lu Cheng's smile, immediately felt a bit dazed, her face turning red as she lowered her head. "If the guest has any questions, please feel free to ask, but I'm just a maid and may not know too much." "It's nothing, just some small matters." Lu Cheng smiled. "I heard you all discussing that wild monster." The maid nodded. "How long has this snow monster been appearing?" Lu Cheng asked. The maid thought for a moment and then uncertainly replied, "It seems like it's only been about half a year. It appeared suddenly. I just ate the fruit not long ago." Lu Cheng shook his head, thinking it's just a child. The maid didn't notice Lu Cheng's expression and gently sighed. There were already many sick people in the village, and now there's the snow monster. Life is getting harder. "You said sick?" The maid's helpless complaint reached Little Robin's ears, and she curiously asked, "Why? Isn't the kingdom of magnet drums a famous medical kingdom? What's so terrible about being sick?" Upon hearing this, the maid's face involuntarily showed a hint of sorrow. That was in the past. The kingdom of magnet drums is not the same now. Little Robin was puzzled. She had intended to come here to learn medicine. How could it be different? The Dr. 20 plan. Little Robin kicked a stone by the roadside, her tone indignant. "Sir Knight, do you think this new king has a problem with his head?" The so-called Dr. 20 plan, simply put, is a bizarre command issued after the new King Walbo came to power. It selects only the 20 best doctors who are willing to accept the king's rule, while all others who claim to be doctors will be killed or exiled to sea. This plan was implemented half a year ago, and now the medical kingdom has become a misnomer because of this policy. Indeed, not very bright. Lu Cheng comfortingly patted Little Robin's head. "Later, Sir Knight will help him clear his mind, okay? You want to learn medicine, but without practice, it's not possible. Looking at the brain is very challenging for medical skills. You can use it for practice later." Akuri, who was trying hard to become invisible, silently mourned for the unseen king. From his experience over the past period, provoking Little Robin might have consequences even more terrifying than provoking Lu Cheng himself. "Sir Knight, we need to buy some vegetables and fruits." Little Robin counted on her fingers. "And we don't have much fresh water left, but it seems there aren't many places on this island that sell vegetables. Given that the island is covered in ice and snow all year round, it's understandable that the yield of fruits and vegetables is low. However, the key point is that after Lu Cheng and Little Robin walked around the village, they found almost no places selling vegetables and fruits, and most people's faces showed worry, looking quite distressed. It seems that the king has indeed caused significant harm to this country. It has only been a few months since he took office, and it has already become like this. In the original work, this place had been tormented by that king for over a decade. Young man, don't waste your effort. After Lu Cheng had knocked on doors to buy vegetables unsuccessfully countless times, an old man with white hair, looking very elderly, advised him. No way. Lu Cheng waved to the old man and said, I just want to buy some common food in the village, living at sea. You can't do without vegetables and fruits. For other food, Lu Cheng had plenty stored from Night Island, enough to last a long time. But fruits and vegetables are different. They have shelf life. Even if they ignored the shelf life, Lu Cheng and Little Robin still wanted to eat fresh ones. After all, the taste varies greatly depending on freshness. Old man, if everyone really doesn't have much, we can buy a little less. We will pay a fair price. Little Robin said. The old man sighed and replied, Alas, young people, it's not about the price. It's just that you've come to the wrong place. If you really want to buy these foods, you should go to other villages to see. In our village, the food we have stored is not much anymore, and it's all relying on the young people to hunt in the mountains. Lu Cheng looked around at the situation in the village, thought for a moment, and asked, So, if I solve your food problem, you'd be willing to sell vegetables to us? How about I trade fish and meat for it? The old man glanced at Lu Cheng's empty hands and asked with some doubt, Young man, you aren't joking, are you? You don't seem to have much in the way of goods on you. Lu Cheng laughed and said, Old man, we are adventurers, best at finding all kinds of ingredients. I see there are quite a few animals in that mountain, and those polar bears look pretty fat. I'll catch a few and bring them back for you. Before he finished speaking, he was gently kicked a few times by Little Robin. Sure enough, Mr. Knight wasn't full yet and was still thinking about those cute animals. That polar bear was fluffy and polite, so adorable, yet Mr. Knight only wanted to turn them into dishes. That's not what I meant. The old man waved his hand and said, You must be talking about the hiking bears, right? Young man, it's better not to have such thoughts. These bears have gentle personalities and even help stranded travelers. We never hunt them, and you shouldn't either. The old man added, Although they are gentle, they can be terrifying when angry. I am scarier when I'm hungry. Lu Cheng nodded, agreeing to some extent. Sigh. The old man with white hair said, Actually, it's not just a simple issue of food shortage. The main reason is the lack of doctors. Many people in our village have fallen ill and can't go out to fish. Hunting is also very dangerous, and there isn't as much food as there is in the sea. Lu Cheng frowned upon hearing this, and Little Robin couldn't help but ask, I know that the Magnet Drum Kingdom used to be a major medical power, so even because of that king, can't you find a single doctor in your village? The old man with white hair fell silent upon hearing this. All the doctors in this country are under the king's command. The other doctors are either dead or have fled. If you want to see a doctor, you can only go to the royal city. So we ordinary folks can't find a doctor to treat us at all. Moreover, due to the severe cold weather here, almost everyone has some ailments, and without treatment for a long time, they will only get worse. Lu Cheng and Little Robin immediately understood upon hearing this. This was the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom's fault. Although Lu Cheng had felt that this issue was very serious when he first heard about it, he never imagined it would be this severe. In any world, the deadliest weapon is not the blade, but those invisible diseases. The number of people who die from illness is always astronomical, and an entire country has only 20 doctors, all located in the capital. How many people would die as a result? Just thinking about it made a few of them feel a chill. The old man with white hair continued to sigh, saying, We want to see a doctor, but we have to spend a lot of money to go to the capital. The taxes are already heavy, and we really don't have that much money. The taxes that the affiliated countries need to pay are to offer heavenly gold as tribute to the celestial dragons and as protection fees for the Navy's shelter. No matter how many people die below, this money cannot be lessened, not even a bit. For the world government, this is one of the most important matters. As long as they can collect heavenly gold, it doesn't matter if they have a pirate as a king. This shows how rotten the world government has become. To some extent, even the bounty Lu Cheng received as a bounty hunter comes from this tax. In other words, he is not actually getting money from the Navy, but rather from these common people. He increasingly understood why the dragon wanted to form a resistance. The more one understands certain things, the more they burn with anger. I'm also a doctor, Little Robin suddenly spoke up, drawing the gaze of everyone, seeing a hint of hesitation in the eyes of the others. Clearly because of Little Robin's young age, which made people worry about the truth of her words, Lu Cheng smiled and said, No problem. I can guarantee that Little Robin is an excellent doctor. We came here to learn medical skills, and we can completely cure some minor injuries and illnesses for you. After all, Little Robin had also been trained by Dr. Kareha, and Lu Cheng was very confident in her abilities. He thought for a moment and added, "Trying it out is not a bad thing. If we can cure your illnesses, can you let me trade some meat for vegetables and fruits?" Upon hearing this, the old man stood up, grabbing Lu Cheng's hand with a trembling voice. "Are you serious? Are you really doctors?" To be precise, it is little Robin who is the ship's doctor, while Lu Cheng is not. Of course, this explanation is not far off. Lu Cheng would never deceive these villagers. He nodded and turned to Aku Li, instructing, "You go hunt in the mountains and bring back more game to exchange for food with the villagers." Aku Li, who had been lost in thought, was taken aback by the words, incredulously pointing at himself. Was he being asked to go find prey alone? Didn't Lu Cheng fear that he would run away? Aku Li never expected such a request from the other party and was immediately frozen in place. He was worth 24 million after all, and over the past few days, he had somewhat understood what kind of person Lu Cheng was. Because of this, he was hesitant to believe his ears, doubting whether he was hallucinating. The old man felt that the relationship among Lu Cheng and the others seemed a bit strange and looked at them with curiosity. Lu Cheng smiled and explained, "Akuri is a guard I hired, just worried about my safety. But the village is very safe, so there's no need to follow me all the time." The old man understood a bit and said tremulously, "Child, don't worry. The village is very safe. Those wild beasts can't enter the village, and the snow monsters can't do anything to it." Akuri hesitated for a moment before turning to leave, heading towards the snow-capped mountains outside the village. "Young man, it's very dangerous in the mountains. There are rabbit spirits and snow monsters." Lu Cheng smiled and interrupted the old man. "It's fine. My guard are very strong." "Didn't you say someone is sick? Why not find a place and call the patients over?" "No need to find a place. My home will do." "You all wait a moment. I'll go call the people." Watching the old man leave them defenseless in the room while he went out to gather the patients, Lu Cheng turned to little Robin and smiled. "The local customs here are really simple and honest. It's your first time treating someone. Are you nervous?" Little Robin shrank his neck, but quickly filled with confidence. "Sir Knight, don't underestimate me. Teacher Kalokas said I'm learning very well. Of course I won't underestimate you." Little Robin, "By the way, Sir Knight, aren't you afraid he might run away?" Little Robin asked curiously. "If he runs away, then he runs away. He's not a bad person. He just became a pirate out of necessity. If he can turn over a new leaf and become a good person in the future, I wouldn't bother him. Of course, if he continues being a pirate and I run into him, I could just catch him again." Little Robin nodded upon hearing this. At that moment, Lu Cheng felt a notification from his system, and when he opened it, he indeed had a new task. Task name: Save the dying and heal the wounded. Task requirements: A merciful knight should not refuse the requests of the weak and should treat the villagers. Task reward: 200 points of justice value. Task status: Pending acceptance. Would you like to accept the task? Lu Qingshun casually accepted a task, but the system's notification was a bit slow this time. It only popped up after he had already agreed. However, he couldn't cure illnesses himself, so the patients that Xiao Robin treated should count as his, right? Lu Qing thought about it and felt it made sense. After all, little Robin was his, so whatever little Robin did was equivalent to what he did, right? Soon, the old man returned with a patient. The person initially didn't believe that a child like little Robin could treat illnesses. However, after little Robin clarified the symptoms in just a few words, the person, somewhat skeptical, began to cooperate. Before long, little Robin had finished examining her first patient in her life and gained the recognition of the onlookers. Although she was young, she was indeed a remarkable doctor, and the villagers watching nodded in agreement. As villagers of a medical kingdom, not everyone practiced medicine, but at least they had good judgment. They could easily recognize truly excellent doctors. Before long, little Robin had seen several patients one after another, including men and women, adults and children, and provided treatment plans for each. While not every case was cured instantly, at least with some rest, they would improve quickly. Perhaps because the magnetic drum kingdom had once been a major medical power, there was no shortage of medicines. The situation little Robin was most worried about did not occur. The villagers' homes had some herbs, but without a doctor, they didn't know how to use them. After spending about half a day, little Robin had finally finished seeing all the patients in the room. She let out a sigh of relief and playfully stuck her tongue out at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng rewarded her with a pre-prepared head pat. The system notification sounded, and 200 points of justice value were credited. Lu Cheng felt at ease. This task was indeed easy, and he wished for more. Stepping out of the house, the two quickly noticed the change. The villagers no longer looked at them with unfamiliarity. There was now a sense of trust and closeness. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The old man was so excited that he was in tears. Lu Cheng then realized that the other person was actually the village chief. He looked at Lu Cheng and Little Robin and said, "Young people, thanks to you, I really don't know how to thank you." Lu Chengzhao smiled and said, "It's just a small effort, and it's all thanks to Little Robin. We just need to exchange some food." "No need to exchange. You are our village's most honored guests," the old village chief said with some excitement. "Don't worry about the food. We will prepare it for you soon." He turned to the villagers and said, "Everyone, bring out the best food we have to properly entertain our most honored guests." The onlooking villagers cheered, but Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. Little Robin softly spoke up, "Grandpa, we appreciate your kindness, but we also know that there isn't much food left in the village. Let's exchange some food. We can't let everyone go hungry, can we?" Seeing Little Robin's sincerity and thinking about the village's situation, the old village chief could only smile wryly and nod, feeling even more grateful to the two of them. Naturally, exchanging food required meat, and Lu Cheng just happened to plan to try some local specialty game. Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin were planning to leave the village to hunt some prey in the snow-capped mountains for food when they heard a commotion at the village gate. Curiously, they looked over and saw a man in a leather jacket dragging a dozen huge wild rabbits toward the village. The gasps they heard were from the villagers who witnessed this scene. Although they were called rabbits, they were actually larger than humans, with sharp teeth and tusks. A type of fierce carnivorous animal native to this area. It turned out to be the tulabang, which looked quite plump. Lu Cheng wondered how it would taste. However, that wasn't the main issue. The key point was that Akuri had actually returned. How could he be so foolish like a cow? Was the side effect of the bull fruit a drop in IQ? He had already let him off the hook, and yet he came back, as if he wanted to turn himself in for a reward. A warrior, truly a warrior. The villagers whispered among themselves, looking incredulously at the tall figure dragging a long string of tulabang. These tulabang were no ordinary creatures. Even one alone was very difficult to deal with. And they were social animals, cunning and sly. They were a hunter's nightmare. Yet this guy went out empty-handed and actually dragged a long line back. A warrior. Truly a warrior. The old village chief stroked his graying beard and looked at Lu Cheng. "No wonder the guests can cross the snow mountain to reach our village. It turns out there are such warriors." Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. Actually, he was braver, okay? He sighed, stepped forward, and patted Akuri on the shoulder. The immense force from the shoulder made Akuri's legs go weak, and he barely managed to stand. He hesitated for a long time between fleeing and not fleeing, ultimately deciding to come back. As for the tulabang, he had originally only caught one, but suddenly a whole family of them had jumped out from the snowdrift, and he had no choice but to accept this heartfelt takeaway and drag them all back. "You really caught me off guard with that." Akuri paused for a moment before speaking. "Captain, I am your captive. I said it. I admit my defeat willingly. Your personality is not suited for being a pirate." Lu Cheng did not wait for the other party to speak, but lowered his head to check the rabbit corpses. The villagers had already gathered around, chattering and starting to discuss, their eyes darting back and forth on Akuli, clearly unable to believe that he could hunt so many ferocious beasts with his bare hands. Lu Cheng waved his hand at Little Robin and asked with a deliberate smile, "So, do you think these rabbits are cute?" Little Robin shot a fierce glare at Sir Knight. Sir Knight knew she liked fluffy little animals, and this was clearly a deliberate tease. Watching Little Robin grow up and become less easy to tease, Lu Cheng shook his head. She wasn't as obedient as she used to be. Back then, she would listen to whatever Sir Knight said, but now, everything has changed. Lu Cheng turned around and looked at the old village chief. "Now we should have enough food for the banquet, right?" "Oh." The villagers cheered. In the freezing cold, the villagers cleared a space and surprisingly held an outdoor barbecue in the cold wind. The long-standing harsh winter seemed to be dispelled at this moment, and the earth became warm. "Thank you." Lu Cheng smiled slightly, accepted the drink handed to him by the girl, and seeing Lu Cheng's handsome smile, the young girl blushed and stepped back. Little Robin caught sight of this scene and unconsciously pouted, her little feet slightly kicking the campfire. Suddenly finding the rabbit meat in her hand wasn't as tasty, until Lu Cheng took out a small cup, poured half of the hot drink into it, and handed it to her. Little Robin became cheerful again. She looked at the knight, who was enjoying his meal, and took a delightful bite of the rabbit meat in her hand. It's really delicious." Lu Cheng swiftly took down half a rabbit, satisfied, and patted his belly, finally feeling a bit full. He looked at the village chief and asked, "Old sir, when I came to the village before, I heard you talking about the snow monster." Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, the old village chief nodded and admitted, "The snow monster has been appearing for half a year now. It has been spotted several times near the village, and we suspect it might be targeting the village's children. We've tried to kill it several times, but have been unsuccessful. Poor Chopper. Liu Chang silently mourned for him. He vaguely remembered from the storyline that after Chopper ate the devil fruit, many years passed before he finally encountered the quack, Dr. Hirolik. So this little guy is probably being treated as the snow monster, all alone for many years, and even hunted as a monster by the villagers. Why does this feel so tragic? Among the main characters, Robin's situation goes without saying. She's one of the most unfortunate, and Nami is the same. She was invaded by Arlong as a child, her mother was killed, she was deceived, and risked her life to collect 100 million berries, which was destined to be a lie. Sanji faced pirates and storms, and ended up being captured to work as a cook. Zoro is a bit better off, but he also lost his childhood sweetheart, and as for Usopp, his mother passed away early, and his father, a pirate, never returned home. He grew up amid the villagers' ridicule. Only Luffy had a happy childhood, even having a few sworn brothers. One can only say that the treatment of the main characters is different. Liu Chang quickly snapped back to reality and looked at the old village chief. Old sir, but I seem to have heard that the snow monster has not attacked anyone. It just appears near the village, right? The old village chief hesitated for a moment and nodded. What I mean is, Liu Chang took a sip of his drink. Is there a possibility that this guy is not a snow monster at all, but a person? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The old village chief immediately dismissed it. Aside from having hands and feet, it doesn't resemble a human at all, and it doesn't answer questions, only roars. It cannot be a person. In other words, Liu Chang and the others were esteemed guests who had just solved a major problem for the village. Otherwise, if someone spoke to him about the snow monster not being a snow monster, but a person, he wouldn't have bothered to listen. Liu Chang smiled and did not argue. But it actually hasn't harmed anyone, right? The old village chief hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Guests, did you encounter that snow monster before? Liu Chang nodded with a smile. Yes, it feels like the other party is not dangerous, so I'm a bit curious. Guests, you must not be deceived by appearances. Some creatures look harmless before they launch an attack, like these rabbit-like beings. Liu Chang reached out to take the rabbit leg that Xiao Robin handed over, and took a hearty bite. He didn't continue discussing the snow monster topic, but instead talked with the old village chief about interesting stories from all over the world. For example, the group of island whales in the West Sea, the giant sea creatures wreaking havoc on the ocean, the islands rich in gold, and the fish people who are half human and half fish. All these strange and wonderful things captivated Xiao Robin, let alone the villagers who had little experience. Everyone unconsciously quieted down and listened intently to Liu Chang as he shared these sea stories. Liu Chang suddenly changed the subject while talking. So, on this vast ocean, there are too many strange and bizarre things. I once heard of a weird disease that causes hair to grow all over a person's body. Little Robin blinked slightly upon hearing Liu Chang's words, wondering if the night was about to start rambling again. The old village chief, momentarily taken aback, responded, Is there really such a disease? I've never heard of it. Liu Chang continued, It's a legend from another place. I used to think it was just a myth, but now it seems to have some truth to it. The old village chief paused for a moment, then realized, and there's no need for guests to joke with us like this. Liu Chang shook his head. Old village chief, think about it. What if he is not a snow monster, but a human suffering from a strange illness? He hasn't done anything bad, yet he is killed for being ugly and mistaken for a monster. Don't you think that's very wrong? The old village chief hesitated upon hearing this. After all, the other party was a respected doctor, and he might not be joking with him. Could it be that such a strange illness really exists? Liu Chang noticed that the other party seemed to hesitate, and smiled as he said, Of course, nothing is certain, but we are adventurers. We are very interested in all kinds of strange and unusual adventures, and the snow monster is equally intriguing to us. Little Robin nodded upon hearing this, and Liu Chang continued, We plan to investigate the origins of this snow monster thoroughly, hoping to clarify everything. If it turns out that there is really no danger, I believe there is no need for everyone to fear or harm it. Don't you think? The old village chief nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it made a lot of sense. However, he expressed his concern, saying, But the snow monster is very dangerous. If you approach it recklessly, what if? Liu Chang smiled and patted Akuri, who was sitting behind him. It's okay, old man. I have a powerful bodyguard. The old village chief saw the burly and strong Akuri and nodded with reassurance. He was the strongest warrior he had ever seen in his many years. Even more powerful than the guards of the kingdom. With him around, the safety of the two doctors was indeed guaranteed. Suddenly, He remembered something and asked again, "Are the two guests here to learn medicine?" The other party seemed to have mentioned this before, but he was so immersed in the joy of meeting the doctors at that time that he didn't pay attention to it. Now it finally came back to him. "But we don't have any doctors here." The old man's voice was somewhat lonely. The kingdom of magnetic drums was no longer the medical powerhouse it once was. These guests came with expectations, but were destined to leave with disappointment. "Yeah, it's a bit of a headache." Lu Cheng smiled. "I heard that the kingdom only has 20 doctors left. There's no other way. If you want to learn medicine, you'll have to have a good chat with His Majesty the King." Upon hearing this, the old village chief's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly advised, "You should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if your identities as doctors are discovered, not only will you be unable to learn medicine, but even your lives will be in danger." Lu Cheng and Little Robin exchanged a glance, smiling without speaking. After leaving the village, Little Robin walked through the snow, stepping deep and shallow, shaking his head. "Sir Knight, the situation seems really bad." "Indeed," Lu Cheng nodded. "It's only been half a year, and so many people are already sick. If this drags on, there will likely be even more who fall ill. By then, we don't know how many will die from their illnesses." Little Robin nodded seriously. "Sir Knight, let's go find that king and have a good talk with him," urging him to change the decree. "As for the snow monster, we can discuss that later. The villagers have already promised us that they won't harm it recklessly." Lu Cheng thought for a moment and nodded. "But where is the king?" Little Robin furrowed her cute little brows. "We still need to ask someone for directions. There's no need to be so troublesome. Let him come find us instead." Lu Cheng smiled, took a long bamboo pole from the island card, covered it with canvas, and quickly made a flag. Little Robin curiously watched this scene until she saw the knight throw the flag to her, signaling her to write on it. Little Robin was a bit confused, but obediently asked, "Mr. Knight, what should I write?" "Just write cure the illness with medicine. Revive with skill." After writing the big characters, Lu Cheng reached out and threw the flag to Akuri, asking him to hold it up. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. "Let's go. We'll let you practice your medical skills along the way, and then just wait for them to come to us." The gentle sunlight spilled over the sparkling snow, reflecting dazzling light. The weather was still cold. After exchanging vegetables and fruits, Lu Cheng and the others briefly discussed and decided to first help the king here to change his mind. The group walked slowly through the snow. In such cold weather, there were not many people moving about in the snow. Lu Cheng and Akuri were both tall, dressed from head to toe in thick black leather. Even Little Robin was bundled up into a ball with her thick clothes, with Akuri holding up a piece of cloth with the handwritten phrase, "Cure the illness with medicine. Revive with skill." They stood out prominently in the sparkling snow. The snow-laden cedars on both sides of the road were covered in snow. The cold wind howled, and the biting chill passed through the sparse pine forest, causing the branches to groan and the snow to tumble down. Lu Cheng suddenly turned his head, as if a white figure had flashed past behind him. In a panic, he dodged. But the fleeting blue big nose and the small footprints left in the snow behind had already revealed his identity. This clumsy hiding technique was truly obvious. Lu Cheng shook his head. After a few of them left the village, he felt something hanging behind them. Initially, he thought it was some vicious creature like a rabbit monster seeking revenge. After all, such creatures are known for holding grudges. However, he quickly realized that it was actually Chopper, the little one, following them. Unlike the snow monster they encountered before, Chopper had changed into the form of a small reindeer. While it might fool others, Lu Cheng, who was quite familiar with Chopper's forms, found it to be no different. Moreover, even though Chopper had shrunk, his tracking skills were still playful. Even Little Robin had noticed his movements early on, but since there was no danger, she didn't pay much attention. As they were about to cross the forest, Chopper was still following them. Lu Cheng didn't know what Chopper was thinking, but he soon decided not to care about him. If he wanted to follow, so be it, it didn't matter. In the sky ahead, a faint plume of smoke appeared, indicating the presence of human life. Jialong Town. This was a small town located in the central part of Magnetic Drum Island, with a small population and size. Not much different from the frozen snow village they had seen before. The village was situated next to a freshwater lake, nestled between mountains and water, thriving by the lake. There were quite a few ordinary small towns like Jialong Town clustered by the lakeside, and overall, it was livelier compared to Frozen Snow Village. Carrying the banner of miraculous healing, they walked over the snow, expecting to see a peaceful little village. However, the scene that greeted their eyes made their pupils constrict. The village appeared to have been ravaged by pirates. Houses were collapsed everywhere, blood stained the ground, and the earth was no longer pure white, but turned into a terrifying blood-red color. Countless people lay on the ground, wailing, but more were the bodies that had lost their warmth, silently lying on the ground, appearing to have been dead for a long time. Houses were ablaze, sending towering flames into the sky. They saw not smoke from cooking, but that surging, rolling light reaching up into the azure sky. Even the falling snowflakes were completely dissolved. Sir Knight, has this place been attacked by pirates? Little Robin's pupils slightly constricted at the sight of the fallen bodies and the raging fire, evoking her bad memories. O'Hara was burning in cannon fire, filled with death and wails, while she stood amidst the flames, at a loss for what to do. Lu Cheng did not answer. He faintly heard the sounds of shouting and killing by the lakeside. He frowned and snapped his fingers. The long-standing accumulated snow had turned to ice, and the ice surface was as smooth as a mirror. In the reflection on the mirror, a crimson dragon was faintly flying behind Lu Cheng, but beside Lu Cheng outside the mirror, there was clearly nothing at all. Some people are still alive. Little Robin, see if you can save them, and ask what happened. I'll go check by the lakeside. He instructed Wu Shuanglong to protect Little Robin, and Akuli silently followed Lu Cheng towards the lakeside after planting the banner into the ground. With Wu Shuanglong watching, Lu Cheng was not worried about Little Robin's safety. After all, Little Robin was not without combat ability, and Wu Shuanglong could freely take people in and out of the mirror. He hurried to the lakeside and happened to see a group of people in fierce battle, or more precisely, a massacre. A group of people was desperately running towards the lakeside, closely pursued by a group of tall knights, who, like sharks sensing blood, drove the crowd together, forcing them towards the lake. The knights wielded long spears and cracked whips, driving the villagers to flee with their heads down. Anyone who moved slightly slower would be whipped until their skin was torn and bloodied, and those less fortunate would be pierced by the long spears, losing their lives. Lu Cheng furrowed his brows, hearing the wild laughter of the knights and the wails of the villagers. His movements quickened, and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the crowd gathered, the soldiers seemed to have lost interest after enjoying the thrill of catching mice. They picked up their longbows slung across their horses. Realizing their tragic fate, the villagers' wails grew more painful, but the guards remained unmoved, drawing their bows and letting arrows rain down. The villagers closed their eyes in despair, and at that moment, Lu Cheng's figure flickered and instantly appeared by the lake. He swept out his legs, executing the gale kick from the sixth form, creating two massive gusts of wind that turned the arrows into dust in midair. The winds continued unabated, sweeping towards the guards and knocking them off their horses, causing chaos all around. After a long time without arrows falling, someone in the crowd cautiously opened their eyes and saw that the fierce cavalry had already fallen to the ground, and before them stood a tall figure they had never seen before. "Who are you, and how dare you obstruct the kingdom's affairs? Are you one of those doctor's accomplices?" The leading guard struggled to get up from the ground, pointing his spear at Lu Cheng and questioning him. "Who I am is not important. You can call me a passing mass knight." Upon hearing the other party speak, Lu Cheng roughly understood what was happening. It was this damned Dr. 20 plan again. His tone turned cold. "As for what you call the doctor's accomplices, it's quite a coincidence. My most precious companion is indeed a doctor. You dare." The guard had never encountered someone so arrogant. The doctors they had seen before were all trembling and fleeing, and they had never seen anyone so bold. Although Lu Cheng seemed somewhat formidable, they outnumbered him, and he was unarmed. Why should they be afraid? Attack! Kill him! Stop! You cannot kill us. We are following the king's orders. You will be wanted by the kingdom. The king will never let you go. With a loud bang, Lu Cheng straightened up. The ground around him shattered, and a pile of corpses fell to the ground. These soldiers could bully unarmed villagers, but they dared to attack him. It could only be said they were tired of living and wanted a bit of excitement. Little Robin ran over and happened to witness this scene. She glanced at the fallen guard's body and quickly turned her gaze to the villagers on the ground who had been injured by the spears. The banner of miraculous healing fluttering behind her in the cold wind. She planted the banner into the ground and hurriedly bent down to begin treating the severely injured. If they delayed any longer, even the gods couldn't save them. Are we alive? A group of villagers looked at each other in disbelief that they had actually been saved. They quickly began to help each other. Lu Cheng watched them, recognizing that many of them were doctors. No wonder they were being hunted. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving us, but you must flee. You have killed the king's guards. They will not let you go." Lu Cheng yawned, not taking it seriously, and instead asked, "How did you end up being hunted? Is it because there are doctors among you?" The middle-aged man sighed upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly began to explain. Their village, known far and wide as a medical village, had families that almost all practiced some form of medicine. After the king's new decree was issued, they no longer called themselves doctors to treat others. But they still couldn't escape misfortune and were ruthlessly hunted down by the king's army. If it hadn't been for Lu Cheng and the others arriving in time, the entire village might have perished. Haven't you thought about escaping? Lu Cheng asked. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and replied, how can we escape? Our entire village consists of doctors. No one knows how to navigate the seas, and the ocean is very dangerous. Without strength, we wouldn't dare go out to sea. We originally thought that as long as we stopped calling ourselves doctors and stopped treating others, we could live peacefully, but we never expected such a thing to happen. He turned to look at the burning village, his eyes filled with pain. Why would a country turn its proud medical skills into something like this? Lu Cheng fell silent, unable to answer the question, but he had a rough idea of what to do, and he intended to proceed. Why it mattered was not important. Knowing why wouldn't he change anything? A tall figure slowly emerged from the distant cedar trees. He knew the reason. He knew whose fault it was. But how could this country, suffering from such a severe illness, be saved? A sudden voice broke the tranquility, and Lu Cheng looked up in the direction of the sound. A lady with wavy, light golden hair appeared before them. She held a bottle of rum in her hand and was dressed very lightly, wearing only a short, crop top that exposed her belly button, which even had a piercing. It was as if she felt no chill from the cold climate of magnetic Drum Island. Despite her youthful attire, her face was lined with deep wrinkles. Clearly, she was no longer young. Dr. Kureha, the old woman who had remained youthful for over 100 years. An old hag? As a character from the original work, Lu Cheng recognized her identity at a glance. He curiously looked her up and down while recalling her profile. She would later become Chopper's teacher, teaching him medicine, and would be the last remaining doctor in this kingdom. Besides her medical skills, she should also possess remarkable combat abilities. After all, in the original work, Kureha thrived in an environment where doctors were treated poorly, not relying solely on her medical skills, but also on her martial prowess. The Chopper from the original story had exceptional fighting and physical skills, which he likely learned from this Kureha. In summary, she was a troublesome old hag who could heal and fight, cared about her appearance, and wanted money. Kid, what are you looking at? Are you captivated by my beauty? Kureha glanced at Lu Cheng, then quickly shifted her gaze to the small Robin who was treating others. Kid, want to know my secret to staying youthful? No need. I'm still young and don't need it. Lu Cheng shrugged. Nice to meet you for the first time. Ms. Kureha. Ms. Kureha? This address seemed to please Dr. Kureha a bit. This kid appeared to have some discernment and knew a bit about manners. Understanding that she was still young and beautiful was better than these foolish villagers. She lifted her sunglasses and scrutinized Lu Cheng, then looked at the small Robin treating a group of villagers. Do you know me? Lu Cheng nodded. Mr. Kalokas from the Twin Gorge asked me to send his regards to you. It's that little guy. Kaleha realized and nodded. At his age, Kalokas is still being called a little guy. Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless, but he was indeed very honest. Yes, that's him. Kalokas gave us the permanent pointer to come here. I thought you two should have a good relationship. Kureha glanced at Lu Cheng and no longer continued this topic. After a moment of silence, she suddenly changed the subject. Kid, since Kalokas introduced you here, are you doctors? Kid, thinking about the other person's age, even Kalokas is a little guy, so it seems natural for him to be called a kid. Lu Cheng shook his head, frowning slightly, but soon relaxed. To be precise, I'm not. He pointed at Little Robin. Only Little Robin is. Almost. Nurse Kaleha waved her hand carelessly. I almost didn't make it in time, but luckily your speed is fast enough. Let's talk about it later. First, let's treat these people. After a busy half-day, all the injured residents in Xiaolonda town were finally treated. Even the seriously injured residents, with the efforts of Little Robin and the others, basically survived. Those with lighter injuries were already able to move freely. Of course, it was unavoidable that several people died, which is quite normal. After all, it is medical skill, not divine skill. For villagers with average physical condition, surviving after sustaining fatal injuries is quite difficult. Lu Qingshan submitted a freshly refreshed healing task and earned 300 justice points again. He didn't expect that these justice points could be quite easy to earn. This was already the second time he had refreshed the healing task, and he didn't even have to do anything himself. The little Robin handled everything for him. It was simply fantastic. Don't forget to pay the consultation fee. My charges are quite expensive, Ku Lei Hua said after treating the last patient. Upon hearing this, the patient turned even paler, as if he hadn't been treated at all. Although Ku Lei Hua's medical skills were impressive, her fees were even more so. This was a classic case of being physically healed but emotionally hurt. Lu Cheng shook his head and looked outside. The banner of saving lives was still fluttering in the cold wind. Kaleha also noticed Lu Cheng's gaze and glanced at the words on the banner, frowning. You have come all this way holding this banner? Yes. Lu Cheng smiled and patted Little Robin's head. Little Robin just learned medicine and needs some practice. I see there are quite a few patients in this kingdom. Upon hearing this, Kaleha's gaze lingered on Little Robin for a moment before she spoke. This little girl's medical skills are quite good. Coloca's has indeed taught her a lot of real things. At least she's much better than some quack who, despite being completely incompetent, insists on treating others. I think he himself needs to be treated. As Kaleha continued speaking, her voice gradually lowered, and she sighed deeply, somewhat helpless. But I'm afraid that soon. Even such quacks will be hard to find. There are indeed many patients in this kingdom. Even the country itself is sick. Lu Cheng realized who the quack the other person was referring to. Dr. Hiralik, a quack who could steal, rob, deceive, and make bombs but could not heal. Yet he was the only one who treated Chopper like family. After Chopper had wandered for many years and endured much suffering, the two finally met. If you calculate the time, it seems that their meeting was still a long way off. Lu Cheng's gaze swept over to a short distance away, where it seemed a snowball was wriggling in the snow. This kind of hiding technique also meant that all the villagers were injured and no one had the time to pay attention to each other. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. However, this little guy is so bold, daring to run into the village. I remember this guy's courage was far from being big. Kaleha noticed Lu Cheng's gaze and frowned. I wanted to ask for a while, is this little thing one of your group? It's been secretly watching you. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and nodded, I suppose so. Only then did Kaleha retract her gaze. Are you saying that you specifically came here to treat and save people? It's just a trip, and I'm also here to learn some medical skills. Lu Cheng rummaged through his belongings and took out a letter, handing it to her, a letter of introduction from Mr. Quolokas. Kaleha received the letter and put it away without looking at it. Kid, you don't think this is where it ends, do you? Or do you think that just because you have a letter, you can follow me to learn medicine without worrying about anything else? Do you really think that little guy, Quolokas, has that much influence here? Lu Cheng had never opened the letter, and he wasn't clear about their specific relationship. But their relationship didn't seem ordinary at all. He shook his head. I certainly didn't think that, Lady Kaleha. Didn't you say this country is sick? Although I can't treat patients, getting involved in other people's affairs sounds quite interesting. He paused. Protecting the weak is also one of the principles of knighthood. You don't seem like a proper knight at all, you little brat. Kaleha's lips curled slightly. Justice is never confined to superficial forms, Lu Cheng replied calmly. Then I really want to see this for myself. Kaleha took a sip from the wine bottle. In my many years of life, I've seen all kinds of justice. But this kind that doesn't stick to superficial forms, I've really never encountered before. It could be called justice in a nice way, but in a harsher light. It's lawlessness. Lu Cheng smiled, but did not refute. The group left the injured residents and soon arrived at the lakeside where the battle had taken place. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Lu Cheng casually asked, what should we do with these dead soldiers? With the living already unmanageable, what will be done for the dead? When night falls, the beasts will take care of them naturally. Dr. Kareha's gaze shifted to a series of footprints not far away. It seemed she could vaguely see the soldiers who had escaped stumbling in their flight. You've left survivors, yet you're still worried about this? Oh dear. Lu Cheng slapped his forehead, a somewhat frustrated expression that made little Robin laugh. I was careless, a mistake. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you, little brat. Kareha looked at Lu Cheng's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but snort coldly. This country is already suffering enough. Even if we treat it, it's best not to let it suffer further injuries. Lu Cheng fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, Of course, Miss Kareha. If we have time, we'll come and visit you again. Upon hearing this, Kareha huffed again. She opened the bottle, took another gulp of wine, and said, Humph. If you can really do that, I'll agree to your request, kid. I haven't even made a request yet. Lu Cheng felt somewhat speechless. Kaleha glanced at him calmly. Having lived for so many years, she could see through some things at a glance. Aren't you just hoping that I'll teach this little girl medicine? The letter from Coloca's mentioned these matters too, right? Although I don't know why the other party values you so much. My medical treatment is very expensive, so don't think that I would teach you medicine just because of a letter. Lu Cheng knew it would be like this. Kurorokas's face didn't seem big enough. A letter couldn't solve the problem, and he had to put in effort himself. But never mind, he had intended to do so anyway. So it wasn't a big deal. Then it's settled. He shrugged, waved to little Robin, and Akuri pulled out the healing flag planted in the ground, following Lu Cheng and little Robin as they walked away. As for the night, that old lady looked quite strange. Well, not too strange. There are plenty of strange people around. Their voices drifted further away, and behind them, it seemed a small little meatball was cautiously following along. These two little brats had no respect for the elderly. Suddenly, Kiriha laughed. She lifted her sunglasses and looked at the few people walking away, along with the healing flag fluttering high in the wind. Indeed, it was those two, the masked knight and the son of the devil. Hee. It seems that fool Valpo is going to have big trouble. At that moment, a ding sounded, and Lu Cheng felt a prompt from his system panel. He opened the system, and, sure enough, a new task had arrived. Recently, tasks have been coming quite frequently. Lu Cheng glanced at the task information. Task name, Chivalrous Healer. Task requirement. The kingdom of Magdoro seems to be afflicted with a serious illness, and the righteous knight cannot remain indifferent. Task reward, 500 points of justice value. Task status, pending acceptance. Would you like to accept the task? Lu Chengshun casually clicked to accept, of course for the sake of the justice in his heart, rather than for any trivial points of justice. A few people walked through the mountains and forests, their steps uneven, while the banner of saving lives stood tall in the wind and snow, flapping loudly. The wind howled, the pine forest trembled, and a little reindeer stealthily followed a few people, walking alone. Occasionally, it would dive into the snow, leaving only half of its body visible, which was why the people ahead didn't notice its presence. Sir Knight, that little thing doesn't seem very smart, Little Robin said, looking at the reindeer half buried in the snow, smiling as he asked, does it think that if it buries its head, we won't see it? I think that's exactly what it thinks, Lu Cheng said, cupping his chin. It's even more interesting than I imagined. Originally, Lu Cheng thought Chopper wouldn't follow them for long, but unexpectedly, he had been following them until now, and it was almost dark. He couldn't believe that the other party was still trailing behind them. It seemed like Chopper had become attached to them, but why? Lu Cheng thought for a moment. It seemed that he and the others had not been too close to each other, so why was that? He pondered. Perhaps it was just because they had shown a little kindness by leaving a way out when the other party was escaping, and that was why the other party had latched onto them. Chopper felt as if he had found the answer. After coming to this realization, a slight pain filled his heart. Was this little guy really that pitiful? Reindeer are social animals, and their natural instinct is to stay with their kind. However, because of his naturally blue nose, Chopper was not accepted by the herd. After eating the devil fruit, he was treated as a monster and was further ostracized. He left the herd, wanting to blend into the village with his human appearance and live among humans. But due to his appearance and the language barrier, he was treated as a monster and even hunted by humans. Despite this, he still longed for the feeling of being with a group, fearing loneliness and wanting to live with others. Chopper cautiously peeked out and saw the figures ahead slowly walking away, seemingly unaware that he was hiding behind them, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the backs of the few people in front of him, and his human-like eyes revealed a trace of envy. He didn't even know why he was stealthily following them. Perhaps it was because they had shown kindness by giving way to him at that moment. Maybe it was because their gaze upon him was different then, not filled with disgust and fear as if they were looking at a monster, but rather with a hint of a smile, a warmth he had never seen before. It made him unconsciously hide near the village, and after they left, he followed them without realizing it. Yet he was afraid of being discovered and didn't dare to get too close. Chopper lowered his head and took a bite of the snow. The others moved quickly, and there was hardly any food to be found between the snow and fallen leaves. He was very hungry but dared not search for food. He feared that in the blink of an eye, those few people would disappear from his sight forever. The cold, frozen snow filled his stomach, and the wounds from being shot still throbbed painfully. This time, his injuries seemed worse than before, and his healing appeared to be slower, which he understood was due to not having enough food. But as he watched the figures ahead grow further away, he couldn't help but follow them again. Sir Knight, I'm following again. An eye appeared in the snow, playfully blinking before quickly wilting like a petal. Sir Knight, if we turn back, will we scare it away? It looks so timid. Sir Knight, how about we take a break? It seems like it can't walk anymore. Sir Knight. Lu Cheng looked up at the sky. It was getting late, and he still hadn't encountered the village. Logically, he should speed up a bit, but he smiled and patted Little Robin's head. Let's take a break first. Okay, Sir Knight, you're the best. Akuri also stopped and began to tidy up the ground, quickly setting up a simple campsite. Little Robin poked at the campfire, but her gaze kept darting towards the bushes behind her, where a small figure was. She also saw it, the striking blue nose, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The blue-nosed reindeer was quite adorable. Little Robin blinked, but soon realized something. Blue nose. Blue nose. Suddenly, the snow creature she had encountered before flashed in her mind, and it also seemed to have such a cute blue nose. Sir Knight, little Robin turned around, her mouth slightly agape, looking a bit cute with her surprised expression. Could it be that? Lu Cheng nodded with a smile. Little Robin opened his mouth wide, but soon became a bit gloomy. The knight had already known. Yet he didn't tell me and was just watching me make a fool of myself. Little Robin, your focus is off. Shouldn't you be thinking about why the snow monster turned into a reindeer instead? However, little Robin clearly was very clever. Once he realized this, he quickly understood what was going on. Is it a reindeer that accidentally ate some kind of humanoid devil fruit? No wonder it can't talk. Knight, you even said it was some strange disease. The lying knight. Little Robin complained softly. Ahem. Lu Cheng coughed lightly twice. I was just stating a hypothesis. You're making excuses. Knight, you're not being honest. Lu Cheng covered my chest, feeling tons of hurt. Since when did little Robin start to have such a big misunderstanding about him? Just as he was about to explain and restore the noble image of the knight, he heard little Robin exclaim, Ah, what happened to this little guy? Lu Cheng turned his head and saw Chopper face down in the snow. He was seriously injured, had lost too much blood, and was overly exhausted, hungry, and lacking nutrition. Little Robin held the reindeer Chopper and, after checking him over, let out a sigh of relief. Great, there aren't any major issues. Little Robin happily turned around and noticed that Sir Knight was looking at her with a somewhat strange expression. What's wrong, Sir Knight? Little Robin asked in confusion. It's nothing. Lu Cheng replied with a complex gaze, slightly teasing. I picked you up just like this back then. It's almost exactly the same as now. I didn't expect you to be able to bring something home now. This scene feels so familiar. It really makes me nostalgic. Little Robin was somewhat speechless. This isn't the time for jokes, Sir Knight. She bowed her head and looked at the little reindeer. Treating a reindeer should be no different from treating a person, right? Lu Cheng scratched his head. I suppose so. Hey, he's awake again. Chopper's nose twitched. The aroma of food awakened him from his unconsciousness. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, only to realize in shock that he seemed to be held by someone. He panicked and struggled. Then he heard a gentle voice from a girl. Don't move, okay? The wound has just been bandaged. You can't move around. The face with the striking blue nose lifted, and he saw a somewhat familiar, beautiful face. It seemed he was starving. He heard the girl continue. You're really hungry, aren't you? Yes, I'm so hungry. But he was even more afraid that he was being held by someone. With such a strange appearance, she would surely think of him as a monster, and would certainly disdain him without hesitation, even want to eliminate him, because monsters shouldn't exist in this world. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Tears fell uncontrollably from the reindeer, tracing down his face, across the striking blue nose. The tears mixed together and dripped onto the ground, creating little holes in the snow. Why are you crying? Are you too hungry? Here, eat this. Little Robin reached out and put the food in his mouth. Don't cry, if it's not enough. I'll let Sir Knight eat less. I think it's because you're holding him too tightly and scared him. It's not about the food. A man's voice sounded from the side, calm but somehow filled with a reassuring strength. Sir Knight is just greedy, with his mouth full of food aroma. Chopper couldn't help but swallow. He had never eaten such delicious food. Since birth, he had always been ostracized, and no one had ever given him food, let alone such delicious food. Suddenly, a wave of sadness surged in Chopper's heart, and he cried out in Little Robin's arms, his clear and tender cries filled with sorrow, sounding less like a reindeer and more like a human. So you can talk, Little Robin said softly. She bent down and gently stroked the little reindeer's head. It was fluffy, just like a plush toy, so warm and so cute. Little Robin instantly fell in love with this feeling. She felt the little one trembling in her arms, and her hand movements unconsciously became lighter. So cute. I really want to raise him. Chopper slowly quieted down. Perhaps it was because he had just been born not long ago, far from the hardships and pains experienced in the original story, and was filled with fear towards everyone. In this moment, he still held hopes for that warmth, which might also be the reason why he followed the group without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, Lu Cheng shared some of the food he had with Chopper. For him at this moment, it should be the greatest kindness, right? Sir Knight, he's so cute. Little Robin held the little reindeer, her eyes filled with joy. The little reindeer slightly wagged its 4 hooves, seemingly struggling, but the movements were far from intense. Fluffy, he really is cute, just like those rabbits from yesterday. Lu Cheng nodded. But Sir Knight, the food you ate yesterday was so fragrant. Peep. Little Chopper was instantly frightened, and his fur stood on end. Although he had just gained intelligence, He could understand the meaning of those two sentences. Is he going to eat me? He kicked his hooves hard, but unfortunately he was tightly held by little Robin, and those soft little hooves had no strength at all. Don't be scared, don't be scared, Sir Knight is a good person. Little Robin reached out to comfort him, and after a while, she finally managed to calm him down. I'll let you down now, but don't run around. Little Robin gently placed the little reindeer on the ground. And the moment he landed, he kicked off the ground, sending snow flying, and ran off without a trace. Ha ha! Lu Cheng laughed heartily. This little guy ran away. Little Robin's expression froze for a moment. Then she quickly turned her head angrily. It's all Sir Knight's fault for scaring him away. I think it's you who scared him away. You were too enthusiastic. Lu Cheng shrugged. With your enthusiasm, it's only natural that you would scare him. No way. Sir Knight is just arguing. Little Robin turned her head, only to find that the little reindeer hadn't run far at all. He was hiding nearby, quietly watching them. When he saw her turn around, he dove into the snow, thinking that this way he could avoid her sight. But that white rear end was sticking out of the snow pile. It couldn't be hidden at all. So silly, but so cute. Little Robin wanted to take care of him even more. Sir Knight, what's wrong? Lu Cheng thought of the saying, flattery is either deceitful or malicious. As he looked at little Robin, who suddenly turned around, shaking his hand non-stop with a face full of eagerness. Sir Knight, can we keep him? Although he was indeed quite cute, Lu Cheng scratched his head and decided to tease little Robin. Keeping a pet is so troublesome. Raising him is not as good as raising a lab. Isn't a lab bigger and cuter? Labs are indeed very cute. Little Robin counted on her fingers, but labs aren't this small, and they don't have fur, so they don't feel as nice to touch. What kind of reason is that? Lu Cheng shook his head. At least you should ask for his opinion. Little Robin blinked her eyes. Was Sir Knight agreeing? But when little Robin turned her head, she found that the little reindeer was still fearfully following from a distance, and she shook her head in frustration. Why is he so timid? Lu Cheng leisurely finished his meal and looked at the sky. Let's stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Xiao Robin, upon hearing this, opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Robin nodded vigorously. Sir Knight, there are some things I don't understand. Aren't we supposed to find that king? Why are we moving so slowly? Wouldn't it be better to find him sooner? Lu Cheng thought for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling little Robin to come over. Little Robin obediently sat down beside him. Lu Cheng's pupils reflected the campfire as he slowly spoke. It's not an individual who is sick, but a whole country. Healing one person's illness does not mean the entire country can be cured. Little Robin furrowed her brows. She understood the implication of the knight's words, but was still somewhat confused. But isn't this country in such a state because of that king? If he were gone. Her voice grew softer. Lu Cheng smiled at her. No, that's not right, is it? The knight is not entirely wrong, but Lu Cheng chuckled. A country is not just one person. It's easy to heal one person, but healing a group of people is not that simple. Moreover, not all injuries and illnesses require a doctor. Some can heal on their own. So, does the knight want this kingdom to heal itself? No. Lu Cheng grinned, revealing a brilliant smile. I just want to completely eradicate this illness. Night fades into dawn. Let's go. Lu Cheng greeted them, and then led a few people away from the spot. After a night passed, even the dullest of the guards in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom should have heard the news by now, right? Chopper remained vigilant, hiding to the side, while Robin turned around and waved cheerfully. Little reindeer, we're leaving. We've left some food for you. After doing all this, Robin turned around and found that Sir Knight had already slipped away with a curry, so she hurriedly stepped through the thick snow to catch up. Ah, Sir Knight. Wait for me. The figures of the few people gradually faded into the distance, and a tall white figure cautiously approached their campsite. The campfire had just gone out, and the pot still retained some warmth. It lifted the lid, and the aroma of hot food wafted into the air. Lowering its head, it consumed all the food, and when it raised its head again, tears were already streaming down its peculiar face like rain. When Lu Cheng and the others, carrying the banner of miraculous healing, approached a slightly larger village, they were surprised to find that there were guards stationed at the entrance. However, looking up at the towering mountains and the castle on the hill nearby, he felt it was quite normal. After all, the Magnetic Drum Kingdom was not a large country. It only took a few days for them to reach the vicinity of the king's castle. It was only natural that security would be tight. The so-called guard were actually just 7 or 8 people, dressed in thick, uniform clothing and armed with guns, stationed at the village entrance. When they saw Lu Cheng and the others boldly approaching the village with the banner of miraculous healing, their faces showed incredible surprise as they recognized the words on the flag. Since when did doctors dare to walk so boldly on the road? especially in front of them. The guards. Wasn't this looking down on them? The soldiers raised their guns, aimed at Lu Cheng, and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" "We're doctors." Lu Cheng pointed at the fluttering flag behind him. "I heard many of you are sick." The soldiers exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, so that's it." The soldiers exchanged knowing looks and laughed heartily. "But do you know that claiming to be a doctor is illegal here?" "Illegal?" Lu Cheng waved his hand. "I really didn't know." The soldiers looked at each other and suddenly spoke. "Kid, you must have a lot of money since you're a doctor, right?" As soon as the words fell, the soldiers all laughed sinisterly, winking at each other with malicious intent. "As long as you hand over all your money, we'll pretend we never saw you and won't take you to jail. Otherwise, do you know what will happen to you, doctor?" "I don't know." Lu Cheng laughed heartily. "Actually, I'm here to see Valpo and treat him." "Valpo? So you're here to treat him. This name sounds a bit familiar." The soldiers nodded after hearing this, and after a moment, they suddenly realized that Valpo was their king's name. "Do you know what you're saying, you little brat?" The soldiers yelled at Lu Cheng. "Ido." Lu Cheng's mouth curled into a smile, but he wasn't interested in talking much with these small fry. "So just pretend you didn't see anything and get lost." The soldiers from Magnetic Drum Island were stunned by this. But upon seeing that Lu Cheng only had 3 people, one of whom was a little girl, and that none of them had any weapons, while each of them had a gun, they burst into laughter, almost gasping for breath. "Kid, there was no need for this. If you had just obediently handed over your money, we might have let you go. But since you dare to say such things, being a doctor, we'll just have to arrest you and execute you." He waved his hand, and the soldiers maliciously approached Lu Cheng with ropes, intending to capture him alive. Then they saw the smallest little girl raise her hand, seemingly saying something, and suddenly felt their necks being grabbed. They received a heavy blow to their heads, and several soldiers fell down together, their vision darkening. Why did a hand suddenly grow on their necks? This was the last thought that flashed through their minds. "Thank you for your hard work, Robin." Lu Cheng kicked the soldiers aside. "Your strength is good. There's progress." The few of them stepped into the village, and behind them, a small white figure hesitated for a moment, crossed over the fallen soldiers, and followed them into the village. "Is anyone in need of medical treatment?" Robin shouted loudly, looking at the crowd coming and going on the street. But people only looked at the 3 of them with fear, and at the banner of saving lives fluttering in the wind. My dad is sick." A little boy just poked his head out, only to receive a heavy blow to the head. "Don't speak carelessly. Go home. Don't cause trouble. They are doctors, and they will soon be killed by the king's guards." Robin turned back, and Lu Cheng shrugged, looking at a nearby restaurant, rubbing his stomach. It was almost mealtime, and he hadn't eaten much in the morning. Seeing Lu Cheng's expression, Robin pouted. "Sir Knight just knows how to eat." Lu Cheng smiled slightly and said, "Filling our stomachs is the most important thing. Let's eat something to calm down first." The unsuccessful doctor, Robin nodded and followed Lu Cheng into the restaurant. The people in the restaurant looked at each other, unsure of how to react to Lu Cheng and the others who sat down as if no one else was around. Lu Cheng smiled and threw a bundle of bills on the table. "We're just having a meal, not treating anyone. The king won't blame you for this, right? It's just business, isn't it?" The waitress looked at Lu Cheng's handsome smile. Her face flushed involuntarily, and she hurriedly ran off. Little Robin, seeing this, pouted and sat down beside Lu Cheng in a sulky mood. The only flaw of the night was that he was too handsome. Little Robin was increasingly able to relate to this trouble. If only the knight's good looks were just for me to see. Soon, a simple meal was finished. Lu Cheng waved his hand to call the waitress for the bill. "Customers, you should leave quickly after eating. We don't welcome doctors here. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." After settling the bill, the waitress glanced at Lu Cheng, hesitated for a moment, and still reminded him. Lu Cheng shrugged and casually said, "That won't do, beautiful miss. Actually, we're here to find someone. We can't leave." "Looking for someone?" The waitress nodded and reminded them again. "Then please leave quickly after you find him. The king's guard will be here soon, and if you don't leave now, it will be too late." "But I can't find him." Lu Cheng crossed his legs and spread his hands, looking quite helpless. "This guy's name is Valpo. I've heard that he's not quite right in the head, and I specifically came to find him." The sudden silence was deafening, and the entire restaurant became eerily quiet. The waitress's expression froze. "Who did you say you were looking for?" "I didn't catch that." "I said I'm looking for Valpo." Lu Cheng reached for a bottle of liquor on the bar and casually patted her shoulder, making her shiver. "I've heard that his mind is quite disturbed, and the only way to cure him is to cut off his head." "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, the waitress's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed. "This is a big problem, isn't it?" Lu Cheng laughed heartily, looking around with a wild grin. Did I say something? Why does everyone have this expression? Is there a problem? It's all because of what you said. It's a big problem, okay? The people in the restaurant shouted in unison. The noise was so loud it made my ears hurt. Lu Cheng covered his ears and turned to look at Little Robin. So what? Is there something wrong with what I said? Sir Knight is right. Little Robin shook his head, and his bright eyes were full of this meaning. Lu Cheng patted his chest and let out a long sigh. You scared me. That's good. I thought I said something wrong with such a big reaction. It's just chopping off his head. What's the big deal? The two of them were in perfect harmony, but the others didn't think so. The restaurant fell into a brief silence, and then it erupted instantly. The people in the restaurant became chaotic, tightly surrounding Lu Cheng and the others. This can't be a small matter. You both have problems. Do you know what you're saying? Valpo, he is the king of this country. How dare you think about killing our king in front of us? Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. He reached out his hand and casually tugged, causing the crowd to be forcibly split apart by a huge force, leaving people sprawled on the ground in disarray. Didn't I say his mind was seriously disturbed? Otherwise, why would I want to cut him? It's you who has a problem with your brain. Get out of this country. Someone in the crowd shouted angrily. Quickly report to the king's guard. Someone is trying to assassinate the king. Lu Cheng pushed through the crowd and exited the restaurant, while Little Robin hurriedly got up to catch up. Since you're not Valpo, I'll just go find him elsewhere. Inside the restaurant, the people lying on the ground felt like they were dreaming. Suddenly someone jumped out saying that their king had lost his mind and wanted to chop off the other person's head, claiming to be a doctor. What kind of doctor treats patients like this? Quickly report to the king's guard. Someone is trying to assassinate the king. Let us go. Go to the palace and stop him. How can we let such a nonsensical person harm the king? Is this guy really a doctor? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and at that moment, someone whispered a reminder. I heard that recently the king's guard seems to be hunting down doctors, and many doctors have already been killed. But we can't let them kill the king. Even if they're doctors, Valpo is our king. The wind outside was a bit noisy. Leaving the restaurant, Lu Cheng walked on the snow-covered road, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Can someone tell me where Valpo is? His mind is messed up. I need to chop it off. Can anyone tell me? His voice was thunderous, echoing throughout the village and reaching everyone's ears. Did I hear that wrong? What is that person saying? It seems like he said he wants to chop off the king's head. Oh, so he wants to chop off the king's head. People looked at each other in shock and suddenly started to panic, shouting that he said he wanted to chop off the king's head. Quick, stop him. How can he say he wants to chop off our king's head in front of us? A group of people rushed forward, trying to stop Lu Cheng, and the outcome was predictable. They were just ordinary villagers, unable to withstand even Lu Cheng's casual strike. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, was merely a result of Lu Cheng showing mercy. The two of them walked through the entire village as if no one was in their way, as those who tried to stop them were already lying on the ground. However, Lu Cheng was very measured in his actions, which indeed gave Little Robin less opportunity to showcase his medical skills. You two little brats, what exactly do you want to do? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Lu Cheng looked up and saw that Carrera, who had just parted ways with them, had appeared beside them at some point, frowning at the current chaos. Ah, Ms. Carrera. Lu Cheng raised a hand in greeting. Aren't you going home? Have you been following us all along? Carrera snorted but didn't speak. Her attitude clearly implied agreement. Young people are always so impulsive, she thought, and with nothing to do, she quietly followed behind them. It was within her expectations that the other party would cause trouble for Valpo. However, the various actions they had taken on their way made her somewhat perplexed. Making a big fuss about treating someone and telling everyone that he wants to kill the king. What purpose does it serve other than raising Valpo's vigilance? Having lived for so many years, she really couldn't understand the way young people operate nowadays. What on earth do you two little brats want to do? Carrera asked again. Lu Cheng did not answer directly. He simply turned around and looked at the villagers he had knocked to the ground. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he burst into a loud laugh, so much so that he could hardly catch his breath. Sir Knight, Little Robin looked worried, cautiously tugging at Lu Cheng's sleeve. No need to worry, Little Robin. Ha ha. Lu Cheng gestured for Little Robin not to be concerned, waving his hand to indicate he was fine. Let me laugh a bit longer. It's just too ridiculous. What's so funny? Kureha kicked over, and Lu Cheng's body evaded the attack effortlessly, as if he were a piece of paper in a very strange posture. You've learned the Navy's 6 styles quite well. Your foundation is solid. Kureha frowned. I really don't understand what you're thinking, kid. Lu Cheng's laughter gradually calmed down, but the corners of his mouth still carried a hint of a faint smile, tinged with sarcasm. As he spoke, don't you find it ridiculous? It is clearly the king's fault, and it was he who personally issued the decree that killed the country's most esteemed doctor. The kingdom of Tsigu will no longer be a kingdom of medicine, but will instead become an ordinary island, unknown on the great maritime routes. From now on, they will have no doctors. They can only pray not to fall ill, and those who are sick will struggle in pain. In other words, Valpo, he has truly killed this country from the inside out. But look at you. Lu Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter echoing in the piercing cold wind, accompanied by the sharp howling of the wind, reaching everyone's ears. You say it's ridiculous, but this is the kind of king we have. I say he's out of his mind. I say I want to cure him. I say I want to cut off his head. What kind of reaction did those who heard this have? They were trying to stop me from killing their king. Ha! Tell me, isn't that funny? Kureha glanced back at the villagers lying on the ground, her eyes filled with complexity, then turned to look at Lu Cheng. You little rascal. Lu Cheng smiled broadly and said, Dr. Kaleha, didn't you say this country is sick? Now I can tell you that this country is indeed sick. But is there still hope? Lu Cheng led little Robin away with big strides without looking back. Who can tell us the answer? You can't, I can't. But there must be someone who can tell us the answer. Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin's group gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. In the village, the villagers who had been lying on the ground struggled to get up, looking at each other. They clutched their swords and hunting rifles, their eyes filled with fear. How could that person, who seemed impervious to blades and bullets, really be human? Dr. Kureha, who are they? For Kureha, the eccentric doctor who had lived for over 100 years, many in the Drum Kingdom knew her. Or rather, not knowing her would be the strange thing. Kureha said nothing. She sighed and threw out 2 bounty notices. You can see for yourselves. It turned out to be them. The streets erupted with screams. The villagers trembled as they opened the bounty notices, their pupils filled with terror. Their voices were small and quivering, but the surroundings had already fallen into dead silence. One could almost hear a pin drop. They were pirates, the masked knight with a bounty of 99 million, and the devil child Nico Robin with a bounty of 79 million. These two were super pirates with a combined bounty of nearly 1 billion berries. How could it be them? Why would they come here? Fear and screams echoed through the wind and snow, but in the vast snowy landscape. The group walked further and further away, their figures quickly covered by the storm. In the palace at the top of the Drum Kingdom's mountain, the King Valpo laughed loudly when he heard reports of pirates invading the Drum Kingdom and wanting to kill him. Ha ha ha. They actually said they want to kill our king? That's too funny. The 2 ministers beside him laughed exaggeratedly in agreement. We are a nation, a member of the world government. How could pirates be so bold? One of the ministers, Jace, who had a bow and arrow on his back and lips that waved like the sea, laughed heartily. The member of the world government needed to pay enough heaven gold to the celestial dragons each year, but they also received protection from the world government and the navy. They couldn't believe anyone would be so bold as to directly challenge him. The Drum Kingdom was protected by the world government and the navy. It was one thing to rob a few villages, but who would dare to touch their king? They must be rookie pirates who just entered the Grand Line, utterly clueless about the world. Another minister, Kromali Mon, who stood to Valpo's right, clenched his fists, his hands covered in black fur, and added, They probably don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Just as they were boasting, a person rushed in urgently, panting and holding a newspaper, his face pale. Captain Dalton of the guard looked at the few who were unaware of the seriousness of the situation, cursing them in his heart. These fools. Not only are they simple-minded, but they also don't care about the news at all. These 2 are not ordinary pirates. He lowered his head. It's bad, Your Majesty. They are not ordinary people. That devil child Nico Robin has a bounty of 79 million berries, and the masked knight's bounty is even higher, at 99 million berries. 79 million berries. Jace was taken aback, his wavy lips straightening in shock. 99 million berries. Kromali Mon was so frightened he covered his head, his black fur nearly flying off in fear. What do such pirates want on our island? We don't have any treasures. After a moment of silence, no one answered. The group looked at Valpo, whose eyes widened in disbelief. 79 million berries? 99 million berries? Here to kill me? As a king who had once attended the World Conference, even Valpo, no matter how foolish, could understand what kind of monsters pirates with bounties nearing 1 billion were. Such pirates couldn't possibly appear in the early seas of the Grand Line. They should be stirring up trouble in the later parts, in the area known as the New World, or at least in a midsection of the Grand Line. Why would they come here? Valpo's face turned pale, and he began to doubt his life. You bastard. Dalton, I command you to get down there and stop those 2 no matter what. You must not let them reach here. Hurry up, If you let them escape, you might as well die. Accompanied by Valpo's furious curses, Dalton led a team of soldiers hurriedly down the mountain, while the palace fell into a state of panic. Sir Knight, I still don't quite understand. What don't you understand? Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Xiao Robin was always intelligent, but no matter how smart she was, some things were beyond her understanding at her age. Even if her experiences might be unimaginable to an ordinary person. I don't understand why Sir Knight is doing this. Although it sounds ridiculous, Sir Knight doesn't seem like someone who would do this just for a laugh. Although he's quite foolish, he wouldn't. Lu Cheng was originally nodding, but upon hearing the later part, his expression darkened. What does it mean that the knight was originally very foolish? How does that little girl speak? Wait, just don't say anything more. Lu Cheng hurriedly stopped the little girl, thinking that if she continued, his heart would be pierced with even more knives. Because I want to kill the king of the Drum Kingdom, not kill Walpo. But isn't Walpo the king? Little Robin was a bit confused. Intelligence and wisdom are two different things. Despite being naturally smart, Little Robin was still too naive at this moment. He was indeed the king, but the throne was right there. If Walpo was killed, there would be another Walpo. If one cannot shatter the throne in people's hearts, those seemingly beautiful victories will ultimately be in vain. Seeing the puzzled expression on Little Robin's face, Lu Cheng stopped walking, bent slightly, and looked directly into Little Robin's eyes. Little Robin, who do you think is to blame for the incident in O'Hara? O'Hara. A look of fear appeared in Little Robin's eyes, and her complexion instantly turned pale. Seeing this, Lu Cheng felt a twinge of compassion in his eyes, but still steeled himself, quietly waiting for her response. These matters were something she would have to face sooner or later. Avoidance would only let these shadows be buried deep in her heart, becoming more entrenched and difficult to remove. It was better to make her confront it while she was still somewhat unaware. A knight needs to clear away not only the visible enemies in front of her, but also the invisible gloom in her heart. It's the Navy's fault. It's the world government's fault. Little Robin's tears flowed uncontrollably as she threw herself into Lu Cheng's arms, crying out loud. Lu Cheng gently reached out to touch her back, silently comforting her without rushing. After a long while, Little Robin finally spoke with a choked voice. It's the fault of all those indifferent bystanders. It's everyone's fault. It's the fault of this world. Woo, I'm sorry, Sir Knight. I shouldn't think this way, woo-woo. Sir Knight, am I wrong, woo? Tears fell drop by drop onto the snow, soaking it. She shouldn't have thought this way, but the weakness of the kind, the compromise of the ignorant, and the indifference of the bystanders are the ultimate reasons for all this. And these have long been deeply rooted, not something one or a few people can change. The illness of the Magdrum Kingdom is, in this world, equally pervasive. Lu Cheng did not speak, nor did he express his opinion on the right or wrong that Little Robin mentioned. He simply reached out and tightly embraced her. All mistakes should be compensated for and corrected once recognized. This is the most natural thing to do. Being sick is not scary. What is scary is being incurable. When a person's body goes wrong, a doctor is needed to heal it. The world is the same. We always need to bring it back to its original state. And how to do that is what we need to keep working on. This is not O'Hara. When everything happened back then, we were powerless. But now here, I want to give it a try. So will you accompany me in this attempt? Little Robin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice choked with sobs as she sniffled. I'm willing. Sir Knight, I want to let you be alone. Lu Cheng paused for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly smiled. If others say you're guilty, then you better truly be guilty. Lu Cheng looked up at the sky. All right then, Little Robin, if you're the son of the devil, I have a feeling that Sir Knight might also turn into a demon. When that happens, you mustn't be afraid. Little Robin held back tears and nodded with a sob. A rumbling sound came from afar, as if the earth was trembling. Lu Cheng raised his head and looked towards the silver line in the snowy distance, his gaze flickering slightly. As it finally arrived, the Royal Guard of Valbo. A silver line seemed to appear in the snow, with hooves treading on the snow and shiny armor reflecting light. A troop of soldiers approached from the distance, their bright blades glinting coldly. It's finally here. It was worth it for Lu Cheng and the others to travel and ask everyone where Valbo was, defeating so many villagers, and finally waiting for the person he'd been waiting for. But the guards of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom are really incompetent, taking so long to arrive. He thought the other side would move a bit faster. Lu Cheng moved his wrist, but with just this few people. Who were they looking down on? The cold wind howled, and snowflakes drifted down. The ground, covered in thick snow, was already filled with the fallen soldiers of the king, lying in disarray. I asked them, were you sent by Valpo? The soldiers, their faces covered in blood, lay in the snow, staining it crimson. He clutched his chest, struggling to crawl away, reaching out desperately to grab the rifle scattered on the ground, the barrel of which was somewhat broken and still emitting smoke. Lu Cheng noticed the movement of the other party, walked over, and stepped on the opponent's arm. Useless. Lu Cheng put his hands in his pockets, not knowing what a rival was. I told you, guns are useless against me. I'm the armored man who has eaten the armor fruit. Guns are useless against me. Ha ha, little Robin. The knight really likes to mess around. He was so serious before, and now he has turned into this. It makes her unable to figure out what kind of person the knight really is, but no matter what kind of knight he is, he looks so cool, and she likes him just the same. Bang! The sound of a gunshot. The soldier on the ground, upon hearing this, directly pulled the trigger, hitting the armor on Lu Cheng's forehead. What kind of monster is this? Why does even a gun have no effect on him at all? The ground was already littered with the king's guards, all of whom had come out to execute Valpo's plan to expel illegal doctors, while also killing those who dared to resist. The so-called illegal doctors refer to all doctors outside of Dr. 20, which naturally includes Lu Cheng and his group. But they had clearly encountered a monster this time. The bullets, emitting wisps of smoke, fell to the ground. In the stunned expressions of the soldiers, Lu Cheng kicked up a bullet, caught it with one hand, and flicked it, causing the bullet to hit the guard's forehead and knock him out. Can you stop underestimating me like this? Bring something tougher. Valpo, who are you trying to scare with these ordinary soldiers? Lu Cheng warmed up his muscles and bones. But after fighting for so long, even Walpo, no matter how foolish he was, should have sensed something was wrong, right? Around the road, many residents who had come to watch were already standing by. They originally wanted to see the king's guard kill this pirate who dared to publicly proclaim he would kill their king, but now they saw the king's guard before them, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow, sprawled out all over the ground. Suddenly, none of them dared to step forward. Lu Cheng didn't pay attention to the villagers who were just watching the excitement. These people posed almost no threat to him. Even if he stood still and let them hit him for days and nights, they wouldn't be able to penetrate his armor. I want to go kill Valpo. Is there anyone who can guide me? There was silence in the crowd. Lu Cheng shrugged and leisurely left with little Robin again. This time, there was finally no one blocking his way. A few people from Lu Cheng quickly left the town and walked to the foot of the snowy mountain, looking up at the towering peaks that resembled chimneys. Sir Knight, is that the royal palace up there? It's so high. Just as Lu Cheng was about to answer, a group of well-armed soldiers arrived and blocked their way. A group of soldiers, led by a tall and burly man, surrounded them tightly. Outsiders, stop right there. The royal palace is ahead. Oh, who are you? You don't look like an ordinary soldier. My name is Dalton, the captain of the palace guard of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Dalton looked at Lu Cheng and little Robin with a serious expression. As for Akuri, who was behaving like a servant, he had already gone unnoticed due to his low profile. Do you recognize the masked knight and the son of the demon, Nico Robin? Am I that famous? Lu Cheng asked with a smile. This is not a place for you, pirate. Go back to your sea. Dalton said with a serious expression and a rude tone. Don't be so fierce. Lu Cheng waved his hand. We're doctors. We came a long way to treat the king because we heard he was ill. Dalton frowned and turned to ask his subordinate. Wasn't it said that he came to kill the king? Did we get wrong? I don't know, Lord Dalton. The villagers said so. Maybe they heard it wrong. So it was a misunderstanding by the villagers. No wonder. But the king is sick? We didn't even know. The group of guards let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was a misunderstanding. That's good. It's certainly false to say they wouldn't be scared fighting such a notorious pirate. It would be great if they didn't have to fight. However, Dalton felt that things were not that simple. He looked at Lu Cheng and asked, then why did the villagers say you were coming to kill the king? Well, Lu Cheng grinned. Maybe my exclusive treatment method led to some misunderstandings? Exclusive treatment method? Dalton increasingly felt that things seemed a bit complicated. Yes, if his head is broken, it naturally needs to be chopped off to take a good look. Why don't you all understand me? The soldiers covered their faces, turning pale, and shouted at Lu Cheng. Isn't that just saying you want to kill the king? Hee. Little Robin couldn't help but laugh at the soldier's sudden change of expression. Lu Cheng lowered his head, looking helpless. What did I say? Can't you all understand me? Little Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. Why are you all appearing on this island? This is just a small country. There are no treasures you seek. It's just a snow-covered island all year round. With nothing at all. There is nothing here worth your scheming. Leave his place. After confirming the identities of a few people, Dalton realized that the situation couldn't be easily resolved, and his face instantly turned pale. Although he had decent strength in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, he was aware of the nature of the monsters that were the nearly billion-belly bounty pirates. Faced with these two pirates with bounties close to 1 billion, he knew he probably didn't stand much of a chance. He made one last effort. There shouldn't be anything you want here, right? Hey, don't get me wrong, Lu Chang said with a slight smile. We're not here to rob anything. Didn't I say we're doctors? I'm here to treat Warlord. Of course, the much fruit is also quite interesting. Dalton was somewhat speechless. Not to mention that King Warlord is not even sick. But your method of treating by chopping off someone's head, who would dare let you treat them? If that's the case. Dalton's figure became even more robust, and he let out 2 streams of hot steam from his mouth and nose, exhaling heavily. A devil fruit user? Lu Chang was somewhat surprised that this guy was actually a devil fruit user. He originally thought that there was only one devil fruit on this island, belonging to Walpo, but he didn't expect that someone else would also have a devil fruit. However, the opponent's ability seemed to be a common animal type. Lu Chang fixed his gaze on him, only to see Dalton's strong body visibly growing taller and larger. What was even more striking was his head. A sharply defined face quickly transformed into the skull of a black bison. His eyes widened in anger, as if a shadow had been cast between them, revealing yet another bull-headed figure. Our king is not ill. He does not need your treatment. If you have nothing else to say, please leave this country. We do not welcome pirates here. Is that clear? This is not a way to ask for help. And Lu Chang turned to Robin and said, I should have made myself clear, right? Little Robin nodded in response. After all, at times like this, whatever the knight said was right. So it was best to just nod. Lu Chang turned around, looked at the other person, and said with a smile, Am I the doctor, or are you the doctor? Is what I said not clear enough? I said he is sick, so he is sick. I will chop off Valpo's head to show him his brain, understand? He spoke clearly, word by word, with precise pronunciation. This person really can't be reasoned with. The one who should have a problem with their brain should be you, right? Dalton's eyes were bloodshot, his voice gradually turning cold, and there was a hint of fierceness about him. So that means there's nothing more to discuss? Do you really want to cause trouble? So fierce. Lu Chang looked at Dalton, who had almost turned into a wild bull, feeling somewhat speechless. He put his hands on his hips and said, When have you seen me causing trouble? I just want to treat him, but you insist on stopping me, okay? If you stepped aside, wouldn't everything be fine? Lu Chang stood with his hands on his hips, looking utterly justified. Indeed, it's impossible to reason with a ruthless pirate. Dalton's eyes turned red, and he let out a low growl. With his command, gunfire erupted. The soldiers surrounding Lu Chang and Robin raised their guns, and in unison, they pulled the triggers. Useless. Lu Chang, with his hands on his hips, arrogantly said, How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? Guns are useless against me. I'm a user of the armor fruit. You can't break my armor. Ha ha ha. Lu Chang stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head back and laughing proudly. Little Robin looked at the now restarted knight with a speechless expression, inexplicably feeling a bit of headache. What was with this clearly villainous demeanor? She was starting to doubt whether the previously serious knight was real. It didn't seem like something a person could do. Standing to the side, little Robin, being a little girl, was mostly unnoticed when she didn't speak, and no one would be mad enough to attack her. But knight, could you please stop messing around? It seemed as if Lu Chang heard little Robin's prayers, as he finally stopped his villainous laughter. He stepped forward, hands on his hips, chest puffed out, facing the hail of bullets coming his way. A set of crimson armor crawled over his body, and the bullets struck against Lu Chang's armor with a Pili Hompa sound. Without any hindrance, the bullet casings fell softly onto the snow, emitting wisps of smoke, while Lu Chang laughed heartily again. Useless, useless. Your combat power is only 5, while mine is a staggering 1,000 points. You will absolutely not be able to defeat me, a Super Saiyan. Little Robin held her head, feeling overwhelming embarrassment. Knight, please don't do this. What kind of bizarre lines are you coming up with? No one can understand you except yourself? Okay. But Dalton and the soldiers had already forgotten about Lu Chang's strange words, their faces filled with shock. He was completely unscathed. The soldiers' hands trembled as they held their guns. How is this possible? How could he do that? Is he even human? Lu Chang saw the other party cooperating so well that he couldn't help but laugh wildly, hands on his hips. Big deal. All ineffective. Your attacks are weak and powerless. And they absolutely can't hurt me, the armored man. The power of the devil fruit. A look of determination flashed across Dalton's face. Stop the gunfire. You are not his opponent. He is not afraid of bullets, and using knives and swords is also useless. Lu Chang continued his performance, as he had already gotten into the zone. But Dalton was too busy to listen to Lu Chang's nonsense. He let out a loud roar and charged at Lu Chang like a real wild bull. Bang! Dust filled the air. Lu Chang stood still in place, using only one hand to hold back the charging Dalton. Dalton stomped the ground with all his might, his face filled with disbelief. He was the bull man who had eaten the nyo-nyo fruit, possessing immense strength. If he charged with all his power, he could even shatter boulders. No one had ever dared to take his attack head-on like this, and so effortlessly. Just one hand kept him completely immobilized. When he crashed into this masked rider, it felt like hitting a solid mountain peak, utterly unmovable. Is this really the notorious pirate with a bounty of 99 million? The gap in strength is just too great. Liu Cheng pushed with his hand, causing the opponent to stumble back and fall heavily to the ground. Bison. Liu Cheng shook his head. It seems not wild enough. I have a strong bull here. Why don't you play with it yourselves? As for me, I'll go see Valpo. Hearing this, Akuri silently stepped forward, his body visibly growing larger, and his head transformed into that of a brown wild bull. Dalton stared with his mouth agape. Is it really the same type of devil fruit? How could another cow exist? Doesn't that mean he's just like Captain Dalton? The soldiers watched in a daze, even forgetting to shoot. Zoan type, bulbul fruit, bron bul form. Akuri calmly replied, raised his fist, and smashed it down hard. The two massive, bull-headed men clashed, exchanging blows, each punch landing with a thunderous sound. This was purely a contest of strength and physique, and those ordinary soldiers had never witnessed such a scene, their mouths agape in shock. The ground shook. This was an unimaginable battle. Zoan-type devil fruits, in comparison, have the most forms and are the most widespread. For example, the inu fruit is divided into dog form, wolf form, hyena form, and so on, and the bulbul fruit is no different. However, even with the same fruit, the power can vary. Some fruits even have clear hierarchies. For instance, the so-called dog that doesn't eat the flame fruit and Akainu's magma fruit. The user's ability also affects the strength of the fruit. Although there are indeed differences in strength among fruits, one can still somewhat deceive oneself with the saying, there are no useless fruits, only useless users. But how do you explain that the flame fruit can be burned by fire? Come out and explain it, you bastard. At this moment, the battle between the same category of fruits highlighted the differences between them even more. No matter how you look at it, Akuri is a pirate with a bounty of 24 million berries. This bounty was earned through his repeated battles against pirates and the Navy. Although it doesn't mean much in front of Liu Cheng, his strength is not weak. At the very least, he is more than enough to handle Dalton. This small guard captain. In an instant, Dalton had already been beaten to a pulp. Liu Cheng knew the outcome after watching for a while. He shook his head and turned around. Dalton's massive body was heavily thrown to the ground by Akuri, reverting back to its original human form. The outcome was clear. A wave of despair washed over Dalton. If he couldn't even handle one of the opponent's subordinates, how could he stop him? Liu Cheng waved his hand. See you later. Wait for me to take care of Valpo's illness before we meet again. Dalton heard Liu Cheng's voice and originally felt dizzy from the fall. At this moment, his vision blurred even more. He watched as Liu Cheng and the others casually walked past him, and he reached out his hand. Slap! A pair of bloodied arms tightly grasped Liu Cheng's ankle. Liu Qingshun kicked the opponent away mercilessly. Liu Qingshun kicked his opponent, sending him flying. Bang! The opponent, refusing to give up, crawled back over and tightly grabbed Liu Cheng's foot again. Another kick sent him flying. Bang! Liu Cheng was somewhat speechless, kicking the opponent away for the third time. Yet, the opponent still struggled to crawl over, gripping Liu Cheng's foot tightly. Dalton was covered in wounds, but this guy was stubborn, getting kicked away again and again, yet repeatedly blocking their path. Sir Knight, little Robin couldn't bear it. Reaching out to tug at Liu Cheng's hand, with a firm will, swearing to protect his lord at all costs, compared to himself. Liu Cheng felt like he had become a major villain. Had he picked up the wrong script today? Although he had just deceived little Robin, claiming he wanted to be his demon knight, this immediate shift to a villain script seemed a bit too fast. Let go of me. Liu Cheng lowered his head. I only like beautiful big sisters to cling to. Cute little Lolas are fine too, but I have no interest in bull-headed people. Huffing and puffing, Dalton was covered in blood and breathing heavily. You promise me, if you leave this island, I will let go. Hee. Liu Cheng laughed strangely. That's absolutely impossible. Then I will never let go. Dalton's face was full of determination. I am the captain of the King's Guard of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. I absolutely will not allow anyone to kill our king. Unless you kill me right now, you can't do it. With a roar, Dalton seemed to shake the very snow on the mountains. Liu Cheng was somewhat speechless. He was becoming more and more like a villain. You really won't let go? Liu Cheng lowered his head, staring directly into Dalton's blood-red eyes. Why are you yelling so loudly? Dalton gasped for breath, his eyes blood red, staring fixedly at Lu Cheng. It's useless. If I knock you out, you won't be able to do anything to me. Lu Cheng yawned. Why are you serving such a terrible king so desperately? Can't you save some energy to just get by, you idiot? How much do you earn in a month to work this hard? You're making me look very much like a bad guy, you know? You were already a bad guy. The soldiers nearby couldn't stand it any longer, shouting in unison, waving their weapons and charging forward, only to be pulled down by hands that emerged from the ground, crashing to the ground in unison. See? Lu Cheng continued to unleash villainous lines. You can't even handle a child. You are all weaklings, and weaklings have no right to demand anything from the strong. He laughed heartily. Just enjoy the despair to your heart's content. Ha 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 ha. Little Robin. This is not good. Sir Knight seems to be getting too into character. What to do, what to do? Dalton's pupils slightly constricted. He had asked himself more than once. What kind of foolish king would recklessly enact laws that drove away the most proud doctors of his country? He couldn't find an answer to that question. Dalton raised his head, staring directly at the strange masked knight. Even if he is a bad king, he is still our king. And he is also protecting the residents of this island. You cannot protect them. Ha ha. Lu Cheng laughed exaggeratedly, unable to straighten his back, reaching out to support little Robin's shoulder. I can't take it anymore, little Robin. The night is done for. Let me laugh for a bit, haha. Little Robin. Sir Knight is completely hopeless. Lu Cheng laughed for half a day, but seeing that no one was willing to cooperate in the performance, he had no choice but to sit up straight in frustration. Really, what's the big deal about cooperating a little? You guys are really boring. Is this a matter of cooperation? The soldiers lay on the ground, silently roaring in their hearts. Lu Cheng finally restrained his smile, lowering his head as his armor slowly came off. Since that's the case, you think you will protect your country, right? Then why don't you lead the way and come with me to see how he protects this country? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. After all, you can't stop me, can you? Dalton fell silent. He would never lead these vicious pirates. Uncle, just lead the way. The knight is not a bad person. Little Robin blinked and said seriously. No, Dalton could now confirm that although this guy claimed to be a knight, he was a complete villain. As for the little girl called the child of the devil, she didn't seem like a bad person at all. She looked more like someone who had been deceived. But staying with such a bad person for too long, the other party would eventually become just like him, right? Dalton's heart was filled with pain. Such a lovely girl was being led astray like this. Huh, how about we make a bet? Lu Cheng said with a smile. You lead me, and if he really is still protecting this country, I promise I won't do anything and will leave this island immediately. How about that? Dalton suddenly raised his head. Lu Cheng continued to smile and said, Look, you are also a royal guard, so you should know that knights keep their promises. I mean what I say. Anyway, even if you don't lead me, I know the palace is up there. He raised his head and looked towards the mountain peak. As a knight, one can only achieve true glory by dying in front of the person they are protecting. Right? Dalton, are we really not going to do anything? Near the palace of the Drum Kingdom, due to the appearance of pirates, several townsfolk gathered together, anxiously discussing the situation. Although that Walpo is a total scoundrel, he is still the king of this country. Are we really going to just stand by and watch him get killed by pirates? Is that really acceptable? After all, he's our king. In front of the villagers lay newspapers and bounty notices, with eyes fixed on the bounty of 99,000 berry for the masked knight and 79,000 berries for Nico Robin. Such large sums of money were almost blinding for these ordinary residents. Why would such fearsome pirates suddenly come to their country and seek to kill their king? Do we really have to stop them? Fear filled the villagers' eyes. Just thinking about it was enough to make their hands and feet tremble in terror. No, an old hunter with a weathered face looked up at the crowd, his tone heavy. As citizens of the Drum Kingdom, our king is facing the threat of pirates and is in danger. In such a situation, how can we remain silent and indifferent? All the villagers fell silent, and after a while, someone slowly spoke up. You're right. Now is the time to unite and stand together to protect this country. We cannot just give up. He is our king, and we absolutely cannot let the pirates run rampant in this land. This is our country. We must drive the pirates out. We can only help the king repel the pirates first, and then we will have a chance to make him change his mind and revoke the order to hunt doctors. Yes, that's it. The villagers buzzed with discussion, raising their hunting rifles and swords, calling out, We must not let the pirates' conspiracy succeed. In the end, hundreds and thousands of villagers gathered, picked up their weapons, and surged towards the cable car, rushing unhesitatingly towards the palace atop the Drum Mountain. the castle standing tall amidst the wind and snow. Dalton was convinced. He had no other choice. He fell silent and led the way ahead, still full of vigilance towards Lu Chung and the others. Soon, they arrive at the cable car at the edge of the cliff. Snowflakes fell, and a long rope led straight up to the towering, chimney-like peak where the palace of the Drum Kingdom was located. That high castle symbolized the supreme status on this island. This was the most convenient way to reach the summit. And it was Lu Cheng's first time trying this novel method of climbing, not to mention for little Robin. Sir Knight, this is a cable car. I've seen it in books. Lu Cheng nodded. This thing is quite rare, especially in the snow. Little Robin curiously looked around before sitting down with Lu Cheng and the others. The cable car started, slowly ascending along the cable, rising higher and higher. Little Robin stretched out his hand to catch a drifting snowflake. Mr. Knight, this is very interesting. Lu Chengda plopped down in the cable car, glanced at the drifting snowflakes, and took out some food, sharing some with Little Robin and Akuri. He then looked at Dalton. Want something to eat? It'll help you recover faster. Dalton shot a wary glance at Lu Cheng. What exactly are you up to? Didn't you say you came to treat people? Lu replied, seeing the disbelief on Dalton's face, and shrugged. Well, actually, we came to learn medicine. But because of Walpo's decree, we can't learn it. So I thought about chopping off his head. Do you believe that answer? Dalton fell silent. This answer sounded much more credible and indeed aligned with the brutal mindset of these pirates. Killing out of displeasure. Committing crimes recklessly for personal gain. People like you still need to learn medicine? Uncle, you can't say that, Little Robin replied seriously, seemingly unaware of Dalton's discontent. People can get sick at sea too. So naturally, we need medicine. Dalton, there's no way around it. Lu Cheng shrugged. We risked our lives and traveled thousands of miles to get here, but because of Walpo's ridiculous decree, we returned empty-handed. You expect me to hold my temper? Lu Chengliang swallowed the food in his hands. What do you think the feelings of someone who risked their life to cross the sea to seek medical help would be when they are told they can never learn medicine again? Dalton fell silent once more. Lu Cheng also lost the interest to continue speaking. Since the other party didn't want to eat, he might as well eat by himself. Sharing food is not something everyone has the chance to enjoy. If given the opportunity, he didn't cherish it. The wind and snow howled. The cable car slowly ascended at an angle, continuing towards the mountaintop. The cable car swayed in the wind, suddenly shaking violently in an abnormal manner. Then it slowly came to a stop in midair. What's going on? Little Robin asked in confusion. Is the cable car broken? Impossible. Dalton blurted out. This cable car has just been serviced. It can't have a problem. That means someone doesn't want us to go up. Lu Cheng looked up at the mountaintop, where several figures were faintly visible in the wind and snow. The cable car shook violently again, even more intensely than before. Not good, Mr. Knight. The cable car is about to. Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling Little Robin not to worry, and looked at Dalton. It seemed the other party already knew you lost, but they must have seen you on this cable car, right? I remember you were the captain of the King's Guard. It seems your identity is not that important. Dalton's face turned slightly pale, and he felt a chill as Lu Cheng had already opened the cable car's door. The howling cold wind rushed into the cable car. Before Dalton could react, he saw Lu Cheng reach out and embrace the little girl, then leap forward, actually jumping out of the cable car. Danger! He couldn't help but shout. This was a height of 10,000 meters with howling winds. If they fell, there would be hardly any bones left. But despite the howling wind, the other party still stood firmly in front of him, showing no signs of falling. What is that? Dalton's mouth dropped open in shock. After the masked rider jumped out of the cable car with Nicole Robin, he actually did not fall. He stood as steadily as if on solid ground in the howling winds at 10,000 meters high. This person can actually fly. Thank you for your concern. Captain of the King's Guard. Lu Cheng dropped a remark, turned, and began to walk in the air, stepping on the atmosphere with a crackling sound, quickly leaping towards the summit of the magnetic drum mountain. At the top of the mountain, several soldiers were destroying the cable ropes. When they saw Lu Cheng suddenly breaking through the air, they trembled in fear. Hello there, surprised? Unexpected? Dalton poked his head out of the cable car and saw that the masked rider and the little girl had quickly reached the summit, subdued the soldiers who were damaging the cable car, and gestured towards them. Let's go. After Akuri dropped the line, she flipped out of the cable car and grabbed the cold ropes to climb towards the summit. Dalton stood still, his expression fluctuating, and finally let out a deep sigh. Lu Cheng looked at Akuri and Dalton as they released the cable ropes and stepped onto the flat and wide summit, smiling as he said, How is it? Exciting, right? If you fall, you would really die. You just save your lives. He spoke in a self-amusing manner with incomprehensible jokes. I asked, It's the king's order. Dalton looked at the several soldiers lying on the ground, feeling a deep pain in his heart. The other side had unhesitatingly chosen to kill him along with them for their own safety, disregarding his life. It was a chilling matter, but it didn't matter. The other side was the king, especially important for the magnetic drum kingdom. He was just a small guard, and it was only natural to be abandoned, as long as the other side still cared for this country. Just thinking this, he felt a tightness in his heart and looked towards the palace castle that stood tall in the wind and snow. Above the castle, the flag of the magnetic drum kingdom fluttered in the wind. I also found something interesting. It seems, Dalton, this time I won the bet, although I didn't gain much. Lu Cheng laughed heartily, his laughter echoing on the empty peak, but no one answered. Having received the news early, the soldiers and guards who were supposed to be here, ready to fend off the pirates, were nowhere to be seen. The wind and snow grew more intense. The palace castle still stood tall amidst the wind and snow, but there was not a single person in sight. The grand gates were wide open, allowing the biting cold wind to rush into the warm castle. Above the castle, the flag of the magnetic drum kingdom fluttered in the wind. Dalton knelt in place, staring blankly at the flag waving in the wind. Those soldiers told me the king left long ago, right after you went down the mountain. The king ordered them that if anyone wanted to go up the mountain, they should cut the cable car ropes. So I say, you have indeed faithfully executed every command of the king. Or maybe, give me a reason that he is actually trying to save this country. Ha. But Dalton could no longer hear anything. All that remained in his eyes was the flag of the magnetic drum kingdom fluttering in the wind, nothing else. The throne was still there, but his king had left alone. Today, the cold wind at the peak was exceptionally biting. It pierced to the bone, striking at the heart. Why? He doesn't even want this country anymore. Dalton screamed hoarsely, lunging forward to grab Lu Cheng by the collar. I lost. Kill me, just kill me. Why? Lu Cheng punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. You tell me, why should I kill you? I said I'm just a doctor, just here to treat Walbo. Besides, since you lost, what right do you have to ask me to do anything? I said, the weak should just savor despair. What reason do you have to teach me what to do? Dalton buried his face in the snow, blood staining the crystalline snow, blooming like a blood-colored firework. Sir Knight, please stop. Little Robin reached out to pull Lu Cheng. Her gaze filled with compassion as she looked at Dalton in the snow, as if his soul had been drained. He has suffered enough, Sir Knight. Please don't continue to torment him. Lu Cheng nodded and picked up Little Robin. As usual, he gently reached out to stroke the other's head. Little Robin, don't blame me. Perhaps you don't understand yet. But it is not I, the knight, who is tormenting you. Lu Chengzheng wanted to say something when suddenly a feeling of extreme danger arose in his heart. This feeling, Lu Cheng's expression changed, and crimson armor clung to his body, the snow reflecting the shadows of everyone. He looked around but found no sign of the enemy, yet the ominous feeling grew stronger. Without hesitation, he embraced Little Robin and plunged into the silver-white snow, instantly disappearing from sight. Akuri was slightly taken aback. How did his newly recognized boss just run away like that? Although the other party seemed to have always regarded him as a moving Bailey, why did they suddenly leave without a word? Was he abandoning his 24 million? He hesitated for a moment, wondering if the other party was telling him to get lost. There were many monsters in the Great Line. Maybe he should just find a place to retire peacefully? But when he glanced at the despondent Dalton, a similar sorrow rose in his heart. He stepped forward and gently patted Dalton's shoulder. At that moment, he thought of his own country, the mirror world. Sir Knight, what's wrong? Little Robin asked anxiously. It was the first time she had seen Sir Knight so flustered. I don't know, Lu Cheng said, covering his heart with his hand. I just suddenly feel a danger, a very great danger. Intuition? Little Robin was slightly taken aback, but Lu Cheng did not answer. He simply stared quietly at the crystalline snow, observing the movements of another world through the reflection of the mirror. Little Robin also quieted down, tightly clenching her fists and lowering her breath, afraid of disturbing Sir Knight. In the mirror world, there was a deathly silence. The world outside the mirror was incredibly stable. Lu Cheng looked at the sky through the reflection, where white snow was falling, and everything seemed incredibly calm, with no hint of danger. However, Lu Cheng felt it wasn't that simple. There was an extremely dangerous feeling, as if someone had gripped his heart, and in the next second, it would be crushed by the other party. He couldn't be mistaken about it. Yet, he was also puzzled about when his intuition became so accurate. Or was it that? In that moment, he inadvertently activated his observation haki. He shook his head, no longer wanted to think about it. He had never given up on training in the 6 styles, but he still felt he hadn't touched the shadow of haki. Did he really need someone to teach him? Shanks had tricked him into thinking that as long as he kept practicing, he would naturally learn it. Moreover, this naturally awakened hockey was much stronger and had more potential than those who took shortcuts, because it was fundamentally about tapping into one's physical potential. And the longer it was accumulated, the greater the rewards when it erupted. He decided to trust Shanks one more time. He would let go this time. But now was not the time to worry about hockey. Where was the danger? Liu Chung squinted his eyes, and through the reflection in the mirror, he finally noticed something was off. In the snowy sky, where the snowflakes fell like goose feathers, something was flashing intermittently. He frowned and held his breath. In the sky, strands of golden lightning or golden flashes passed through the air. Kizaru, damn it! Liu Chung let out an angry curse, startling little Robin, who looked up at him with some concern. It's okay. Liu Chung waved his hand, already aware of what was going on. The situation was a bit serious. Those shameless Navy bastards. Liu Chung grumbled, and little Robin followed his gaze, noticing the golden flash in the sky. Is this what made you, Sir Knight? Feel threatened? Come over quickly. Liu Chung sat down in the snow, waving at Robin. He pulled little Robin into his arms and pointed at the golden flash in the sky. Little Robin, remember, this guy's the most dangerous figure in the Navy. At least for me. If anyone in the entire Navy could take me down, I guess it would be him. Little Robin stared intently at the golden flash, wondering if it was a person and what devil fruit they had. This guy should have a rank similar to that of the Icebird and is currently a Navy Vice Admiral. However, he is a candidate for Admiral, so it's only a matter of time before he becomes one. This guy has eaten the flash fruit, allowing him to emit light waves and launch attacks at unimaginable speeds. Just like light, the opponent could likely take him out with one blow before he even entered the mirror world. The mirror world is an invincible sanctuary, but one must first enter it. He almost got into trouble. Indeed, one cannot be too low-key. After just a few days, the Navy is already on his tail. Is it because news of the events in the Drum Kingdom has spread, attracting the Navy's pursuit? Another heavyweight Vice Admiral. Should I say the Navy won't let Little Robin go, or that they think highly of him? However, wasn't the pursuit of Little Robin always handled by the Icebird? Why is this yellow monkey involved? This guy won't show any mercy. What is the Icebird doing, unable to even keep its own position? With such poor professional ability, it's no wonder he will be overtaken by the Red Dog for the position of Admiral. Better to hide for a while. Liu Chung shrugged. After all, this guy is also a future Admiral. Although I remember his hockey level seems to be lacking, his devil fruit ability is too strong. He has practically a weak chicken killer, so we still need to show some respect to our opponent for now. Is he the only one who can threaten Mr. Knight? Little Robin stared seriously at the golden flash in the sky. No need to be so nervous. Mr. Knight, have ways to counter him, but it's a bit too risky right now, so there's no need for that yet. Liu Chung supported his chin with his hand. Getting into trouble is too dangerous. Let us wait until we are stronger. Little Robin nodded. Since Mr. Knight said so, there definitely wouldn't be a problem. Above the islands of the Drum Kingdom, the golden light intertwined like flowing fire, weaving through the air. It's been an hour. This old comrade. We have no grievances or enmities. Do you really need to work so hard to catch me? How much do you earn in a month? What are you playing at? Shouldn't you be busy with your own matters instead of wasting time on us? Liu Chung looked at the golden flowing light, somewhat speechless. Mirror world. At the top of the magnetic Drum Kingdom mountain range, where the wind and snow howled, stood a tall figure quietly. Can you take a break for a while, old man? Liu Chung observed the situation outside the mirror through the mirror-like reflection in the snow. How much salary did the Navy increase for the old comrade Kizaru? It's already a long way to come over. And on top of that, he's working so hard. Is he trying to turn the island upside down? Is it really necessary? Little Robin blinked, looked at the golden light and shadow, then glanced at the tall castle in the mirror world, and quietly walked into the castle, curiously looking around. The castle was large and lavishly decorated. However, little Robin was not interested in these things. She ran to a study nearby, finally stopped, reached out to flip through the books on the study's bookshelf, and interestingly pulled out a few, finding a reclining chair to leisurely read. It seemed that the knight would not be leaving the mirror world for the time being. Liu Chung continued to sit on the empty mountaintop, watching Kizaru outside, the mirror fumble around. After fumbling for a long time, the old comrade still achieved nothing, and finally lost more patience. That golden flash no longer appeared in the sky as frequently. Liu Chung took out a bottle of rum from the island card he carried with him and drank it all in one go. How long are you planning to search? Aren't you tired after using your observation hockey for so long? You could have drawn 2 maps of the island by now. Boris Alino had been circling the island several times. his observation haki almost wrapping the island like a rice dumpling. Yet he still completely failed to find any trace of Lu Cheng and the others. It shouldn't be like this. He received intelligence that those two brats appeared on this island. So where did they go? Ever since the Kamen Rider and the son of the demon reappeared, the Navy had been trying to capture these arrogant pirates who disregarded the law. However, although they briefly showed up before, they quickly vanished from the sea and did not follow the designated course to the second island, making it impossible for the Navy to locate them. They possessed a permanent pointer, allowing them to be incredibly mobile in these waters. The Navy soon received news that the two of them had appeared on Drum Kingdom Island, and Borsalino rushed over without stopping after receiving the information. Unlike ordinary pirates, being a strong member of the Navy, he could clearly sense that the potential of this Kamen Rider was far beyond that of other pirates. As for the son of the demon, the threat he posed to this world was even greater than that of the notorious pirates roaming the seas. They absolutely could not let them roam freely. Borsalino thought this way and acted accordingly, but he never expected to come all this way only to find nothing. There was no trace of the other party on this island, and as for the night ship where Lu Cheng and the others docked, because it did not fly a pirate flag, Borsalino saw their ship merely as an ordinary fishing vessel. Did they go into the mirror in advance? These little brats have quite a nose for this, running away so fast, it's truly terrifying. Borsalino cursed. And at that moment, he saw the palace on the peak of Drum Kingdom and those two figures, so he flew straight down. The palace was empty, and Borsalino looked around suspiciously. Something seemed off about this palace. However, he didn't have the extra time to worry about these trivial matters. After all, if he came all this way and didn't even see the faces of those two brats, wouldn't that be a bigger joke than the one Kazan made? Kazan's situation could only be called letting go. What he experienced was truly being played for a fool, and it was embarrassing to even mention. Hey, you two. I am Rear Admiral Borsalino of the Navy headquarters. Have you seen a guy in armor and a little girl? Akuri's face changed drastically upon seeing the suddenly appearing Borsalino, involuntarily transforming into his beastman form, with wide, fearful eyes staring at Borsalino, a Navy Rear Admiral. He now understood why his boss had silently run away. But why didn't he take him with him when he left? Borsalino looked around and frowned, asking the two, what's going on here? Where's everyone? Did the pirates do this? Dalton kept his head down and remained silent, while Akuri looked at Borsalino with a wary expression, his body trembling slightly. He could feel how terrifying this suddenly appeared person was. However, his nervousness caught Borsalino's attention, who scrutinized him from head to toe. I remember those two brats seemed to have caught a pirate. What's his name, Bull? It can't be you, right? Akuri's body trembled slightly, and then a voice came from his side. Dalton raised his head, his face covered in frost, unsure whether it was snow melt or tears. The frost had formed into a thick layer, covering his entire face. Navy? He looked at Borsalino and shook his head. This is Drum Kingdom, and there have never been any pirates here. Please go back. How terrifying. Borsalino looked at him. Who are you? Harboring pirates is a serious crime. The person in front of you is a pirate. Dalton paused for a moment before speaking. I am the captain of the Royal Guard of Drum Kingdom. I can assure you that there are no pirates here. There were none before, and there are none now. As for him, you've mistaken him for someone else. He is not a pirate, but my brother. Dalton slowly straightened up, the power of the bulbul fruit manifesting as he transformed back into a black bull-headed man. Borsalino hesitated for a moment before saying, Kid, you better think carefully about what you're doing. What exactly happened on this island? I know what I'm doing. Dalton nodded. As for the rest, our Drum Kingdom is a member country. Even if you're the Navy, you have no right to interfere in our country's affairs. Borsalino looked at them deeply one last time before disappearing into the sky like a streak of light. Thank you, Akuri said. However, Dalton did not respond. He raised his head to look at the fluttering Drum Kingdom flag, but could no longer shed tears. Distant voices of chaos could be heard. Defeat the damn pirates. Nico Robin and Kamen Rider. Stop right there. Do not harm the king. Where are those two bastards? What happened? Soon, all the villagers who rushed to protect the king stopped in front of the castle, looking at the empty castle, exchanging glances, unsure of what had happened. In the cold wind, only Dalton stood with his back to everyone, gazing up. At the top of the castle, the Drum Kingdom flag still fluttered in the cold wind. Dalton, are you okay? What happened here? Where did those two pirates go? Did you drive them away? Dalton did not answer. He merely stared blankly at the sky, at the fluttering Drum Kingdom flag. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his face, freezing into ice in the cold wind. Dalton, speak up. What happened? Dalton's condition seemed a bit off. The villagers who rushed to rescue him were extremely worried, filled with confusion, and approached him. As they got closer, they noticed the tears on his face, which were almost freezing his entire face. Dalton, why are you crying? Were those pirates? Did they do this to you? Where did they run off to? We're here to help you. Wasn't this guy with him before? Is he a pirate accomplice? The villagers raised their weapons, but Akuri just stood silently beside Dalton, unsure whether the other was friend or foe. Dalton shook his head. The villagers exchanged glances, genuinely unsure of what had happened. However, looking at the open palace doors and the quiet castle, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. They steeled their courage and rushed into the palace, desperately searching and calling out. But no matter how hard they searched, there was not a single person to be found in the vast palace. Neither the king, nor the ministers, nor the soldiers. And those two strange pirates had all disappeared as if they had grown wings. Where have all the people gone? There's no one around. What on earth has happened? Did the pirates take our king away? Dalton, stop crying and say something. The leading old hunter looked grim, holding his head and struggling to speak. Did those two pirates take the king and everyone away? Tears streamed down the corners of his eyes, falling down his wrinkled face. He had some idea, but dared not mention it. Dalton, stop crying and tell me, is that what happened? Dalton knelt down in pain. Tears welled up in his eyes that seemed frozen by ice and snow, and he was at a loss for words. He abandoned this country. With tears in his eyes, Dalton covered his face and said with indignation, his voice sounding somewhat gritted, "Our king abandoned this country out of fear of pirates." The echo traveled far in the wind, at the peak of Mount Magnet Drum Kingdom, in front of the magnificent palace castle. The cold wind was biting, making everyone's hearts feel even colder at this moment. What kind of king is this? Why do we have such a king? The villagers sat down dejectedly, their hearts in agony. The old hunter sighed, reached out, and patted Dalton's broad shoulder. What about those two pirates before? I don't know, Dalton said, his face frozen. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, suddenly disappeared. Perhaps he went to look for Walpo and the others. Mirror World. Lu Chung and Little Robin naturally did not leave. Not to mention that his current system task of curing the Magnetic Drum Kingdom was not yet completed. He also felt that it was unsafe outside. After all, he was not clear whether the old comrade, Kazuru, had left or not. Would he act unscrupulously and deceive, or ambush the two teenagers? What if they stepped outside and were knocked over by someone moving at the speed of light? It was better to stay cautious and observe the situation in the Mirror World for a while. Anyway, there was a large supply of food and fresh water stored in the island carts. There were even freshwater lakes and some small animals inside the Night Island. If the two of them wanted to hide, they could easily remain hidden until the protagonist sailed from Windmill Town to the end of the story. As long as they didn't blow up this world, everything would be fine. That said, there were no people or life in the Mirror World. So Lu Chung and Little Robin wouldn't stay here for too long. However, it was fine to stay in seclusion for a while to avoid the storm. He didn't believe that a Navy admiral could keep watch over just the two of them for long, let alone a few months or years. Even a few days would probably be too much for him. There were so many pirates at sea who were not to be underestimated. Without a strong general from the Navy, they would dare to cause trouble. Therefore, Lu Chung watched the villagers' performance in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom with interest, nodding in satisfaction. The reaction was very good, and everything was going according to plan. What was the knight really trying to do? Little Robin blinked, genuinely puzzled. However, the knight seemed unfazed by Walpole's sudden escape. Lu Chung stroked his chin and said, "Naturally, it's because the wise knight has seen through everything. In the original work, Walpole abandoned his country and became a pirate due to the Blackbeard pirates." Lu Chung could guess what kind of person he was just by thinking with his knee. One didn't need to be a genius to know what kind of thing such a trash gang would do. Little Robin was somewhat speechless. Well, as long as the knight was aware of it, that was enough. Should they stay in this castle for a few days? Wait for that guy to come back. Lu Chung quickly set the plan. The castle was so big, and Walpole seemed to enjoy himself quite a bit. Would that guy really come back? Little Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, Lu Chung nodded confidently. How hard it was to be a pirate, and how comfortable it was to be a king. Especially, Lu Chung pointed to the villagers outside the Mirror World, who were heartbroken. With such lovely citizens, I want to be king too. Sir Knight wants to become king, sir? Little Robin tilted her head, looking quite adorable. No, Lu Chung refused outright. The crown is too heavy. The knight should just protect the princess. How can a knight say such things? Little Robin felt her face burning, but couldn't hide her joy as she blushed and nodded. Not all mistakes can be forgiven. Excessive disappointment will ultimately turn into anger. Angry roars echoed atop the snow-covered peaks. Damn Valbo! From today on, you are no longer our king. Don't come back. Without a king, the doctors everyone was proud of are also gone. Does this country still need to be called the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums? Can it still be called the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums? Painful roars echoed at the mountain peak. The flames of anger rose in everyone's hearts, and once the spark was ignited, the flames of anger could never be extinguished. So, Sir Knight, is this what you wanted? Little Robin stood at the mountain peak, the cold wind howling, her long black hair dancing in the snow. She watched through the mirror world as the group of enraged villagers descended the mountain, seeing these nameless villagers gradually fade away into the snowstorm. She began to understand what the knight truly wanted, but she also thought of something more serious. Sir Knight, if we do this, will we really become pirates in the future? It might be so. Ha ha ha. Little Robin, are you afraid? As long as I'm with Sir Knight, I'm not afraid of anything. Ha ha ha. Dalton's face was expressionless, but a fierce anger burned in his heart. His previous loyalty to Valbo now seemed like a complete joke. He vowed in his heart that if Valbo dared to appear before him again, he would personally tear that guy's ugly face apart, making him roll out of this country forever. He did not deserve to be the king of this country. The residents of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums had endured him long enough. Time and again, his capricious decrees, time and again, his brutal orders. Even the doctors, the pride of this kingdom, had completely lost under his foolishness and cruelty. Yet despite this, no matter how hard life was or how absurd his policies were, everyone still regarded him as the king of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. A country always needs a king, no matter how incompetent that king is. Having a king is always better than having none. Only with a king can it be called a country, and with a country, there would not be homeless refugees on this sea. This was the belief that everyone relied on for survival. But at this moment, that belief collapsed. Just because a pirate came, he directly abandoned the country. What kind of king is that? Even if you just resisted a little, even if you were defeated, everyone would willingly die for you. A group of people walked dejectedly away in the snow, and no one even started to blame Valbo. Only the heavy footsteps and breaths remained in the forest, like suppressed anger. At this moment, the villagers noticed that there seemed to be an extra person in their group. Akuri silently followed the villagers. Aren't you with those two pirates? What are you following us for? Akuri remained silent. Dalton turned his head and looked at him. Do you have nowhere to go? Akuri nodded silently. But more importantly, he also wanted to see what this country would eventually become. Dalton closed his eyes, and soon he opened them again, a grim smile appearing on his face as he extended his hand towards Akuri. This country has no king. Can I ask you to help me protect it? Akuri was taken aback by the words, and after hesitating for a moment, he reached out to grasp the other's hand. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Chung and Little Robin had been cooped up in the castle of Valpo in the mirror world for 7 days. They were busy training every day, and with Little Robin to tease and amuse him, Lu Chung didn't find it too boring. Of course, for Little Robin, anything was fine. The palace of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom had plenty of books. Although the text in the mirror world was upside down and difficult to read, pulling them from the real world was just a matter of Lu Chung reaching out. A large number of medical books kept Little Robin engrossed. It would have been even better if Sir Knight didn't occasionally come over to tease her. Lu Chung wandered almost all over the Drum Kingdom in the mirror world without anyone noticing. It's basically certain that that guy, Kizaru, must have left the island and returned to the Navy headquarters a long time ago. However, for safety reasons, Lu Chung and Nico Robin decided to stay in the mirror world for a while longer, to prevent the Navy from being cunning and playing tricks, leading to unforeseen circumstances. Most importantly, he needed to stay here and wait for Walpole to return and then cut off his head. The knight's words have always been trustworthy. If he said he needed to treat his brain, then he must do it properly. In the mirror world, aside from everything being the opposite, it is almost indistinguishable from the real world, except for the loneliness. Fortunately, they are not alone. At the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral, you're back? Borsellino nodded and walked towards the office of Admiral Akainu. Already aware of his return, several elite Navy generals had been waiting early, with their legs crossed. Vice Admirals Kazan and Akainu, along with the Navy hero Garp, who was dozing off in a chair beside them, and the renowned Admiral Sengoku. The Navy hero Garp, in his 50s, almost 60, clearly qualified for promotion to Admiral long ago, yet repeatedly refused. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was over 60, had the best chance of succeeding the position of Fleet Admiral in the Navy. The most powerful generals of the Navy were almost all gathered here. Didn't catch anyone? You mean you searched Drum Island for 5 whole days and didn't even see anyone? Admiral Akainu sat behind a massive desk, his large figure resembling a giant black gorilla. He looked sternly at Borsellino, his tone a bit dissatisfied. You're the most elite officer of the Navy. How could you not even find a trace of those 2 vicious little criminals? If I had found them, I would have captured them. Borsellino muttered. Those 2 nasty little brats are truly terrifying. Admiral Akainu furrowed his brow. Vice Admiral Borsellino? Can't find them? Is that your answer? There's nothing I can do. They're really terrifying. Borsellino said casually, looking like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. And he casually threw Kuzan under the bus. Kuzan is right. The powers of their devil fruits are indeed too strong, allowing them to freely enter and exit the mirror world. Such a flawless hiding ability is truly frightening. They must have quietly left the mirror world before I arrived. Fortunately, it seems they didn't do anything dangerous, so it doesn't really matter that I didn't catch them. You are wrong, Borsellino. A cold, ruthless voice interjected. Their very existence is a tremendous danger and should be mercilessly eradicated. Kazan, you should have killed them without hesitation the first time you encountered them. Kazan raised his eye patch. Akainu, you can't say that. I think if we cancel the bounty on those 2, we might not only avoid this danger, but also gain 2 powerful allies who can stand on their own. There are already enough formidable enemies on this sea. Are you kidding me? Akainu shouted angrily, exhaling smoke. We are the Navy. We are absolute justice. Justice cannot tolerate any sand in the eye. Are you suggesting we compromise with evil? Are you intentionally letting them go? If absolute justice exists, what do the warlords of the sea count as? Enough. Admiral Akainu slammed his hand on the desk. This is the Navy headquarters. You guys are making such a ruckus. What do you think this place is? Everyone quieted down, and Garp was also awakened by the loud sound, yawning. He glanced at the serious-faced crowd, unsure of what was happening, and decided to take out some snacks to calm his nerves. Admiral Akainu frowned and thought for a moment. This masked knight's ability to freely traverse the mirrors is indeed a troublesome headache. We can't keep sending people to look for them. Ordinary Navy personnel probably can't pose any threat to them. Admiral Akainu's brow was tightly knitted. As the highest-ranking admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had endless affairs to handle every day and originally didn't have the time to deal with such trivial matters regarding a mere billion-level pirate. But the potential of the other party was clearly visible. If left unchecked, they could become the next Shanks, and with such a life-saving ability, once they grow, they might even be more troublesome than 10 Shanks. If these 2 little brats are not dealt with, they will undoubtedly become another scourge on this sea. Akainu said solemnly, Admiral, I propose appointing a general of at least vice admiral rank from headquarters to specifically carry out the operation to capture Nico Robin and the Masked Knight. We must eliminate them before they become a threat. The office fell silent. Borsellino suddenly spoke. Akainu, are you joking? A vice admiral from headquarters, doing nothing but searching the vast sea for 2 billion-level little pirates hiding in mirrors, who can hardly even be called pirates. Do you really know what you were saying? Do you have any idea how serious the situation at sea is now? Kaido has defeated Gecko Moria and has been quiet for a while, but Whitebeard and Big Mom are still stirring, and after Roger's death, all ambitious pirates in the New World are eyeing the remaining position of the Sea Emperor. One of the strongest contenders, the red-haired pirates, has gone missing, and inexplicable rebellions are occurring in many places around the world. No one knows the origins of this revolutionary army. Aside from their leader, Dragon, not even a few of their cadres are known. Hearing the names of the Revolutionary Army and Dragon, Garp slightly raised his head, but soon he lowered it again to doze off. All the pirates are now waiting for the Navy to show a flaw. At such a time, you actually have the suggestion. Do you think we have the manpower for that now? Borsellino bluntly stated that he had already wasted a lot of time trying to capture those 2 little brats. How could he afford to go another round? A second trip would require extra payment, you know. All right, if there is nothing else, you can all leave. Admiral Akainu waved his hand, dismissing several people from the office. He only felt a wave of fatigue and wanted to retire early. Even though the Navy is so powerful, there are still some things beyond their control. Otherwise, how could they have passed that law allowing vicious pirates to become warlords of the sea? After Borsellino finished reporting his work, several Navy generals left the Admiral's office together. Akainu snorted coldly and left alone in silence. Garp laughed heartily. Borsellino, your failure this time is quite thorough. I can't help it, Borsellino pouted, looking nonchalant. I used observation hockey to almost wrap that island into a ball of yarn. Yet I didn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. The iceberg was right. Why is that guy called the iceberg? The air seemed to grow a few degrees colder as Kazan spoke softly. I don't know either, and don't call me that. Oh, sorry. Admiral Kizaru's insincere apology. He said, as a few graduated from the Navy headquarters training camp. Akainu and Akiji increasingly disagreed on many matters, leading to conflicts. Although Akiji and Kizaru had a decent relationship and could joke with each other without issue. Is it that your observation haki is too weak, Kizaru? Garp laughed heartily. In front of the hero of the Navy, it does seem that way. Kizaru shrugged nonchalantly. But those two newcomers with bounties around 100 million were indeed deserving of their rewards, perhaps even undervalued. In the future, any Marines who encountered those two would likely have to be extremely cautious. Another formidable young person has set sail for the sea, he sighed. That guy Roger, even in death, has turned this world upside down. The group sighed in unison, then noticed Akiji silently walking off to the side. Hey Akiji, where are you going? Aren't you returning to the office? I'm going to find those two. I've met them before and understand them better than you guys do. Akiji stopped in his tracks, not looking back. Please handle my matters for me. I must find them before they make a grave mistake. Akiji, what do you mean? That sounds terrifying. Besides, they're already gone. Will you look for them? Kizaru asked. They should have run away by now, although I've only met them once. I know what kind of people they are. Akiji closed his eyes, vividly recalling the scene. The other person holding a crying little girl, their eyes filled with determination, angrily questioning him about what justice truly is. At that moment, he was left speechless. In any case, they're not simple individuals. Akainu is somewhat right. They can cause trouble. It's definitely abnormal that they haven't done anything this time. I guarantee they're still on that island, plotting something. I don't know what they want. But we all understand what happened in O'Hara. We push them into their current situation. No matter what, my sense of justice won't allow me to watch them continue down the wrong path. I'm gonna stop them. Akiji waved his robe, his wide justice cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. Another week passed, and Kizaru still had not appeared. However, outside the mirror world, a new guest arrived at the castle. Lu Cheng looked speechlessly at the over 100-year-old beautiful doctor, Ms. Kureha, who was dragging large bags and small packages as she moved into the castle. It had only been half a month since Walpo moved out, and Kureha was so eager to move in. What would she do if he came back? Lu Cheng wondered if Kureha had thought about this issue, but she quickly moved all her belongings into the castle. The over 100-year-old beautiful doctor still appeared to be in excellent health. However, when the other party was moving in again, Lu Cheng suddenly realized that something seemed familiar. White fur, small feet, and the whole body wrapped tightly in bandages. But Lu Cheng recognized the identity of the person at a glance. After all, the features were too obvious. Damn, Chopper, how come you're unconscious again? The over 100-year-old beautiful doctor was expressionlessly organizing her luggage when she suddenly heard a noise behind her. She frowned and turned around, only to find that in the empty castle, there stood two figures, one big and one small, that she hadn't noticed before. Lu Cheng smiled brightly and said, "Hello. Old lady, nice to see you again. What a coincidence you came here so quickly." In the castle, Lu Cheng walked out of the mirror world with little Robin, cheerfully waving at Kureha. However, while he was friendly, Kureha was not exactly welcoming. Kureha calmly finished her rum, then, whoosh. She raised her hand and threw a bottle at Lu Cheng's face, shattering it with a loud crash. Then, she jumped up, delivering a kick and a straight punch, sending Lu Cheng flying to the ground with a heavy thud. "You rude little brat," Kureha said, hands on her hips. "Do you even know how to talk? Look closely. I'm a stunning beauty over 120 years old." Little Robin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, almost bending over with amusement as she glanced at the knight who lay sprawled on the carpet after taking a punch. The knight was so reckless. He had insisted on making a bet about whether calling her old lady would get him beaten up. Clearly, even if he won, it seemed like a bad deal. Kureha brushed her hair back and giggled. "You little brat, weren't you supposed to be out at sea causing trouble for Valpo? Why are you still here?" "That's a long story." Lu Cheng sat up straight. "But old lady, how did you end up here? Isn't this the royal palace?" Upon hearing this, Kureha jumped high and delivered a fierce kick directly at Lu Cheng's head. With a loud bang, her foot broke through the carpet and smashed a large hole in the floor beneath. Lu Cheng calmly dodged Kureha's kick and stood next to little Robin. No wonder he has a bounty of 100 million. Kureha pulled her foot out of the ground and asked, "Have you entered the Grand Line? Is your goal also to reach the end of the Grand Line?" Lu Cheng thought for a moment. In the original work, Kureha seemed to mention the will of D after Chopper left with the main crew, and she seemed to know some truths about the world. "Old lady Kureha, do you know something like what S at the end of the Grand Line?" "Bang, you brat." Kureha gave him a punch without hesitation, which Lu Cheng easily dodged. I've already said I'm a stunning beauty over 120 years old, so watch your words. And why are you asking me about what S at the end of the Grand Line? Should you really be asking me such a question? Who exactly is the pirate here? Lu Cheng shrugged his shoulders and said, You might not believe it, but we are not pirates. Dr. Kureha turned and walked to the side. Since you're here, help me move some things. There are quite a few, and at my age, it's really getting harder. But I'm still a stunning beauty over 120 years old. Kid, do you want to know my secret to staying young? Not really, Lu Cheng said as he reached out to lift a heavy object beside him. Did you just move in here to the palace? Also, what's up with that little guy? He pointed at the unconscious Chopper. After all, the palace is quite large, and since you have a chance to stay, why not? As for that little guy, Kureha glanced over. It seems he was injured by someone who mistook him for a monster. Didn't you say he was your pet last time? I saw him and picked him up. Thank you very much. Little Robin asked curiously, Sister Kureha, you're also a citizen of Drum Kingdom, right? Is it really okay for you to live in the palace like this? Huh, calling me sister is nice. It's cuter than just little girl. Kureha pushed her sunglasses up and raised her head. I've been living here for over 120 years. Long before that fool Walpo's grandfather was born. Back when this place wasn't even called Drum Kingdom. Little girl, how could I not live here? Little Robin. The old lady is really very, very old. Kureha looked at the two of them, one tall and one short, and asked again, You're still here because you couldn't find that fool Walpo at sea? Lu Cheng shrugged indifferently. That idiot, there's no need to care about him. He'll come back eventually, all excited. How about you, Grandma? Let's stay here for a while. We can leave after I chop him up when he returns. It's up to you. The castle is big enough. Kureha waved her hand and began to pack clothes and various living supplies, including furniture, stored food, and all sorts of items, even a medium-sized sled. It seemed she was indeed prepared for a long stay here. I planned to get a sled and catch a few rabbits to pull it. As Kureha was speaking, she suddenly remembered something. Valpo escaped. You left in front of Dalton and disappeared for so long. You wanted them to think you left the island and went to chase Valpo at sea, right? Are you so sure that after Valpo and the others get the news of your departure from the island, you will come back? Grandma isn't stupid. Lu Cheng laughed heartily. No wonder you're such a beautiful woman at over 120. That's right. That idiot Valpo can't survive on this sea without the king's identity. He'll come crawling back here sooner or later. Kureha shot Lu Cheng a glare, this time not overly concerned about him calling her grandma. She thought for a moment. I see. So that's your plan. If you do this, there really won't be a king on this island anymore. Seeing that Kureha seemed to have guessed something, Lu Cheng laughed. If you guessed it, are you planning to stop me? I'm already over 120 years old. What you want to do has nothing to do with me. Kureha huffed and threw Chopper over. Take care of your pet. Lu Cheng caught the fluffy little Chopper and casually handed it to Robin. The warm fireplace and soft lighting made it feel like a dream. Chopper slowly opened his eyes and realized he was in an unfamiliar environment. He felt a bit dazed, but quickly reacted, instinctively wanting to escape. After all, he was a monster, and if he didn't escape quickly, someone would soon come harm him. He tried to struggle to get up, but found that his whole body was in excruciating pain, wrapped in bandages, weak and unable to move at all. Awake? A somewhat familiar voice came. You're seriously injured, it's best not to move. Just rest for a few days, and your recovery ability should kick in. Seeing that familiar figure, Chopper's nervous heart quickly calmed down. Did you save me? No, it was Grandma Kureha. But don't call her Grandma in front of her, or she'll become really fierce. Chopper opened his mouth weakly and said, Thank you. Aren't you afraid of me? What's there to be afraid of? Robin reached out to stroke his snow-white fur, soft and warm. It felt really nice. She smiled and asked, Is your appearance really that scary? Well, mister. Knight has a big appetite. He welcomes all kinds of beasts, monsters, and big fish. Even a real snow monster. He might still think about whether the other person is tasty. Besides, you're just a little reindeer who ate the human fruit. What is there to be afraid of? Tears welled up in Chopper's timid eyes. His voice was tender, speaking human language but sounding like a fawn's cry, yet it wasn't unpleasant. But I'm clearly a monster. Everyone says so. Robin opened her mouth. Why? You're so cute. But I have a blue nose. And I'm neither human nor deer. Won't you be scared when you see me? It's impossible to be scared. Robin began to understand. I see now. You are just a reindeer who happened to eat the human fruit, not a monster. Do you know what a devil fruit is? The little reindeer shook his head. A devil fruit is this. Robin smiled slightly, and suddenly dozens of arms sprouted from her face, flailing wildly, instantly scaring Chopper to scream. If he weren't bound by the bandages, he would probably have run far away by now. Monster. Hey, that's rude. Robin put her hands on her hips, a gesture she learned from Mr. Knight, and used it without thinking. I never called you a monster. You just said that about yourself. But those arms waving on her face really made Little Chopper unable to stay calm. With that kind of appearance, you still say you're not a monster. Robin giggled. One by one, the arms withered like petals, dissipating with the fragrance of flowers, and her playful and cute face returned. The little reindeer finally was no longer afraid. Is this what a devil fruit is like? Although he still didn't quite understand what a devil fruit was, it didn't matter. He was no longer so scared. At that moment, the door creaked open, causing the little reindeer, who had just calmed down, to have his heart jump to his throat. But upon seeing the person who came in, the little reindeer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you're awake. Just right, I brought back some hot soup from Koreha. It smells great. Here, you both can try some. The little reindeer watched as the man entered holding two porcelain bowls, one big and one small, handing the small bowl to Robin, while the larger one, which seemed to be for himself, was placed on his bedside. Robin, you feed him first, and I'll go get another bowl from Koreha. Really, that old lady is so stingy. I only had a few bowls of her soup, and she still wants me to help her hunt. Lu Cheng pushed the door open again and walked out. If only Akuri were still here, I really don't want to go out in this cold weather. My name is Nico Robin, and that S. Lu Cheng. You can call him Mr. Knight. Robin smiled slightly, gently blew on the hot soup, and fed a spoonful to the little reindeer. Do you have a name? Gulu. The warm feeling spread from his throat to his heart, and the little reindeer's eyes turned red, whimpering but unable to say anything. All right, don't cry. It's okay if you don't have a name. We can have Mr. Knight help think of one later. Robin clasped her hands together, finished her sentence, and then looked at the little reindeer. How could you stay near the cable car and not leave? Grandma Koreha scared me after she told me. Lu Cheng and little Robin originally planned to deal with the matter of Warbo before coming down the mountain to take care of the cute little Yeti. However, they were interrupted by Vice Admiral Kazaru, which forced them into the mirror world, and they didn't dare to show their faces for more than half a month. Naturally, they couldn't pay attention to the little Yeti. They initially thought that Chopper's survival skills were not weak, and that he could manage to survive independently for a while. After all, it was only half a month, so there was no need to worry. But as it turned out, according to Koreha, the little guy had been staying near the cable car and didn't leave, which led to him being seriously injured by some villagers. Lu Cheng and little Robin didn't know what to say after hearing that. They could guess each other's thoughts. The other was waiting for them to come back. Unwilling to leave, probably also afraid that when he walked away, the two would suddenly leave and they would never see them again. I saw you go up the mountain from there. The little reindeer realized he had said the wrong thing as soon as he opened his mouth. Lowering his head, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to follow you. Oh, you mean that? Little Robin blinked and reached out to stroke the soft fur of the other. It felt really good and warm, so adorable. Looking at Chopper's tearful big eyes, little Robin withdrew his hand. We already knew. Otherwise, why do you think we walked so slowly? It's just because we were afraid you couldn't keep up? If you wanted to follow us, why didn't you come over by yourself? The little reindeer finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears, crying loudly, with tears falling like rain. Why are you crying? Little Robin squatted down and reached out to touch the little guy's fluffy head. Maybe it's because he is a child and a crybaby. Lu Cheng had come back, followed by Koreha, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. It's not that, because the little guy with the blue nose raised his watery big eyes, tears streaming down, crying with snot and tears, because none of you treated me like a monster. So pitiful, but also so cute, little Robin thought as he looked at Chopper. And this crying sound, it sounds so strange, like a deer and like a human. Is it because he hasn't fully mastered the power of the devil fruit yet? Lu Cheng pushed the door open and nodded in agreement, saying, that's true. If the snow monster were that weak and looked so cute, it would really be disappointing. After all, it's so adorable. If you punched it, it would probably cry for a long time. Inside the house, Koreha lowered her head and carefully examined the blue-nosed snow monster. When she had rescued it before, it was unconscious. Now that it was awake, it looked quite different. Ooh, the little reindeer whimpered, feeling scared under such scrutiny. Hearing the whimper, little Robin lowered her head and gently comforted, don't be afraid, it's okay. Koreha slowly said, I saw it following you before, and it didn't look like this at all. Back then, it was still a four-legged little reindeer. Now, it had transformed into a little creature standing on two legs with two clusters of antlers on its head, resembling a human. It was indeed quite strange. A devil fruit, huh? Lu Cheng added with a smile. I see. Koreha replied slowly, realizing it must have been a reindeer that unintentionally ate a devil fruit. Well, good luck. Oh, I really thought a snow monster had appeared and was planning to go check it out in a few days. Lu Cheng was sipping hot soup and casually said, "Where did so many monsters come from? It's just a reindeer that ate the human fruit. Look at this guy's little arms and legs. Can this really be called a monster?" Little Robin, Lu Cheng snapped his fingers. "Show what a monster looks like." Little Robin, "Sir Knight, I've already performed." "What?" Lu Cheng opened his mouth wide. "How can you have already performed?" I haven't seen that guy's expression at the time. Just thinking about it is amusing. "No way. You all have to perform it for me again." "Hey, you little brat." Kureha, seeing the scene, was speechless and kicked him lightly. "Don't be more childish than kid." Yeah, little Robin lowered his head. "Sir Knight, stop messing around. By the way, little guy, how did you live before?" Little Robin curiously asked. The few of them drank meat soup and quietly listened to the little reindeer tell its story. The little one, abandoned by the herd since childhood, was really pitiful. Robin silently looked at the little reindeer, wondering why the blue nose was considered a monster when it looked so good. Lu Qingxuang propped his chin up and said with feigned profundity, "Because the strong are always lonely, I often feel out of place due to my overly handsome appearance." "Is that so? Isn't the knight quite popular with the older sisters?" Xiao Robin turned her head, looking confused. She vaguely remembered that every time they went to the naval base to collect bounties, many naval sisters would want to treat the knight to dinner. "You misunderstood." Lu Cheng reached out to turn little Robin's head back. "Special people always feel out of place in a group, and the same goes for animals." Kureha sighed and summarized. "I still think my explanation is more reasonable." Lu Cheng said weakly, "Well, Sir Knight, can we stop messing around?" Little Robin felt he was about to worry himself to death. Soon, the few of them finished the delicious meat soup and immediately felt warm. So comfortable. In the dead of winter, you really need to eat more meat to feel good. There's no more meat. You ate it all. When are you going out to hunt? Kureha glared at Lu Cheng, who could really eat too much. Little Robin, it must be hard to take care of this guy. Hey, don't stir up trouble between me and the crew in front of me. How could someone like you be a good captain? How can I not be? Lu Cheng waved his arm confidently. A captain is someone who gives orders on a ship. That sounds so reasonable. I have no words. Kureha smiled slightly. These two little guys are quite interesting. By the way, Lu Cheng rubbed his belly, looked at Chopper, and said, "You don't have a name, do you? We can't keep calling you Hey forever." "I've thought of a name." The little guy turned his head, full of confusion. "I need a name now." Lu Cheng looked him up and down. "Let's call you Emergency Ration." Emergency Ration? The little reindeer was horrified. "Don't scare the patient, you little brat." Kureha kicked Lu Cheng away. "Can you come up with a more normal name?" "This name is great. What do you think, little Robin?" Lu Cheng glanced at little Robin, who smiled and looked at Sir Knight without saying a word. The meaning was, "What do you think, Sir Knight?" Luffy retreated. "Then let's call him Tony Chopper. I heard what Tony means." Lu Cheng slapped his forehead. "I can't remember. But it should mean something strong, so let's just call it that. It means you can easily push down a tree with your horns." "You don't even know how I came up with this name." Kureha sighed. "Forget it, you little brat. You're not wrong. It does mean strong. Tony Chopper." Lu Cheng nodded, very satisfied. "How about it? Do you like it?" Tony Chopper, little reindeer. "No, wait, it should be Chopper now." Chopper raised his head, his big watery eyes sparkling and shining. Tony Chopper. Chopper lay on the bed, covering his mouth and giggling uncontrollably. "I have a name now. I have a name now." Kureha glanced at the silly little reindeer and shook her head. "Kid, I remember you said you wanted to learn medicine, right? To be precise, it was not me, but Nico Robin." Lu Cheng chuckled. "But it seems I haven't finished what I promised you. After all, Wolbo is still swaggering around. The task of treating the magnetic drum kingdom in his system is also unfinished. It's only a matter of time." Kureha waved her hand. "Just consider it an advance payment for your reward." "That works too." Lu Cheng stretched lazily. "Anyway, it looks like Wolbo won't be back for a while, and I still need to stay on this island for some time. I might as well do nothing." Lu Cheng nodded, and little Robin had already obediently approached and called out to teacher Kureha. "Just to be clear, this is just a transaction. I'm not really your teacher or anything." Got it. Lu Cheng nodded. Kuroka said the same thing at first, but Lu Cheng thought for a moment. Teaching 1 is teaching, and teaching 2 is also teaching. Why not teach Chopper medicine as well? How do you expect me to teach a reindeer's medical skills? Kureha looked at Lu Cheng as if he were an idiot. Lu Cheng shrugged. "I see this little guy is so timid. Relying on it as a combatant definitely won't work. It's better to turn to logistics. At least it has some skill, right?" Kureha frowned. "Are you planning to take it to become a pirate?" "Ahem." Lu Cheng coughed lightly twice. "It's a companion." Kureha glanced skeptically at Robin, who was petting Chopper and had a satisfied expression. "Don't fool me. This is clearly treating the other party as a pet. However, Kureha couldn't be bothered with what the other party thought. But she was also not interested in taking a reindeer as a student at all. This is just like a joke. You little brat, don't treat medicine as something you can joke about. Medicine is very difficult, even among humans. There aren't many good doctors who can master medicine, let alone a reindeer. If you ask me, if you gather all the reindeer in the world, it would probably still be hard to find one that is good at medicine. This is a 1 in a million chance, comparable to you finding the great treasure. Lu Cheng laughed heartily and said, if that's the case, I can rest assured. Such treasures are just sitting there. I will find them sooner or later. So, it seems that having the reindeer learn medicine isn't that difficult after all. You little rascal, the old woman replied lightly, don't think that by casually joking around, you can trick me into taking a reindeer as my apprentice and let me impart all my lifelong knowledge to it. You must be dreaming. You saw through me. Old lady. Lu Cheng tilted his head to dodge Kureha's flying kick aimed at his face. How did you figure out such a perfect plan? Kureha. Forget it. Let this little guy listen in. Whether he can learn is his own business. Kid, I want to make it very clear to you that it is impossible for a reindeer to learn medicine. It's just not going to happen. Lu Cheng pouted. What stands before you is the one and only reserve grain in the world possessing medical and research talents. No, it's a little reindeer. One can only say that the world is so vast. Even if you, Kureha, live for over 100 years, there are still unexpected things that you can't foresee. Since you want me to help you take care of your pet, Kureha said seriously to Lu Cheng and Little Robin, besides dealing with Walpo, you also need to solve the food problem. Food problem? Lu Cheng asked with some confusion. Kureha kicked him lightly. Kid, stop playing dumb. Don't you have any idea why there would be a food problem? Lu Cheng laughed heartily and said, then it's a deal, Grandma. What do you think of the taste of bear paws? Don't think about hunting mountain bears. You little rascal, just go catch some rabbits. Lu Cheng shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. Not at all. Kureha shouted. Just like that, Little Robin became Kureha's apprentice. As for Chopper, he became a little pet accompanying them, serving tea and carrying medicine bags. But being able to learn medicine is great. Who needs a bicycle, even as a companion? With Chopper's talent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to learn medicine. Anyway, when it's time to leave, they can just pack up all of Kureha's medical books. I'm sure she won't mind. Lu Cheng waved his hand and said, let's go, Little Robin, we're going out to hunt. Although it was highly likely that the Navy had left, having 79 million by his side felt more reassuring. Speaking of which, the first goal for the two of them coming to this island was to learn medicine, but they happened to encounter such a stupid decree from Walpo, which made Little Robin unhappy. When Little Robin was unhappy, Mr. Knight was also unhappy. And with Lu Cheng's temper, he naturally couldn't help but want to give Walpo a piece of his mind. Days passed. In this way, Chopper and Little Robin began learning medicine under Kureha, while Lu Cheng continued his daily training, feeling a sense of crisis. Although he had already prepared to confront the Navy when he decided to bring Little Robin out into the open, he never expected them to dispatch Admiral Kazuru just to catch him. Clearly, his actions had produced some reactions. The butterfly effect was continuously expanding. In the original story, Akiji had mostly taken a hands-off approach towards Little Robin, largely because he believed she posed little threat. However, it seemed that with Lu Cheng joining her, the Navy had raised their assessment of the danger posed by the two of them. After all, one had the ability to decipher the secret of the Void Century, while the other could fight and run. Separated, they would only be a nuisance, but together, they could make the world government and the Navy feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a sort of manifestation of 112. Although it was inexplicable that the Navy had become more wary of them, he did not regret his actions. While the two of them could still lay low and develop for a few years, waiting until they were invincible to emerge. How should he put it? He and Little Robin hadn't done anything wrong. What kind of talk was it to hide every day? Now that his strength had improved significantly, while he wasn't incredibly powerful or invincible, he at least had the strength to walk in the sunlight with Little Robin. Even if he encountered those strong individuals, he might not be their match, but at least he would have some strength to stand up to them. Unlike before when he was kicked by the knight and didn't even touch a hair on Akiji. However, now he had become much stronger. Days of punching Yonko and kicking Admiral shouldn't be too far off. Chopper and Little Robin started learning the most basic medical skills. Kureha threw a pile of books at them, instructing them to read on their own and ask questions if they didn't understand. Little Robin didn't need to say much. She already loved reading and had learned quite a bit of medical knowledge from Dr. Kureha, so she was right at home. As for Chopper, he cherished the fact that he wasn't treated like a monster anymore and was very diligent in his studies. Soon, half a month passed. Have you both finished reading? Kureha looked at Chopper and Little Robin, quite surprised. So fast? Even this little reindeer has finished? It wasn't surprising that little Robin finished quickly, as she had studied medicine, and if she could earn praise from Dr. Correja, her talent must be quite good. But for this little reindeer to finish so quickly was truly unbelievable. Originally, she expected Robin to take at least a month or two to finish these books. And she had little hope for the reindeer, thinking he was just going through the motions to satisfy Lu Chang's demands. But it seemed there was a pleasant surprise. Little Robin nodded. This knowledge is very interesting. Dr. Correja and Dr. Kurokas indeed have different medical philosophies, and I've gained a lot of inspiration. It's very fascinating. Little Robin summarized. Chopper, holding a thick stack of books, stood on tiptoe to push them onto the table, saying obediently, Dr. Correja, this knowledge is amazing. Thankfully, Sister Robin helped me, and I finally finished. Sister Robin is amazing too. She finished long before me and was waiting for me. How long did it take you? Correja asked, curious about little Robin. 3 days. Now multitasking was no longer too difficult for little Robin. She could even read several books at the same time. Although if she kept this up for too long, her mind would get a bit muddled. With reasonable time management, it was no problem. The skill of multitasking had always been a key focus for little Robin. After all, not to mention anything else, it wasn't easy for one person to manage such a large ship, especially in the harsh weather of the Grand Line. Not to mention having to cook several meals at once to satisfy Mr. Knight's appetite. Correja's expression was somewhat strange. She realized she might have underestimated these two little ones. It felt like she was meeting them for the first time, surveying them from head to toe. Dr. Correja. Chopper's eyes sparkled. If I learn this knowledge, can I become a doctor too? Can I treat others? Can I help others? Chopper suddenly asked a lot of questions, his eyes full of expectation. This took Correja by surprise. She looked at Chopper with a hint of curiosity and said, when I met you, you were being chased and shot at, almost losing your life. If I hadn't come, you would probably have been killed. And now you want to help others? This. Chopper opened his mouth, speechless. He hadn't thought about this before. Now that he thought about it, it seemed there was some truth to what Dr. Correja said. Chopper fell into deep thought, stroking his chin with a serious expression. This was indeed a big problem. If others had harmed him, it seemed he shouldn't help them, right? This seemed reasonable, but for some reason, such a conclusion made Chopper feel uncomfortable all over. It even made him restless, and he habitually wanted to find a place to hide. But then he turned his head and saw Sister Robin smiling beside him, and suddenly he understood. Although there were many fierce people in this world, there were also gentle people like Sister Robin and Mr. Knight. He wanted to become someone like that. Dr. Correja, I figured it out. As long as I help others, they won't harm me, right? As long as I become a doctor, they won't be afraid of me anymore. Is that right? Chopper's words were somewhat apprehensive, but his eyes were full of hope, like a child eager for affirmation, filled with wishes and expectations. Correja was somewhat speechless. This little creature's requirements were truly low, but those shining eyes made it hard for her to think about disappointing him. That's not necessarily true. Correja took a sip of her drink and said lightly, even if you become a doctor, it doesn't help. I treat people every day, but after I heal them, they still won't thank me. Little Robin. That's because Dr. Correja, your fees are too high. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're a doctor. The simple Chopper was momentarily confused again. Such a complex thing was really hard for it to understand. However, fortunately, it didn't have to think anymore. Correja casually asked the two a few questions as a test. And upon hearing Dr. Correja's inquiries, Chopper stopped his random thoughts and answered each question one by one. Soon, Correja was in a great mood, which left Chopper puzzled about what was happening, while Robin understood but only smiled slightly. You don't have to call me Dr. Correja. Just call me Teacher Correja. In a cheerful mood, Correja stood up and laughed heartily, adding, you can also call me Correja Mama. Upon hearing this, Chopper happily shouted, Correja Mama. Correja nodded in satisfaction. She initially only intended to teach casually, simply making a trade, and one of her students wasn't even human. But now it seemed that both of them had excellent aptitude, which inevitably lifted her spirits. She stood up and asked, where did that little brat go? Is he out hunting again? No sooner had she spoken than she saw Lu Chang push open the castle's large door, bringing back a group of Laban with him. These little guys used to be quite fierce, Lu Chang said as he flicked the snow off his shoulder. When I first met them, they were so enthusiastic, but now they run away when they see me. Wasn't it just an invitation to come visit my belly? Why are they so scared? Chopper shivered at the words. The night looked quite terrifying. Correja glanced at him and asked, has that fool Walpo not returned yet? I didn't expect this idiot to be quite cautious. Lu Chang shrugged. Could it be that he lost the permanent pointer and can't find his way back? That guy isn't that stupid. Correa sighed. I actually hope that idiot comes back soon. Does Teacher Correa dislike Walpo that much? Hoping he comes back quickly? Little Robin asked curiously. Correa shook her head. I'm worried that if that jerk Walpo doesn't come back soon, this brat will eat all the animals on the island. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. Lu Chang shrugged his shoulders and said, Don't worry, old lady. I think the animals on this island should be enough to eat for another 2 months. In other words, in 2 months, are you going to eat them all until they're extinct? Little Chopper shivered, and at that moment, he heard Lu Chang say, I encountered a herd of deer when I came back. I don't know if it's the same herd you lived with when you were young, but next time I'll bring back a couple for you to try. Mr. Knight is so scary. Little Chopper felt like he was going to die of fright. Little Robin rolled her eyes at Mr. Knight in disbelief. Mr. Knight, stop scaring people. Chopper is about to roll his eyes. Is he already so happy just thinking about eating deer meat? Lu Chang tilted his head and said, How about I go catch a few right now? Hey. Where do you see Chopper is very happy? Absolutely don't do that. Valpo, come back quickly. This country needs you. Snowflakes fell one by one. In the snow, a figure in bright red armor stood in the wind and snow, being surrounded and beaten by 2 identical armored figures. Wow, Mr. Knight's armor is so cool. Little Chopper's eyes sparkled. No matter how many times he looked, he felt that Mr. Knight's armor was really cool. In front of the window, little Robin lay on the chair, flipped through the book in her hand, and took a sip of red tea with a smile. If you talk in front of him, Mr. Knight would be even happier. But what kind of training is Mr. Knight doing? I don't know. Little Robin calmly set down her red tea and unconsciously murmured, So the flower fruit could be used like this? Why is Mr. Knight more skilled than I am? She extended her hand, and a figure grew on the carpet ahead, but it only grew halfway before bursting apart with a bang, turning into petals that scattered on the ground. Did I fail? Little Robin stood up. So how did Mr. Knight do it? She waved her hand and called Chopper over. Let's go, take a break today, and go see Mr. Knight's training. Lu Chang closed his eyes, and the sound of howling wind rushed past his ears. His body shifted slightly to evade a punch from the petal clone. He used the copy fruit to replicate the abilities of Nico Robin's flower fruit, creating 2 clones to train with. These 2 petal clones, aside from being unable to use card enhancements in battle, were nearly as strong as his main body. He wanted to create more petal clones, but allocating some of his energy to control the 2 was already his limit. Although his physical condition could still support the use of the flower fruit's power, creating more clones would be useless if he couldn't control them well. He suddenly swung his fist, sending the attacking clone behind him flying. However, he neglected the attack coming from the front and was kicked away. Phew! Lu Chang exhaled, rolling over as a large hole was punched into the ground where he had been lying. Although he had avoided this attack, Lu Chang felt no joy. He had still failed. He sat up and dispelled the 2 petal clones, which withered away like petals and quickly disappeared. It was still useless. Lu Chang stood up and removed his armor. Next time, I should block my ears too. He wanted to train himself to master observation hockey by relying on feeling rather than sight to discern enemy attacks. But the problem was that, after closing his eyes, although he successfully dodged the attacks from the petal clones, he relied on hearing, not feeling. Mastering observation hockey was not that easy after all. However, it was getting closer. After accumulating for so long, he was only 1 step away from that breakthrough. Qualitative change comes from quantitative change. Lu Chang had a premonition that when he truly mastered both hockey, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. At the very least, he would definitely be able to handle the Articuno. He sighed in relief and decided to pay more attention during his next training session after this experience. He patted his stomach, realizing he was hungry again. Mr. Knight is amazing. Lu Chang turned around and saw the sparkling eyes of Robin and Chopper. He waved his hand, pretending to be calm. Just average, basic operation, no need to shout. 6. The Knight is talking weird again. A thought flashed through Robin's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. She excitedly jumped over, hugging Lu Chang's arm and shaking it vigorously. Mr. Knight, is this the ability of the Hana no Mi? How did you do it? I didn't even know such an ability existed. For Robin, the Hana no Mi was basically only used to grow organs in various places. The idea of creating a clone similar in strength to the original was something she had never considered. It's simple, just think about it. Lu Chang waved his hand casually, feeling a bit proud inside. As expected of Mr. Knight, Robin exclaimed again, and Lu Chang finally couldn't hold back his pride, putting his hands on his hips and laughing heartily. How exactly did you do it? Lu Chang reclined in his chair, leisurely extending his hand. Robin immediately handed him a drink, and after Lu Cheng took a satisfying sip, he continued, "Before we talk about that question, what do you think is the best way to unleash the maximum power of a devil fruit? How to unleash the maximum power of a devil fruit?" Robin hadn't really thought about this question, and as for Chopper, he hadn't even considered it. "Well, I'm just a pet. Besides that, I'm a doctor, a non-combatant, so I don't need to think about such complicated issues." Lu Cheng didn't mind Chopper's reaction. He couldn't think of a suitable method to enhance Chopper's human fruit power either. After all, he had replicated Chopper's devil fruit ability with his copy Descend and had tried using the fruit himself. But the conclusion was that it was utterly ineffective. To Lu Cheng, this was basically a useless devil fruit. Perhaps the human fruit only becomes effective after being used by an animal. Lu Cheng came to this conclusion. He himself is a human, and after using the power of the human fruit, he did not develop any strange forms. Of course, it is also possible that Chopper's human fruit is just an ordinary one, which really only has the ability to turn into a human. If it were a giant type of human fruit, perhaps he could transform into a larger version like Ultraman. But Chopper's fruit can only turn him into a human. If there is any effect, it is just that his strength is slightly enhanced. However, if he wants to strengthen his power, he still has the ability of the bison fruit. Lu Cheng compared the effects of several devil fruits regarding physical enhancement, and concluded that it is similar to the flower fruit. But the problem is that the flower fruit has other additional abilities, while this human fruit does not have any. So Lu Cheng is currently at a loss regarding the human fruit and has no ideas at all. However, in the original work, it seems that Chopper used the rumble ball he developed to create multiple different transformations unique to himself. Therefore, after a brief thought, Lu Cheng decided to let this little guy figure out the development of the human fruit's abilities on his own. He would just give some direction and not interfere too much. Anyway, once Chopper learns medicine, he will naturally think about conducting some strange research without anyone telling him. And in a sense, this little guy can also be considered a research fanatic. Lu Cheng didn't need to worry too much. He just had to make sure not to experiment recklessly and blow himself up. However, he still had a lot to say about the flower fruit. Just like exercising, as long as it's used frequently, the power of the devil fruit will naturally strengthen over time. Little Robin seriously waved her fist. "Mr. Knight, I'm not wrong, am I?" "You're right, but this is just the most basic method of training, or rather, it's the most expected thing." Lu Cheng nodded, affirming Little Robin's answer. "However, this can only help you better utilize this fruit. Achieving more breakthroughs is somewhat difficult." Little Robin blinked and listened carefully to Mr. Knight's words. "I think." Lu Cheng rested his chin on his hand. For the abilities of the devil fruit, its upper limit is actually more determined by the user's imagination. Imagination? Little Robin opened her mouth. It was the first time she had heard such a strange statement. Yes, imagination. If one's physical quality and abilities determine the lower limit of the devil fruit, then imagination is the upper limit. Because the devil fruit itself is a very mysterious thing that cannot be explained. This is especially true for many special fruits. Perhaps a single flash of inspiration can produce effects that surpass all your previous efforts. Because compared to your ordinary training, this is a whole new breakthrough, an unprecedented field. Is that so? Little Robin nodded. She somewhat understood what Mr. Knight meant. So, Mr. Knight, the clones you used before were like this too? Because you thought of that application, you were able to use it? Even if my physical quality is sufficient, if I can't think of such an application, then I completely cannot use that method. Lu Cheng nodded, and Little Robin pouted. But Mr. Knight, I know this method now, yet I still can't use it. This is the limitation of the devil fruit. Lu Cheng smiled and gently patted Little Robin's head, softly comforting her. It's normal that your physical condition isn't sufficient to unleash the power of the devil fruit. After all, you're still young. Once you grow a bit more and train a little, using such abilities won't be a problem. Moreover, as I said, different fruits have vastly different effects when used by different people. In my opinion, this flower fruit has enormous potential. Lu Cheng smiled, but his tone was surprisingly serious. Moreover, Little Robin has great potential. Really? Sir Knight, you're not lying to me, are you? Little Robin said, a bit happy, but also looking at Sir Knight with some suspicion, unsure if he was just teasing her, which had happened more than once or twice. I wouldn't lie to anyone, especially not my cute Little Robin. Lu Cheng couldn't help but laugh heartily at Little Robin's blushing face. This little girl was still so easy to tease. After laughing for a while, he stopped and looked at Little Robin seriously, saying, I'm not joking. I discovered this when I was using this clone ability before. Lu Cheng had a serious look on his face. and that solemn appearance made little Robin feel a bit more at ease. After all, a knight who is serious is still quite reliable. Lu Cheng continued. Although my physical strength allows me to create more clones, I can no longer divide my focus to control them. So for me, this flower fruit can only control a maximum of 2 clones. Lu Cheng paused for a moment and continued. But for you, little Robin, as long as your physical fitness improves, you should be able to control the number of clones, which will far surpass me, considering your current level. Lu Cheng thought about Xiao Robin's abilities. She should be fine if she can multitask, right? Xiao Robin nodded. If it's just simple control, multitasking is definitely not a problem. In fact, if she's doing the same type of simple tasks, like cleaning several rooms at the same time, she can manage even more. However, for tasks that require intense focus, she can only do 3 things at once. But that's already quite impressive. Lu Cheng nodded. If you can do this now, just imagine how much more you'll be capable of in a few years. Lu Cheng supported his chin with his hand and continued. Moreover, the strength of the clone created is basically similar to that of the original, which is very practical. If that's the case, the level of physical skills of the original body becomes very important. In the original work, Robin's physical skills and hockey abilities seem to be average, but that can be understood. After all, growing up in an environment where she was hunted down made survival a problem, let alone finding a place to properly train her physical skills. After all, physical skills require guidance. Without Shanks teaching him the 6 powers, his progress wouldn't be so rapid. Furthermore, the other party has had the ability of a devil fruit from a young age, so naturally, they tend to focus more on developing that ability. After all, with such powerful strength being easier to obtain, not everyone can remain calm and continue to develop themselves. Additionally, a very important reason is that Robin is not a battle maniac like Luffy and Zoro, rather than seeking out fights. She prefers to quietly read books or engage in archaeology. Lu Cheng thought seriously about whether he should teach little Robin some physical training now. However, little Robin's height was still below his chest, so it seemed a bit too early to start training at this age. It would be better to wait until she was a bit older. What if she trained and then didn't grow taller? That would be a huge loss. Little Robin nodded excitedly, and Chopper beside her looked bright-eyed. He hugged Lu Cheng's thigh tightly, his eyes shining like they were glistening with water, making those watery eyes look especially cute. How can this little thing be so adorable? Lu Cheng couldn't help but reach out to stroke it. It was soft and felt great. What about me? What about me? Chopper's eyes were filled with anticipation. What about my abilities? Do they also rely on imagination? Lu Cheng fell silent for a moment, wondering how to respond to this question. Should he tell him that he really had no idea how to help him improve his abilities? Saying it outright felt so embarrassing. However, this matter could be easily resolved. With a crisp sound, Lu Cheng gave Chopper a light tap on the head, giving him a little bump. Chopper, looking pitiful, held his head in confusion, not understanding why the knight suddenly hit him. Imagination, imagination. Lu Cheng looked at Chopper with a pained expression. My Dr. Chopper, you're going to become a great doctor in the future. Are you really going to tell your patients that just by using imagination, they can be cured? What a joke. Lu Cheng had a serious expression on his face, looking quite frustrated. For doctors, the most important things are seriousness, focus, and the most valuable knowledge. Go study hard. Do you understand, Mr. Bluenose Chopper? The knight is really scary. Got it. Little Chopper was frightened and nodded repeatedly. The knight was really too scary. Lu Cheng was satisfied and nodded, thinking that this minor issue couldn't trouble the wise knight at all. It was simply a piece of cake. He straightened up and stretched, only to see little Chopper hiding to the side, clutching his nose and looking timid. Was he scared by what he just said? Lu Cheng scratched his head, feeling a bit perplexed. Was he really that timid? However, he soon noticed something was off. Chopper didn't seem disappointed after being criticized. He was simply in a daze. Covering his nose, he seemed lost in thought. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment and suddenly began to understand. This little guy had quite a few issues. Well, it didn't matter. He specialized in dealing with problematic children. He reached out and pulled Chopper over to the nearby, full-length mirror. Why do you keep touching your nose? Do you think your blue nose is pretty? Lu Cheng casually asked while looking at their reflections in the mirror. No. Chopper shook his head repeatedly, cautiously glancing at Lu Cheng. When I met people before, they all said I was a monster, just because. Chopper's voice grew softer and soon became barely audible. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow at what he heard. What's so great about a blue nose? Lu Cheng snapped his fingers. Chopper, quickly transform for me. Chopper was momentarily stunned, unable to respond for a while. Lu Chengshun gave him a light slap on the head and said, What are you dazed for? Cooperate a bit. quickly turned into a handsome snow monster. Chopper didn't understand, but obediently transformed into a snow monster. Soon, he changed from a short, half-human form into a tall and sturdy snow monster covered in white fur. Liu Cheng patted his head. When will you understand? Ordinary people see you as a wild monster. Not because of your blue nose, but because you look way too strong. Chopper, in his human form, stood in front of the mirror and pointed at it, saying, "Look at yourself. You're so much taller than me. You're such a big guy. It really puts pressure on people." Chopper glanced at the mirror and noticed that he did indeed seem to be quite a bit taller than the other person, almost half a head taller. So, it doesn't really matter if it's a blue nose, green nose, or red nose. After all, what's wrong with a blue nose? I know a guy whose nose is as big as a red ball, and he hasn't been seen as a snow monster, right? But it seems like he really hates being called a red nose. Liu Qingshu chattered for a long time, then turned to Chopper and said earnestly, "So what people fear is not the blue nose, but the unknown and power. Because they don't understand you, and because they fear the power you possess, people see you as a monster. But would anyone be afraid of you if you turned into a little deer?" Chopper shook his head. "This has nothing to do with your nose at all. And look at you now. Even though you've turned into a human form, your nose remains unchanged. It still looks exactly like a deer's nose, doesn't he? That seems strange?" Chopper, now transformed into a muscular human, touched his nose, feeling dizzy from Liu Cheng's words, and could only nod blankly. "Got it. Don't get tangled up in these silly questions anymore. Go study hard, kid. I have to go hunt dozens of wild beasts every day to support you two in learning medicine. You need to live up to their sacrifice, as they're giving you the opportunity to learn with their lives." Xiao Robin, listening nearby, suddenly burst out laughing at this. "But the problem is, Mr. Knight. Aren't those beasts all eaten by you yourself?" Ahem. Liu Cheng lightly coughed twice, showing no sign of embarrassment. "As the captain of the ship, one must have this composure and calmness. It's not a big deal. Didn't you also drink some soup?" After saying that, he shot a fierce glare at Xiao Robin, admonishing her not to speak to the captain like that. "Where's the captain's authority if you do?" Xiao Robin giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, and stopped talking. Liu Cheng reached out and hooked his arm around Chopper's shoulder, standing side by side in front of the mirror. He pointed at Chopper's nose and said, "I've thought about it, and people are afraid of you, and it can't be completely unrelated to your nose. After all, you have now taken on a human appearance, but your nose is still that of a reindeer. You look neither human nor reindeer. So it's understandable that people would feel scared and might mistake you for some kind of snow monster. There's nothing we can do about that. It's an issue with your transformation." But, Chopper nodded, suddenly feeling a bit wronged as he said, "But every time I open my mouth to speak when I'm in reindeer form, they still chase me to hit me." Robin listened to their conversation and found herself at a loss for words. If a deer suddenly started talking, anyone would be scared, right? Liu Cheng thought seriously for a moment and said with a grin, "Then it's their fault. They haven't even seen a talking deer. Once I take care of Walbo, shall we go teach them a lesson together?" After hearing Liu Cheng's words, Chopper nodded foolishly. So Liu Cheng nodded. "I can't think of a good way to effectively use your human fruit power for now. However, I believe it might be more of a personal issue. When you use the power of this fruit, you subconsciously still think of yourself as a reindeer. So even if you transform into human form, you still retain many characteristics of a reindeer. You care too much about your blue nose, and because of that, you can't get rid of its influence on you. How about next time you use your devil fruit ability, you imagine that you have a human nose? I understand now. It's about using my imagination, right?" Chopper nodded seriously. "You got that?" Liu Cheng heavily tapped his head and said, "Wrong. For a doctor, this is called knowledge. Remember, never mention imagination to your patients. They will be scared to death." Chopper nodded foolishly. Time passed day by day, and unknowingly, Liu Cheng and Little Robin had been in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom for nearly 2 months. But the Valbo he was thinking about still hadn't returned. Could it be that this guy really died at sea? Kureha glanced at Liu Cheng, who was eating heartily, and shook her head. "If that fool doesn't come back soon, you will really eat all the creatures on this island." No, Liu Cheng said, munching on his food. "Granny, you don't have to worry. It's just that I've eaten a little less of the labangs, but I haven't even touched the mountain bears yet. They still have plenty. I already told you not to think about hunting those bears." Kureha shouted, suddenly standing up. "I plan to go to town to buy some things. It's been a long time since I've been to the town. That guy Valbo didn't escape alone. He took away the country's defense soldiers, and more importantly, the remaining 20 doctors of this country. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he ran away with the nation's medical resources. In this situation, once someone on the island gets sick, it's basically very difficult to find a doctor for help. So Kureha would go down the mountain every once in a while to provide assistance to those in need. Do you two need to buy anything? Kureha asked. They really needed to stock up on some daily necessities. Little Robin thought for a moment and made a shopping list, and Kureha nodded. But when Little Robin was about to give her money, she shook her head, indicating that she didn't need it. It was almost like directly saying that Lu Chung and Little Robin were too small-minded. What is this thing called berries? I haven't used this stuff in years. Kureha pushed her sunglasses up with a look of disdain. Little girl, you should know who I am. A beautiful and young lady over 120 years old. Little Robin replied expressionlessly. That's right. Kureha nodded, glancing at Lu Chung. That smelly brat just doesn't understand this point. I'm a doctor. Do I still need to spend money on this island? It's only natural for patients to give me a little extra food and daily necessities when I treat them, isn't it? And then you just end up emptying their homes, right? Lu Chung was somewhat speechless. Dr. Kureha, I think you're the real pirate, right? Kureha laughed heartily and said, I can't be called a pirate. Saying I'm a mountain bandit is more accurate. You're also someone who wants to become the king of mountain bandits. Lu Chung shook his head and said, in that case, old lady, we don't need your help to buy things. We'll go buy them ourselves. Kureha looked at the two and smiled, saying, you two are pirates, yet you don't rob things. Instead, you want to spend money to buy them? If you're going to rob, why not rob from the rich? Lu Chung casually shrugged his shoulders. If we're going to rob, we might as well rob pirates. They have all their belongings on one ship, and their heads are worth money. Robbing them is definitely the most cost-effective option. Kureha nodded in agreement. The wind and snow howled as Lu Chung and Little Robin had been on this island for almost 2 months, and they had hardly seen any clear weather. One could only say that Winter Island lived up to its name, as it snowed almost every day. In the wind and snow, Dr. Kureha leisurely walked down the mountain and stepped into the town known as Bighorn. A young reindeer closely followed her. It looked quite similar to an ordinary reindeer, but its striking blue nose made it stand out, prompting people to take a second glance. Lu Chung and Little Robin did not walk with Kureha and the others. They wore large cloaks and fur scarves that were enough to cover half of their faces and walked leisurely into the village. The broad hoods cast shadows, obscuring the faces of the two. In such a snowy town, no one found their attire strange, as almost everyone dressed like this. A sudden, urgent sound of a horn echoed. Lu Chung and Little Robin looked over curiously. They saw a group of young men hurriedly gathering in the center of the village, armed with knives and weapons. The leader was Dalton, along with Akuri. Akuri seemed to sense something, slightly tilting his head to look at Lu Chung and Little Robin. His expression changed slightly, but before he could react further, Lu Chung had already nonchalantly taken Little Robin away. Everyone, hurry up and grab your weapons. We no longer have a king. We must protect our village ourselves. This country belongs to each of us, and we must absolutely safeguard it. We cannot let that bastard Walbo come back and take this country again. And the pirates are the same. Everyone, let's set off. The group left with high spirits. Little Robin turned back curiously, watching the group hurriedly leave on sleds. Mr. Knight, what are they doing? Little Robin asked with some curiosity. They probably encountered a pirate attack. Lu Chung casually glanced and said, after all, on the sea, these lawless islands are the most chaotic and prone to pirate attacks. Pirates love to raid towns like this because they don't belong to any country. Even the Navy won't come to such places. Little Robin nodded. No wonder that king is so useless. So many people still want to protect him. But some people are not worth protecting. The group gradually faded away, disappearing into the heavy snow and wind. Mr. Knight, they're just ordinary villagers. Won't it be very dangerous if they encounter pirates? Little Robin suddenly asked. That's for sure. Lu Chung nodded. Dalton and Akuri are strong enough. They should be fine against ordinary pirates. However, if those ordinary villagers get hurt in the fight, it's unavoidable. After all the elite soldiers of this kingdom have already been taken away by Walbo. Mr. Knight, should we help them? Little Robin asked. There's no need, Lu Chung said, looking at Little Robin, who showed some concern and gently patted her head. Don't worry, and don't be afraid of sacrifices. Lu Cheng's voice was soft but clear, resonating in Little Robin's heart. Little Robin, you must understand this principle. There is no hope or peace that can be easily obtained without bloodshed and struggle. Did you see their fighting spirit? Without a king, they have become even more resolute. Little Robin nodded, somewhat understanding. In this island of cold winters, the wind and snow always persist. But although this land is cold, it still has people who love it deeply. Let's go, Chopper. Kureha, holding a bottle of wine, glanced at the familiar village. Over here, I can already smell the scent of sickness. After saying that, she strode to a tightly closed door and kicked it open. As everyone looked back in surprise, she cheerfully said, "Hey kids, are you happy? It's Dr. Kureha. That's great, that's great." A gasp came from inside the room. Kureha scanned the room and quickly spotted the patient lying down. She walked over and began to treat the patient calmly and skillfully. What is wrong with this reindeer? How can it talk? Can a monster like that really treat people? Is it really okay to let such a monster treat people? The discussions among the crowd clearly reached Chopper's ears, causing him to lower his head involuntarily. He silently handed Kureha the medical supplies she needed, but tears were already welling up in his big, watery eyes. "You little guy," Kureha frowned and scolded, somewhat annoyed. "You've been with that brat for so long. How come you haven't learned anything? Why do you care what others say or do? Didn't that brat tell you what to do in situations like this?" Chopper's body trembled slightly. He recalled the words Lu Cheng had said to him. He had indeed been taught, but Kureha looked at the silent little reindeer with a mix of pity and disappointment. She opened her mouth, ready to say something, but then saw Chopper suddenly raise his head, close his eyes, trembling in fear, but still shouted loudly, "I am not a monster. I am a reindeer, but I am also a person. Besides that, I want to become a great doctor. I have a name. I am Tony Chopper." The room fell silent, and everyone was somewhat at a loss. The room was engulfed in a dead silence. At that moment, the patient lying in the bed spoke softly. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. "Thank you, Dr. Chopper. I'm feeling much better already. I really appreciate you." Tears finally overflowed from Chopper's eyes, and Kureha looked at this scene with a satisfied expression. She smiled and said, "Since it's my assistant Dr. Chopper's first consultation, I'll charge half for the medical fee this time." In the snow, a tall, white figure resembling a snow monster was carrying a box of food, following Kureha out of the village under everyone's watch. "Dr. Chopper, how does it feel to make your first house call?" The tall figure didn't speak, and after a while replied, "Teacher Kureha, it feels really great." "What? Becoming a doctor is really wonderful." The wind and snow continued to fall heavily. A person and a reindeer walked between the snowy mountains. Kureha sat on the sled, the little reindeer pulling it, with a box of wine and a bag of food on its back. Low voices and laughter could be heard amid the wind and snow, but soon, their voices grew fainter. In front of them, a large herd of reindeer appeared in the snow, seemingly out of nowhere. The leading reindeer had several fierce wounds on its forehead, leisurely leading its group in search of food in the snow. Chopper's steps involuntarily slowed down as he fixed his gaze on the reindeer herd and the leading reindeer, its pure white fur seemingly trembling. Kureha noticed these changes and frowned. The leading adult reindeer let out a low growl, stepping forward, leading the others towards Chopper, who trembled even more. Perhaps it remembered this blue-nosed outcast, or perhaps it was furious that Chopper willingly carried humans. The adult reindeer lowered its head and charged at Chopper, knocking him completely to the ground. Chopper heard Teacher Kureha's voice, turned his head, and was shocked to find that the huge reindeer had lowered its head and was charging at Dr. Kureha. "Stop!" Chopper shouted anxiously. "Don't hurt Teacher Kureha." It let out a loud roar, and its figure quickly grew larger, casting a massive shadow over the entire snowy ground. Chopper gasped for breath, sitting down on the ground with bruises and wounds all over his body, while reindeer lay scattered around him. "You little brat," Kureha scolded, but it wasn't directed at Chopper. She was looking towards a corner not far away. "You two little brats, you've been here for so long, and you just stood by watching a bunch of reindeer bully me. A beautiful lady over 120 years old? Grandma is still going strong." Lu Cheng replied with a grin. Chopper turned his head and noticed, at some point, two figures quietly standing at the corner not far away. It seemed they had been there for quite a while. Lu Cheng nodded with a smile and said, "Isn't Chopper quite impressive? And also quite brave? There's really no need for me to step in." Responding to Lu Cheng was a bottle of wine, which he caught with one hand. "Grandma should cherish the wine. It's a good thing. How can it be wasted like this?" Lu Cheng smiled as he walked over to Chopper and gave him a thumbs up. "The scars on his body are the medals of a man. You little brat, stop standing there talking without knowing the pain." Kureha yelled, "This little guy is at most just a kid. What kind of man is he? Boys will eventually grow into men. It's good to adapt a little early." Lu Cheng shrugged nonchalantly as he looked at the fallen reindeer scattered on the ground. "How about we take two of them back, Chopper? These guys look pretty fat. Whether for soup or braised dishes, they should taste pretty good." The reindeer that were originally lying on the ground trembled in fear upon hearing this, and although they couldn't get up at first, they quickly shook and stumbled to their feet, only to fall back down again due to exhaustion. Why were the words of this suddenly appearing person so terrifying? "Mr. Knight," Chopper said, looking at Lu Cheng, who was drooling and wearing a terrifying grin. He gathered his courage and spoke up. Maybe we should just let them go? Oh. Lu Cheng turned around, revealing a hint of a frightening smile. What did you just say? Wow, what a scary smile. Chopper was terrified, but he still mustered his courage to look Lu Cheng in the eye. Mr. Knight, I said let's spare them. Lu Cheng looked at the other person's trembling feet and suddenly smiled broadly. Daring to say no to the powerful is true courage. Lu Cheng nodded seriously. Chopper, I announce that you are now a man. Little Robin chuckled, and Kureha shook her head with a helpless expression. Laughter mixed with the wind and snow, drifting far away. The cold wind howled as Lu Cheng stood at the top of Magnetic Drum Mountain, watching the small figures running in the snow below. Dalton, along with the residents, was patrolling the coast with hunting rifles and other weapons, determined not to let their guard down after just defeating the pirates who had launched a surprise attack. It wasn't the first time that vicious pirates had made a comeback. Dalton held up binoculars, carefully scanning the vast sea through the swirling snow, watching for the skull flag that could appear at any moment. And there was still no news of that bastard who abandoned the country and fled. A look of determination appeared on Dalton's face. This time, no matter what, he would absolutely not let that scoundrel Walpo return to this country. Although this country had lost its name, there were still many people who wanted to protect it. Walpo had not returned today. Lu Cheng walked back into the castle and saw little Robin waving at him from a distance. What's wrong? What happened? He quickly walked over and saw little Robin holding up a freshly printed newspaper, waving it in front of him. Sir Knight, take a look at this. Isn't it that uncle named Long? Lu Cheng was slightly taken aback. He picked up the newspaper, and as expected, the front page headline featured a large photo of Long. However, at this moment, Long's image was completely different from the last time he saw him. His left cheek was adorned with many red square pattern tattoos, and his short black hair was slicked back. Perhaps it was the angle of the photo, but he looked incredibly fierce, like a typical villain. After such a long time apart, Lu Cheng was curious about what Long had been through to change so much. He continued to read the detailed news in the newspaper, hoping it would clear up some of his confusion. The most dangerous criminal in the world. Within the West Sea, multiple countries had already experienced rebellions incited by him. After finishing the article, Lu Cheng shook his head. He finally understood what Long had been up to. The revolutionary comrades had started acting so quickly. Their efficiency was impressive. The West Sea. Carrera put down the newspaper and took a sip from a nearby bottle. That's her homeland, right? It seems a bit more unstable compared to the other seas. A few years ago, there was the most dangerous son of a demon, and now there's the world's most vicious criminal. TSK, TSK, TSK. Carrera smiled at Lu Cheng and little Robin. Or is it that the West Sea produces more dangerous figures like you? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Cheng waved his hand and immediately issued a series of denials. As for little Robin, that's understandable. He hails from the West Sea. But Long, no matter how you put it, definitely does not come from the West Sea. Lu Cheng waved his hand and said, that really has little to do with us. The main issue is that the world government's brain is sick, just like Walpo's. You understand what I'm saying, right, Grandma? You little brat, I'm still a great beauty. Don't call me that. Kureha leaned back in her chair, put down the newspaper in her hand, and took a few swigs from the bottle. Revolutionizing a country. No wonder the world government is so anxious and agitated. For the world government and the celestial dragons, what they actually fear is not pirates. Even those sea emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and various ferocious pirates, no matter how they command the winds and rains at sea, how imposing they may be, they actually have no impact on the world government and the celestial dragons. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot reach them. The troubles at sea are dealt with by the Navy. For the world government, as long as these countries are still under their rule and they have collected all the heavenly gold they are supposed to receive, they have nothing else to worry about. But just like the truth hidden in the blank 100 years, they fear the realities controlled by O'Hara, because those things can genuinely shake their rule. What Dragon is doing is the same. He has ignited the flames of rebellion, and once such flames are lit, they will not stop. This is what the world government fears the most, which is why they directly gave him the title of the most dangerous criminal in the world. Lu Cheng glanced at the bounty on the other side, which was surprisingly high at 1 billion. It was indeed beyond imagination. However, Lu Cheng felt that this was just the beginning. As long as the Revolutionary Army continued to cause trouble, this guy's bounty would only increase. He shook his head, put down the newspaper, and looked out at the snow-covered ground in front of the door. Little Robin and Chopper were not very interested in this news. While they were reading, they had already run off to have a snowball fight and were throwing snowballs at each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The snowballs flew back and forth in the sky, continuously hitting Chopper and Little Robin. "Sir Knight." Liu Chung heard a voice and turned his head to see Little Robin waving at him with a big smile. "Sir Knight, you fell for it." Slap! A snowball hit Liu Cheng's face straight on. Seizing the opportunity, Little Chopper blinked and covered his mouth, chuckling to himself. Liu Chung wiped the snow off his face. And this little thing has quite the nerve. Chopper was having some fun and rolled another snowball, throwing it at Korea's head. "You idiot apprentice." Korea kicked hard, snow splattering all over Chopper's face. "Don't disturb me while I'm reading." Wah! Chopper was suddenly buried in snow and took a while to crawl out. Just as he got a clear view of everything in front of him, a large shadow loomed over him, and he felt something was off. Looking up, he saw Liu Chung standing in front of him, a fierce smile on his face. In his hand, he had somehow prepared a huge snowball, even larger than Chopper himself. With a malicious look, "Help! Knight, he's going to kill me." Liu Chung rubbed the snow off his hands and nodded in satisfaction. "If I don't teach them a lesson for 3 days, they'll think they can do anything. If I don't show these little guys some authority, they'll immediately take advantage of me and forget who the boss is around here." But he hadn't been happy for long when another snowball hit him in the face. He turned around and saw Little Robin standing there, hands on hips, laughing heartily. He looked extremely pleased. "I almost forgot about this little rascal." Liu Chung was momentarily taken aback, casually rolled a large snowball, and threw it over. But just as the snowball hit Little Robin, she suddenly exploded with a bang, transforming into petals that floated down. Liu Chung was slightly taken aback, and at that moment, Little Robin suddenly jumped out from the side and hugged his waist. Little Robin asked proudly, "How about it? Sir Knight, what do you think of this doppelganger?" "What else could it be?" Liu Chung picked up Little Robin like he was lifting a little chick. "Although mastering a new skill is commendable, did you forget that you just smashed a snowball in my face? Regardless of how this clone performs, you actually dare to come to me and let me think about how big of a snowball I should make for you?" Liu Chung had a mischievous grin on his face. Little Robin looked dazed, thinking, "Shouldn't you be praising me right now? I finally managed to master this clone ability." "Sir Knight, you've changed." "Ah, Sir Knight, please put me down. I was wrong. I won't dare again. It's already too late. Eat my just snowball justice." In front of the palace, snowballs flew, and the battle continued. Koreha shook her head and went back into the castle to continue reading. Chopper, who had transformed back into his giant form, was wrestling with Liu Chung in the snow, while Little Robin excitedly cheered them on. Suddenly, a few gunshots broke the tranquility of the entire magnetic drum kingdom. From the mountain below, the faint shouts of villagers could be heard. Chopper turned his head in confusion. It was too far away, and he couldn't hear what they were shouting. But Liu Chung heard it clearly. Liu Chung slowly exhaled, revealing a brilliant smile. He chuckled, "Finally, this guy knows to come back. If he doesn't return soon, I'll have eaten all the animals on this island." Chopper looked at him strangely, wondering what was going on. Robin smiled and replied, "It must be the former king who has returned." Chopper was slightly taken aback, and he saw Liu Chung pick up Robin with one hand and say to Chopper, "Tell Granny Koreha that she can start preparing dinner. I'm going to check on Walpo. He must be hungry when he comes back." With that, he leaped off the peak of the Drum Kingdom's highest mountain. As he rode the wind and snow, he quickly disappeared from Chopper's sight. Walpo is back. The king has returned. The villagers of Drum Kingdom screamed in fear as they saw the silhouette of a ship suddenly appear on the sea. At that moment, several voices emerged. "Shut up. He is no longer our king. Someone like him is not qualified to be our king." The crowd murmured. An older hunter, looking at the anxious young people, scolded, "What are you still doing here? Hurry back to the village and call for help. Go notify Dalton, Walpo, and the others have returned." He adjusted his hunting rifle, a glimmer of determination flashing in his murky old eyes. No matter what this time, they cannot let him come back to harm this country again. This is their own country, and they must protect it this time. A massive pirate ship, resembling a giant iron barrel, surfaced from the sea, slowly approaching the shore. Accompanied by loud laughter, rows of soldiers dressed in Drum Island uniforms, but looking rugged like pirates, disembarked from the ship. "Ha ha ha ha! My subjects, your king has returned," Walpo roared, his laughter echoing over the Drum Kingdom. "Why aren't you hurrying to welcome your king back?" In a snow-white forest, a black and a brown wild buffalo were galloping wildly. They were both dressed in thick guard uniforms, their heavy hooves thundering against the snow. Dalton and Akuri had completely transformed into wild buffalo, moving so fast they seemed to skim over the snow. They had received the news that that bastard Walpo had returned. Dalton's huge buffalo eyes were bloodshot, and a raging anger burned in his heart. "You are back again. How dare you return? What face do you have to come back? Walpo, this time, I will not let you poison this country again. I will definitely drive you out. Ahaha. Finally back in my drum kingdom. Amid the wind and snow, Walpo's wild laughter echoed, while on the port's snowy ground, countless hunting rifles and corpses lay in pools of blood. The people dressed in Drum Island soldier uniforms made way for Walpo, revealing a tall figure behind them. It was indeed Walpo, the former king of Drum Island. His hair was somewhat disheveled, blown by the sea wind, and he wore a thick fur coat, leisurely riding on the back of a seemingly foolish-looking hippopotamus. Beside him were two of his loyal subordinates, a gorilla with an explosive hairstyle wearing boxing gloves, and a strangely dressed man with a bow and arrow. Looking like a clown, these were Walpo's two trusted aides, Cromalaman and Jess. Cromalaman glanced at the blood on the ground and snorted. They actually have people on guard along the coast. Who gave him the right? Jess grabbed a snow country resident by the head and threw him away, exclaiming, "How dare they shoot at their king? What are these fools thinking?" The foolish-looking hippopotamus slowly descended from the ship, and Walpo, draped in a hippo cloak, sat on its back. His large body took a long time to move slowly in front of everyone. He held a piece of metal torn from a machine and opened his massive metal mouth, eagerly biting into it. It looked less like he was eating metal and more like he was enjoying a sugar cane. Everyone could clearly hear the crunching sound he made while chewing the steel, sending chills down their spines. Walpo chewed on the metal while gazing at the snow-covered landscape of the island. He lazily said, "Finally back. Good thing just in time."